Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What's good, everybody? What is good? Oh man, welcome to an episode of Opinionated with yours truly. I am your host, Resla. Welcome along on this good time during the weekend. Hopefully, you guys are having a very good day today. I am getting my shit sorted together because it has been a very big cleaning day, start of the spring kind of stuff for me. So I've been covered in filth and dust and everything else, but it is what it is, and we do what we have to do to make sure that we are up to date because we're about to be on the next fourth. We're about to be on the next next quarter of the year. So we gotta start out fresh when we get into our new quarters, right? Let's talk a little bit about today's topic, which is pretty much the death of traditional masculinity. The idea that there is this space that has been this testimonial thing, at least over the last 2 decades or so, probably definitely more, between this idea of the space between men and the issues of women. Now, first of all, I just want to welcome everybody, which I already did. Sorry, got to catch up. But I want to make sure that people actually understand what the channel is about. Over here, pretty much we like to dive into real talk. We like to dive into real conversations, not really sugarcoating stuff, no fluff, as they like to say it. We like to get straight to the point. But most of all, the thing that's very important and beyond the conversation is that when we move around in so many different spaces and we have so many conversations with different people, or we're just casual listeners, when we get into real conversation with the people who are around us in real life, and we turn off this internet, this phone life, and we talk to our friends, our family, our colleagues, the things that fly out your mouth when you're there to expound your points, are they really truly things that you believe, or things that you have just come to acquire over your time of being in social media? Just a question for you. Now, we've at all heard by now this thing when it came to Anthony Mackie, and we've all heard pretty much the conversation about the recent thoughts on his approach when it comes to a masculinity. And while a lot of folks are taking different sides when it comes to it, there are more. There's really more to this than just one guy's opinion. It really is. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you some reason you've been under a rock, you ever heard anything, it's been about a good week now. A lot of people have been touching base on this, especially online. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me give you a little snippet so you can understand, and then we can kind of just get into it from there. Normally I don't do this, so excuse me, it's gonna take me a little bit. I normally don't share things. Here, this should do it. All right. I don't like the way that looks. I don't like the way that looks. Give me a quick moment here. Oh, nope. Now, here we go. Much better. All right. So, listen to this, and here's your thoughts.
I keep my boys humble. Like my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit. I'm like your kids. And no, I don't give a. I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Do not. And my oldest gets it. My 15-year-old, he tells the other ones, he's like, yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he gonna straighten the other ones out. So it's just that thing of, in the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes, in our communities.
So, a lot of people have already had a big take when it came to that particular statement on its own, and we've heard it from men's side, we've heard it from women's side, we've heard it from a lot of different areas. But I want to touch on I want him to be able to expound on some of the points, and then we can get into it.
For one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. Right. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open the door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time.
So far, I find no fault with this, even though people have had many opinions about it. I can't tell you how many shows, how many podcasts, how many reels and shorts that I've seen, but the thoughts are so wide as they are opinionated. No pun intended, but yes. Uh,
Time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night, this alarm is on, you text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up.
I love that.
Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, climb through the window, that money means nothing.
Right.
You can have all the celebrity in the world, jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing.
Yeah.
So you got to have a little guard in there, you know? And so for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very different.
Hold up.
so that's one of the big things that he's actually brought forward. There was actually something else. Maybe I got the videos a little mixed up. I didn't really see the second one, but I thought I should take a look at it. So I'm gonna be looking at it. I saw the entire interview at one point, but I don't remember this particular short. So let's take a look at it.
Thinking about it, we're lying to our kids, dog. And I think that's a big problem in our community. We tell our kids that and this is fresh on my heart. Like I literally just came to this conclusion last night. We tell our kids if they do right and they make the good grades and they go to the programs and they will become successful. If you work hard enough, your work will be paid off. And that's not true. Success is given. It's not earned.
So a lot of people have a bit of controversy when it comes to this particular statement. And I'm not gonna lie, when I first heard it earlier in the week, I wrestled with it a little bit. I've even had conversations with people on the field, if you want to say the field of life. And when I first heard it, I'm like, he's right. He's absolutely right, especially in the context of how he gave it. You know, there are so many things. I mean, I've just some dumb fucking podcasts that I've seen on the takes that he's given, but this is one of those things that's absolutely right. People want to believe that if you give yourself up to your craft, if you pour everything into it, you will be absolutely admonished, or you will be highlighted, and you will absolutely get everything. Oh, I appreciate you, Sasquatch. Thank you for the raid. Thanks, Sasquatch. Like you will get everything that's coming your way, all the goodness, all that stuff. But the truth of the matter is that it's someone else that has to see your talent or your gift or your hard work, your skill. That has to be promoted by somebody else. You don't get it just simply because you work at it. You can be the greatest conjurer of refrigerator magnets. If no one else is there to see it, if no one else is there to acknowledge it, it does not mean squat. It means diddly doodah. So he's not wrong about that.
Because you can be the most brilliant. If one person don't tap you, each one of y'all. There were people who could hit harder, who could catch better, who could run faster. But somebody said, you're the one. And the other 50 behind you fell off. You know what I mean? Yesterday, thinking about it, we're lying to our kids, dog. And I think that's a big problem in our community.
So I've been thinking about this for the week, and as I've had to coach a couple of individuals, I've been asked this question. I'm like, damn, you saw that? You saw Anthony Mackie shit too? God damn. I can't even finesse this to make it sound like it was even part of my shit because you've all seen it. And they ask me questions as a communicator. Because that's a way a lot of people look at me. They look at me as a communicator. I don't see myself as a coach. I have no title as a coach. I don't have any of that. I am first and foremost a communicator. I am a person who just likes to speak with people because I like to meet people at their level and help them understand things that are beyond where they're looking. Because when I am lost and I don't know where to go, that's what I do. I look to other people who have a different perspective than I do. And a lot of people who I run across, and just the human condition, we fall upon our own understanding. We fall upon our own information, our own experiences to shape the world around us. And sometimes you need someone else's experience, someone else's understanding of the world to help best navigate you through your trials or your tribulations. And Anthony Mackie has been celebrated, but also been under a firestorm this week because of this. And I kind of want to break this down, especially in the idea of this whole the death of the American male. Now keep in mind, just want to make sure this is clear. He didn't say black male. You can put it that way if you want to, whatever. Because the most harshest criticism that I received watching different podcast segments, watching different shows, watching different commentators about Anthony Mackie came from black people. Most white Spanish people, I didn't couldn't find any Asian people really. Pretty sure they were, but I couldn't find them. The majority of the people who I saw watching this celebrated him. Celebrated him. But the people who gave him most criticism were black. Men and women. Men mainly because of, and we'll talk about it, and women because he didn't highlight women. When he talks about this whole thing, when we all talk about this whole thing about the death of the American male and what it really means to be men in 2025. And normally I don't, you guys know me, I don't like to get into this whole thing about talks of masculinity and things like that. But it was very interesting in how this was getting brought up. More importantly, we need to ask, why is it so hard to have an honest conversation about men and masculinity without others being dragged into it? And when I say others, I mean you ladies. Some of y'all probably saw this. I'm not gonna play anything of it. But if you saw like the Joe Button podcast, you even see how he went off about it. The backlash against Mackie, it's a mix. It's a mix of people reacting to what he said versus what he's done and what he actually meant. Most people don't get to that third part, which is very important. What he actually meant. Three things aren't always the same, folks. What he said sparked controversy because it touched on masculinity and a so called death of the American male. That alone was enough to just have people pick sides. What he has done, like, and I'm just going to put it out this is the thing he got criticized for. His role, his acting, his role within the Black Mirror episode, where he basically ended up kissing another guy, has been the focal point of dragging him into debates and even though it had nothing to do with the point that he made. So I looked at two different points, two different critiques, two or rather one celebrating, one critique about him. And then there's what he actually meant. I had to have the objective viewpoint to sit there and just listen to understand, not listen to respond. What he actually meant is getting lost in the noise. Instead of engaging with the bigger conversation about about masculinity, many people wanted to focus on surface level distractions. People love to misinterpret, misdirect, and manufacture outrage, especially when someone challenges the status quo. And I thought this was something that we should most likely get into. But before I dive any deeper than I need to into this, I want to acknowledge everybody who came into the building. I saw a bunch of people that came in. Thank you for the raid from Sasquatch once again. And yeah, before we get into that, let's say what's up to the people that's in the building. Baby girl walked in here. Yvette Marie. Appreciate you walking up in here. We have Con Shiners up in the building. Appreciate you, Con. Logical Sparks is here. Appreciate you, Logical Sparks. Panelverse is in here. Hey, what's going on? Zoomer's up in here with the booty hole. Bro, I got the flag behind it too. What's going on? No Chaser is in the building. Lindsay Smith, seeing Lindsay. Some of the comments that you got up there in the building. Blind. Yo, what's going on, Blind? What's going on, Blind? I turned off my computer. I was working sound earlier before that. I was doing a bunch of dusting and cleaning. I don't know what's up with my sound. My sound sounds really good, but it's for some reason it's low. And I'm not trying to do things to blow out my mic until I figure out what's going on. Clue. Hey, Clue, what's going on, man? Appreciate you being here. Army Vet is in the building. I do appreciate it. And of course, guys, there are plenty of you in the building. Do yourself a favor, type in the chat. Make sure your voices get heard. We love opinions in here. If you're planning to troll, please be fucking good at it. Because some of y'all think y'all are so great, and it's like being stand-up. If you've never actually been to a stand-up, if you never tried doing stand-up yourself, you're not as funny as you fucking think you are. Just have a conversation. Don't think that you're good at this. Just don't. Who's like, we got Eddie that's up in here. What's going on? You said you got another viewpoint about earning and receiving because he was mostly right, but the trade stock, the kind of needing someone to be successful. Some things are the workaround, but I will still say that for the most part, life is about people because life is about choices and trade-offs. You have to make those choices and trade-offs a lot when it comes to people. So therefore, when you are, especially a person who is an understudy, when you are someone who is learning, when you are someone who's developing, the people who are above you, your quote betters, those who can see talent, and possibly you as talent will be the ones who recommend you. You can recommend yourself all you want if no one else sees your vision, if no one else sees your talent, your abilities, you will not get picked. I've seen people who are very fucking good, very good technically, but not very good tactically. And that means something. It means something. A lot of people who we will pick up, especially older people who are mentors, will pick up people who are more like themselves, people who remind them of themselves. They will be more inclined to reach out to help lift up than just anyone that just says they want an opportunity. So that's kind of the thing I'm also looking at when it comes to a lot of things when it comes to people. Shazzy's up in here. Appreciate you, Shazzy, for being in the building. Let's get a little bit into it, and I'm going to talk about my first point as I was sitting here and thinking about a lot of this. And I really want to talk quickly about this whole thing about the death of masculinity, traditional masculinity, since that is the big thing that gets so propagated all over these YouTube streets, right? The social media spaces. So there it is. Uh, Anthony Mackie talking about the idea of masculinity, specifically the ideal that we're living through the death of the American male, and very specifically saying American, but the American male. And for me, he's calling it out like he sees it, like a lot of people who have actually seen it. And we got to talk about this. Why this conversation is so important right now. Now, I know a lot of people are out there making a whole bunch of noise over his personal life, over his acting choices, over the roles he's taking, and so on and so forth. People who never even followed his career all of a sudden got so much to say about what the fuck he had to say. Some folks are tripping over things like, I'll just say it again, his scene in Black Mirror where he pretty much kissed another man. But let's be real, folks, the dude is an actor. He's paid for play roles, especially with someone who is starting out. It's one thing you could say about Anthony Mackie, like a lot of different actors in here, but not like a lot. For many actors that's up in here, I'll say many, not a lot. The motherfucker keeps working. He's constantly got shit coming out. Movies, small picture, big picture, cameos, small films, episodes. The motherfucker always got something going on. He does not sleep. He doesn't say, I got a big role, I'm going to chill and just wait for the next shit to come out. The motherfucker keeps putting in work. And we should be able to separate the man from the character. This whole idea of questioning someone's sexuality based on the roles that they play is straight up outdated. And it just reeks of homophobia. And I'll just say it, especially when it comes to the Black community. And I'm just going to say this, and this is going to sound really nasty. Specifically, y'all ain't Black, don't worry about this. For Black men and Black women, whether you are dykes to feminine men to straight, male and female, y'all are too obsessed with dick. Not pussy, dick. Y'all are too obsessed with penises. Period. It's a bit tiring, honestly. But that's not even the real issue here. Because people are jumping on this man, but let's just talk about the hypocrisy of it all. Because there have been plenty of actors, both men and women, who've played sus roles, and yet no one's bringing them up when it comes to this conversation that's happening right now. Take some of the Hollywood films, some of the biggest names that have been out there, folks. Mainly, not even mainly, many of them have been roles by prominent actors that we have seen, actors and actresses that we have seen and known of today. Many of them have taken their roles where they could, even in quote traditional gender norms. A lot of them have engaged in quote same sex roles. And they even played characters, controversial characters, by the way. And yet their masculinity, their femininity is not in question. Resla, what do you mean? Oh, let me break it down to you. Glad that you asked. Why is it that when certain actors do these kind of things, it's a joke that never dies, but when others do it, it's just art or it's powerful performance? You know, I think about I think about someone like Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal in Brokeback Mountain. Both both critically acclaimed careers afterwards. And nobody keeps hanging the roles over their head. Not anyone thinks of Heath Ledger. The last thing they think about is the Joker films. Someone thinks about Jake Gyllenhaal. The last thing that they're really bringing up is his role in Brokeback Mountain. Let's look at Charlize Theron. She had an intense same-sex relationship in Monster, but that never snuck into the conversation of defining the moment of her career. Hell, folks, let's look at Will motherfucking Smith. Will smack you in your mouth if you talk about Jada. 6 degrees of separation. No one's hanging that shit over his head. Tom Hanks, Philadelphia, played a role that was considered to be sus, but it didn't overshadow his legacy. So, what's the difference now? The answer is it's just usually biased. That's really what it is. Some actors get labeled and some don't when it's so convenient. Sometimes it's tied up in race. Sometimes it's tied up in political or even public perception. Sometimes it's just straight up selective outrage. The biggest issue is, in my opinion, Why do people only bring it up when it fits their narrative? Why do certain actors, especially black actors, get the stigma while others don't? At the end of the day, folks, people pick and choose who they want to hold things against. But that's just the reality of, quite frankly, public perception. It's really not about fairness, if you want to get into it. It's about who they want to tear down. And honestly, some of y'all, some of y'all are just too invested in the wrong thing, mainly dicks, both men and women. Yes, I said it. Don't like it? Stop dick riding. Stop dick holding. Stop having dick on the brain. What we really need to focus on, in my opinion, is the idea that Mackie is presenting. Masculinity is dying in the traditional sense because we see it all over the internet. Older men are talking about it all the time. And I think there's some truth to that. Masculinity has, at least in this age, been redefined. But at what cost? We've been seeing this shift where men are being told to be softer, to be more emotionally open, and honestly, less aggressive. Cool. If that's what people say they want to push for. Some of that's good. Mental health, no doubt. But at the same time, we're losing the core aspects of what we consider to be masculinity, to be maleness, like strength, resiliency, and leadership. These are qualities that have always been associated with what it meant to be a man. Now we've got to ask, is there room for that anymore? Is there room? I don't have that answer. But I can tell you, people will endlessly keep talking about it. That being said, let me move into a second point. My second segment will be basically hijacking men's conversations. Because I keep thinking about the conversations I'm seeing with so many people, and the one that really gets the most to me is what happened on Joe Budden's podcast. Here's where things get tricky. Why is it that every time we start to have conversations, we start having conversations, we start having these talks about men, someone has got to bring up women's issues? It's like men cannot have a space where we can talk about men's struggles, what it means to be a man today, without it getting derailed by a discussion about women's rights, about women's opportunities, women's gender roles, about all the things that have nothing to do with men, except for calling men predators. Why does that always have to become the default? Let's be honest. Part of the reason is that men have let it happen. Collectively, as men, gotta take the hit for that one. There was a time when men had their own spaces to discuss what it was that it means to talk about being a man, there were those places that you can go. But now, what are those places now? Hmm? It's because, not for nothing, men open the door for women to jump in. And before long, the conversation isn't about men anymore. It's about everything else except the real issue. This is something that men have to take on. They have to take that L. They have to own that. We've allowed other people to hijack our spaces and our conversations. And I'm not saying women don't have a voice. They absolutely do. But there's a time and a place where men can talk about their struggles and don't need to worry about the challenges with everything else going on with everybody else getting in the way. There's a place for everything and everything in its place. And with that being said, I'm going to go into a new segment. I'm going to call it The Importance of Men's Spaces. Because I want you to think about this. And I've said it just right now. I'm going to repeat myself. There's a place for everything and everything in its place. We've all heard that, or I hope that you've all heard that saying. I Here's the funny part. People hear me say that whether I coach or whether I'm here online. You know what's the funny part where I got that from? I got that from a TV show. I got that from a cartoon show. For those who are old enough, because we got ranging rate ages in our community, I got that from the Jetsons, and it came. I can barely remember the episode because it's been so long ago. But the episode was from their robot, the robot maid, and the robot maid's name was Rosie, and she was on the fritz. She was losing her shit, and she was cleaning everything hardcore. And for some reason, the entire thing that she kept saying throughout the entire the entire episode was, "There's a place for everything and everything in its place." And as a young child, especially who had to take care of other small children, it stuck with me to the point where when I coach and I train, it's exactly what I instill in people this day. There's a place for everything and everything in its place. I am a highly organized person because of Rosie the robot, Rosie the maid, because it was ingrained, it got stuck in me. That's how that's how it is, to be honest with you, and that's how the conversation should be about when it comes to men and masculinity. There should be a space where men can talk about their experiences, their issues, their fears, without it turning into a debate about what women are dealing with or what feminism has to say about it. When men don't have to worry about carving out a little space for themselves, we lose the chance to be honest, to be authentic with one another. We lose the ability to have unfiltered conversations about the things that actually matter to us. Appreciate your blind. Appreciate you for the two. Said Briggs Jones. Maybe, maybe, possibly. Who knows? And don't get me wrong, folks. I get it. Some people argue that we can't talk we can't talk about men without talking about the broader context of society. doesn't that mean that we have to let the conversation be hijacked all the time? If we don't take control of quote our narratives, we're gonna keep seeing the same mess happen over and over again. I think we need to open up the floor to everyone. Sure, we need to end up with conversations that are not even about what the original setting was put out for in the beginning. Sure. But when it comes to sorting out men's shit, men need to first address men. And I say that all the time. When it comes to hurt, when it comes to confusion, when it comes to guidance, when it comes to sorting out other men that make other men look bad. Men should sort this shit out first. I say this to so many guys, even the guys who complain about what women, women, what the women do, the women, sort other men out first before you go ahead and start addressing women. You got bigger shit on your plate to worry about. You're too busy worried about fucking dessert and you're not paying attention to the main course. It's my thoughts. Just quick thoughts in my head. What are you guys thinking right now? What do you guys have been saying here? I've been going off. I've been going off on a tangent. Says sounds messy. Guys are on the money. Now I'm wondering, Lindsay. You guys are actually have a big conversation with each other. Kevin Spacey. Okay. Crazy mama in the building. While you putting away your groceries. Lex is up in here. What's going on? What's going on? Appreciate it. Miss Raven's in the building. I don't know if you said something earlier. Nope, you didn't say anything earlier. And you say it's mostly blacks holding against other. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. I I have never heard more people try to police my dick than black folks. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have never heard anyone try to police what I can and cannot do, what I should and should not do, more than black folks. Ridiculous. I am in agree. You know what? Ooh. Clue. Here's the no one talks about do I really want to get into this? Because I can get into this. You know what? Nope. Fuck it. I'm gonna get into it. No one talks about what's this movie? Oh, I'm gonna go look it up right now. Hold up. I'm gonna look this bitch up. This is bullshit. Who remembers the movie? I can think of the actors. I just don't know the name of the movie, folks. So you guys can look and research along with me. Who remembers the movie with Wesley Snipes? I think it was John Leguizamo. Who's the white person? Now you got Kevin Spacey in my head because you said Kevin Spacey. Patrick Swayze. Who remembers the movie where all three of them were playing drag? Yeah, someone said it. Someone said it. Do you just said it right now? Yeah, Tu Wong Fu. But people remember Swayze from Ghost. John Leguizamo has been in a lot of films. People look at freaking Snipes and that's the first thing they think of is Blade. Like, no one's holding that shit over their head. No one's doing it. I am equally irritated that first the first podcast I ran across to criticize Mackie was, of course, a black man. And that man readily said himself, I don't know shit about Mackie's career. I didn't know shit about Mackie's career. I just heard what was going on, and somebody sent me this that he was kissing another man. How you gonna talk about how you gonna raise your sons or what? And I'm like, you fucked up already. Your entire video is based off of a presupposition on someone who is an actor. You presuppose. You made him guilty before you even looked at shit. What's going on? Easily hijacked. Thoughts, narratives, easily hijacked. And if this is what we have to work on, if these are the type of thought leaders that we have on the internet, I'm going to make this part of my fourth segment. To ask the question, the hell's the future of masculinity? What's the future of it? What's next for masculinity, folks? Where do we go from here? The truth is, we have to start having these conversations about what it means to be a man without feeling like we're working on eggshells. We've been told that masculinity is toxic. We still, to this day, we're in 2025. We're about to head into the second quarter. We still don't hear people talk about toxic femininity. We don't hear about toxic gayism, toxic lesbianism. We don't talk about it. It's just toxic masculinity. If it's toxic, it can only be masculinity. We've been hearing about this for the last how long now? And yet it still only stayed on masculinity. Diagnosis, folks, masculinity. We can have a diagnosis for so many things. In fact, we have so many people diagnosed on so many areas of the spectrum to all the different people in the alphabet community, but we don't have any ranges being different when it comes to being toxic. How? We've been told that toxic masculinity is toxic. Clue, imagine. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Not for nothing, Clue. You gotta hashtag that. You gotta hashtag that. That might be something in the future. It may not be something now. You gotta hashtag that just to make sure. It's like when we think about everybody who says that masculinity is toxic, that being a man means that being a man, simply being a man, it means that you're born to be an oppressor. The the idea that a man, the idea of being, the idea of even saying that lots of men are internalizing the idea of being oppressors. What if we can actually redefine masculinity to be about balance? Would people even allow that? I feel like I feel like I feel like I feel like I believe people are playing around with masculinity like they're like this is the fucking Three Bears. You're too strong, too resilient, too proactive, too hot, too cold. But I never hear what's just right. And also this whole bullshit about being emotionally aware and kind. Ladies, has already been proven. You guys are not the romantic ones. It's us. You romanticize romance. We provide romance. Even some of your best, fun, smuttiest books are written by men. Is there room for women to do that? Absolutely. But show them. Who are your authors? Where's there room for that? But we can't get to a place if we keep letting other people define what manhood is and what it's supposed to be like. We need men leading the charge on this. And when I say men, I mean people who have actually been there to develop other men, not boys who have grown up comparing themselves to each other, not just following the trends that get pushed up by others. Need men to actually reclaim their spaces, reclaim the conversation, pretty much figure out what the hell and actually how to evolve past the point of not losing the essence of what it means to be a man. That's my thoughts, though. I could drum on this, but I'm getting a bad taste in my mouth because, quite frankly, I don't like getting into this whole thing about masculinity. I can feel myself getting worked up. I don't like getting worked up. You know what? You never gotta ask. I've been asking of late because I don't really like. Link is in the chat, y'all. Let's see how productive this can go without you shitting on women, since that wasn't the premise. Let's see how long this can go. Link is in the chat, pinned to the top of the chat. Let's see how this turns out. I saw Jess Becca. I saw. Yeah, I saw the whole basketball. I saw it. Terry out. What's going on?
Yo, yeah, women are shit, man. Had to do it, man. You put me in the position. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, guys?
What are your thoughts on some of the things I've said?
I think, like, you're right in many respects, and I've just kind of come from a similar conversation with a 6-year-old woman, where she was kind of like, it was a wild conversation over in fights, but in terms of this, like, realistically, as a man, you can only play the game that's set out in front of you. You know what I mean? So when it comes to like resource and all this kind of shit, it's like what is the reason, ladies, why we should settle down? We're just opening ourselves up to so much liability at the expense of what?
Well, can I say something that I don't hear enough men retort against? If women are going to see us as a walking wallet, It's men's fault for leading that way. It's men's fault for believing that that is the ultimate way to capture. That is the ultimate bait to cast on the line in order to get women. Leading with expenses. You can't be mad as a fisher during a good season to catch the best bass, to catch the best tarpon, to catch whatever the largest whale. You're Moby Dick. You
Mm-hmm.
can't be mad if other fishers see you as someone who they should be upset with if the only way that you are able to quote catch the best fish is by throwing dynamite in the water. Leading with money has been nothing but dynamite in the water. Because now you don't even really hear about the words that we used to hear so much from the women that they didn't want from the women that wanted to marry a guy that their parents did not want to marry, to the fathers that ran up on a kid and just says, how's it you haven't gone up my daughter yet? And that word is potential. You don't hear about potential anymore. You only hear about people who got it all together. Potential apparently is only meant for people who meet when they're really young. And unfortunately, the word really young is not in their 20s.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts on that?
Well, there's a lot of angles you can go there. Like potential in terms of like women. Like the argument I typically give against promiscuity is, although I understand why it happens, it's like getting like old man waves his fist at clouds kind of thing. But it's like I like the argument against promiscuity is it's like if you're throwing your pussy right at him, how do you know that he's interested in actually you and he's going to be with you for all that kind of like Disney fairy tale kind of like happily ever after kind of thing? Why pick a fence? Why would he pick you if you're just throwing it on the first date? Because all men are pigs and degenerates, and as you say, as the feminists will march and say all men
Well,
are pigs.
well, sure. I mean, you can say that if you like, but I'm gonna say this. Normally, I'm not an advocate for whatever, but these conversations I've had for too long in my life. But are we gonna just say that that the majority of women are just throwing it out on the first date? No.
Even like
If so, I need to be reincarnated.
I wouldn't say with every guy, no, but there would be one particular like
Sure,
we could
sure,
bell curve it, let's say, and there'd be
sir.
certain individuals
Yes,
that would fall in that.
I have for sure in my lifetime had one night stands, but I can tell you I've had more workups than I had one night stands.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna say that like there are guys out there like, yeah, I've had more one night stands than anything else. That's typically that's not on average.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in terms of like the female perspective, although we want to
Let
lay
me
it back to the males.
let me make it clear. Let me redo that. It's not the average unless you're paying for it. Then you can absolutely have as many one night stands as you want.
True. And then like you like argue the what I would say with the argument would be like weighing Leonardo DiCaprio versus Elon Musk, like a guy who's just literally just saying why not just play the field rather than versus like, okay, I'm just gonna have baby mamas, but I'm gonna do this strategically because the man's worth over like hundreds of billions. You know what I mean? Like he makes more than countries. Like let's not fuck around here. Do you know what I mean? So if he does marry someone and he gets divorced, this
Sure,
bitch
sure.
owns
Wait,
countries. Do you know what I mean?
sure. I hear you. But when you mention Leonardo DiCaprio, are you
Yeah.
saying he's pulling them all? He's pulling them all off his also because he has fame, notoriety, and money. You think he's all his mouthpiece? What's going on, Polly?
Hi.
Welcome.
But
Hello.
this fundamentally is the question when we look at like men pursuing kind of like like future is the question that should be on a lot of the male minds. You know what I mean? Should it not? Because like fundamentally, it's like we could talk about like promiscuity, but like what does promiscuity? It just gets to like everybody fucks funny essentially. Do you know what I mean? To end that conversation before it even begins. But like as a man, surely the future should be on your mind. That's why like the likes of Elon Musk is revered and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? He's kind of like doing both principle that he's aiming for us to go to Mars and he's contributing to the population. It's like, what are you doing as a man to contribute to the population? Do you know what I mean?
Honestly, if you want to ask me, I think he's got his priorities wrong. I wouldn't be so worried about Mars if we got shit fucked up here.
But we've gotten so far. That's the thing that everyone needs to remember, like global wide and all that kind of shit.
Sure, not far enough.
Yeah, hence why like a civilization that can get to Mars is the civilization that can withstand. I mean, all the shit.
Right.
So that's why we're having these conversations.
The effort should be to go to an entire barren planet where we can't even say if we can breathe. That's
and repopulate it, baby. Which means a lot of fucking. You know what I'm saying?
How many people say this? Hey, chat, raise your hands. How many of you think about repopulating the desert?
Yeah.
How many of you guys dream about repopulating the desert? We're not talking about fucking on a beach. We're talking about a barren land, folks. How many of you think about red, sandy ass cheeks? Just want to know for research purposes. No, Polly? No, that's not appealing. Blind raised his hand.
No,
I never thought about it before. I'll probably think about it now, though.
He wants red sandy ass cheeks, apparently.
Oh, I mean, hey, he might like that. That's it's okay. No judgment here. No judgment here.
So, I'm going to assume that, like many people, you have heard of the different commentary when it comes to Anthony Mackie this week.
Yeah.
You have? What are your thoughts?
I have not this week. I said I have not.
Oh, interesting.
I have.
I wish I could get away with it. I have seen podcasters and content creators I have never seen in my life before. This week, all on my feed. I am utterly shocked. Fox News jumped on this.
Okay. Hey, no. This is what happens when you work too much. You gotta give yourself time.
I hear you. It has been very interesting, to say the least. And like I said, I'm very upset because here's the sad part. I don't have a lot of time, but even on my free time, even when I'm on train travels and everything, I was literally looking for I was doing things that I had no business doing. I was doing things that I normally don't do. And let me tell you what that is. I was actually looking for ethnicities who disagreed who were not black. I don't do that. Because the criticism that I kept getting were strictly from black folks. And it annoyed me. I was like, there's got to be somebody else. There's got to be someone else. I can't. There's got to be some. Give me an Asian. Give me a Mexican. Give me somebody. I couldn't find them. I was hot. I was like, it can't be. And I was disappointed.
So can we just, because I don't know if I understand what like the specifics.
We want to understand specifics. Okay, so since Blind wants specifics, Polly, you haven't seen it as well. I'm gonna play it back. So,
no, I heard what he said. The issue is him saying, "What is the issue?"
I would like to hear it. I haven't heard it.
Yeah, okay. Can I hear it, please? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's so.
I'm gonna play back the two seeds so that you'll get an idea of what we have contention about. So here's the first one and the major one that people are jumping on.
I keep my boys humble. Like my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit. Your kid. And no, I don't give a. I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Do not. And my oldest gets it. My 15-year-old, he tell the other ones, he's like, yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he gonna straighten the other ones out. So it's just that thing of, in the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. Right. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open the door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night. This alarm is on. You text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up.
I love that.
Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, climb through the window, that money means nothing.
Right.
You can have all the celebrity in the world, jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing.
Yeah.
So you got to have a little guard in there.
So that's mainly what he said. But this is where all the critique I kept getting. Every time I looked at someone that had a critique, they mentioned an episode of Black Mirror that he was on, and this is all they talked about.
Just fucking kiss me, man.
That's all they cared about. So everything that he said, everything that was hitting a point, everything he said throughout like a 2-hour podcast was thrown out the window because of that one scene. No other movies, no other shows, no nothing. Just that one.
What did he say? I couldn't hear what he said.
Oh, what you did? In which one? The first one or the second one?
The second one. He only said like one sentence. Did he? Like, what did he say?
He said, "Just kiss me already."
He said, "Do you miss me already?"
Kiss me already. So in that episode of Black Mirror, and I had to go back and look for it. In that episode, apparently it's like futuristic. They're playing video games. One guy's playing a male character, another guy's playing a female character, and you could do all kinds of shit. Like think of it like GTA or whatever. But they kept having sex with each other in the video game, and the video game would also have like stimulations in the brain. They were like, "Oh my god!" So over time, it became this thing, and they end up meeting up with each other because whatever. But it lends no credence, in my opinion, to the point that he was making as an actor and as an actual human being. He even mentioned the whole point about what he thought about men in acting, men in coming up in the world, all how you be looked at, how you don't know, and no one cared. People said you absolutely cannot say anything about anything. You can't even say shit about you raising your boys if you had one scene about you kissing a man. Keep in mind, I mentioned Patrick Swayze, I mentioned John Leguizamo, I mentioned Wesley Snipes, who were in full-on drag. Wigs.
Panties. All kinds of stuff.
Facts.
Eddie Murphy.
No one throws that on them.
The dude that played Mrs. Doubtfire, Eddie Murphy.
Oh, absolutely. Robin Williams, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hell, how many people keep mentioning the fact that I want to know, everybody in the panel, how many people you keep hearing mentioning the fact that Kevin Hart wore a dress? I'll wait. No one? I'll wait. So, what the fuck? Kevin Hart cheated. Kevin Hart wore a dress. Kevin Hart talks about raising his kids. Everybody, so brave, so great, so great. Kevin Hart, so great, so funny. This motherfucker he keeps dropping movies. He keeps being on shows. He's motherfucking Captain America. The one scene he had, and even when he explained himself, he did the scene because he has friends and his own brother's actually gay. All of a sudden, your entire tutelage and parentage is out the window. You can't say shit. We're not talking about Tank, by the way. A motherfucker that talking about say we need to talk about man shit, but it's not gay when you suck a dick. He sucked the dick, by the way,
Oh, he did.
voluntarily.
No, he did that.
We're
And would
not
do it
talking
again.
about that.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't a paid actor to suck a dick.
Gay for pay.
He did that his own volition. He was excited. He wanted to try it out.
Yo, what are we doing here? So now you understand what people are really trying to drag this man.
I'll say like just from like I say when I did see, like I said, a little bit of that clip, not the whole thing, but yeah, I mean, I don't get what he's saying is wrong. Why are, like you said, are people so defensive about someone saying this is how I would do it? Like if you don't agree, that's okay, but he's not invalid because of something he did at work. Like something, they're not even correlating with each other. You know, it's not like he just run around kissing men all day, and then he, and or something or whatever. And I think that also, I'll just put out there. I mean, even if that was the case, if he was into men or whatever, him saying how he would like his children to show more masculinity has nothing to do with that. That's it's my opinion.
The man's got like 3 or 4 boys, and he said all that stuff. They're respectful. They do this. They do that. I didn't see a problem. But plenty of other people, hate to say it, men and women, hate to say it, black, turned around and said, you can't say shit because you did that scene. Keep in mind, I mentioned Wesley Snipes. I mentioned Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal. I mentioned Charlize Theron. I mentioned Will Smith. 6 Degrees, folks. The movie that put him on the map as a young actor. All this shit, and we still doing this?
But
We're
like,
still doing this.
It should be an easy way to just point out the flaw in the logic, because it's like I can be a smoker and still say that smoking is bad for my health. You know what I mean? And then they can just say, fuck you, leprechaun. Do you know what I mean? Goes both ways, of course. But it's like that, that's all it really takes to dismantle the logic. That it's like, just because I'm it's like the the fallacy of hypocrisy. I can't even fucking say it. But hypocrisy, yeah. Like the basically, like, just because I'm doing an action, saying one thing and doing an action doesn't mean the thing that I'm saying is not true. You know what I mean?
I
that's why I think
earlier. I said something earlier, Polly, during my monologue, and I've been saying this for years. When it comes to our people, whether you're man, woman, straight, in the community, whatever, all the freaking alphabet, there's too much of an obsession on dick.
They really like it. Yeah, they really.
Too much. Everything seems to revolve around money and dick.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I don't think any of us up here on the panel, and if I'm wrong, then you guys can correct me. I don't think no one takes those arguments seriously. You know what I mean? From the position of, oh, you playing gay roles, that means you can't be a productive father or a real masculine father. Like, I can't take that seriously. Like, you're an actor, you get paid to do what you do. Like, I don't like seeing homosexual stuff on TV, but wouldn't think to bring that into that man's life because he plays gay role on TV to think that he a homosexual in reality or that he can't be a good masculine father. Like, I don't correlate those things. I leave entertainment, and then I'll judge his fatherhood on the things he does.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but this is a.
I don't.
I agree with you. I agree with you on everything you just said, especially as as an actor, someone who does the job to pick up their roles. Because keep in mind, he's doing roles to do what? Feed his family. But the thing that gets brought up, and this is the reason why, even when I brought up the poly, and I say even for you do, is that when it comes to our community, there is too much of an obsession when it comes to dick money, and of course homosexuality. They haven't gotten over the fact that I hate to say it, I hate to even say it, that being gay ain't an L anymore. These motherfuckers got more rights than anyone. It's not an L anymore. It's not a joke anymore.
I disagree. I think it's funny. But I don't think it's an L.
It's not an L. It's not a joke anymore. They're the ones laughing. They're the ones laughing. We're the ones looking crazy. They're not the ones losing. They're the protected group. How the fuck are we still looking at them and going, these gay people? How? They have more rights and freedom than anyone else now.
Nobody laughs at the just to give a little bit of pushback, because we all pretty much, I think.
You know what? I'll give you a little bit of leeway, Blind, because you're not black.
True, but is this a black only conversation? Or
no, it's
No.
not.
I think he's trying to say the point of view is that it's pushed on us that this is a negative thing so much, but it's not. If you used to say, you're gay, it's like that's the worst thing you could say to someone.
It used to be one of the worst things ever to be
And
called. You didn't want to be called broke. You didn't want to be called gay as a man, because the truth of the matter is that in the United States, even in the world, there's not many things you can really slander a black man for, unless you call him broke or gay. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. You can't call him too short, because short dudes is winning. You can't call him too fat. Fat dudes is laying down chicks. You can't call him too tall, because they're the ones. He can be broke. Women are going after tall black men. So it ain't that. But if you're broke or gay, because if you're broke and you're short, then you got two L's. You got two L's, and only one of them is not your fault. You're short. Nothing you can do about that. But to the point where we even see short guys break their bones to get taller. To do what? Get bitches. Not to get money, to get bitches. So when it comes to our community, it's like, what the fuck? Why are we not evolving to something way better? Why is this still the thing hanging in the balance?
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's in other culture where you say someone's gay, you're like, oh, okay, no one it's like saying someone's cool or something. It's like no one really cares. But in the black community, it is looked at still like, oh my gosh, even though
it's annoying.
What's the issue? Like, if you guys just because I look at this as a learning opportunity, I want to know what is the issue from the black perspective to the gay dude? Why is he inferior?
What?
I will say my point of view on it is that I think that black men are looked at as the you supposed to be the strongest. You're supposed to take all the BS. Supposed to be able to move in that function, and to say anything less than that, you're not a man, is really harsh. Because they'll go through all these things. Let's say racism, all kinds of things, and so they're looked at as being able to handle strong black women. They're able to take people talking crap. They deal with all these things every day, and then that's the persona of what it is. And then all of a sudden, someone tells you, you're gay. It's like saying you're not a man, and basically you're not a man at all. And it's like, oh snap! Like, I'm not a man. I deal with all this stuff, but I'm not a man.
You gay, you not a man. You broke, you not a man.
And those are the things, like, it takes away all masculinity. And then even to say things like, oh, you get bent over. You see movies where they say, oh, who's doing the bending? That was a traumatic scene in that movie. I forgot what it's called. I apologize. Yeah, because it was like, oh my gosh. Like, if you see, they put that in all kinds of memes and stuff, because that's appalling. Oh my gosh. I mean, not that I agree with these things, but if you see that, you're like, oh, he's like a whole woman. Like, he's less than a woman. He's gay. Like, it's crazy. I don't agree, but that's what it's looked at. It's like you're the lowest of the lowest.
That's why, funny.
to give a silver to give a silver lining, right? And like it is an effective way to get out of a date. Like, do you know the way, like, as a dude, sometimes you don't want to let a girl down. Like, you literally just, like, basically, like, just tell her that you had a gay experience in college, and that date is literally over as soon as you finish that sentence. You know what I'm saying? It's an effective way to just kill a day. Effective time saver, fellas. I'm out there for all the fellas in chat. Giving you efficiency life tips.
You
So,
could
like,
never
on the buzzer
in your
beat.
life ever
Please don't
say
Silver
be
lining.
efficient.
You play the market as the market rolls, fellas. Okay, capitalist 101. Okay, I'm
yeah,
just
that
saying. You know what I mean?
could never, as a black, you could
Silver
never
linings.
say that.
But
Mm.
it like
In fact, the moment you were on that date and you mentioned it, whatever your dating profile was, been shared out to 20 other women already saying he down low. It's a
I feel
wrap.
like it's universal.
but like
I think
if
all chicks would walk away from that if a guy told her that on a date. Yeah, all
but
races.
like I'll put it this way though, like right, if um if a chick is dating a guy and he announces that like the relationship's basically over, she does not view him. It's coming from the woman's perspective here, and I'm not trying to throw the women under the bus, but it's coming from like a deep seated like homophobia thing from the women, because if Brick was to say now that he came out of the closet and he's like, hey guys, I'm gay, this panel doesn't change whatsoever. Maybe like we throw a few jokes his way or whatever the fuck, but it's like there's no real kind of change in the play. But when it comes to like romantic interest, they would say, but if I was to say to you, Resla, like, or you're one of your like women you're courting or whatever the fuck at the moment, if she was to say I had a gay experience in college, is like that's like a benefit more so than nothing else. I mean, that's at least a neutral. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like it's a relationship ender if it's the opposite way around. This is why it's like things can never be equal because it's different.
Can I mention one more thing after you, babe? Go ahead.
Can I play like extreme devil's advocate and say, isn't that a tiny bit justified from a woman's perspective? Because if you're looking at it from the perspective of a woman wants to date a man, and that's going to be her immediate competition. So, in just some kind of way that I know is not politically correct, I mean, that's kind of normal.
But that's what I was going to say. But think about every other community that's not black. Think about how often they get away with the middle ground of looking at, by like they do some feminine things and no one says nothing about it. I'll give it some examples. Italians, they kiss each other. Men, grown ass men, they hug each other. They kiss each other very close to the mouth, if not in the mouth.
Yeah.
Just saying, right? Spanish men can wear very tight clothes all the way down, shirts all the way down, basically half naked. They get their eyebrows done. This is not they can do lots of, and they've been doing this before the Manscaped came
Listen,
upon itself.
we got all our thought genes from
Okay,
them.
right? They're Asian men. They in some areas, Asian men, even though they're men, everybody knows they men, but they look like women. Them just and doing having sex with those other men is fine. Like those kind of interactions, someone will say, "Oh, I had a." Let's say you go to Britain, okay, and you and Britain, you have a sexual experience as bisexual. It is more acceptable, and say, "Oh, you had an experience," and "Oh, you're just feeling the vibe," and you can still get a wife and have kids. You say that to a black woman,
Facts.
you're gonna have some problems.
Facts.
Why does every other culture have a middle space for men to be more emotional, more just in their emotions and feelings, and it's okay because it's cool. You know what I'm saying? I hear Spanish men talk real wild to each other sometimes. I hear white men talk real wild to each other. They do the nut tap. What grown black man, even in high school, would you see touch somebody's nuts and it be okay? He grab his ass. They playing grab ass, and that's a funny game. You don't see black men playing grab ass. That's a fight.
That's a
That's
fight.
a
Okay,
fight.
I've seen a lot of gay shit between like quote unquote straight people. That is a fact.
Right, but in the black community, this is like you even say, dude, you try to say dude or something, you get too close to somebody, a man, and you're a man. He'd be like, "Oh, why are you so close, bro?" Like it's a fight. So
But
why,
here's the funny part about that, Polly. Here's the funny part about that. It's not even a American thing.
Mm-mm.
You get that in Africa. You get it in Europe. It's just not rocking with that.
Well, I want to point out that when white people tap each other's asses, other white people still give them shit and think it's fucking gay.
You're gay.
Do they fight them to the death, basically?
I've heard some nasty games. I've heard some nasty games.
Are they treating them like thieves? Like they trying to take off their hand? Which hand you touch me with?
Oh, wait a
dude.
minute.
And like in football and shit, like, yeah, dude, I'd beat somebody's ass if they fucking slap my ass. You know what I'm saying? Or in wrestling, I'd never fucking
beating
wrestle.
their ass is gay.
I just said why nobody else said that. I wanted to make that clear that not everyone, not all white people think.
Somebody's mic was really bad.
I apologize. I wasn't grouping every person in that race. I apologize if I was a little too.
Well, that was Brick was
generalizations.
Brick,
We're saying generalizations.
Brick,
There's always exceptions to the rule, but the exceptions don't prove the rule.
Brick, it's your mic. We can't really hear it, and it's breaking up.
Yeah, Brick, your mic.
Yeah, your mic is really bad.
He's saying he's muted, but that's because your mic needs to be
now. But when you were speaking, we couldn't hear you.
But your mic's still muted now, so I don't know what's going on. Everyone talks shit about Brick since he can't defend himself. Let's go.
Origato, Mr. Roboto.
I have no. It's really bad. We have no idea what the hell you're saying. It's not even audible.
Try rejoining, bro. Try refreshing.
Yeah, try to coming back out and coming back in. You said it's not mute. No. I can hear. No,
you're robotic.
I can hear the feedback from Untrackable, but I cannot hear you talk at all. You said exactly.
It's because whenever you were saying that I muted, I muted for you.
No, we're saying that your mic is shit. Your microphone is shit.
I really can't hear you. We all can't hear you. Yes, we can't hear you.
Brick. Restart your computer and your mic.
This motherfucker is an embarrassment to the entire race. What the fuck is going on?
Wait, hold. Brick. Hold on, folks. Hold on, folks. Brick. I'm gonna mute. So now everyone is down. I can't hear. No. That's what I'm saying. Check it. It's really staticky. Check it. Like we weren't messing with you, man. Like we really couldn't hear you.
Well, that's why he didn't
apologize.
Yeah, because I was wondering why he wasn't. I was wondering.
So he's back. Let's back. Okay, try now, Brick.
Oh Jesus!
No.
Oh.
No.
Replug in your mic and restart your computer.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, am I coming in clear?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you.
What are your thoughts on this Untrackable?
It's tough because like what was the title about modern?
Give me 1 second. Oh, go ahead, Brick. Look close to the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely, 1,000% better. Go ahead, Untrackable.
So what's the question of the death of masculinity or modern masculinity?
So it is the death of traditional masculinity, and we had a whole big thing of talking about what was the big spur of this week, which was Anthony Mackie's talk on the death of the American male, and he spoke a lot of truth. Now, for the most part, a lot of people gave him favor, gave him clemency. I just found it weird that there were people within the same community that they took him to task. It was really weird.
Well, it also you talk about the death of masculinity at all, and it's like, well, where's the pushback? Because as soon as a man steps up and starts laying down what his capabilities and his purpose in life, he gets put down by the law. He gets put down by women. He gets pushed back from his own children. So at what point is standing up and being capable of things is a bad thing? Because I shouldn't have to defend the work that I do. I shouldn't have to defend what I bring home. I shouldn't have to defend my defense of others. You should just witness it and be thankful that I exist, because I'm giving my life for you. That, to me, that is masculinity in and of its own. Life is, when you spend time with other people, it's teamwork. I will never put down femininity. However, it's the yin and the yang. And if you deny the other side, and you will wind up looking exactly the same and completely lose capabilities, because you will both be the same. You understand?
Well, that's that women are supposed to be what men are, and men are supposed to be what women are, right? Like in a team, ideally.
Well, part of the thing that I was talking about, and this was my thing, even when I thought about, like, on the Joe Budden podcast. I forget who the woman name is, because my girl was the first person to jump, and I know who that is. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, stop, just go. Can you no? But the fact that something is particularly true is men don't really have spaces for themselves anymore. And no, I don't want to talk about this whole red pill spaces shit, because that's not it. Because even the red pill spaces, like Fresh and Fit, rely heavily on just getting on women. I'm talking about the old days of when I came up, right? A barbershop was literally full of men, to the point where I was later on in my 20s. If I went to a barbershop, I could see a woman in the barbershop. And I mean, there was a point where even my mom, when she took me to the barbershop as a young boy, me and my brother, she could put me in the barbershop and then walk out the barbershop to go do whatever it was to do. And she knew that the men over that were there were just going to be there to not only just make sure that they cut our fucking hair, but also we will be engrossed around other male figures. And now, and even the days where I was getting much older into my 20s, women would just sit there in the barbershop. They wouldn't just get up and go. They would be there in the barbershop. And if guys tried to have the conversation, they would try to shut that shit down. And I'm just like, you're in a barbershop. Because you know what I don't see when I go to, say, when my girl goes to a salon or whatever? I don't see men in there shutting down women's talks.
That would be funny.
I don't see that shit. Hey,
I really like
what you see. You see men up in the barbershop getting their hair washed, and they shutting down conversation when they hear these women talk about they going too far.
That'd be so funny.
Hey, it makes sense with your barbershop analogy, because I was raised by a single mother, and when she would drop me off at least a couple of barbershops throughout my life to get a haircut, she would drop me off, and I was getting my hair cut by an adult man that had a boy getting his hair cut. And the conversations, they were not being monitored by my mother. And it would be like, how you doing, son? This man is not my father, but he referred to me as son. He recognized me. It was like having a conversation with God when you're a youngster, and your father doesn't talk to you like that because he's not around. However, this member of the community that's going to perform, this art of cutting your hair to make you look presentable to the world. He's talking to you about your school. He's talking to you about, hey, do you have a girlfriend, or do you play sports, or and just these little questions, they mean so much coming from somebody that can control the situation. And being underneath that, it's like, to me, okay, you're cutting hair, but that control over and the what do you call it? When you're sending something down to the next generation, through your activity and your strength and
I know
your
what you mean.
bravado, the tone of your voice, that is masculinity. Because I believed that, he would talk to his own children that way. I believe that he would cut their hair the same as he cut mine. And I also believe that that man taught me how to speak to other people. And once you become a man, you would speak to a woman the same way. And a woman should learn from women, uh, the same way. So that way, when they interact, you have a reciprocal type of thing. It's like, hey, there's not bass in my voice for no reason. There's not blood on my hands for no reason. And so when you deal with me, please understand that there's a difference between men and women. So the death of masculinity is when men start becoming women, to me, and there is no more men. And then it's just all women. It doesn't matter whether you have a penis or not. You are losing, confrontation, stepping up and standing up. I hate to say it, but not all women are bitches. But when you start turning men into bitches, you're gonna have a problem.
Well, let me get a couple of thoughts from people up in here. Holly, I want to know what some of your thoughts on what Untrackable just said, and then I want to know what Snowman, Brick, and Duke, because you were off a little bit. What are your guys' thoughts afterwards?
No, I do. I do agree, like you said, like the transition between, um, you know, being you have a lot of masculinity, before, in male communities. Like you said, like you could say the barbershop, you could say a repair shop, any of those things where men were gathering, and it seems that if you start, how can I say? Because I don't want to say they lose it. I don't want to bring up a reason why you would lose it, but when men start to function more in their emotion, because I believe that that's not that, I think both you have a man has emotional parts but their logical side more, right? And I think women are the opposite. They have a stronger emotional side than logical side. And when you have men who don't know how to control the emotion, don't use their logic, for the most part, and they're only moving in their emotion, then they would appear to be more feminine, and feminine energy. And it is even with women dealing with men who are in their emotion, because when they're in their emotion, it's different. It can be interesting. It can be interesting, overwhelming. I don't like to be in a room with very emotional men, even though it doesn't. They'll say it's emotional, but when they start the kind of conversation, it will keep going in a circle. It's draining for me. But there's feminine attributes to that. And men, like you said, that even just the tone, the deepness. When I'm in a room with men who are talking more logical, and even though they might be saying things that are really rough and gruff and all this, and when they start getting really emotional or deep, it's like, oh God, I feel it. Like it's like a tremble. I'm like, oh God, let me get out of here. But it definitely you can tell. So I don't. Hopefully, we're not at that point where I don't think all masculinity is gone, but I think men do function more in their emotional side currently.
What? Okay, so let me ask you a little sidebar question with that. Is it? Do you think that is something that's really indicative of men that are just primarily raised by their mothers?
And listen. There's a lot
I'm
more women on this planet Earth. There's a
it's
lot more
just
women on this planet Earth. Let's just say, even if they weren't men who do work, right? You work most of the day. They're around their moms, around aunties, and there's more women around. You're going to be around a lot more feminine energy all day. And if you only know how to combat and conversate in an heightened emotional state, you function in that. Kids watch you and they learn. And those are things that you could, like I said, they have both sides, but you lean towards one a little bit more sometimes. So
Okay. So let me have a quick let me have a quick thought process of what you come to that, because I see, let's just say today, in today's era, now just say 2025. I'm mainly still focusing on 2024, but to in 2024 and even 2025, I still see more. And I'll just say it from the viewpoint, because I mainly see a lot of Hispanic people in my area. I'm in New York. I'm in New York City, so um, I still see so many Hispanic women try to have their kids, their boys, around a lot of men, whether it's football or karate or or Thai or things like that. So they still have other male figures, whether someone that's like trying to help them with sports or whatever, rather than a lot of areas that I've seen with Black women that I've ever been around. It doesn't seem like there's more of a community of men to throw their sons or nephews in. And I wonder, like, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I think two reasons. One, because we refer to our men as no good, and we view them as no good, and we see a lot of times maybe in those areas like gang movement or whatever, or, even I don't know, scamming, well, all kinds of things that we don't necessarily like, and we think that, okay, so since the man we were messing around with are doing that or on that if we take our son outside, that's mostly what we see. We're not going to send our children, our males out there to start doing that at a young age. But also, I think that as women, we covet our sons because we don't have men in our home sometimes, and we'll covet our sons. And I'm not saying all women do this, but covet our sons as our husband. They're not our husband, and that's an issue.
I
So,
agree.
Son
I would agree.
husbands.
I would agree that makes a lot of sense. But there was something that was said to me one time, and it made sense to me, but it's something I know I don't see. There were women at some point, I don't know when this changed, but there were women who were single mothers or widowers, if you want to put it that way as well, who they found guys on their job and say, "Hey, you're a really good guy. I'm not saying that we hooking up or I need you to be the daddy or whatever, but I need my son to have a male figure, and you got your shit together." And that's not done anymore. And I'm like, why? Because if you don't have, quote, the guy in your friend zone, you still got enough decent men at work that you could reach out to. So what the fuck?
yeah, we want to do it ourselves. That's a lot of that pride too. I want to do it myself. I can prove I can do it on my own. And that's why I say, when you say strong Black woman, that's not an accomplishment to me, because I'm not trying to do that. I'm
I
not
got
trying to prove nothing to nobody. And that's just in general. But I think that is a lot to do with it. And they're not going out to them. They're not
Like,
reaching out to the men.
I apologize, but I would like to chime in there.
Go ahead.
And that being raised by a single mother, and being white, she was a nurse. She worked in the hospital, and
you white untrackable? You look a day over
no,
Mexican.
I'm not just white. I'm like super white. So but my mother, she's an Air Force veteran. She was a nurse, and there was another nurse, and it was a black man, and this black man was like, "Hey, you got boys." I don't know how it came to be, but this black man wound up taking me and my friend to a Cincinnati Reds game, and then taking us out for ice cream. And I spent more time with this man than I did with my own father in a weekend than I spent with my own father in a year.
Mm.
And it for me it was a great time. However, you know, and going through my own experiences through life, I look back and it's like, yeah, does it matter what he was, what he looked like? That was a man,
Right.
that took a boy and gave him lessons on how to be a man.
Well, there's
How
a point that you made there that's very
people
important, and this is the point that well, not the point, but it was something that I was talking about when I was asking Polly, is the fact that you've had a woman in your life that saw the importance, the value of a young boy needing to be around men. And the thing that Polly was saying is that there are women today that rather do it themselves rather than reach out to another man to take on that particular role.
Seeing less value in men. I think it's
Right.
I think it's ridiculous, to be honest, but that's just me because I don't see, they're opposite. You guys are opposite. There's things that I do not understand, nor do I want to try to understand because you guys are in your masculine stuff. There's things that I praise that I know I don't have the strength to do that you guys can do. Which if I have children who are boys, yeah, that I would love them to do that. So why not? But there are women who just that are so and just don't want men around or don't want to be part. Share that. Oh, I didn't do it by myself. I just don't know. Mm.
I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
what do you?
Wait. So,
I
so
can
a
I
couple
can
things,
speak on
couple things. One number one, I just want to thank Blind for the $2. Thank you, but guys, we gotta. I try to bring up these comments. I try to bring in a whole bunch of people that love to have conversations. Do me a favor, guys. Try to like and support the stream. But also untrackable, you can go. But I still want to hear from Snowman, who's been up here, who hasn't said a word yet.
Mm.
Brick, who's been up here, finally got his mic together, and then I want to hear from Due Diligence as well. But go ahead, Untrackable.
Oh no, it's it's the real life things that happen. So I had those experiences when I was little, and then my sister had a child while she was in high school, and I wound up becoming an uncle at 11 years old. And all of a sudden, um, those things that uh, how I was treated, even though it was an awkward position, um, I all of a sudden had a nephew, and it's like I have to be a man right now. Uh, there is no questions. Um, if I tell you to do something and you fail, it's okay. I'm going to teach you how to not fail. And while I'm still learning because I'm just a child, but you know, everything that I went through and all the experiences that I had with outside of the house male activity taught me to be a man so that way I could step up and have that because I was the one on site, I guess you could say. So thank you.
Snowman, Brick, or even Do. Well, any thoughts on this?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Is my audio coming through all right?
Perfect.
It's that new mic I just got. Don't it sound great?
I know you got that fucking late night DJ voice. I'm a little mad right now.
Well, dude, I got a new mixer too, so I got that compression cranked all the way up.
Shit, it's working well.
You know, but I'll be honest with you. The masculinity thing. This has been the death of masculinity has been going on since I was a kid. You know, honestly, my opinion has started with the whole taking things like shop class and getting rid of dodgeball and taking away the competitive spirit of young boys out of school. They want the boys to be medicated and sitting and basically little mindless drones. You know, they don't want them out actually running off the energy and competing with each other, learning how to win gracefully and lose respectably. You know, then to top it off, you know, you got a society now where basically it almost seems as though, you know, men in general, you know, any straight white or black male is under attack in this country right now, it seems like. And damn, I forgot my train of thought because I hear them out in the other room. But yeah, I will say that masculinity is under attack, has been for a while. They're trying to eradicate it. If you recall, if you look back in history, look at the Roman Empire. Towards the end of its glory days, what started happening? Men became effeminate. You know, it became popular to be gay and live obscure lifestyles. The being pedophilic with young boys was considered normal. You know, the people were being entertained with bread and circus, as they called it. You know, at the Coliseum, what do we got today? We got our modern day Coliseums with our football fields and our basketball stadiums and all that shit. You know, people are only interested in what's going on until the next event that's given to them to take their mind off of it. You know? And I think that there really is no fighting spirit really anymore in America.
Who's speaking right now?
I disagree.
Do
no, I didn't say that, but I'm next. No, that wasn't.
I'm Angry Snowman. That's who said that.
Yeah. So what I will say is, and this is Do speaking, is that I agree that masculinity is under attack, and it's under attack on three fronts, right? As I see it, and I think it's all political. I think there are certain groups that are trying to, shift the paradigm. You have the feminist movement, right? That is trying to push to see different standards on what it is to be a man, right? Because they feel like they fighting patriarchy, so they trying to move the standard on what a man is, so they can like gain some position, right? Also, you have the gay guy who's combating masculinity because they want to be seen as real men. Also, and then you got the trans people, the LJ whatever. So I think that politically, all these groups are, trying to take some ground from the traditional masculine man in order to gain ground on their front, and I just think that it's politics and it's a big push. It's a big push, and we need to be pushing back. But if I had to nail it down, those are the three fronts that I say serious attacks, because a lot of things that I don't take seriously when it comes to like people questioning like masculinity and toxic masculinity and all this type of deal. But it's something that, now that I'm talking about it and I'm hearing these different perspectives, it is something that we need to take seriously, because I don't want to see traditional masculinity become obscure. I am pro traditional masculinity, and I don't see no other position as masculine. All these other ones are trying to appropriate, masculinity. Yeah.
Well, due diligence, if you look too, like with any of our like protest groups or anything. For example, a lot of you guys know who Black Bloc was and who they evolved into, right? Started out Black Bloc, turned into Antifa. All right. A lot of people didn't take Black Bloc serious. That's why they evolved into Antifa. A lot of people aren't taking Antifa serious. That's why they're becoming militant. You know what I'm saying? You gotta take this shit serious, man, because look, America is the youngest empire on the planet. You got to understand. And we are an empire, a superpower. We aren't even 250 years old. We're going to be 248 years old this year. All right. And that's a grain of sand in the big scheme of things. You look at all these European nations, all these African nations, they've been around for tens of thousands of years. We're 250 years and we're already an empire, a superpower. How do you take down a superpower? You emasculate their men. You effeminize them. You get them going around to where they feel as though they can't fight back, or they won't fight back, or they're not going to fight back because they don't think their country's worth fighting for.
I want to add to, and it was what the young lady was saying also. What goes with, I'm gonna throw also in the feminist boat is the independent woman boat too. You know what I'm saying? That independent, I don't need no man. Can you pay my bills, automobiles? You know what I'm saying? These type of women too are trying to shift the narrative of what, you know, it means to be a masculine man. You know what I mean? They want to, they say they want a man, but they really want a puppet. You know what I mean? They want to
I
go.
agree with you, due diligence, but the reason the women are the way they are right now is because men allowed them to become this way, and they continue to foster them to continue to be this way. Men could change women real simply by not engaging with the ratchet shit that they're doing. If they'd stop messing with them, women would fall in line.
So let me say this. I think that you are right. Can I comment on that?
Sure.
I'm gonna move out the way fast.
Go ahead.
Generally speaking, I agree with you, but here's the thing. I think they say like 20% of men is getting like the majority of the cat. You know what I'm saying? Majority of the pussy. So if you take that in consideration, if that's reality, then we know the 80% is simping, right? They paying for it. So, you know, and that's just a fact of reality. Like women are going for the top of men, and men are getting what they can. So if it's only 20% of men that's really engaging with females, then the 80% are going to have to come by other means, and usually that means is the wallet.
I would like to interject there.
Okay, wait, because I want to make sure everybody get their voice. Rick still hasn't spoken, and by the way, what's going on? How it does?
Sure. Can you hear me? Everything good?
Everything's good.
All right. Hopefully I won't have to lean into it too much. Yeah, I actually agree with Snowman's point, which is that the death of masculinity is the death of society, right? So, you know, the ideas behind certain words, certain adages, when you're saying, you know, chivalrous and honorable and that sort of thing, you go on and on. Those things are attributed to strength. So ultimately it's how you view strength. And really, you know, it's not even necessary for a man to say much, in my view. Men are doers. The weakest of the men start talking, and then when they start talking about typically other people. Strong men talk about the things that they need to do. And so, you know, when we start talking about what other people are doing or not doing, that is when our minds get sidetracked. And then because of that, now we're not building society. And so that's really my view. Really, you don't need to say much.
Well, hey, I was wondering.
I disagree.
Can I ask what? Because I kind of think this idea of what masculinity is sort of like vague to me. Because like I think it kind of implies like different things to everybody. Well, especially I'm getting it implies something different to me than it does everybody else. So I'm curious what you guys think masculinity really means. You know, how are you like finding that.
So I will say, you know, when I say traditional masculinity, right, is to where, you know, the man is the head of the household, he's the leader, and only men are men. You can't have a gay man and think that that's, you know, he's masculine. You can't have a trans man and say that that's masculine. You can't have, you know, a progressive woman, quote unquote progressive women, right, that want to be super independent and won't be led by a man and think that that has anything to do with masculinity. And you know, there's other things beside that, but generally speaking, like the traditional values that the man is the head of the household, type deals like that. Now we can get into other specifics, but that's generally speaking.
Yeah, the real simple definition of masculinity is going out and creating and building shit. That's what masculinity is. We create, we build,
see, I
and we
think-
sustain.
Well, actually, I appreciate you giving me that both those answers, but especially be like that last one gave me an example because like I think there's more to masculinity than just like building something. You know what I mean? I think that like actually, and I think that what's interesting is that part of masculinity is like knowing when to use violence, and I think that violence is a part of what we all kind of put into the category of masculinity, but also knowing when. But the thing is that I think we put too much emphasis on violence and strength. I think knowing when not to use violence and actually putting that as a last resort is even more of a masculine trait than putting it as a first resort. I'm not saying anyone's put.
Well,
Yeah.
let me just ask the question. Let me just ask the question, and we can do a quick go around, because I want to hear from Flo as well. But we can do a quick go around. So I want to start first with Polly. I'm a gentleman. I try to be at least.
I appreciate.
What exactly is masculinity to you? What do you see as a man? And then we can go around the panel because I know everybody has their own different thoughts. What do you see as masculinity?
Oh man, that's a good question. But I see it as someone who is. I'm trying to use some good words here. I see it as somebody who has good masculinity. Is someone's going to be like hardworking, resilient. I know I'm saying caring, but it's a different kind. That makes sense.
No wrong answers. Just
Okay, yeah, caring, protective. I see it as someone who like also who is going to be thinking in a logical manner, for the most part, ideological, problem solving, and in those things, I would see that as a natural occurrence for them. That's their strong suit without trying.
Nice.
Mm.
Very, very good. You know what? I love the fact that you were able to lay a lot. You were able to lay out a lot of those different qualities without having to use the word leader. I love the fact that you were able to do that. Thank you very much. Anyone else, guys? What's your thoughts? What are your thoughts on what it means for masculinity?
I would say a key word that I would use would be hardship, willingness into hardship, because when you talk about
You mean willing
procreation,
to go through hardship?
yes. So like I would never diminish my woman partner that is going to birth my child. However, she is going to go through that process, and while she's going through that process, you know, like birds have to sit and nest their eggs, right? The female will stay and sit on those eggs while the male goes out into the wilderness and brings back the food to feed the mother so that way she can keep them warm. So she can stay alive because she can't go get her own food because she's sitting on the eggs that you helped create. It's a different type of hardship. And again, it is equality in some sense. Both sides have to endure the hardship. However,
I hear you, but I'm trying to understand from your standpoint though. What maketh man?
What make of man? Hey, it's a very tough question to be there, to show up, to do what you said you were gonna do. If you make an obligation, you stand by it. You know what I mean? To defend yourself appropriately. But ultimately is to step even beyond yourself and I guess defend others that need it because they can't. I don't know how to explain it other than that.
Okay.
So I'll leave it there.
Okay. Brick?
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. Yeah. Very simple. You're a doer. You're a man when you're a doer. You build, you defend, you encourage others. You're doing something. You're constantly moving. You're, even within your mind, you're moving on to the next thing, getting something done. You're a doer.
Okay. Terry out.
Yeah, like I think basically Snowman and Brick got it like the nail on the head, short and sweet, kind of like you're supposed to like was it master reality, like go out there and fucking build shit, like create society, all this kind of shit. There's a reason why like in chess, mine brings this up, this like whole concept of like chess is like open to both sexes, but all the champions with the high rankers are all male for a reason. Do you know what I mean? It's like even when it comes down to like strength and speeds, if we're to combine both both men and women, men are going to be all top of the charts. Do you know what I mean? So it's like it's recognizing that things aren't going to be equal, but things can be fair. Yeah, I get that, but like this whole kind of concept that we've gone on, where you're right in terms of the attack of masculinity, like that's been around for years though. Like think of Homer Simpson. How many times have we dogged on the father character?
Stop. What maketh man?
Going out and doing like creating society, creating things. Women's role is to make the people. Man's
Yeah.
role is to make
I'm not
things.
asking you about what the role of women is. I'm asking you about men.
Yeah, to make things.
Okay, so it's just to make things.
Yeah.
Flow.
To make things and protect what you made, and that's when the women come into play.
Well, see, and I wanted to point.
Violence
This is a
and
great.
orgasm.
Hold up. I need one at a time. Flow, you're next.
Violence and orgasms. You got to wake up in the morning and choose violence. You got to be able to make a girl come.
I should have known.
Doing people is still doing things. Just to be clear.
Right. So it counts. There's room for more orgasms in everyone's worldview. I think it's as long as you're doing that right, you're good. And if not, then choose violence.
I see. All right. So, what are your thoughts?
All right. I'm driving, so if it's too loud, I'll come back in when I'm not moving. But I will say, and then you have to explain because you said you said you liked when she said she didn't use the word leader, but in my opinion,
Well, I love the fact that she was able to expound on many points without using the word leader. Because I hear that it's quickly the thing. I need a guy who's a leader, and she was able to mention so many highlights without jumping on the talking points of that. I think so many people use it as a default. That's why I congratulate her on it.
yeah. Well, to the point of masculinity, I think to accept being in a masculine role is a leadership role, right? And that's one of the attributes of being a masculine man. I think also accepting your role in masculinity is like being a protector. That you make that sacrifice for your family and your woman. That's a part of the masculine role. I also think that, masculinity is is just understanding that you have the weight of the world on your shoulders. I think men are supposed to go out there, like Stillman said, and create. Like, not only create, but also like steer the paradigms, the ideology, you know what I'm saying, the philosophy of the world, science, math. Like, these are men games. Like, women participate, but you talking about the great men of all these things, of all these sciences, is men. Not to say that women can't, but I'm just saying, traditionally speaking, historically speaking, these are toys of men. And so, yeah, to direct the way of the world is a masculine position, man. Real men understand that that's what they're supposed to be doing.
What happened to Dusty?
You muted.
You're muted.
All right.
Sorry, Dusty
So,
went, then Dusty dropped. So we'll go Snowman and then you blind.
So a while back, Jordan Peterson was doing this tour where he was talking about the power of controlling control to be a monster is what it was. All right. Basically, what he was saying was every man
being comfortable with your
should
monster.
have an absolute monster inside of them.
Yeah, being comfortable with your monster.
Yes, but they should be able to control that. And how did he put it? He said, because I got it pulled up right here. He says, I tell young men and young women as well, is that you should be a monster because everyone says you should be harmless, virtuous. You shouldn't do anyone any harm. You should sheath your competitive instinct. You shouldn't try to win. You don't want to be too aggressive. You don't want to be too assertive. You want to take a back seat and all of that. No, wrong. You should be a monster, an absolute monster, and then you should learn how to control it. Do you know the expression, it's better to be a warrior in the garden than a gardener in a war?
Yes, baby.
Yes. That is the saying, yes. It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
And that's, to me, that's what masculinity is knowing what you're capable of. All right. Knowing the extreme nature of who you are as a man and what you're capable of, but being able to only bring that out when it's necessary. That's masculinity.
The great example of that would be the scene in 300 when he asked, "What is your profession?"
War.
Well, no, he's talking to people. He's talking to a man who, quite frankly, his entire village is gardeners.
Right.
I'm just imagining this like samurai inside of like a British castle where there's like this beautiful garden with the fountain and all of that, and this samurai is doing the little planter pots.
Well, the funny part about even all that, they're doing the bonsai clippings and everything, but each one of those men have been trained for killing. That's the funny part about it. Even the quote cooks in a shogun's temple are trained in the arts to be able to defend when the time comes. Even if they have never risen to the ranks of samurai to be able to wield a sword, they're able to wield their knives. It was something that was apparent for people who worked within imperial court.
Well, so this is what I wanted to touch on. I knew it was going to kind of lead to this, and I wanted to point out this fact is that if the resort of violence is a trait of masculinity, then no wonder it's been destroyed because a man is not legally allowed to be violent in his home.
Well. Can we cover a little bit of that, because the phrasing of things can be a little bit hyperbolic when we say like getting into violence, right? Is it getting into because people have looked at things differently? And I even thought about something of what Brick was saying on our last episode. Is it about strictly getting into violence, or is it just about protecting what's yours?
Yeah, but
because
the only way
there's a difference between protection and
it's. I don't see that point, because if violence is the ultimate final way of protecting it, just like we know every law is ultimately enforced by violence in the end. Ultimately, violence, if it becomes the last resort, if it
Well,
is a necessary
So he talking
resort.
about all
well,
How
violence.
is
we had a
how
we
is
had a
violence a last resort
well
when I
we
stated
had a
that
we had a
the
well
being
first of all
able to control your violent nature is actually a trait of masculinity?
well
Right,
we
but
had
you're
this
saying that
well, we
is
had a
that
disagreement even in that, right? So for instance, blind, and I'm not gonna forget that you need to have this talk in this conversation too. But
Okay.
even when we were having the conversation on our last episode, right? When we were having the conversation, it was Du and Blind that turned around and said that violence was the thing, and it was absolutely a combative situation. When they were speaking to Brick, now Brick said the whole thing about having his walls tall, whatever. But even when I said the act of having a man in his armbar as a restraint, that's not combat. Combat can also be used as a restraint without going after someone to eliminate your enemy. So, but they looked at it as terms of of being combative. I have been trained in an art. Now I've been trained in the art to be able to subdue, but I have also been trained in the art to be able to restrain. And if I use an effort to restrain, basically the way I won't put it on do, he didn't say it specifically, but Blind did say that was combative. That I was in an act of violence, and that wasn't true. What are your thoughts on that, Steelman?
Well, I apologize because there was one more point I was supposed to bring up that me and the chat had noticed, which is that almost everything that everyone said as a masculine trait actually applied to feminine traits also and women. And so I just
Okay,
wanted
I hate to say this, but you're falling into mentioning exactly what I said. Men can't have a space and talking about just men shit if we can't just bring up women. Like I can't.
What's
It
that?
always falls back to the box,
It
dude.
falls
The
back to
box.
men can't
Wait, what?
talk about men because there's no single man space because it comes down to women.
it doesn't come down to women. I'm sorry. I apologize if it came down to women.
No,
I
what
was
he's
just saying.
saying is exclude the ones that you can also attribute to women. That's what he's trying to say. But I don't think
Yeah,
they
what-
named anything that you can attribute to women.
No,
Give an example.
Two things can be true at once. Okay, you can have masculine traits and feminine traits that are the same traits.
No, but
So
give us
that-
an example, Steelman, of what you're talking about.
Well, like you said, even like creating or something like that. Like women are creators, and we all know that they're actually the ultimate creators, or
Yeah,
perseverance or whatever, like that they push through or whatever. That they like. I mean, think about women do all kinds of things. Everything. I can't quite think of the examples that you can think of all the things, even leadership, for example.
Violence was one.
They create chaos. They're good at that.
But I'm saying a good, strong woman, just like a good, strong man, should be like all of these things that we've
A
mentioned.
good,
you know what I'm
strong
saying?
woman is going to follow the lead of her man.
Right, I agree with that.
She's not going to try and she's not going to try and lead her man. She's going to let herself be led.
The conversation is moving. There is no good, strong man if there's no woman around. I'm just gonna put it out there because that's the way how people. If they
I'm sorry, and I'm getting lost because there's
conversation about men without dragging in a woman. I literally mean dragging in a woman. Then there are no such thing as strong men.
Yeah.
But that's vice
Her
versa.
primary role is to make people. His primary role is to make things. Moving on, Resla, as you were saying.
No, because from that statement right there, Terry, you literally are falling on a James Brown song. Man make money to buy from other men.
Hey,
Man make what?
Men build to make women's lives comfortable.
Nothing without what? So that means he wouldn't be making shit if you can't drag a woman into it. Sorry, a woman or a girl.
Well, the reason I'm mentioning this is because I feel like you guys are all talking about this as if everyone's in this two-parent type family unit, which who even knows that that's natural?
That's a straw man.
So when you have like these, when you have these diverse families of like single parents,
Mr. Steelman. Well, you're strong man, Mr. Steelman.
No
well, what I'm trying to point out is that when you have nowadays, when you have these like sort of like single parent families or single people and all that stuff, they're fulfilling
being the single parent families are so common. Why would you assume that we're coming from a place of two parent homes?
Even when you say single parent families, I'm going to ask you the question: is that the minority or the majority?
Nowadays, I would assume it's probably the majority, right? I don't know.
Christ, how many people are married and having kids or having kids out of wedlock?
Incorrect. The majority of people are still two-parent households.
Yep, not by much. I think it's like 54%.
Oh, last I saw is 50.
My point being, and I think it must be around 50%, because I'd have a hard time believing that statistic that, you know, that it's much greater than that, is that our roles and our ideas of traditional roles, gender roles, has changed. And I mean, I'm not for or against it. I'm not for like gays or anything like that. No
Well, how
offense.
can we have gender roles if we don't even know what gender is?
Well, now you can get into sex and gender and all that stuff, but honestly, I'm talking about traditional gender roles, where like the woman would stay
said the
home
roles
and clean.
have changed. Yeah, in what
Perfect.
ways?
Snowman,
What
perfect.
ways?
I would like to hear your response to the query about violence, Stillman.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that if man no longer has the threat of violence in his home, then he loses his ultimate his final go-to, right? That's where the man loses his final masculinity, falls when he cannot.
No, I would say that that's inaccurate. Primarily on the basis that what is violence is what is vile. That's where that word actually comes from. As a man, you don't want to be vile. Hey, this literally is the conversation.
We're doing gematria shit here, man. Now.
Yeah. You don't want to be vile. You want to be some of those other words, like was mentioned before.
So that's what those
resilient
are the attributes of a man. Violence. What about I don't know, honest, upright, you know, what hard working, ethical, moral, with those attributes thrown in there?
Yes, I agree with all those, and I think those are the very true masculine traits. And I wanted to get into those too. That those are actually the deepest form of masculine traits. But when we get into how men are losing their threshold in society, I'm saying that when they have said that the state has monopolized violence, that the man no longer has dominion over his home because he can't monopolize violence in his home like the state can. But he's not. A rural man's not going to call the cops on a abusive woman. So what's going to happen? The woman has the monopoly on violence.
Oh yeah, all good arguments.
I'm
good.
Oh my gosh!
Wait,
stop! Do people remember what the actual question was? It wasn't dragging women. It was.
Yes, what is masculinity? Not turn this into dick and pussy.
We named Steelman the feminist.
This is the reason why we have this show, and which is why I say on a weekly basis we like to dispel narratives and talking points, because people will wind up saying shit that they run around in so many different areas, mentioning the same shit that got brought on for years. I need to know what your thoughts are. Your genuine thoughts are, not the shit that's been indoctrinated or regurgitated or whatever.
Well said. He won't
really,
accept it, but
what was
well
the
said.
question? And we've fallen far from the question because women got dragged into the question. Even the woman on the panel has answered the question without fail.
How can you bring up masculinity?
And she didn't even bring up women.
She did
How
not.
can you bring up masculinity and not contrast it with women or femininity?
We're not talking about women right now.
Right, but I'm saying it's the opposite of femininity.
But what about the women, though?
Why, in order to talk about men, do we have to bring up women?
Asked you the question
What
of
about the
opposite
women,
of
though?
masculinity. Wait, stop. No one asked you the question of the opposite of masculinity. Not once.
But everyone's giving their definition of masculinity, and it all falls into femininity category.
Still, man, what do men do?
Oh my!
What do men do?
In other words, you don't know what a man is. In other words, you can't figure out what a man is at all.
Well, I know what I am. I'm a man,
Apparently
but
not if you can only bring in women. Apparently not.
Yeah. Let's say what
not
your
the opposite of
masculine
men.
What did you tell me what masculinity is? That no women will possess this thing. What are the masculine traits that you have that will only apply to men?
Well, that's a good question. You know, I think that's a fair question, and I would have to think about that for a second. But I don't think anyone's got to answer that.
No. Here was the question, Joe. I don't know if you came in late. If you heard what it was earlier, I just said, "What is masculinity to you?" And all he mentioned was everything about women, dragging in women. What does it mean to be a man to you? If you can't figure that out without looking at a vagina,
no, I was never asked that, Resla. You never asked me that, and I never gave you that.
The panel. The entire panel. Wait, that was the entire panel. You were here the entire time.
No, you started that question after I brought it up, and you asked everybody but me.
Polly, I said to the panel, starting with the woman first. Starting with the woman first.
He might have missed it. He might have missed it. Maybe he wasn't.
I think y'all do this on purpose just to wind up Resla.
It's not my fault if you're not paying attention. And just
I would love to give my ideas of what a real man is, you know, and masculinity is.
I wasn't listening. I was not listening to understand.
You did, Joe.
Just say I was not listening to understand. That's all.
The question wasn't even about what a real man is. It's just what is your belief of what masculinity is?
Thank you, Snowman. Thank you.
So round 2, maybe try again.
You have the opportunity again.
No, that is a great question. I know I'm being posed, and like I said, that's actually such a deep question. Like you said, it's a very be careful not to answer it wrong. Obviously, after all of that, right?
No, because you come up here starting shit.
There's a difference between answering it wrong and then you're not even answering it.
When they said it, they were saying wrong shit. Now your answers will be similar to what's up here, so you can't say them.
Well, at least I'm saying I'm going to have an answer instead of just giving the wrong answer.
Can I explain? Can I try to explain what went on?
Can we let him answer first, please? Because we can go round and round forever with this.
Can we make masculinity great again?
The point that he made, which I don't agree with, he was saying that everybody on the panel brought up categories that could also correspond with femininity, which I
thought that was bullshit
That's
too.
what I was
Diligence.
thinking. Do your mic is.
Yeah.
I think you were saying the same
No.
thing. Do your mic.
Let me explain what. Can I explain what the problem is, Joe?
Yes.
Because I don't think.
Yeah, your mic is
like mine from earlier.
glitching real bad, dude.
Let me explain, Joe, that so Steelman can see, like, basically what Angry Man started with is like, in terms of like being a real man, is going out and like fucking like doing shit, conquering the world, like making things, like all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Please
and then
stop
it's
calling
like,
me Angry Man. It's Snowman.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, you're white. You should know how to read, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm a leprechaun though. So like in terms of like the whole kind of like the way the dynamic was building, right? And this is why Resla got like so pissed off. But I think like people do this on purpose just to get that reaction. But like basically, Snowman was saying that this is what men do, like giving a positive inspiration for masculinity. Then Bricky kind of got on that as well, and he was talking about fucking like violence and like war being necessary. You can't have peace without war. That whole kind of philosophical
Brick
concept.
actually answered. He's actually the quickest of anybody else. He just said build shit.
Yeah, doing shit. But someone else brought up the whole kind of like violence thing and all that kind of shit. And then what you done, Steelman, was you basically just disrupted all of that flow. Like took a huge piss on it, took a dump on it, and it's like fucked everything up by saying, yeah, but like if a man can't beat his wife, then he's not a man. That's basically what you're saying.
Men can't have male spaces unless they literally drag women into it.
Yeah. So that's basically what's happening.
In my monologue. Even the Polly, highlighting you again, by the way. Thank you, sweetheart. Who literally was asked the same question to the entire panel, mentioned everything that she thought, never brought up women in it, being a woman herself. And I congratulate her on not bringing up the talking point of being a leader. Loved it. Came to you, you brought in the vagina to substantiate your point. Crazy to me. As a born natural male, you could not define what masculinity was to you without bringing in a woman.
Put a hole in the conversation. Literally.
Can't tell you what masculinity is.
Yeah, but given all that shit, Steelman, can you now just give us a position what you think what pure masculinity is?
Well, I'm trying, and I'm really, like I said, I'm trying to stand on my other logic that it has to contrast with femininity. And so that, standing on that logical point, I'm having trouble coming up with an answer.
So if I ask you what's masculine trait, it's not fair. He's on some bullshit.
No. If he said no, Joe.
Joe.
He says he doesn't know.
Well, with Joe, it's not fair, man, because that's where this whole I can't tell you what a gender is.
Not get suckered in, go strolling.
If I ask you what is masculinity, you're telling me you cannot define it. You have nothing comes to your head.
I mean, the only thing that comes to my mind, is a pair of fucking nuts. That's fucking masculinity.
That's not horrible. That's not bad.
That's better than no answer. I agree.
Is that masculinity or just being a male?
And now I'm saying if a
I
male
don't know, man. The nuts
stands on his shit.
Oh my!
You know the nuts are the frailest part of our entire body, though.
That's what he meant.
But what if he's in the mind that at the end of the day, in his mind, there is no masculinity without femininity. So if that's what he thinks, then I mean we just gotta let it be.
Correct. It just wasn't the time from it. There is.
I know. Let him go, Lord praise him.
But what I also say in my monologue, right? What did I say? There's a time and a place. There's everything.
Polly, let me explain.
There's a place for everything and everything in its place.
Polly, it'd be as if you asked me what is a woman, and I said, and I turned around and I said, Like, oh, let me start by telling you what a woman is by describing exactly what a man is. It makes no logical sense of why you'd fucking address the
No, it
question
does
in that
because like
fashion.
I know what a woman is.
Oh
is.
my
I
god! Every
attribute
time I try to bail him out.
Well, I'm
I'm trying to help
women,
people.
How do you
women,
know what a
feminine
woman
characteristics.
is when most women don't know what a woman is today?
But
Oh shit, we got Adolf.
imagine this, right? Imagine this: a person trying to explain to you what numbers are without explaining to you what alphabet is. I only asked you about numbers. Why are you bringing in the alphabet?
Well, first I
I
need to
only
talk
asked
about
you
the
about numbers.
alphabet.
Why are you bringing in the? I only asked you for numerical values. Why are you bringing in the alphabet?
It's girl math,
everyone-
Resla. Girl math. It don't make sense.
Algebra.
All right, fine. If you guys want to accept it, if you guys want to accept that masculinity, if you guys want to give your reasoning, your definition of masculinity, and they all overlap with feminine traits, then and you accept that, then fine.
People are people, right?
Human
Leadership.
I'm still trying to find out how they overlap with feminine traits.
Because
I fail to find your logic there because nothing anybody said was feminine.
Yeah.
In the slightest
Wait.
sense. Anything we name.
It's only feminine, Snowman. Right. It's only feminine, Snowman. Apparently, if you're okay with bussy.
I think I know what that is just by the word, if I heard it correctly.
This is getting really weird really fast. Just saying.
I'm just too curious.
Can we get Joe's opinion?
I wanted to say, I'm going to buttress him a little bit. Anything we say, if we say masculinity as being a leader, a female can be a leader if she's a teacher. If we say it's being strong and defending your home. When dad's gone, a woman can pick up a gun. It's the circular argument. I hope you know we're talking about degrees and standouts and shit here. That should have been a given. No one should have hopped up and said that other thing.
I like the fact that you mentioned that, right? This is why the first person who I asked, Polly, I was happy that she was able to expound on so many different points. So many different points. You know what never came out of her mouth? A leader.
Or females.
Females.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, Joe, you're talking about in a two-person home, but in a one-person home, that woman is going to take the same stance to defend her children and all that stuff. That
she mentioned a single sex.
Would you agree then that she's using masculine traits? Because that's the topic.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No,
though there might be some women out there that would take that masculine role, the vast majority of women are not going to take a masculine role to protect their kids.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yes. Okay, men can be forced, or women can be forced into needing to have the traits of the opposite.
I love the trolling and derailment that's taking place.
No, I get it, man. I'm conceding. I'm coming to a consensus with. I'm trying to with some of y'all, hopefully.
Yeah.
Can I just add something I just thought about? And I apologize if it mess up the flow. But I will say I think of sacrificial for men.
Yes, I was gonna say so.
Okay, sorry.
I dig it. I like that one.
I like it. I like it.
Can I speak on that? I come up here on that.
I think leadership and
concept
sacrificial are synonymous in the way I was thinking of them.
Well,
I got a question about that, but I'll let everybody go
first. I think it's you.
Is this better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, so the thing about this traditional, everybody's talking about traditional, but I haven't heard too many people, like the gal mentioned, sacrifice. When it comes to the traditional aspect of masculinity, is it the women that are out there hunting and fishing and making that sacrifice? Generally not. There are exceptions, but generally the majority of that particular physical and mental trait belongs to the men. The processing and cooking part generally belongs to the women. However, there's that exception when men are out on that hunt, they also do their own cooking because the women aren't there. So these are shared traits, but there's a majority that are qualified by men specifically, and there's a majority that are qualified by women. But there are certain exceptions by nature. Man today is taking advantage of that nature with their own delusional thoughts and switching roles. I don't see it so much as a death of traditional masculinity. I see it as a polarization of the masculine and feminine roles. Women becoming very toxically masculine and men becoming very toxically feminist.
So there's something I say quite a lot, to be honest with you, and I say, and this is very important that people pay attention to, because a lot of people tend to ignore the things that's sitting right in front of their face every day. So one of the things I tell a lot of people that I train is that you should treat every conversation like an interview. Every one of them. Doesn't matter how long you know the person. Treat every conversation that you're having with somebody like an interview. So when I say to people that I don't smoke that shit. So so
yeah.
When I
Maybe
say
you need to start Resla.
I got a job to uphold. So I ain't got no good. I don't have a good wife taking care of me. So
YouTube isn't a job, sir.
Too damn masculine.
Damn.
Damn fighting words, man.
That's not a shot. Listen, if I could have would it like to be a house husband, I absolutely would.
You just jealous, man. You jealous because I found the needle in the needle stack.
You know what? I am jealous that I'm jealous you can be a house husband. I'm jealous of that mic. So
you should definitely be jealous of this mic, dude. This mic has supremacy.
All supremacy.
I'm sorry, did God just
you can't be using those words, snowman, with Adolf in the other corner.
Not supremacy.
Mike supremacy is real tonight.
Hey, but why did you say that about the interview? Can you finish that idea?
So what I say to a lot of people is that life is about, first of all, it's about people. Most people think that it's about them. Life is about people first, and then it's about choices and trade-offs. And to go on Pedro's point is it's the fact of the matter is that yes, men can do these things, but because of the choices and trade-offs, based on the fact that throughout history, women do not want to be the hunters. Yeah, I know people like to talk about lionesses and hyenas, but that's not the majority of most species. Because they don't want to do that this is stuff that
certainly not the human.
Starts to stuff that starts to get put onto them. The same way how I say to men, young men in particular, some older men, some middle-aged men, but for the most part, for young men, when I talk to them, when they say, "I want a woman who can cook and clean," I say, "Well, what have you been doing this entire time? Because obviously you have not been starving and walking in this damn building with dingy clothes. You've been doing it yourself."
Look, you bring up a good thing that perhaps we should talk about. Now, historically, as we've apparently been talking about, man has been the guy to go out there, kill a game. That's masculine shit. But now 2025, internet and equals rights for women and all of that shit, they have just as much ability, if not more. They can get on the internet and bid apps just like men came now.
Joe,
we may have more.
I know a girl who can absolutely outshoot me and probably half the men on this panel.
Yeah. There may be a little role reversal, but masculinity may not mean I go out and make the bread. You can still be masculine if your woman makes the bread, apparently, because that's gonna happen soon.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I do not disagree. I've known Snowman for years now. I feel like it's like
4 years now, dude. 4 fucking years.
It's crazy. But I've never said that Snowman's not a man. Never came out of my mouth.
And you've never seen my wife emasculate me ever. And you guys have witnessed her on streams all the time.
Right on,
never happened.
I hear your point.
And you know what? Shout out to Mayo who's starting the $5 challenge. Guys, we got a whole stream going here. Mayo's already beating you, starting the challenge already.
Hey Mayo, I finally went out and bought that stream deck.
On the challenge.
And I was going to tell you, I think that when you see like women in that like you said, taking on these other roles, a lot of time that is a fear of not having control over what happens to them, not trusting someone to help them. When it comes down to it, for whatever reason, maybe you don't, maybe that woman she likes to be chaotic and wild, and she doesn't want someone to tell her to get in order. And so to keep that ability to act out of order, what do you have to do? You have to provide for yourself. You got to take on those other roles, because without that, you can't act out. So a lot of it is a response, either in a I want to keep doing what I want to do, or at this point, I don't want somebody else to have control over the fact if I can live in this house or get this particular car. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm good regardless of what that person does. And I think it's
I
a lot of
agree.
security issues within ourselves or within women.
Well, here's the thing, and I'll say it this way. And I've had some people out in the actual world when I brought this up, like in bars. I've had them fight me on it. I don't think it's about insecurities. As someone who studies human condition, I think it's just a matter of survival. And you don't want your survival to be dependent on someone else who might be able to let you down.
No, I said security, not insecure, like security of financial
right. But I've met women who turn around and say they do not want their security to be placed in the hands of someone else who could let them down.
Exactly. Yep.
Even when it comes to insecurities, like I'm insecure about myself, so I'd rather throw it on somebody else. But if that person lets you down, but I know so many women that just turn around and say, I don't want to deal with other people, and I'll let you go blind, other people, because I'm worried. And some of them are just jaded. Some of them are jaded. Some of them are not jaded because why? They've been trained by fathers who wanted their daughters not to rely on men. So you have to blame those mofos as well. Go ahead, Blind.
Oh, I was just asking what that microphone noise is, but I do want to say I don't see how you could consider an arm bar not a combative measure, because it has to have degrees to be considered submission. If you continue an arm bar past the point to where the person gives up, you will break
but did you hear the Blind? Did you hear the stipulation you gave? Past the point of giving up. If I hold you in an arm bar, but I never go past the point of pulling your ligaments or pulling you in pain, just holding you there.
But what would you call that?
Is that combat? Is that an act of combat, or is that an act of restraint? Which one is that?
I would say putting my hands on something with exactly
the majority of even police tactical training will tell you that is a restraint.
Right.
Police are corrupt as hell. That's a bad example.
I didn't ask you to corrupt as hell.
Well, it would be equal consideration of combat tactics, where you get to use equal force to restrain.
Wait, does anyone hear the words attack when they hear the word subdue?
I hear combat, fight, aggression, violence. I hear all that when I hear subdue.
So who hears I'm out to knock a motherfucker out when I subdue them?
Don't hear that.
No.
If a cop says that they subdued somebody, I see that as a kick to their ass.
When I hear this person subdue, they hold them in a restraint.
Yeah, right, I hear subdued. I hear I just got my ass kicked by the cops.
Yeah, but that's the reason that they subdue you is because you've committed a criminal activity.
Oh my God, Brick!
I just want to point at the people who just want to say fuck the police. NWA's all over this fucking chat.
I could do it too, right? Like I can do that. I can sit here and just be like, fuck the police. But I'm being realist, right? So even if it's not the police, when you're saying subdue, it's because the person has gone on the offensive.
That are the ones that ain't had their head bounced off the hood of a police car.
You know what? If you want to try to take my Negro car because I never got my head bounced off the hood, go ahead and try.
Yeah, I've been through police brutality.
I got good credit.
I've been kicked in the balls, slammed on the hood, thrown on the ground.
I mean, that's
you know why it hasn't happened, Joe? Because my credit's damn near close to 800.
That's helps, why. Right? That helps.
And he's got life insurance.
Hey,
that helps.
I mean, that's
it's kind of. I'm gonna go, guys. You guys have a good conversation. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Polly.
You as
I
well.
appreciate
Thanks for bringing that ass.
I appreciate your perspective. I don't know why some people just not want to follow it, but I thought you had very good takes. I appreciate you as always.
What the fuck you mean? Yeah, snowman.
And Brick.
That's Steel Man.
Feel free, Polly. Polly, you are absolutely welcome to be back on the platform. I love people who have great point of views. Thank you very much.
Yeah, come back.
Anytime. Y'all have a good night.
Have a good night.
See you, Miss Polly.
Yeah.
See, if I may,
I say y'all ran off the black woman.
I was just going to say the same thing.
And that's almost impossible to do.
Right?
Damn.
Y'all do this every time. Woman's on the platform and y'all run them off. What y'all be doing?
And not just because you said that, she won't be back.
Well, we have a few of us up here that don't even know what being a man is anymore.
Oh, shit. God damn.
That could be it.
Yeah, it was all that aggression up here.
Don't take much, man. You just say a few things and be like, okay, that's what it is. Hey, listen, boy, when you're talking to your boy or your nephew or the kid, you be like, this is what a man do, boy.
Just having a cock and balls doesn't make you a man anymore.
I want to dispute something. This is totally taking away.
No, cock and balls doesn't make you a male. Doesn't make you a man.
Someone said that most times the police restrain you is because you did something wrong. I would disagree. Most times the police stop your movement, period, which is arrest you, stop your motion. That is an act of violence right there. Someone stopping you from walking down the street. And most times
an act of aggression.
They've done no investigation.
Is that an act of an act of violence or is that an act of detainment?
That's an act of aggression, sir.
No, if it's unlawful detainment, it's violence.
That's an act of force.
It is.
That's an act of
however,
that's
not the point that I made.
How does the law look at it?
Words have meanings.
Look
Are
at
we
the way
gonna
the law
literally say? We can literally all look up the word violence.
Look up the word.
Resla, if any of us use the same tactics as the police, we would be put in prison for it.
No man,
It's the threat of violence, man.
If you are walking another block and I go, "Hey, yo, Snowman," and you turn around, that's an act of detainment.
No.
It's the real threat of force. Threat of force is violence.
You're cheapening the use of the word detainment.
Where you're trying to go by calling your name. You stop to take a look at who the motherfucker that said my name. Is that violence?
No, and no one's talking about that. But what if Snowman says, Resla, I don't want to talk to you today, and you say you must stop, you better stop, or else.
Right.
Is it violence now?
Not violence.
You do the or else part, that's a threat of violence.
Okay, let's drop the term violence and just use the
violence.
term. Yeah, let's just use the term force. And Resla, I dropped a link in the background. This is kidnapping.
Force.
Wait,
is it kidnapping?
The same way how you said kidnapping, I will take unlawful detainment.
Dude, people are considered hostages when civilians do this shit to them.
Let me give you a scenario, okay? I'm walking down the street, right? And I have a path. Oh, actually, basketball, right? Charging, right? Charging, right, is the act of violence, right? So that's why it's a foul. But also, what's the opposite of that would be standing in front of someone who's going to the goal. I'm not a basketball guy, so I don't know.
That would be goaltending, sir.
Goaltending. Okay, that is an act of violence. That is why
I use
it is a foul.
Okay,
that's why it's a foul, because at that point you are now impeding upon the traffic. That's violence. That's why it's a foul.
That's what arrest merely means, to stop. Arrest means to stop a person. You are actively doing a thing.
And I say that I love how you're conflating arrest with detainment. I was very specific in my words.
I love how you're confusing
arrest. Literally, detainment is literally a
no. Detainment does not mean arrest.
Yes,
it does. Literally under the it does.
Look up the definition of
kidnapping. Detainment means to arrest your progress.
I can tell you right now the way.
Detainment is being held against your will.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It really is, literally by law.
Yeah, it is. I know what the courts have taught you. I know what the schools have taught you.
You saying hi isn't detaining me. Walking down the road and you saying hi to me isn't detaining me. That's me making a choice to respond to you saying hi or not. When a cop comes up and says, you need to stop and do what I tell you to do and follow my directives, you are actively being kidnapped. You are now a hostage of that police officer.
It's not consensual.
Threat of violence. If I
it
move
must be
away,
consensual.
I can get beat, or kidnapped, arrested. That is clearly a threat of something bad. Clearly. And I'm saying they don't even do their investigation. Somebody can call and they'll stop you. They're not, by the Constitution, they're not supposed to stop you until they have evidence that you actually did it. They're not even supposed to stop your progress.
I don't think it's supposed to be that way. You know, this thing about legally are allowed to lie to you just to get you to tell them what they want to hear.
This is the thing about Terry versus Ohio. And again, I dropped the link in the back chat. You have to understand, they have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion first and foremost to even stop you.
Of a crime.
This did get kind of derailed from the comp.
Because I don't want to hear this, y'all.
Of course he doesn't.
This is why I went to basketball anyway.
Fucking cop.
But we're discussing violence,
respectfully,
right?
Resla, you're the one that changed the topic to detain.
No, I want to hear Resla's take on it all and watch him destroy himself by trying to explain it.
I'm guilty.
Resla looks detained.
Yeah, someone has arrested his movement.
He's got arrested development.
I forget the motherfuckers sitting here on this panel. There's no words that you could possibly say when they all hate police and they all hate law enforcement and they all hate
police.
You're making a broad statement. They all hate authority. They all hate authority. I forgot who the
No, I hate criminals acting in the capacity of a law enforcement official.
And you don't even understand
the best panel ever.
What authority is. That's what it is. You're blaming us
It is
for
good.
something.
It is good.
But
I
the
will
cop, unless you've broken a law, he doesn't have authority. It's cats like you who believe he does who's wrong and got shit misconstrued. The law is clear.
Amen, bro. Hell yeah. I'll fight for that shit. You can make me with the battle any day, Joe.
Resla, let me ask you something, okay?
Y'all are driving Resla to drink. Y'all should feel terrible about yourselves.
As another person who stalks other people, don't ask me shit. Any motherfuckers out here stalking other people who have actual jobs, don't ask me shit.
Say what? Give me an example. Play a clip. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
What are you talking about, bro?
Oh, wait. I hope you're talking about stalking cops. That's funny.
Seriously, what are you talking about?
Oh, okay, since you don't want to talk, I'll keep talking. He really believes in that authority bullshit. And a lot of people do.
I love how
like
you speak to me, but go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Master. Tell me what else I believe in.
Well,
that's what you want. That's literally what you're endorsing.
Literally blind. Wait, say that for the camera. Say how I literally said something that I never came in my mouth. Go ahead, say it again. Say it again. Say it one more time.
You're endorsing. I didn't say.
No. Say it one more. Say it one more time for the camera, full screen. What I literally have not said it to endorse. Go ahead.
Don't do it, blind.
Go ahead.
The police.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was putting words.
Stop. Blind. Say what I literally endorse here on this platform.
Tyranny.
The beating of civilians.
Nice. He say tyranny. He say you literally endorse tyranny. That's dope and accurate.
I endorse tyranny, right?
You do.
If you support the current framework that the police operate under, yeah.
Right. In your mindset within your life, within your lifetime, what level of authority has not been that?
When has tyranny not existed?
Don't answer for him. You're not a fucking lawyer, Joe. I asked him a fucking question. I asked him a question. I didn't ask you, co-counsel. I asked him a question.
Order in the court.
I asked him a question. I asked him a question. He's up on full screen. During your entire lifetime.
I object.
When have you object?
When have you I want him to repeat the question. Let him
you know what? You know what? I need to. Now it's just you.
Oh shit! All right, what?
When in your lifetime have you seen anything opposite?
Well, I don't know that I've seen it.
I asked you a question.
Not in practice, no. But democracy.
Not in practice. So what you're saying is just all circumstantial? It's all made up?
No, I'm saying that you're right, but we're in a we.
Wait. I'm sorry, Blind. What am I right about?
You're right that none of the authority operates under any different measures, but we're in a democracy, so we're
Sure. This
supposed
is
to.
your claim. These are your claims. They're not my claims.
Right.
I got accused for something that I never stated. So these are all your words that you're claiming to be fact. So I just need to know for the record, for the 27 in attendance, of what you're claiming to be a fact, even though you claim what I said that is nonfiction, that you're claiming to be a fact, because I pay attention. What exactly during your entire lifespan that you can say about the police that you're stating today, even the things that I've said that I never said, to be a fact?
Okay, can you clarify your question?
Absolutely. So, what part of the police are absolutely corrupt that you've seen that you said that I'm vouching for?
Those are two different questions, though, because I was.
But you wait. They're right. They're actually two different questions, but they're qualifying because you're stating that I am vouching for police shit that's wrong that I never vouched for. So what exactly would be those things?
No, that's misrepresenting what I said. I said the
Really?
police are corrupt.
Because a member of Joe Cool pretty much just said that these motherfuckers is all corrupt and everything. And you said that's a fact. Yeah.
No, because look though, look. Give me 2 seconds. You're saying to name the police corruption that you're supporting. I didn't say
within your life. Within your life,
bro. I've done dirty business with the police.
Only asking you for the facts, not your life story.
That's a fact. I've done dirty business with police.
Cool. What does that have to do with what I said?
Corrupt. That's corrupt.
What does that have to do with what I said? What does that have to do with what I said?
Asking me to give you an example,
No.
But
what does that have to? What does that have to do with in accordance to what I said that you claimed that I said?
I said you support a corrupt police force. That's what I said.
When did I state that?
No, I'm saying it. I'm alleging that you support.
You're alleging based on what testimony?
Based on your behavior.
Behavior is not testimony.
I'm making an allegation.
Oh, alleging is not a testimony.
Then what do we?
It's a hypothesis.
Is this not what's the name of the show again?
It's a hypothesis.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you for clarity based on what?
Okay.
Tangible evidence.
Look,
because here's the funny part, Blind, because you have not been on this show one time. So is there any point is there any point that you can tangibly hold me to state that I am in favor of the po-po?
Hold on. Fuck it. Since we're doing this.
Oh, yes. No, we can have to, we can do this side by side.
All right.
I'm with it.
Thank you.
I know my record. I know my record. Let's do it.
I'm just gonna bring up 15 seconds ago or 15 minutes ago, whenever you got on.
Sure. Tell me when I'm in favor of them.
Okay.
We can't hear anything.
Okay, how do I share screen?
Nigga, just hit present share screen.
Okay.
I'll pull it up. I ain't full of the bullshit. Don't tell me you know how to work the internet now. You're a content creator.
Yeah. Is it there?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead. Tell me when I'm in. Wait, Brian. Tell me when just let me know the point where I am in favor of the police.
I don't even remember what you said, but I trust.
Sir. Wait, sir. You're admitting this into evidence. I don't want to hear about what I was. You don't know what I said. I'm admitting this into evidence.
Y'all are driving Resla to drink. Y'all should feel terrible about yourselves.
As another person who stalks other people, don't ask me shit. Any motherfuckers out here stalking other people who have actual jobs, don't ask me shit.
Say what?
Now, Yeah,
Now,
hold
tell
on.
me-
Hold
but
up.
now
Can I
to the
finish my
chat,
presentation?
to everyone in the chat. Where did you hear me say that I was in favor of law
No,
enforcement or the police?
let me finish my statement or my presentation.
Go ahead,
Is
counselor. Go
it
ahead.
was what's called a leap of logic. I was making a leap of logic that since that was a commentary that was in response to Joe's beautifully most inspirational comment, I was making the leap of logic that you were therefore supporting the police.
What was the question? What was the question? What was the question?
I don't know. I'm so lost. I don't even remember.
Yo, usually we do this thing in my community. We say I'm black and slow, but like I literally remember what the fuck I just said, and apparently you're not
Because
following.
you look at me in circles. You're being disingenuous.
No, no, I'm not being disingenuous. I'm not even being deceitful.
So
I literally asked you a question. You brought up evidence that does not fall in line with what the fuck I said. You know what's so funny about it? Your co-counsel Joe Cool would be able to tell you that you fucking failed. You know what? Let's do us a good favor. Hey,
Yeah.
Joe.
This goes off in a circle.
Joe.
Yes.
That bullshit evidence that he brought up. Give it a
Yes.
shot. Give it a shot.
I'm always down. First of all, you didn't do great. I'll give Resla that. However, that piece of evidence that you brought up will do the job. It will suffice.
No, it won't. It won't even hold up in court.
Well, we're in court now. Apparently, let's give it a shot.
It won't hold up in court.
I heard your opinion.
Never once did you hear me say in favor of anyone. In fact, I said for people who stalk other people who have jobs, that's not in favor of.
Let's see. I like to present my case. Without interruption.
Your case? You mean the person who's sitting there talking about bashing cops that I never bothered representing at all? So go ahead. Bring forth your evidence.
All right, if you're done. And you're not.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't want to have to just yell over you. That's the silly stuff.
Thank you.
But let me speak without you interrupting.
Thank you.
You don't want to know.
Blind, we call this blind.
You up here acting like a dirty ass cop.
He don't want to know. He don't want to know. You said he insincerely asked me.
We call this a
W.
talking
the entire time.
You can hold an L. We call this a W.
Yeah, the rest of America calls what you just did extortion.
Yeah, you just talked over a nigga, man.
Do we have to look up what extortion is?
No, you can be quiet and let me answer your question and see if I have an argument. What you said about people who stalk people with jobs. He can take a leap of faith that you think anyone who tries to hold the government accountable is a lowlife. Therefore, you're a bootlicker. It wasn't such a long leap to get where he went.
Oh, I love the fact that you mentioned that, Joe Cool. 2 words that weren't used. Lowlife, bootlicker. And being an auditor is not a job that you can find on any LinkedIn page, any Indeed page,
bootlicking is some rough business.
It's a fucking job.
I made the leap to bootlicker.
Right. So 2 horrible arguments. The fact that I didn't
horrible arguments.
Tell me.
Wait. We can do this right now, Joe. Wait, Joe. Wait. In fact, we can all do it. Chat. Everyone in attendance. Go open up a Google page and go look for First Amendment.
I don't answer questions, sir.
First Amendment auditor jobs. Point them out.
Yeah. You know what I made my first month as an auditor?
No. Point them out.
You know what I made about? You don't want to hear evidence, do you? You just like living in your bubble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're wrong in this one.
Resla, 10.6 my first month. Is that a job, nickel?
Damn.
Can you top that?
Who paid you?
Who is the most requested #1 job people want now? YouTuber. That is the #1 requested job now.
Wait, no. Did they pay you to be a First Amendment auditor, or did they pay you as a content creator? What's your title?
I think we call that a W, Joe.
So first and foremost, what you're referring to is not a First Amendment auditor. It's called press, which is a job.
No, you're called content creator on the YouTube.
It's called press, dude.
You're called content creator.
It's called press.
You're not
It's
called press.
not, bro. First
You're
and
not
foremost,
called
it's
press.
press.
You're not.
He's not
you're
creating
called
content.
press.
He's reporting on the illegal activities of the
You're
police,
not
sir.
called press.
So
You're
monetary
not called
we
press.
are.
Monetary
You're not
value
called
is
press.
the only value that matters.
YouTube does not call you press.
To be technical, in literary terms, it's actually journaling.
But
The White House considers this press now, so
you're not called that under the employment of YouTube.
They are called a journalist.
Correct.
Wait. You know what? When you're a regular fry cook, you can call yourself supervisor. You ain't that.
I'm telling you, the Supreme Court called my
Did you
buddy.
see what I just put up
what
to
I
you?
do.
You're not that.
The Supreme
When you're a
Court
fry
called
cook,
my
you can
friend
call
a
yourself
journalist.
store manager. You're not that.
You're just talking. I'm giving facts, brother. At Irizarry versus Yahia, Supreme Court called my friend a journalist, and he does what I do. Supreme Court would disagree with you, bro.
That's what free press is.
Irizarry Yahia, look
Let
it
me
up.
ask you something. What do I look like? What do I look like, Resla?
A crazy person.
You really want me to answer that question?
you look like a redneck white supremacist.
That's press, bro.
Damn.
Get with it. This is how you do it. This is how you hold the government accountable. Film them.
Sir, literally, look up the definition for what they call people from YouTube. YouTube, for people who are employed under YouTube, workers are known as YouTubers. They do not call you free press, motherfucker.
It is press. Get with it. It's the new press.
The White House, the White House even considers it press now.
Stop. So when you're looking at Mr. Beast, he's called press.
It can be.
It can be press. Yes.
They're making money doing the audits. They're getting paid doing the audits.
You can be a whore.
It's
That's not what
right.
you're called. You're
It's
called
a
a
right.
fucking
You are
YouTuber.
pressing right now, dude.
You know you're a press and a content creator at the same time.
I'm literally not.
Yes.
It's
You
just
things can
semantics.
be true at once.
I'm literally not. I love how we get very suggestive when words have meaning. They literally give you
Words
that.
do have meaning, bro.
YouTuber, create and share content under a platform aiming to build community and what potential revenue.
I would
Tell me, where do I get my press license? Hey, Resla, where do I get my press license? Hey, Resla, where do I get the license to be press?
Hey, look.
Where do they make that?
A YouTuber to be a
Where do they get the license? Where do they make that?
YouTuber, you do not even need to showcase being a
bro, do you know what the First Amendment is?
To be a YouTuber, you do not.
Where do I get my license to be press? Where do I get my license to be press?
To be a
Where?
YouTuber, you do not even have to disclose being a human being.
Reversed it. How does he?
Back too hard. You can't talk.
Where?
To be a YouTuber,
what about
you do not even have to be making your revenue being a human being.
So
where do I get my license to be press?
You're not arguing that, Wrestler, that we're press. You're not arguing that, right?
To be a YouTuber,
I didn't
you
say
do not
YouTube, I
have to
said
showcase
press.
your content being a human being. Your
Thank you, I heard
content
you.
can be about animals.
I heard
Your
you scream that
content can
already.
be about animals. Your content can be about music. Your content does not have to be about any form of press.
But how do we?
No one's arguing that it is. No one's
How do
arguing
we
that.
become the press?
I asked you, and how about answering my question? Do you agree that we are press? It was a simple question.
That wasn't. I love how you're trying to shift the fucking shit. Answer mine.
What was yours?
YouTuber look at you as press. The answer is no.
How do
I
we
say yes.
What if we wanted them to? What if
Look at the actual definition because that YouTube gives you it.
So
obviously, when you motherfuckers who make content, here's the fact. I get it. I'm a boring motherfucker. Obviously, you guys just hit the fucking agree button. You don't read fucking shit.
You just mad.
You don't
I've been
read
to court.
nothing.
I've been to court.
You don't read nothing.
I've been to court
You don't
about
read a
YouTube
thing.
trials. Have you?
The most basic.
Do
The
you
most
know?
basic
And when I go
shit,
there, you're not gonna learn while you're
basic
talking.
Shit. You don't read.
You're not listening to learn.
Yeah, he doesn't want to, right? He wants to argue. I've been to court for YouTube shit where we're press and we're called press. And they're aware that we are YouTubers and press. They don't have a problem with it. You can be press apparently and be a YouTuber.
What do YouTubers classify you under?
I was just saying in court they classify us under journalists.
No, they classify you as
the
YouTuber.
these
Okay, but to be fair,
YouTubers are
Reza,
journalists. In court, they say that.
to be fair,
Does
like
that answer your question?
if we have an X account, technically Elon Musk says that X users are the news now, so that does mean that would entail that they would be
It's
press.
in the name. Social media. It's in the name.
Media.
I think that's a W.
Social media.
News. Bottom
goes
line
up
is
to
they're getting
it.
paid to do
Wait,
the audit.
social media is anyone who tries to bring up any content that is quote social.
And yeah, and
Media.
it's social media
Leave the
influencer.
media part out, bro. The
Yeah,
medium.
we're
We are the
socializing at the
medium
moment.
between the regular folks and what they don't have, right? Which
So
is
when you-
the access to the government.
Wait. So when you decide to do a blog about cooking, Brick,
Yeah. Yes, that's
social
press.
media.
Here, let's
Yeah,
tell you
it's
what.
shit press,
Here's
but
the
it's still press.
definition of press. I wanted you to answer, Resla. I did you the courtesy of answering your question. Are we press? Are we
Any
journalists?
human being that has an opinion is press.
Yes, if you gather
There we go.
information
There we go, baby.
with intent to disseminate to
Wait,
the public,
stop.
that makes you press.
Stop. Cause I heard the most loudest, squeakiest voice of all you. Wait, stop. And I want your other compatriots to put this out for you. Does anyone who not have an opinion, whether it's right or wrong, consider press?
You just said it wasn't.
Did I say it wasn't or was?
It was.
Did I say wasn't or wait, stop. Terry, did I say wasn't or was?
You said it was. Everyone who has an opinion is press.
Line.
And we're like, yeah, let's go.
Line. Listen to understand instead of respond. That you try to critique me on,
Then
right?
don't talk in circles, because what were
No,
you
no.
saying?
Terry heard me. He heard me. He heard me. He
Because I am the news.
understood what I said. You didn't.
Then what were we arguing?
That's not what press is, but you did say that.
And it's not. Yeah, I agree, Joe. It's not
But
actually.
Well, how many? Oh, again, like how many people of full press state whatever their opinions are,
What?
even though it's not factual.
It won't
So,
change
the
the
thing
it won't
about
change
the
it.
thing
That's
about
not
the thing
definition of
about press, the thing about anyone under the guise of press is that it's your own personal opinion, perspective, and
You
perception.
must write
But Resla,
or
is there
create
opinion
the
pieces in
story.
newspapers?
You
One
actually
sec, one
have
sec.
to create the story. So video, you can video it, and then that's press. You can write it down,
Even
then that's
gathering the information is press. Gathering
Love
information.
One sec, real quick.
all of it.
Real
Love
quick.
all
Resla,
of
is
it.
there opinion pieces in newspapers?
Absolutely. And
is
you know
that
what
press?
you know what I said, right? That's all press.
That's all.
Yeah.
So how am I wrong in what I just said?
Well,
That
you're
blind
wrong
somehow
when you
got
said
wrong.
anyone who has an opinion is press. Clearly, that's
Yes.
wrong.
Yes.
I can
It's not
sit up in my
wrong.
room have an opinion about a baseball game. Don't make me press. You
Right.
were wrong.
Yes, it does.
No, you actually have to write it down, create the story, or
Jeez.
video it, create the
With
story.
intent
just
to
makes you a
disseminate
commentator.
to the public.
I love
Wait,
it.
Resla, having
Break,
an
break,
opinion
break.
only makes you a
Break,
commentator,
break,
sir.
Whatever the fuck X is calling it.
Which is what people do as YouTubers.
Yes. Yes.
Which proves
Yes.
your guys' point, because bro, you were saying that as YouTubers you are press.
And I'll remind everybody
I
the
think
press en masse are calling everybody
But
influencers.
I want to get back to the point where I said, for the most part,
Or alternative
because
media.
my point that I kept labeling down for the long part is: do YouTubers classify you as press, or do they classify you as YouTubers?
I like
We're
that
classified
question.
as
They do
alternative
not.
media, Resla.
They do
No.
not classify us as press because they don't know that is press. That is
Thank
a perfect
you.
question.
What I
Thank
mean,
you.
Thank
You are
you.
no. I knew exactly what you were saying, right?
Thank
And I know that
you.
we went off on this little
You
wild
all want
thing,
to argue the First fucking Amendment rather than arguing what the fuck I said.
but the fact of the matter is that it is.
Y'all all got so, no pun intended, ricked up about the First Amendment rather than what the fuck I said.
Wait, we
I
were
agree.
supposed to. What he said was a red fucking herring just to get motherfuckers
Oh,
off the
get
path.
the
What
fuck
does
outta
YouTube
here.
refer
Exactly. It
you
was a
as?
loaded question.
We didn't give a fuck what YouTube
No.
referred to us as. That was your bullshit.
I
Just
have
because
to
YouTube
defend
classifies it.
Resla on this, bro. He did not mean to red herring
I
it.
was
He was
very specific.
yes.
No,
Yeah,
he's trying to say though that these
does
people aren't
ask
getting
specific
paid to be.
questions.
He's trying to say these people aren't getting paid to be one auditors
He was
when they
trying to
clearly
say
are.
we're not press, we're YouTubers.
I
That was
was
his
no.
original
It
point.
doesn't matter.
That's what
I
he
was
was
so
trying to
hyper
say.
specific, and you
You're
guys
not
got
press,
so
you're
fucking
YouTubers.
butthurt that
You were
it
hyper
came to
specific.
I
what
say
you
we are
do.
press. YouTube
You
don't
got
call you
fucking
press.
butthurt at what
That's
you
what
do.
this was about.
You were
got
hyper
butthurt
specific because
at
your
what
question was
you
so
do.
loaded.
You were not paying attention to what I said. You got butthurt because you felt like I was attacking what the fuck you do.
Oh, you're just emotional. I read between the lines. I don't care about what a nigga say.
Obviously not.
Nigga say anything.
Obviously not, because Brick heard it. I was very specific.
I even fell for it too. I
You were
admit it. I
specific.
even brought
You
out the
did.
shirt. I
No, you
fell
were-
for it.
Yeah, you
'Cause
were
I'm an
specific
idiot
because you
on
needed your
that
question to be so loaded. That's why you were so specific.
And
because
I
you
was
needed it to be
listening to
so-
everybody
such a red
else and not
herring.
really listening to Resla. And I know this, right? So I can admit that I was wrong on that, right? If you're wrong, you're wrong. You know, he's very specific about what he asks.
So, you know what we call
I
that?
get it.
In Texas, we call that a W.
No, he was trying to make the point that they're not getting paid to be 1A auditors. What I'm trying to say is that clearly they are.
No, we actually are.
He's still just
Because there is actually a venue for it.
You're not getting wait. And to make it more hyperbolic, what's up, Beans? To make it more hyperbolic for you, you're
up,
not
Beans?
getting paid to being winning auditors. You're getting paid as being content creators.
Again,
YouTubers.
We don't have a real job. We
is
can
the thing.
all of this is a dodge.
Stop. Because if any of you decide you want to change what the fuck you do, YouTube will still fucking pay you.
All of this is beside the point.
That's
My
another
point
great
was
hearing.
that when you said the cops have
Rick,
jobs,
am I wrong?
and when you said
No,
the
you're not
cops
wrong.
have jobs,
You're not.
Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Like it's
No, because
go ahead and dodge. Go ahead and dodge.
Because here's the thing. This is why he's
better.
telling you this, okay? It's because there are actual classifications. When you go through the check boxes, I choose nonprofits and activism. It does not say 1A auditors or First Amendment auditors. Now,
That's got nothing to do
I
with
could
nothing, though.
subcategorize
Why are you
myself.
still talking about YouTube? Why are you still helping this dude out?
I feel like there's a community there.
No, it's not. I
However,
started this. I
if
was
you said
calling you a
nonprofits and
bootlicker.
activism,
You moved it over to YouTube. My
What's
point,
the
which you
difference
so
between the
much
word-
managed to get away from, was that the reason you put us down and say cops is a real job and ours is not a real job is because you're a bootlicker.
Right?
You're the one
putting
I'm
us
almost
down?
done.
You putting us
I was
down?
almost done,
You see
bro.
that trick? You see how easy that trigger was, Rick?
Bootlicker.
Wow.
See how easy that trigger was, right?
Resla, you're just a little
But
bit, and it's not
You're
it's not a
just
big
yelling
deal.
over me, cutting me off.
It's not a
You
big
feel like
deal,
you
but you're
won
just a little bit of a
something?
bootlicker.
Hey, Beans,
You
ask him
look
how that
impatient
boot came.
It's not a
and
big deal.
fearful.
You're still my American brother, bro.
Hey, come on, Snowman.
You know, just a little bit, but that's okay. You know, and I feel like this is definitely a learning
This was not
experience for
about
all of
whether
us.
you had press. Wait, here's the funny part that Joe's losing his shit on. This was never about whether it's press or not. It's whether how YouTube describes you. They do not describe
It's
you as
whether
press.
you're
They
a
look for
bootlicker.
content.
I brought the conversation up.
Nigga, you can't find a job on the bootlicker.
What?
You can say all you
You
like.
obviously got
Oh
one.
yeah, you
offended by the
definitely
word
could find a
bootlicker.
job as a
You
bootlicker.
literally, wait, because
You
motherfuckers,
definitely
I was just accusing you of being a bootlicker. I wasn't saying you get paid for it. Is this another red
I've
herring?
never been a part of
Is
authority
this
at all.
another red
Bootlickers are
herring? I didn't
lucrative
say you
business
get
these
paid to
days.
be a bootlicker. Are you trying to distract again, wrestler? I said you were
I
a
don't distract.
bootlicker.
You just need to pay attention.
And you're like, I don't
You
get
need to
paid
pay
to
attention
bootlick.
instead of getting offended at how you trying to make your money rather than what the fuck YouTube classify you under.
Hey,
I'm
what's the
trying to
difference
keep you
between
on
the
the
word
subject
press
and you
and
keep
the
talking
word
about YouTube classifications. What that got to do with you being a
Only thing
bootlicker?
I fucking brought up. That was
What?
the only
I
thing
know.
I brought up.
I
And you
brought
fucking
shit up.
everything else around it.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
But
I brought up a whole different thing. You and Dude was arguing. What can you prove? He's a
What was
bootlicker.
my
I said
classification?
it's easy to
Argue
prove
me
that
on what
nigga's
my
a bootlicker.
classification was.
what's the
Argue
difference
on
between
what my
media and press?
classification was. I don't go,
What's
all that other shit you were mentioning was nothing I touched on.
what's the
Argue me
difference
on what my
between media
classification
and
was.
press? What's the difference between media and press? I just want to know what the difference is.
Media is a very small portion of press.
Thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
So
Okay.
media, hold up. So media is a
I would dispute
portion
that.
of the press. So media
Correct.
is press. Then
Media
wait,
is press.
Great way to put this. A great way to put this, blank. A great way to blank. Wait, do you look at press the same way how you look at, say, Love and Hip Hop?
I'm asking you for a specific
I asked you a
definition.
question.
Answer your question with the question.
I'm asking you a
No.
specific
The
definition.
answer is no.
No,
The
but
answer
Brick,
is no.
The answer
press,
is no.
The answer is no.
Brick, you got that backwards though. You even are the one who told me press is actually a subsidy of media because press actually means to press
I've
onto
never
the
said
paper.
that.
You said that press means to press on the paper, and if it's not pressed on the paper, it's not actual press. So when you're doing this video, for example, this isn't even press. So you're a shirt of press.
No,
onto
you
paper.
can press and not be media.
Because press got amplified. Press got amplified with digital media. It's not just about paper.
Well, I agree with that, but Brick is the one who was holding
But
press.
I
Has to be pressed.
It's the pressing of a record
Press.
Correct.
To write down, to press the pen.
in any media.
Right,
To
the pen,
draw.
but not a video.
Because we have a camera, we have video, we have the phone, we can
But you're willing
actually
to admit that
press
now.
real quickly. But we don't have to disseminate it.
I
That
mentioned
is when it
blog.
becomes media, when you disseminate it.
Correct.
That's the medium. That's what that means. Medium.
Wait, and here's the funny part. You know why I didn't argue when I said blogs? You know why I didn't argue? I didn't argue Brick when he turned around and said when I said cooking. He's right. Because when the moment you put your ingredients on a blog, I can't say shit about that.
Yeah.
I didn't argue it. He's right.
So when it goes on a blog, it's media and press. But it was press first before it went on the blog if you wrote it down.
That's correct.
You're dumb. I don't believe.
And for the record, we successfully left.
Wait. Do you understand? Like even when Brick was on your side, and
But
I
it's all
conceded to
irrelevant.
that. What's good? Dude? Wait. We're gonna say Brick. Oh, by the way, Blind is the one that said that I'm being disingenuous when they're obviously being butthurt and deceitful about not following not paying attention to what people actually say.
Wait, we're guilty of that when you cut me off every time I try to speak. Let me try again and watch me cut off. You cut me off when you get sensitive. Well, you brought me up to prove that you side with the cops. That was the topic. Nothing about YouTube. You let your lawyer come up, and I told you from that evidence, I can prove that Resla sides with the cops. I was not trying to talk about YouTube. That was you. Go ahead.
Give me a moment, y'all. Give me a moment. I'll give you the same attention I gave Blind. Show me where I sided with the cops.
All right. So you do agree?
Show me. I need evidence.
Well, I don't. Okay, I'm not gonna. You mean bring something up? Is that what you're saying? You don't. That ain't what you're saying.
Well, because counselor, because everything else is hearsay.
Really? Everything else is hearsay? I can.
You don't have evidence.
Excuse me.
You don't have evidence. You have nothing to substantiate your point unequivocally that I am siding with the cops.
I don't know. I'm thinking I could pull it off though, because the people in the chat know you better than I do. I could give circumstances, happenstance, incidences. I could do this in seconds if you don't cut me off.
Sure.
Let me ask you a second. Let me ask you a question. Do you support the cops, and are you all of that? And let's see if we can determine that. Let me see. What is a criminal?
Someone who breaks the law.
Very good. I say from that, I'm gonna jump and make that belief, that assumption that you support the cops. A criminal is someone who commits a crime. Crime means you leave a victim. I know he asked you, are you a criminal? Is a cop a criminal if he runs a red light at 3 o'clock in the morning and no one's around, no emergency? Is that cop a criminal?
Is running wait.
If okay, the cop 3 o'clock.
I'll go. Sure, yes.
He is a criminal. All right. I don't think most people, and I don't think he's a criminal. He's left no victim. So calling him a criminal is part of something they do that police do.
Wait. If running a red light,
yes.
Because if I run a red light, am I considered? Wait. To follow the logic you bring it up. If I run a red light, am I a criminal?
No, of course not.
Well, why
you must
not?
commit a crime. Crime isn't breaking the law.
What is it? Wait, let's go back to the basics. Yeah. What is a criminal?
someone who leaves a victim by violence, depriving him of his property. Someone who has a victim.
Are
That's
you
what
telling
there's
me?
criminal
Are
court.
you? Wait, I'm gonna ask you a question. It's gonna be very specific. Are there crimes that are there's no such thing, or crimes that are not victimless?
I
Are
don't
crimes
believe that there is.
do all crimes have to have victims?
I do believe so, yeah. By definition,
No,
I think
you're incorrect.
That's why criminal court, and there must be a complainant in a criminal court.
Sir,
Someone who has a complaint against you. There must be a victim. Otherwise, it's not criminal court. It's a different kind of court.
I love this. Because I'm gonna make this very clear. Because a high schooler, a junior high schooler, even though they never get picked up for this, we all hear about this, right? Is jaywalking a crime?
Of course not. Of course not. They tell you it is, and people who support that when they know that jaywalking, there's no harm in jaywalking.
It's a crime.
Excuse me?
It's a crime. Victimless or not, it's a crime.
All right.
Wait, I love this. If no one was hurt in a hit and run, is it a crime?
My internet is tripping.
If no one was hurt in a hit and run, was it a crime?
Hold on, one of our internet's tripping.
How convenient. You want me to write in the back for you?
All right,
try. You want me to write in the back for you?
Say again.
Folks,
I can hear you now, even though your lips aren't lined up.
I got you, Joe. Folks, in the chat, if there's an incident that happened and no one was injured, the hit and run, is it a crime? And who's the crime against? The person who stayed or the person who fled? First question. First question. Is it a crime? First question. Is it a crime? Second question. Who's the crime perpetrated against? The person who stayed or the person who left? Even if no one was injured.
You're asking me or them?
I'm asking them
because apparently
you didn't hear the question. Because
I think the question was, if you hit someone's car, or is it a crime? And I would say, yes, you left a victim. That's easy when you said it would be.
Well, that's the point I was going to bring up to them. But when I asked you about jaywalking, is it a crime? It's literally labeled as a crime.
Yes, that is my point. So are tickets.
He's another one. He's another one, Joe. Easy for you.
Yeah.
Driving without a license. Is that a crime?
Mm-hmm. Of course not. That's nonsense. Now, let's get into you supporting the cops. Yes, and I'll tell you why. Yes.
I'll do another. Driving intoxicated. Is that a crime?
If I've hurt no one, no. All right. Now, you're going to keep asking me what the law says.
Beans, you've heard some of the things that I've asked, right? Is driving without a license or driving intoxicated a crime or not?
I'll be patient.
Well, so again, I understand the point that he is making, but I think he's speaking from the logical standpoint and not what is.
Well, right? I'm asking for what is, because what is important, not from.
Oh, yes. So we know what is, right? So we know what is.
Sorry.
Right? We know what is, but that's what I'm saying. I think Joe is speaking from the logical standpoint because he can't be speaking from an actual standpoint.
Of course.
But it is because I thought I was going to ask the same question you just asked. Resla is about the intoxicated driver, right? So once he said no to that, then okay, I'm like, oh, he's speaking from a logical standpoint.
Exactly, and I was trying to use that just to show his mentality. It was irrelevant whether it's written on the books or not. The fact that you even believe that these things are a crime and that it's okay for a cop to rob your money if your wheel touches a fucking. Don't start talking over me.
Rob your money. Where the fuck that came from?
He cannot control himself and thinks everyone else is spurging out.
No, because you're being hyperbolic.
Well, can you allow me that without interrupting?
That's not part of the conversation. You bring in shit not part of the conversation. Can you stick to the conversation? Can you not bring in shit to be hyperbolic? Can you actually have the conversation without trolling?
Well, you might consider it trolling. I probably live here.
Well, explain it. Explain it, Joe.
I would love to explain it. He keeps cutting me off. He can't control himself. It's simple shit. It
Joe,
won't take
are
more than
you talking
60
about
seconds.
Are you talking about
Yes, I am talking about the belief that it's okay if my my tire touches a yellow line. I owe somebody money and I am a criminal. That's insane. If I smoke weed here because someone says it's legal and then I take 6 inches to the left into another state, I am a criminal. Anyone who believes that is brainwashed, is where I was going with this.
Absolutely.
I agree.
I agree.
I gotta say, I do too.
Yeah, I do
So
too.
again, drinking while intoxicated is not a crime, huh?
We allow it to be
all
called.
of that shit. He gonna skip over everything.
No, hold on. We allow it.
We know what the question is. You keep fucking shifting. Yeah, I could tell. Like, Joe, your house must be fucking dirty because you don't clean. You shift.
We allow it to be considered criminal activity because we know very well what would happen if we did not. That there would be a lot of nasty accidents. So we allow it to be considered.
That took place. There were no victims, but you got pulled over for swerving crazy and you were intoxicated. Is that not a crime?
Again, you go back to what the statutes
Okay,
say. Are
yeah.
we really going to discuss what the statutes say? I probably know them better than you, and not a conversation I want to have. Fits you because you don't have to talk about
you know
anything
what?
for real.
Joe,
yeah, though, right?
Of course, all of these things are illegal and under code.
The person being most disingenuous is you.
You're talking about nonsense. I know what the law says. Clearly, I'm not talking about that. Everyone understands that, but you.
Can I show you?
I asked a very basic question, and you won't answer it.
Oh my God, this is nonsense. Yes, these things are illegal. Yes,
but is legal right, or is right and wrong legal and illegal? I'm sorry, Federal. Go ahead.
Well, can I give you a simple scenario with one slight tweak? First, we have a guy that's drunk and he's traveling along. He ends up in a dish, mashes up his own car. He manages to get home, have a tow company come and get his truck. He pays for all the damages himself. He never harmed anybody else. However, the different scenario is instead of going in that ditch, he actually is traveling along and he hits a utility pole and breaks the utility pole. Now there's a liability from a municipal corporation of some sort that has to be paid just dues for coming out and repairing his damage. Now somebody has incurred a loss. That has to be repaired. That has to be brought and made whole.
Of course. Yes, but sir.
That's still not a crime, though. That's just a contract. That's a contract. That's indentured servitude of a willing man in good faith to construct a contract and say, hey, I can't pay it for it now, but over time.
That's morals or ethics.
Well, how is that not a crime? If somebody comes over to your house and smashes your, house up, is that not a crime?
But you just used a different example. So I don't know if you're doing it.
But I was relating it to his because he said this person smashes
you're doing right,
private property.
And if you go to private property, then you're not dealing with the corporation, but you still have to make amends. Do you go to the corporation to make those amends, or do you have the power of private contracting to make your amends through that private man in the same way? In the same way.
And the courts actually will encourage you to do it in a private manner. The courts actually, the judges, the lawyers, they'll say, look, if you can handle it outside of the court, do that.
So here's the thing, though. When you say that, it sounds like you're implying intent. Your question.
Well, didn't he say this person was? Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you.
If you're implying intent, then that would make it different, wouldn't it? Right. So we're talking about somebody who did something unintentional. Right.
Well, I guess he's saying with a reckless disregard.
Yes.
Reckless disregard.
Yeah, that sounds similar. Yeah.
That still shouldn't be a crime, is the point, right? So I give you an example, right? Some years ago, this lady, this older lady, she was driving her car. I don't know what happened, if she had some kind of health situation. Something happened where she swerved and she ran into one of the municipality buildings, right? And she caused like $5,000 worth of damage to the building. They didn't lock her up. She wasn't charged with anything.
Right. But where I'm going with this is a slippery slope where like I have a,
Hold on,
have a
I'm
friend
almost
who's
done.
like,
I'm like in the middle of a sentence.
sorry, man.
But here's the thing. I accidentally cracked the glass door at the city building. They locked me up, charged me with felony damage to government property. And the door was only the door was really only $300 some, but they charged me $510 because anything over $500 is a felony.
Damn.
I've experienced something like that where it's literally a penny difference, you know, where it becomes a felony all of a sudden because of a dollar amount, and that's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous, man.
Were you auditing beans? Was that the temperature?
Okay, so but hold on, real quick. I appreciate everybody's understanding, but do you see the problem with that? The problem is that they charged me with intent. See, that's what they had to do in order to make me a criminal, right? They had to say that I intended to do it.
That's why I'm saying though, what happens when you have like an alcoholic?
But why was I standing around saying, "Hey, I did this"? Oh, you did? Well, come on over here with us and put these handcuffs on.
But when you have reckless disregard,
I understand 100%. Yeah.
But I'm going with if you have like reckless disregard to the point where like you have an alcoholic who knows that they're like belligerent, they know they shouldn't be getting behind the wheel because they're super intoxicated. They end up hitting the pole because they're being recklessly disregarding this fact. Then at what point does you still saying that's not a crime?
I think
not necessarily, but logically they will treat it like a crime.
Well, no, I want to know what Beans thinks about this. Are you still saying it shouldn't be a crime then?
Yeah. No,
it shouldn't be.
Like I don't think a person should have a criminal record behind that. No, I don't.
And where I'm going with this, so if you have an alcoholic who knows they can't drive drunk and they get behind the wheel and they end up smashing and hurting all that stuff, you think that's still just a civil matter?
Well, you included that he knows what he did.
Yeah,
I'm saying
he know the possibility was there, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
If I can give another example, a guy is at a shooting range, and behind the shooting range is a car. Here, let me give you a quick analogy. Guy set up a shooting range in his backyard. I know this is the same thing. Behind the shooting range is an expressway. The guy knows there's a chance he's going to hit a car, but he shoots anyway. I think it's the same thing. He could.
It's not right. But I see why you're doing that, though. I see why you're using that analogy, though.
All right.
So still, man, this is what I'm saying, right? It's still a money deal, right? It's again, you're like nobody's hurt. You're saying that.
What if you did hurt somebody in the vehicle?
Well,
if you hurt somebody in the vehicle on accident. What if it was on accident?
Yeah, that's different. Listen, that could still be, to me, that could still be considered civil. But I'm saying it would make more sense. I would understand you saying.
And I want to know at what point do you draw the line between civil and criminal?
Let's look at it. Let's look at this point. Let's look at this point because Clue said himself. So he says, "Listen, there are plenty of victimless crimes: prostitution, stolen valor, computer hacking, etc. Plenty of."
Are those crimes?
Yes, they are.
No, they aren't.
They are.
He's back to telling you what the law says a crime is, as if he does not understand.
Again, if we're gonna go on the fact of saying what the law says versus what we want it to be, like,
well, there's a difference between legal and lawful, and this is where Congress gets together, right? This is exactly what Congress talks about: is what should be legal and what should be just lawful, right? So,
look, prostitution.
Can I have 1 second, real quick? I'm sorry. I just want to answer.
Let him finish.
That I don't know why, for some reason, nobody want me to answer. But still, man, here's how I'm looking at it, right? So I hope this kind of clears it up too. So let's say I conceded to the idea that the person who is getting intoxicated and driving knows beforehand, right, is pre-aware that this damage and these things can happen, whatever, right? So what about the institutions that sell alcohol to people who they know are driving and also know that these people will go out, and there's a great possibility that this alcohol that they are selling to these people will lead to them crashing their cars into stuff? Should that yes or no? Just a yes or no real quick. should that also be a crime?
I'm not sure. I accept your answer. I was satisfied with your answer at the beginning, which was if he knowingly has the intent, like it goes along with the intent. Whatever you said at the beginning satisfied the question, which was that his state of mind at the time.
Matters. Yeah, because I don't think people just because they're drunk intend to do things, right? The thing is that they actually believe they can. They believe that they can make it home safely, right? I'm okay enough. I'm good enough to get there.
But if they have reason to believe that they should, they couldn't.
I agree, but even if they went through all that, this is why I hear exactly what Beans is saying. But it's the idea that people listen, if someone says that they did coke, but they felt like they were good enough, if the intent was to get in that car and to still drive, the intent when they get into an accident is still the same. Still the same.
But you don't agree that these things
if we're
that the
arguing
police
about
do.
if you're arguing about you know the consequences, then what about the people who's selling it? That's what I'm saying. Like, why are we only trying to
wait. Are we really gonna hold the people who sell it versus the people who do it argument?
Yeah, that's a whole nother.
Are we really really?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, then let me speak up because as a private moonshiner, I can still in Iowa under their code even make 2 gallons of my own shine as long as I don't sell it for my personal use. So that means I can give it away to friends and family.
Here's my thing, Pedro. Even if you sold it to me, right? It was for me to drink it.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Whether it's got a monetary thing or not, it's not on me. I can only give it to you. It's up to you to know how to use it.
Hey, Pyro.
Well, I don't wait. I think y'all being.
Wait. So you guys are going off the rails on this, then?
I'm happy you see that.
Wait. This is I don't understand. Wait, really quickly, because I don't understand how y'all missing this. It's an establishment literally built for you to come in at all times of day and night and drink as much as you want to, and then go get in your car and drive.
So are you saying that alcohol should
like I'm gonna put this point out there. There may be plenty of establishments, and I'm gonna say there's probably more than not, right? Of establishments that see you get there and get winded. But literally in places that I've been, I'm here in New York City. If you get too lit, us as bartenders, when I bartended, we're supposed to notice these type of things that if a person is becoming too much, we do 2 things. Either A, we let people know to be able to go and grab their shit to say you are way too intoxicated to do so, or before we even get to the limit, based on the fact that we have been paying for so consecutive amount of drinks, we cut that person off.
Okay. So, but here's my question. If we just using logic, would you
That's
assume,
logic.
No. I'm just saying. I'm not disagreeing. I don't know nothing about that. I take your word for it as a bartender. But I'm saying just using logic right now as I'm thinking. Maybe somebody could tell me something that make me think differently. But right now as I'm thinking most people who are drinking and driving who end up in car accidents, were they at home and was drinking and then went out and had an accident? Or were they out at an establishment drinking and then left that establishment and went and had an accident?
I honestly
I'm just right now. I'm thinking
I will be honest. I could not give you those numbers because I would say for the male, for the ones that I've seen for the male crashes, probably come from bars, but from the female crashes, I've seen a lot of them come from home.
If you throw in
I don't know why I don't know why women prefer to drink at home, but males prefer to drink out.
Okay, well, look,
if you throw in liquor store, those numbers go up even more. A lot of people are running to and from the liquor store where they have that. If you count that as an establishment,
I don't know.
If some people, if that's the case, if the government knows, man, then how is it okay to build this establishment knowing that people are going to be that a ton of people are going to be coming and going from here, and there's going to be a whole lot of people getting whatever.
Well, that's where you're wrong. But that's where you're wrong, though, Blind, because it's not the majority of people who walk into the establishment that come out, get drunk, and get into a car crashes. It's the minority.
Minority.
They tried prohibition; it did not work.
No, If I wait, I got bars. I got bars all around me. I walk into a place.
I got bars too.
It's very rare. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? I know, right? But it's rare that I ever run into some shit. Now, keep in mind, I can go 4 blocks away. Like that's as far. Well, technically 6, but 4 blocks away, and I can see a whole plethora of bars. I walk home and I do see people who get really wasted. That has not been my predicament. I've literally walked home on my fucking phone on people's streams saying, "Hey, Resla, you want to come up? I'm on my way home." After I've had but not everybody who goes, and that's really the temperament of the person themselves. That's not everyone. Some people like to have a good time. Some people are sociable. Some people go there like young ass people with the intent to get wasted. That is
Don't
not
his argument still hold? Right, his argument is the
I
establishment.
literally just made stipulations, and now you just said if the argument still holds.
Okay, well, hear me out. Hear me out anyway. Hold on, Beans. Let me finish the sentence. Isn't it? I think the argument still holds. If we transfer this to dope, we say the dope dealer need to go to jail, the user need to go to jail. So the establishment on the corner, being the liquor store or the dope dealer, I think they're equal. They're right. Man. But it becomes clearer if you're using a dope spot.
And then here's the other thing, because I think Resla, I don't know, Mr. Blind, I don't know if you heard it, but I think he just actually made an argument for why it shouldn't be a crime, right, to drink and drive. Because you're saying that the majority of people who leave bars, drunk or not, are not crashing their vehicles. So if it's the
no, I can see what you can make that comparison because I wasn't very clear in what I was saying. No, what I was saying is that the majority of people who go to bars, the majority of people who go to bars do not walk out drunk.
Right, I agree with that.
You
Yes,
don't gotta be drunk. You just need to be what is it? 0.2 or some shit intoxicated,
it's
like
0.08.
But there's a reason why. Wait. But there's a reason why we have quote a legal limit to drinking.
Right.
Public intoxication actually qualifies under the same BAC level.
So my question to you, Reese, would be: do you think most people who are going to bars and drinking are not leaving out of there over the limit? Come on, let's just be honest.
Yes.
Yes.
Like most people are leaving over the limit, right?
So that's what these people over the limit make it home.
Crashing. Right, exactly.
Most people leaving the bar are not going out of there over the legal limit.
Different questions. Are most of them leaving? Like, yes. Were they all driving? That's a different question.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I'm answering your question. Like
in Chicago, they driving though.
Well, I live in New York. Like, they'll take your shit, and you just got to take the bus or the Uber or whatever.
So here's the thing. It usually takes 4 to 5 standard drinks for most people to have a blood alcohol content of 0.08. And to be quite frank, bars and alcohol places do have consequences under the law for serving people that are visibly intoxicated. It's under dram shop laws. So we're not going to sit here and act like establishments don't have legal consequences if somebody causes harm or injury. But the fact that I came up here because y'all are really up here straight lunching. The actual definition for crime is behaviors by act or omission that violate statutes of the law. Like, what are we talking about for real?
That is exactly. I'll answer that question. Here, let me answer that question.
Oh my God,
that's exactly where we're
dying here.
I was exactly.
Ron, I was dying here.
Yes, but he was arguing logic. He wasn't
I saw it on your face because like it makes no sense. Like if y'all have a problem with what the law is, then do things to kind of effectively change the law. But the law is the law, and if you do something on purpose, not on purpose, you're still subject to have penalty under the law. Ignorance of the law
Here's what we
is
were talking
not
about.
freedom of consequences of the law.
Yes,
You actually kicked it all off talking about
So
drinking and driving is not a crime. Talking about driving without a license is not a crime. That is in fact actually a crime. It's the definition of a crime.
So do you think Rosa Parks was a
trying to get somewhere I was not able to get to because of all the fucking interruptions, which was is Resla a bootlicker?
Get the fuck out of here!
That's
Come
right.
on!
Does he?
Wait.
So
let
I can't never
ask
finish.
the
Right? He
question.
gets so fucking emotional when I talk. It's stupid. The whole thing was is Resla a bootlicker? But the way here we go again. But the way we phrased it was does Resla support the cops, which is what I was attempting to prove.
I want to ask.
And everybody kept taking off in tangents that they wanted to do. He brought Beans up over here, and they got off in a tangent. I never got a chance to make my argument.
Hey, Beans, I brought you up here. I brought your ass up here to support me. I brought you up here.
It was only me and you.
He texted me. He said, "Beans, this nigga kicking my ass. Come help me."
Hey, so was Rosa Parks?
Up there, right?
So according to y'all, Rosa Parks was a criminal.
And then he brought you up there. He didn't give me a chance to respond.
She was a criminal because she did something that violated ordinance in the law. She was a criminal.
Right.
This is why she got arrested.
He was kicking my ass. I need help.
But let's make sure we understand there's a distinction here because that's statutory law and not common law, which is distinctly different. One is administrative and one is judicial.
We're not even going to get into morality and immorality because an action or activity, although not illegal, that's considered evil, shameful, or wrong. It's a moral crime.
What it is, not circumstantial, not when you're sitting there with a lawyer, what actually is written into law currently. Not what I feel like is law, not what I think should be law. I think I should get off of this. Talk about when you're a fucking lawyer. This is what actually is written.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What's written is wrong.
I asked the question.
Why would we want to spend our time 11 o'clock at night talking about what is, right? So we want to challenge ourselves in thinking about things in a certain way to talk about what makes sense, right? So I feel like that's what Joe was doing.
We weren't having
and I would still love to talk about it, right? But
we weren't having an argument. We weren't having an argument about what makes sense. They were telling me what is.
So, but Resla, you agree that crimes can change then, right? Like something that could be a crime today.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay,
that's a great point.
That's what makes you a bootlicker.
I never debated that.
That's what makes you a bootlicker.
What Raw said, but that's a great point.
Yeah, that's what defines you as a bootlicker.
I was still fighting the whole point of
a bad guy and
going to prove that I was fighting with the cops, and they still have been.
Wait, so it makes him a bootlicker because he's aware that laws can change? I'm confused.
No,
because he believes that
it makes him a bootlicker because he lets another man tell him what's right or wrong. Makes him a bootlicker and a non-critical thinker, sell out all of that shit. Yes.
What man told me?
The government.
What man told me? Prove me.
The government, Resla, according to you, the government tells you who's criminals and who's aren't.
I'm out, Resla. Thanks for having me up.
Wait, no, I don't need you being a bootlicker for Joe Cool.
All right, Perro.
Let's go. All right, man. I don't need you to be a bootlicker for Joe Cool. Joe Cool says he knows exactly what man did so because apparently I was the one bootlicking for the cops. I need to know where in my conversations I ever said so. I had blind up there. Could not point it out.
You pointed it out.
You've been doing it for the last hour.
I could point it out, but Resla, you
even to the point where Brooke turned said he didn't do it. You know what he said? You motherfuckers don't pay attention.
I pointed it out.
I could give him an example of when you when
I
just
fell
said
for it
that
too.
You let other people give you morals and shit like that. That's what makes you a bootlicker. I can give him an example of when that came out of your mouth. When I asked you, am I a criminal if I stand here and smoke weed and then I walk 6 feet to the right? Am I a criminal? You say yes. You let another man.
When did I say yes?
Don't do it. You let another man tell you what a criminal is. So I know that you don't have any thought. You're just like the cops.
Anyone want to?
Whatever.
We're taking bets. We're taking bets. Anybody? Anyone want to take bets on the panel? I'm not a betting man. Anyone want to take bets on the panel to when Joe told me this scenario about him smoking weed and swerving to the left? That I said yes. Anyone want to take bets?
Yes, he gave you a scenario, maybe not about the weed part, but about
No.
left or
Anyone
right,
want to take
weeds.
bet? Anyone
No, he
want to
did
take
bring
bet?
up the weed
You
part.
taking bet? You taking bet? Blind,
I'm
blind.
taking
You
a
want
bet on yes.
blind? You want in on that? Terry, you want in on? Wait, Brick, you want in on that? You
I'm
want
betting
in
yes.
I'll
I
bet
want in
he
on it.
asked. I know he asked.
I
don't
heard
know
him
what
say it.
But
He
I
definitely
said
asked.
yes.
He said yes.
I said yes. You want
Yeah,
you
you
want in on
agreed.
that?
Remember,
I can't
Only
remember. I
gamble
don't
on
know.
guarantees.
You
I'm
want
putting
in
my
on
money
that?
on it.
I ain't losing my money. He
You want
looking
money on that? On that? I said yes.
He
My
look-
money's on
I
yes.
said,
I play
I said
blackjack.
yes, and
That's it,
smoking
bro.
weed and
And
swerving to
chess.
the left and everything.
Right.
This isn't a gamble, dude. You said it.
No.
Wait,
I
this
said
is
so you're
irrelevant
taking a
anyway.
gamble. I said yes.
This is not a gamble.
That's a quit. Like I said 100% yes on your part. I said that, right?
You said it.
Ooh,
I say
ooh,
it's
I
a gamble
got you.
because
I
don't
got
know.
you.
Put my bet well enough. But
Or you could ask
guys.
now. I hope he says no, you're not a criminal, because then
No,
I
he
can
said
really.
yes.
Either way,
If
we
he said
win.
no,
Either
it would
way,
make
we
my day
win.
too, because then he's if he says no, you're not a criminal.
All right.
He's fucking catch 22. So
Resla,
either way, this works for me.
He just walked himself right into
It's not a catch 22 because swerving while driving alone doesn't make you a criminal, but it can be a sign of impaired driving or a
What
traffic
about the weed
violation.
thing? The weed
This is
thing.
the battle of the
Hold on,
credibility
bro.
right
Hold
now.
on,
dude.
Brian.
It's
The weed
enough to
thing.
pull you over for a welfare check.
Wait. We're asking
Oh, he's
about
talking
the
about the
weed,
weed
guys.
comment,
Don't be
y'all.
distracted so easily. We're asking
Yeah,
about
I'm
the
not.
weed.
I know
If
exactly
I,
what you're talking about.
all
It's
right,
called DUAI.
all right. If I
I'm
am
using a
smoking
list.
weed in a legal state,
right.
I am a upstanding citizen that pays his taxes, and then I walk 6 feet to the left in another state. Someone says I'm a criminal. Am I to believe them? Suddenly, I'm a bad guy. Can this be true? This is my
Yes.
question.
Yes, it's
No.
another. Yes, it is. If you because of how you set the premise of the question, you catch 22s yourself. You said
No.
You said smoking weed in a state that's legal, and then I walk into a state where weed is not legal. In that state, you're a criminal.
If you can
And then I said, "Am I a bad person? Am I bad now?"
No. Wait, Raji.
Let him answer. Am I bad now?
But Joe, you're taking it too far.
But
No,
it's
I'm
not
not.
about if you're bad or not. It's about the
We're gonna
criminal
qualify
aspect
getting
of
bad.
it.
We're not.
All
We're not God.
But because if I don't follow the law, I should be a bad person. She should have said.
Let's just say
No,
criminal. Hold
we're
on a
not
second.
God. Only God knows good and bad.
No, let's keep that criminal.
Real quick, y'all. Real quick, Joe. That ain't it. You stay on the criminal elements. Here's why. Because she said in that state you're a criminal. No. In all states, that criminal
Very
record
good.
follows you.
And it's federal.
Right?
It's illegal.
Hey, Joe.
All states.
Hey, Joe, can I respond to her?
It's not supposed
Beans,
to
hold
follow
on,
you.
Beans. It's illegal federally in all states. It's federally illegal. What
Right.
are we doing here?
Then you're a
That part
federal
too.
criminal. You're
Okay,
a
but
federal criminal. So
but
if you know that,
Whatever they
No,
tell you.
no, because that's double jeopardy. You can't be charged twice for the same crime. So
You're not just
once they hit you in the
talking
state
about-
statute, they can't hit you with the federal code.
but
So-
you're now saying no one said that you can be charged again. However, if you're saying that federally something is a crime, then you're a criminal, regardless if you get charged of it or not. And you know that is federally a crime, so you actually engage in the practice of smoking a marijuana at your own recourse. And even on the state level, more often than not, you need to have a card. There's like only maybe 1 or 2 states where you don't need to have a card.
I think you're
There's a
proving
reason
my
why
point. I
statutes
was
of
trying to
limitation
prove
exist
that,
too.
I was trying to prove that Resla supports the cops by having these beliefs. I think we can jump to the assumption that you support the cops because you will believe anything they say and follow anything they say. I believe Resla can be indicted in the same fashion.
He's a cop.
I mean,
clearly.
you're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe, and
I know
that's
I don't need
fine.
your permission.
What I'm
Thank you. I know
actually
that.
talking about, what I'm talking about is facts. I mean, you're sitting there, don't be a bitch now, and
Okay,
sit
now-
there and be sensitive and be like, oh my
record,
God, I don't need you. I don't need your permission. I don't give a damn. You just said what you said, and I said what I said.
Your opinion.
Don't even
I
let
know
me
that without you telling me. You're in your feelings.
Okay, can I rebut to
No,
Ra?
you're in your feelings because at the end of the day, the
Hey,
fact
baby,
remains,
you can have your opinion.
The fact remains that a crime is a crime. It's a defined
But,
crime.
okay, that's where I'm going with
So
that.
I got a
We agree on
question.
that.
I got a question. Hold on, I got a question. So Joe Cool's premise is if he's a bad person just because he broke the law.
Yes.
But now you're taking it too far. Hold
No, not taking it too
That's
far.
where I
Wait,
was
no.
gonna
I've
go.
been
I was
hold on.
gonna
I've been
go
listening and telling you what he said. He said that he smoked weed in one state and then he crossed 6 feet over to the left and he's in another state. Does that make him a bad person? That was your question, right?
I was
Because
totally
of
taking
the
it there.
way
Yes.
That was the
Okay,
second part
so
of it.
now so here's the thing. Do good people break laws?
Absolutely.
I think so. Martin Luther
Okay,
King
does that
did.
make them bad people because they broke the law?
Resla said that.
Hold on, Blind. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Joe. Does that make you a bad person if you're a good person and you broke the law?
No.
Then your premise falls on fucking flat ears. That made no sense to ask that goddamn question. Blind, I'm not talking to you. Joe Cool, your question should have been, am I illegal in the state where I did not smoke weed at, but I'm under the influence? That's how you ask that question. Bad people and good people break the same goddamn laws every day. This is a goddamn straw man argument. That's stupid as shit. This made no fucking sense.
Well, that's why I said taking it to that. It's too far, man.
Real quick, y'all, real quick. The premise of the question is to determine what the two people talking thinks, right? Because he's trying to gauge where they're at. Specific.
Got you.
Right, so that's why he's asking.
Beans, I get that, but my thing is this. My thing is this, Beans. But the premise of the question is based upon the fact that you want validation from someone else's opinion about what it is that you did. If you smoke weed in one state and it's not illegal, and you cross into another state where it is illegal, does it make you a bad person? No, it does not make you a bad person, because even good people break laws every day. We're not here to judge people based on character because of their actions. We're looking at what is the law. We're looking at what is the law.
No, we're not looking at that.
But in your opinion, that still
Not to mention the fact that if you transport cannabis across state lines federally, you're in violation of the law.
Okay, what are we talking about? Okay, we're talking about violation of law. Wait, quick pause. Quick.
Y'all wanted to introduce federal law. So
No,
you
I
have
don't
having
wanna
these
introduce
dumbass
federal
questions,
law.
adding in stuff that you don't want to defend.
Because that's a trump card. That's what I'm saying. That okay.
What I want to
consider the federal side of it. When you introduce the federal side of it, then that means no matter what state you're standing in, it's illegal.
You guys are getting all the details, though.
From a federal point of view, right?
All right. I want to talk about a quick pause. So,
Resla, let us finish this real quick, please. I'll send you some money or something, bro. I want you to see something. Hey, look, because I want you to see something. Think about this. Raw is right, what she's saying, but what she is saying actually moves the conversation forward. Because how can something be legal in this state but illegal federally? So which one am I? Am I a criminal or not?
Am I a criminal or not in Illinois?
Right.
Because
So
it's legal
there's a
here
difference.
according to the state and illegal federal. Am I a criminal or not?
Because there's a difference between federal law and state law, just like Roe versus Wade being overturned, which is why some states can allow you to still to participate in baby deletions, and some states don't. The government is the overall government is the government, but states have independent rights to make whatever decisions they want to for their states. You'll be okay a little bit maybe when you're in that state, but if the feds decide they want to come down on you, then you're not going to be okay.
In your eyes,
it's a risk.
What was the answer? Yes or no? Am I a criminal or not?
It's a risk. It's a risk. It's a risk that you take. No, in the eyes of the law, I don't give a shit. I can't arrest none of y'all. Y'all sound crazy.
You're saying they're
These are what the
criminals if they break the law.
No, what I'm saying is.
Stop. I don't know. I do not know at all. I do not know what you guys are talking about. I literally went away because I went to go take a look at this. And as far Joe, what are you saying that you asked me? Because this is gonna be your saving grace to walk away, because this is a substantial amount of time since when you've been on. When did you bother asking me about when you smoking and falling to the side? When exactly did you ask me that?
About the weed? If you cross this line, cross that line? I don't know how you want me to answer that 40 minutes ago. I don't know.
Well, no. I'm asking for a timestamp. Like, did you do it when we were all on panel? Did you do it when we were on a one-on-one? When did you do it?
Yeah, 40 minutes ago.
One-on-one.
No, stop. I asked
don't
Joe
know.
Cool,
I'm gonna be
but
honest. I'm
this
gonna be
class,
honest. I don't know.
class. I am speaking to Joe Cool. I do not need you speaking for him.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think it was 1-on-1, but I don't know.
Because I've gone through 1-on-1 and I've also gone through in the class, and I do not have you asking me this question.
You didn't find the question at all? I mean, everybody knows I asked it.
No, you didn't ask it. No,
Yeah, you
Joe.
did.
You
You
didn't
definitely
ask
asked it, dude.
You asked some other questions.
I know.
Sure. He was so sure. Because I don't have the question.
Brick,
Well, I
do
just
not
know
bear
for I
false
said it.
witness
You
on
didn't
this shit,
find it.
bro.
Still, man,
find it,
you
but
keep
you were so
interrupting.
strong,
I've
you
been
asked
sitting back. I've been sitting back listening to the class, and I see that the class has been going off the rails anyway. The whole legal thing, really, ultimately, that's not even the conversation. From my understanding, it was masculinity.
That's
I'm just
not
saying,
what Resla was talking
I'm
about
asking
today.
you for clarification as someone who I drink, I don't smoke, but understand someone who knows weed logic, and he says no cannabis hate. OG for the $2. I'm saying I went through the entire thing. I didn't know I did. I literally went to 3.5, not 2.5, 3.5. Could not hear you mention it at all. I did hear you go
Let's
after
put
me
20
about.
bucks
Well,
on it.
stop. I did hear you ask me about the fact that I was cutting you off, but you did not ask your question, whether on panel or whether on the 1-on-1. So I asked the question to you, and you had somebody here say, "I don't recall you saying it," because I don't recall you saying it.
You both would be wrong, and I don't believe it was on panel because I honestly believe someone else answered before you did. I don't even think you got a chance to answer panel.
I listened to the entire shit. Speed it up.
All of that was besides.
I could not even hear what the hell you guys were talking about because I literally had the stream muted. I had StreamYard muted so I could listen to my stream. Previously, you did not mention it.
Look, I'd be willing to put my reputation on the line and vouch for him.
I did not say
that ain't much.
Wait. I didn't say if you're a bad guy. Am I a bad guy if I smoke
trash.
weed in here? And if I step 6 inches over is what I said. I didn't say 6 feet the first time. I said 6 inches over. Am I a criminal now? That is exactly what I said.
Absolutely.
And then when I restated it, I said 6 feet because I remember saying 6 inches and it was too tiny.
Wait, for the people who are here, I'm gonna blind.
Oh my god, that was such an opening.
Beans, Will, Raji, you can step up. Clue, you can step away from it. Does anyone else recall that?
Besides me?
What specifically? Him saying about the 6 inches?
About him smoking, and if he
the weed, yeah,
6 inches to the left, and basically he said. Anyone else recall that?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know. I said leave you out of it because you came in literally in the tail end of that.
And did you tell me to stay out of it?
Because he's been on longer than you've been on. So I mentioned the people that's already been on, which would have been him, you Brick, you Steel, you Blind, you Teriak.
So he did ask it, but it was not, from what I understand, directed to you.
Correct. Did anyone answer him?
I thought I heard you answer him.
Some folks began to answer, and then it started getting crazy again with the legal aspects of it.
And answer him now. What's the
it's
answer?
amazing that you'll dedicate all of this time when you can give me an answer now.
I didn't answer you.
Am I a
Go ahead and
criminal?
answer it.
The answer is yes.
What is it, Resla? What is it?
If you stumble to the left after you smoke weed, was it a crime? No.
Well, then there you go. I guess that's the ends the argument.
Well, first of all,
wait. Okay, let's make sure he understands the question.
Are you gonna move before I answer? Or are you gonna move before I give any clarification whatsoever? Or should I just shut the fuck up right here?
I'm not
You
sure
just ended the
that you
argument.
understand it. You're a grown man. You can do what you like. The question is,
The
if
answer is this: Crazy Mama with the
standing
$10
in
is
Illinois,
another lovely panel, wrestler, LMFT,
then I
or
step
Marcus
into
Silverback. That's
Iowa
the
next
you,
and
Will.
over.
Thank you.
where's
Apparently,
illegal? Am I a criminal?
someone caught on. Thank you, Will.
Can you repeat
That's
that?
the answer. Crazy Mama with the $10. That's the answer. Crazy Mama with the $10.
Crazy Mama with the $10 thing. Lovely panel, Resla, laugh ass up. Buy you a drink. Thank you, Crazy Mama.
A crime is a breach of contract.
Wait. Let me
A
restate the
crime is a
question
brief
while I have
is
the
a breach of
opportunity.
contract. You don't need a victim, Joe Cool. It's a breach of contract with the 5 levels of government.
Let him restate what he thinks is a gotcha moment.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Yes, if I'm in Illinois where it's legal, and then I move over and walk over 6 feet into the next state over Indiana where it's illegal, and I'm still smoking, am I a criminal?
What's the crime in Indiana?
It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal over there.
Is it illegal or is it decriminalized? Hold on, wait. I got a question. Is it illegal or is it decriminalized?
For this, it's illegal. For this example, it is absolutely illegal.
So we going only off hypotheticals. We're not going off actual information.
Joe Cool, you realize you're not talking to Resla anymore?
Pick any state that
that's what happened the first time.
Trying to save you. Brick trying to save you.
Wait, but that's what happened. No, wait, but here's the funny part, Brick. That's what happened the first time.
That is what happened. That's why I'm pointing it out, because it's now a second time.
That's what happened the first time, and I never answered.
And he's not gonna answer.
I don't see what's the point of
How
the
can
answer.
he answer if someone else is answering for him?
Well, the thing is, what's the point of the answer? Okay, here. When Resla come back, it'll be a yes or no answer, because based on that, it's only trying to draw.
It'll be Resla's answer. It's not going to necessarily be yes, no. Might be explanation.
So
we don't know, but let him
answer. But here's the thing, though. We need to understand.
All of y'all talk over each other all the time, so I find it very intriguing. We're like, oh my God, let somebody answer. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yes, we do. We literally.
Lloyd knows what it is. That's what he's doing. He knows exactly what the hell it is.
Right. But no, I understand that, Britt. But here's the thing, though, for the audience and for the people on the panel to understand the context of what he's asking, are we asking from a hypothetical perspective, or are we asking from actually something that's based in fact, like in reality? This is what irritates me. Okay, Resla's back here. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, wait. Everybody, shut the fuck up. Resla's back. Resla, what's your answer?
Whether he stumbles into a hole in the state 6 inches?
Yes. And is he a criminal or not?
If that state holds him as a criminal, he goes 6 inches into it. The answer is yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
He's in that state.
All right, Joe, did you get that?
Great. I did, and I said he would answer yes. So all this was nonsense. And if the whole thing we're doing,
it wasn't a nonsense.
Like you gotta cut me off.
You then signed the title of bootleg.
Yes, exactly. Like being
okay. Now we got to why you asked the question.
Thinks that was what we were trying to determine.
Disingenuous.
So in other words, you're being disingenuous.
No, so in other words, you guys are being disingenuous by bringing up the question. You could have just said yes.
And you wouldn't have to say what other words. You can understand what I was trying to say. Or you can argue your words that you think I mean. Which you prefer.
Let me get and keep in mind, we're still trying to get down to the point of how was I vying for the cops?
Yes, exactly.
How does that? Thank you, Russ, because that's what I was leading back to.
Okay, here's how. Here's how.
Wait, hold on.
I will tell you. I want to answer that.
Okay, cool.
Wait. Y'all see me lift this mug, and somehow y'all think I don't fucking pay attention.
I'm ready to answer that question.
I'm glad you brought it back.
Go ahead, Steel Man.
Thank you. Yes, because in that scenario, you're saying that he's now the criminal for smoking the weed. Because he moved 6 inches, and I'm saying the police in that state are the criminals for trying to fucking harass him for smoking weed.
When did I say it?
Just fucking now.
So wait, hold on. Wrestler. Hold on.
Stop. Everybody.
He's saying because you answered yes.
Will, hold up. Will. What was the question that Joe Cool gave?
If I was getting high in one state.
Man, when did I say he was a fucking criminal?
Is that not what he
said?
Is that not
he said yes? Somebody help me if he didn't say yes. I thought it was a clear yes.
But it was a whole bunch of other people talking.
Is it illegal?
No, you said
illegal.
No,
I said, am I a criminal?
Resla, you literally said if it's illegal, then yeah, you're a criminal.
So fine. If you walk
According
over
to statute,
you know what?
Actually, I said if it's illegal, then yeah.
You're right. You did too. About 20 minutes ago.
You're right. No. Wait. First of all, I'm not so pig-headed. You're fucking right. If you go over 6 inches, I will cop to it. I'm not fucking so bullheaded that I won't.
Like, so now we can move on from that, and I'm saying that he's
Absolutely.
not the criminal. It's the police who are going in there and trying to arrest him. They're the actual criminals. If you realize what reality is, and not from your fucking brainwash perspective.
Inches
Okay,
over.
then. Hey,
They're
man,
not the
okay.
criminals.
Okay, so
If
that's
he's on,
based on
if he's on their jurisdiction, how about?
And they can't commit crimes. It's called people's rights. If they infringe upon somebody's rights, they're committing a crime.
Okay, but what rights do you have when you're up under the jurisdiction of that state?
Stop. Wait, there's a very important lesson here that I need to be able to instill on other people.
It's an important lesson you're about to say.
Wait, folks. If you manage to get into this, is the reason why I say talk more, argue less, because people will take shit everywhere to try to defeat you and confuse and do other, and then drag new shit into it outside of just being in the fucking moment. You need to be fucking careful when you're dealing with people, because they will, instead of you just being where you are, they will keep moving shit along. It's very important for you to pay attention. It's so fucking important. This is why I say it's not just important of what people say, but how they say it. And when they're not satisfied, they keep fucking moving along. It's so, they call me disingenuous, but they keep moving shit along. How the fuck am I being disingenuous when you keep shifting the fucking sentence? Folks,
I love you like
folks. I hope that at the very least, I know you're probably entertained with all the shit going on, all the yelling, all the back and forth, but I'm really hoping that you pay attention to how conversations work, how fallacies work. Because I'm doing my best, because I'm aggravated at the fact that people will not just be honest.
It's you. I love play cousin.
Are we all in agreement on the word, on the definition of the word criminal?
Just real quick,
because that's where the problem is.
Not,
we have different definitions.
Before we go back down,
right?
Real quick. Will, to me, in my opinion, again, we'll see how fast people run away from it, because Beans is always right. Will handed Joe Cool the checkmate when he brung in the word jurisdiction. It literally,
I can figure that out.
Makes Joe's point that people are allowing somebody else to dictate to them what they believe is true and false. The word jurisdiction in itself, right, literally means you're accepting somebody else's interpretation.
No, that's not what that means.
That's
No.
not what it
Wait,
means.
hold on.
Raw, wait. Beans is breaking it down correctly, because if Joe Cool went into that state, he accepted the damn jurisdiction.
Here's the
But
thing.
hold up. Look. Can I make one
Wait, I love this. Because blind. I'm talking to you, blind. I'll talk to you, blind, because when he mentioned, because I never answered the question, and when he mentioned the other state, what's that first thing I asked? Was it illegal there? Nothing I ever alluded to before.
Still bootlickers. Joe don't get a say here. Still bootlicker shit.
Joe,
You niggas still
you're not helping. Joe, you're not helping. I'm trying to
because
land
I'm literally talking. Wait, stop, Joe. You're being disingenuous and you're trolling the fuck. And I'm literally trying to have conversation. I'm even bringing it to blind. To the whole point when I said the whole point that I didn't answer before. Because if I did, I would have asked you the same fucking questions I asked.
That's all trickery shit, bro.
Wait,
the whole fucking thing. I didn't answer, but I did.
No, you don't. Wait. Ooh, blind. This is the reason why. This is the reason why you were having the whole conversation even on the last one.
Yes, and if you would let me make one fucking comment,
because you don't know what the fuck I'm saying if you fucking answer. You don't know what I'm saying if you're already fucking talking,
bro. You repeated the same fucking thing 700 times, bro. I can fucking.
Oh, fine. What am I gonna say? I'm repeating. What am I saying?
But you didn't answer. But you did it. But bro,
what am I gonna say?
Look,
if I'm repeating myself, you should be able to
What the fuck y'all going off about?
Can I make one comment,
A
bro?
bunch of motherfuckers that
What
won't
was
let
I
me
going
make a
to
point
say?
for them to argue. I'm
I
trying to
do
make a
is
point.
all
They're
y'all
arguing
do
other
is-
shit.
All you do is make me respond to your red herring questions, bro.
What was I going to say? You know what? I need a witness. What was I going to say? I'm repeating myself. What was I going to say?
Bro, no matter what I say, you're gonna say that's what you weren't gonna say.
No.
This is a pointless fucking argument that's adjacent to the conversation.
You're clairvoyant. What was I going to say?
Bro.
Wait, I will visually mute myself.
I'm not clairvoyant, obviously. So anything I say, you're going to say no. So this is a pointless fucking conversation. But I will, since while you have the mic
That's
muted,
deflection.
No, I will. Okay, while the mic's muted, I will say this. I'm asking anybody, because the whole point of this was whether or not you're a bootlicker, whether or not you support the cops. So hold up. Can anybody watching say that you made the comment? Okay, I can't remember exactly what you said verbatim about the people that stalk other cops and not having a job. Can anybody hear you make that comment and genuinely say that that's not a comment in support of the police? Because
Let me know when I can speak.
I will. Anybody that can listen to the comment that you made and say that that's not a comment that is in support of the police, that is derogatory towards those of us that challenge it, is being this motherfucking ingenuous. There, I'm done.
I can speak now. So, Brick, as my witness, tell me why I say for people who do not have an official job, right? Not officially underemployment. Tell me where I said that they are the people that are quote stalking the police, and with everything that Brick just said, tell me where I officially said that I was in favor of law enforcement.
You never specified either one of those. They were blanket statements that you made that did not specify any particular individual. You did mention stalking other people who have a job, but you did not specify the police. And you didn't say that you were in favor of the police.
So y'all are going to answer what I just said.
He just did. I didn't have to.
No, you didn't.
He just did.
So you're going, bro. This is what I mean. When you, like Resla said, those of y'all watching, when you want an example of disingenuous,
wait.
And guess what they're gonna do?
I'll do it
they're
better.
Gonna judge you the same way they sitting on this panel and judging people. Right, which is by saying, "Well, you knew that this was a crime over there, and you
Beans, you're up. Beans, you're up.
Yeah, that's what freedom
He's talking to his audience. Beans, you're up.
Freedom is, I want to do this thing. I'm going to do it. But see, disingenuous people try to make it seem like freedom has to include you infringing on other people's freedoms, and it doesn't.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong there.
See, that makes your freedom hypocritical. If you believe in freedom, then you believe everybody needs to have freedom. So therefore,
I agree.
If my freedom is infringing upon your freedom, then my freedom is, what would I call it?
It's called
a
double standard.
That's correct.
Double standard.
Upon instead.
That's the word we use in this space all the time. But
I want to speak on this right here because I was actually having a battle within the
you could try.
section.
I don't think he's gonna hear you though.
Yeah, he's not gonna hear it, but we will. So I was having this battle in the comment section earlier today on my video where someone was saying that the cops don't have rights, they only have duties. And I said, no, they have rights too. They have the same rights we do. They just swore to uphold our rights too, right? And so even though people want to believe, some people want to believe that the law doesn't apply to some people in certain ways, and then they say it does apply in certain other ways. The reality of this, right, is all Americans have the same rights, and that's the way that we treat it in this country, right? So it's like a smorgasbord Christian, the buffet Christian we've heard about, except for it's for American rights and the law.
Brick, they
and
don't
we
have
say,
the same rights when they're on duty, Brick, right?
well, they swore to uphold our rights and to defend the Constitution, but that doesn't mean they don't have the same rights. We're paying them to do a job to be professional.
My question. Do they have the same rights as us when they're on duty?
Yes.
Yes.
The answer is no. No.
Yes. The answer is yes.
I can get in the cop's face, curse him out, and all of that shit. He cannot even be offended when he is on duty.
He can leave the job. He can absolutely quit that day and leave the job.
But when he's on the job, he doesn't have those rights.
So he does have those rights. He just chooses to not exercise all of the rights in which he has it because he swore an oath. A promise.
He
A promise
cannot
to be professional.
They don't have humanity.
He cannot be offended.
They have all the same rights.
No.
Right?
No.
They have the same rights.
Are you
Brick,
aware?
Brick.
You keep repeating
So
that.
now
Are you
you're being
aware that he
selective on
cannot-
who
Brick.
has the right and
Yes,
not.
Brick, when
Brick,
you
I'm gonna
ask
challenge
my
you on this.
question, stop speaking over me, Brick.
Hey, Resla, right
I
there.
did. I actually did answer your question. You want to disagree with me. You want to disagree with me, and that's fine. You can disagree with me, but the law and the Constitution does not disagree with me. You disagree with the Constitution.
I don't
Now, will you
filibuster him,
answer my
Brick.
question, Brick? Can he be a
I
complaint
need
on
what
against
I
Sunday?
need.
The cop,
What I need. What I
you won't
need.
answer because you know he doesn't
What
have the
I
same
need.
They won't let
Because
you ask.
I am not nearly lit enough for this. What I need is just one motherfucker at a time because I see so many people obfuscating and not answering fucking questions. And
You muted.
You muted. Resla,
Oh, good, guys. We get his point.
Sorry,
Resla, you muted yourself.
I hit my mic.
Yeah, you gotta stop beating up. You gotta stop beating up.
I hit my mic. I'm just like, I'm so sick of people doing the thing that is not good for communication. And first of all, it's just not answering fucking questions. Just stop moving shit along. Answer fucking questions. Why is it so hard for human beings to just answer questions?
Because they have
Stop. Because the thing that annoys me is that people want to ask questions instead of answer, and people love to add extra shit but not answer questions. You can add on every under the fucking sun. Answer the motherfucking question first. There's so much room for nuance. But when you refuse to answer the fucking question and you want to talk about what happened on your fucking 15 fucking baseball game or whatever, but you didn't answer what the fuck happened on the very thing asked to you, I hate to, like, I'm gonna just say, you're the disingenuous one. You're the one filibustering. We're not in court. You're none of y'all motherfuckers are in politics. Answer the fucking question. It's not hard.
You use the court word, and then you.
What's the question?
The question was, can a cop be a complainant? And
that wasn't the question. You said
the cops don't have the same rights as civilians when they're on duty.
Yeah,
so now you're trying to change the goalpost.
I want to answer that question.
Maybe you thought that too, right?
I would like to answer that question.
After I
absolutely,
what
Of
I
course they
said,
do.
move the whole shit.
Of course they
I
do.
asked 3
Brick
questions.
was absolutely correct. Police officers have the same rights as civilians while on duty. They just have limitations while they're on duty.
That's
right.
Not my fault. You don't see cops
don't
as
have
human
the
beings.
same, do they?
They don't have the
can't
same
have
rights.
the same and have limitations.
Joe Cool, you
lady.
speak in emotions.
Yes,
you hate
no,
police
right.
officers.
Are you drunk? Are you high right now?
No, speaking in emotions, bro.
Do not affect me.
I've been listening to you all day. You speaking in
they are
emotions.
the
asking you.
same, but they're
I
not
want
the
to answer
same.
that directly.
He just hates
quick.
cops.
What I said was
No, don't change the subject.
What I said was I know you guys are you trying to overtalk me? Please let's not do that because I promise you will lose every time. Now I'm being nice and I'm keeping my regular microphone on, but
No,
trust
I'll be a gentleman and be quiet.
at all. I don't have to raise my voice at all. I'll just simply change the setting on my microphone, and you will not overtalk me. Like, let's not do that.
You can just speak, lady, or you can make threats.
What I said was, while on duty, police officers, as government officials, generally have the same fundamental rights as civilians, but also, which means congruently, have specific obligations and limitations due to their role in enforcing the law. They still have the same rights. They still have the same rights, but they need to maintain discipline and efficiency within the department while they are sitting there putting out the job of being a police officer. Like, I get it, Joe Cool. Like, I get you want to be the camel from back in the 80s smoking on a cigarette. You want to be the cool guy, but you're not. But you're not because you're extremely disingenuous. And whenever anybody is saying something, that makes you feel uncomfortable and that you're in disagreement with what you do is you cut people off and you want to talk all this bullshit. Like, you're literally on Resla's panel trying to disrespect him because you don't agree. Like, get your shit together, dude. Like, get your shit together. Like, you up here sounding real stupid. You sound stupid. You sound stupid and you sound ignorant. You sound stupid and you sound ignorant. You sound stupid and you sound ignorant. I'm not emotional at all, but at the end of the day, like, you're fucking annoying as shit. Like, you're annoying as shit, just like how you just came back and tried to change what it was that you said. You're disingenuous in that regard. You ask me a question and then you try to come back and change what you said. But nobody's going. Nobody is 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 going. You have literally cut off everybody. You have literally talked over everybody. And you don't like it, and you don't like it when people do it back to you, which makes you a fucking bully. You're a bully because you've talked over everybody and you've acted a whole fucking ass the whole entire time people have been up here. And now that it's being done back to you, you're fucking dissembling. Toughen up, Buttercup. Toughen up, Buttercup. Toughen up, Buttercup. Toughen up, Buttercup. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm not even yelling. That's the part that makes it hilarious. And that's why Brick is laughing at you, because Brick knows.
We're all laughing right now.
Sweetheart. Brick's been down this road because he's been up here before, honey. I know you don't have any equipment, love. I know you don't have any equipment, love. My volume is just turned up. I don't have to yell at all. You sound fucking stupid, ignorant moron. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Who's the one calling all the names? Ignorant shows
you are the one calling all the names. This is why we're having this conversation right now. You literally came up here to call fucking Resla a bootlicker. You literally came up here to call Resla a bootlicker. That is calling somebody a name. That is using an ad hominem attack. That is using an ad hominem attack. Your whole entire premise of your argument is based off of you making an ad hominem attack and the fact that you don't like that you're being called out. Now you want to sit there and try to gaslight, sweetheart. It doesn't work with me. 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 You started with ad hominem attacks because you could not sit there. Because you could not sit there and have a fucking conversation with Resla. Then you want to sit there. Then you want to sit there. Then you want to sit there. Then you want to sit there and be disingenuous and change what it is that you're saying. And change what it is that you're saying. And change what it is that you're saying because you know you're caught out there. You sound stupid.
Yeah, so I actually learned quite some time ago that you do not argue with a woman. You do not do it.
Like to rebut.
You just simply don't do it.
She said. Yeah.
Yet you are trying to do it.
You changed your question.
Bro, listen, we're talking about masculinity right now. Okay? Masculinity as a man, don't do it. Just don't do it.
Brick.
The reason that is frustrating, Joe Cool, is because you asked one question and then you evolved your question because you knew that the answer you was going to get was not going to
real time.
You was trying to put.
I did. I asked.
That is what the That is what the frustration is. I'm going to let you finish, but this, like Resla just said,
before you move on.
Wait, hold on. But I'm explaining to you why there's frustration, because you're trying to evolve your question just to fit a narrative. If the answer to your question that is something that it does not fit your narrative, accept the fact that you asked the incorrect question and ask the correct question instead of trying to spin it and then add a label onto someone, calling them a bootlicker just because it does not fit the narrative you're trying to push. That's not how you have a conversation.
That's
Exactly
what I was dealing with.
Let's see if I can get in here. I say I won't be able to get in. Let's see if I can get in here. Here's what happened. When I asked Brick the question, we were talking about it was a whole different thing. Can a cop do something? While we were talking,
Can a cop have the same rights?
I say. But when we were talking,
no, we're helping you out. Your question was, does the cops have you said does police have the same rights?
No, let him go.
You can be confused when you don't even understand what a person is saying because you're so busy talking. The question had evolved. I gave 3 things to the question. I chose the last one because I thought it was the best one. No deception there. I think Brick knows that you cannot be complainant and a regular person can. I don't have to have anyone's opinion. Webster, I'm out there on the street. I know the cops cannot be a complainant when a regular person can. I assume Brick would know that. That would get us there. No disingenuousness. It should have been obvious to Brick. A cop cannot be a complainant. That's why I asked.
So if you commit a criminal activity on a cop, then he can be the complainant. Yes.
I said disorderly.
No. Listen. If you commit a crime against a police officer, the police officer would then necessarily, it would dictate that he is the complainant.
Even if you commit one in front of the police,
cop,
right?
No, if you do it to the cop. If you do it to the cop.
I think the cop answer is yes. I think you're saying yes, that the cop can be a complainant in a disorderly.
In a disorderly?
Yes, that was my question.
Here's the thing. So
what the fuck did any of this bullshit have to do with the whole premise of talking about traditional masculinity?
Not a damn thing.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I do not want to sit here for the rest of the night talking about fucking cops.
Resla, I got a question for you. You see how he asked Brick a question and Brick answered the question and then he evolved the motherfucker?
Did not answer.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did answer. You asked. No, Brick. No.
Did you say yes or no, Brick?
He asked you a question.
He asked a very specific question. I answered it, and then he tried to qualify it.
Yes or no?
Yes, he tried to qualify it further.
And not be a complaint on the
yes, he did. Yeah, absolutely.
So
did. Beyond that, what does this have to do with
Brick, I got one question for you because we about to go. This is too much stupidity. Brick, I got a question for you. Was that disingenuous or not?
Yeah, I felt it was.
Wait, did you answer my question on the disorderly? Can a cop be a complainant?
Of course he can.
You said
on a disorderly? No, you didn't ask about the disorderly.
Because you didn't ask the question.
You didn't ask about the disorderly initially.
You didn't ask. That wasn't your initial question.
Like you ain't know what the fuck I was talking
You added
about.
disorderly.
You didn't ask that question.
Disorderly was the original question 30 minutes ago. An hour ago.
That's not the question.
Please answer yes or no.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Hey Brick, would it be against police policy for the police to use their personal cell phone to record somebody while on duty?
That's a real question. There we go. Now we got something.
Is it against policy? Departments are varying.
Hey yo. Unless any of y'all are signing up for law enforcement, I don't give a fuck about it.
Right?
Let me say it one more again. Unless any of y'all are signing up for law enforcement, federally, fucking mall cop, I don't give a fuck what you have to say tonight. That had nothing to do with the fucking conversation of what was going on tonight.
Resla, can we please watch the I don't give a fuck video again?
Yeah. That shit funny as hell.
It is funny.
I mean, hell, I'll pay you.
Yeah.
Ain't got shit to do with masculinity. God damn.
I tried. I tried for a very fucking long time. I tried.
Been like an hour, bruh.
Wrestler, what did you
Hours.
listen to my wrestler? You listened to my live stream the other day. What did I say about people in conversations? Is it hitting home yet?
Yeah.
Is it hitting? Yeah. How's that migraine?
Niggas in conversations. That's something else.
God damn.
I'm gonna go ahead.
The shit spread far once motherfuckers thought that they had a finger in the asshole about what they do.
Damn. Whoa. All right.
Whoa.
That's where
Yes. All right,
Didn't
so y'all
expect
can
that.
stay fingering yourself up the ass. We out of here. Bye.
The moment it hit the fact that I was talking about auditors, they felt a fucking way. I need to defend this shit.
All right. Well, salute to you, wrestler. I hit you on your cash app, bro. Baby, say goodnight.
It's funny part. We had a whole big conversation about what was going on for masculinity, but it was more important to talk about your position in something that you're not even affecting yourself, because you're not really getting politically involved. Was more fucking important.
Actually, it was all spent because you was dodging the
No.
That's the
You
truth.
came up here trolling, but you're not making no difference your damn self.
You don't think?
No, I don't think.
There are job
I
openings.
don't think you are.
That's a strong.
I disagree
I
with
could give you examples.
No. Because unless you're willing to actually get involved in the actual political process and actual fucking office, you're just talking.
I could give you examples.
No.
Hey, but that's
Unless I see you in actual office, actually running for shit, don't fucking matter.
You need very specific.
I think he defines criminal differently than the rest of us.
That I'm making a difference has become very specific suddenly. Do you need
Right.
evidence of making a difference? I can give it to you.
Absolutely.
Very good.
I live in a world.
All right.
I live in a world where evidence, conjecture, and just saying shit don't mean nothing.
Very good. All right,
Wait,
here, look up.
Wait. Even we say it religiously, right, Bray? Faith without works is what?
Dead.
Where the fuck is your works?
All right.
Fuck is your work?
First.
I don't want to hear about talk.
Here we
Where the
go.
fuck is
Here
your
we
work?
go. Here we
It
go.
must provide evidence.
Right? Here we go. This is how we
Damn,
got into
Tillman.
it the last time. You allowed anybody up here to talk except me because you did not want to defend your position. Again, when I try to give you an answer, you'd rather talk. Here, let me give you an answer. Irresolute versus Yahia. Here we go. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Nobody
You
let
know
Joe
you
talk.
hit a fucking nerve when a motherfucker got to cut you off every time.
Wait. I know
You
you're not
want
nodding
proof?
with Wait. Blind. I know you're not nodding with Parkinson's. Because nothing, nigga. You said nothing, my nigga. I know you're not nodding with Parkinson's.
Nice try, Joe. You made no point. Jesus.
Nothing when giving out to you.
Yes,
Right.
I haven't said nothing yet. My point
Right.
is that he would
I know
not
you're
allow
not-
me to
Exactly.
talk.
You ain't
He's
said,
gonna
you
raise
ain't said nothing.
I know you're not doing with cerebral
Yes.
palsy, my nigga. I know you're not nodding. Get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
won't
He'd rather
let me.
rage
Out of
than
here.
have the debate. He's proving my point.
You won't let me say
It's
that.
not a debate channel, bro.
It's not even
Yeah,
the
he
big
wanted
fucking
proof.
channel.
Do you think he really wanted proof, or he just want to be right?
You know what?
He's
Wait.
revealing himself as we speak.
Go ahead, my nigga. Make no
Thank you.
fucking
Very good.
point.
All right, very good. All right, I'm going to start with Irizarry versus Yahia. I've got another device here. I can look it up, or you can look it up. That's the guy who was out there filming, and the cop tried to stop him from filming by shining a flashlight in his face. He took it to court. He won the case. That is the case. Now, it is firmly established that anyone in 4 states and part of Yellowstone, or maybe 5 and part of a 6, can now film. And if a cop tries to stop you from filming, you can sue him. You could go to Batosai. I'm blanking on the name of his court case. It'll come to me, but same thing in Texas. He was filming in Texas. Cop interfered with it. He took it to court, and now everyone in all of those states can now film it if a cop, and it's firmly established if a cop interferes. Every time you see someone on the road and the police pull them over and say, hey man, it's dark, you out here, you ain't got no business out here. What you doing? Where you coming from? Where's your ID? When a person stands up and say, sir, I don't have to ID. This is America. I can be where I want. Sir, I'm a passenger in a car. I don't have to ID. We did that. We taught them that. We're changing case law, state law, Supreme Court law. We did that. They're your facts.
I got a question. I got a question for you, sir. How does this make? By the way, hey, thank you for L.A. Wilkes with what's wrong with the blacks. I don't know. We're about to find out. How does this make Resla a bootlicker and a supporter of the cops? Everything, all the bullshit you just said.
Well, first of all, did we make changes?
Did you not hear my question?
You answered my question.
Did you not hear my question? You gave a whole soliloquy about shit that had nothing to do with the fact that the fact that even Will and Roy G came in here earlier for all that bullshit that you've been saying. You said nothing to clarify your point on. Wait. Steelman?
Did we make changes? You wanted proof.
Steelman, Clue, Beans, Dom that's up here now. Blind's already cuffing your nuts. Teriyaki.
Teriyak's gone, dude.
Brick.
Are you even alive, Teriyaki?
Brick.
Yeah.
Anything that he's even mentioned in that small point, even when we did the 101, when he tried to talk, when I gave him his whole shit, anything he ever said that had anything to do with the fact that why Resla is a bootlicker.
That wasn't the question. The question was, did we make change?
Why he made his whole fucking point
Red
as
herring.
alien as he could.
I mean, I was waiting for it.
Did we make change? Wasn't that the question? Did we make change?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that was the question. I said I could.
Yeah, that was the question. And then he came back with a totally... Yes, you answered his question directly, and then he came back and asked you a totally new question and said, how does your answer...
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, how does your answer relate to this new question?
I don't believe it's going to make any change because the idea that he even thinks that people didn't already do these things.
What about masculinity?
Didn't already we're off past masculinity, because you know why? You joined in when you decided you wanted to cut this fucking balls, Brick. I mean, sorry, Brick, not Brick. Sorry, Blind. When you fucking when you cut Joe's balls, you gave up on the idea of fucking talking about masculinity because you jumped on his fucking bandwagon. You were already up here the longest of any motherfucker. You came up here and jumped and you cuffed his balls. You made sure both the left and the right was as warm as possible.
Blind.
Way off.
I backed out of the conversation a while back because I realized what was happening, and you are still falling for it, Blind.
I like Joe.
What? Brick, what?
Yeah, he's just telling the truth.
What are we falling for here?
What's the topic?
Resla asked me, can I give examples of change? I gave him four cases, and now he's moving the goalposts.
Not listening to understand. Hey, you know what? Here's the funny part about it. Here's the funny part. Here's what I'm gonna do right now. Boom, 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 boom. You don't even know if Teriyaki is up. Boom. Hey, Clue, you was in the chat. Beans, you were probably in the chat as well. I asked a question, and then I made a statement that got them all fucking in a tizzy. I asked them a question, basically stating that people need to get their shit together, whatever. And I made a statement, even going beyond it. Because, not for nothing, and I'm just going to put people up there, because I ask questions, I'm very specific about my questions, so I need them to answer it. The first time I gave a statement about something, there was another young lady over here by the name of Polly. She gave her whole thing on it. I stated whatever it was in it. I even congratulated her for not mentioning the regular narratives and tropes that get put up in a lot of black sectors that we're in. Asked another man about what was his actual thing about what he perceives masculinity, and all he did was drag women into it. There was a woman that did not drag one woman into it. Talked about what she would like for men, never mentioned about protection, didn't really go into the whole fact of being a leader. Did it well. Even came in and said later on and just talked about the fact of willing to sacrifice way later in the conversation. I said, I'm still going to take it. Cool, no problem. But in the monologue that I mentioned, can we have spaces where we talk about things that just goes into men without having to bring up women? That person failed. Not going to tell you who that person was. Then we have a conversation when people come in and talk about, they call me a bootlicker and I am a supporter of cops. Have yet to be able to prove that I've done any such thing at all. At all. Had him and his supporter blind do so. I'm still waiting.
Well,
Gave Blind an opportunity, fucking failed. Gave Joe an opportunity, still has to present the shit. Had 2 other people who came up, not only was in the chat, but also content creators, pretty much highlighted, and they weren't wrong. Gave a fucking statement as to what I said even prior to that, and you know what happened? Even the third person who was on their side is someone who does kind of, sort of, but not really First Amendment auditing, Rick, really paid attention to what the fuck I actually said. Not what they felt I said. My word, because I say this all the time. What you say is important, but how you say it is just as important. Turned around and said, that's not what he did. Even I fell for it. But when I paid attention to what he actually said, you guys are wrong. And because they did not listen to understand, because they heard to respond, they're still fighting me. Fighting me. So even when I say this, Beans, as a content creator, as someone who goes onto trending comment, and I'll even put this to you as well, Clue, because I know you two have channels. No disrespect to you, Dom. I don't know if you have a channel. But as 2 people who I know are content creators, when you decide that you want to put your opinion, when you want to cover shit, does that make you press? I would say the answer is
no.
Yes. Makes you press.
No, not legally though, sir.
Legally you are press.
Are you covered with the same press privilege?
Have you ever reviewed anyone else's shit and given commentary?
Many times, yes, sir.
You're press, sir. So,
but I'm talking about the legal be able to be covered under the press privilege. Though. It's a little different.
Whoa. Here's the thing.
You don't have the same privileges as the New York Times.
No. Your press privilege is the First Amendment. Your press privilege is the First Amendment.
I don't know, man.
It's important. Freedom of press. It didn't say under a company. It didn't say under a newspaper.
So you don't have to be licensed.
No.
So you can do the same things that the New York Times does.
Sir,
you can bombard buildings.
Sir,
I'm not going against you. I'm just asking.
No. But I'm giving you. I'm going to give you another comparison just as sweet. Freedom of religion. Did they say they have to be an established religion? No, they did not. They did not. If you wanted to make up a fucking religion, so long as you can substantiate it's something that you follow holistically, they must allow it. That's just what it is.
So let me ask you this: a president talking to the press, can you be in that group? Do you have a right to be in that group?
Yes.
But how come there are no content creators in that group?
You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
There are content creators in that group?
Yes, there absolutely are. You're absolutely wrong about that.
Okay. Like I said, I don't know.
If I go into my history right now, there's this young bumpy face. I swear he could fucking wash his face better to get rid of that fucking acne. Young bumpy face motherfucker. He got just over a fucking million subscribers. You know what this motherfucker was doing? He was sitting in a press conference with fucking Trump. He was sitting there watching fucking Elizabeth Warren giving a fucking speech and everything, waiting for his fucking chance. He's a YouTuber. He was there with other actual media syndicates. He's a YouTuber. He does streams by himself. He had a cameraman by himself.
sitting there among political figures, people who are made people within media, mainstream media.
So what's the point of the press pass if anybody who has a channel can be press? Why do we have a press pass?
Wait, the press pass is to anyone who's just acknowledged as being press. Do they give that to everybody? Or do they give to people who they acknowledge who actually does press?
So isn't there like isn't that
Wait,
a gatekeeping
let's be honest.
situation? Don't you have
let's
to
be honest.
prove
Let's be honest.
that you're press?
He's a great example of it. Who bought the Washington Post?
Bezos.
How many people do you know who has press passes under the Washington Post? In fact, let me know. That's a bad question. How many press passes do you think are given for each media syndicate to go to the actual White House press conference?
I don't have an answer for that one. I don't know.
The answer is 1 or 2.
Okay.
Of an entire media syndicate, the most that can go are 2.
So how do all the other people get in?
They don't get in. They have to be part of other press agencies. But if you are highly regarded as someone who has a following, you can be given admission as press. Because you know why? You have a substantial following.
So that's a form that's still a
Wait, he's a great example.
He's a great word.
Here's another example. Why the fuck should Cardi B ever be able to sit down with a president? Unless she has what?
That president's administration chose
Well,
her.
He's the president. She's liable to be sitting right next to him and can cause an assassination. Why would she not be there unless she has substantial credentials and a following to be able to do so?
Yeah, but the administration chose her for that.
No.
That was a media op.
Oh, wait. You, I mentioned Cardi B. So what about Aiden Ross?
He was chosen to talk to Trump because he has 4 million subs.
Chosen based on what?
He has 4 million subs.
Oh, he has
not because he's a YouTuber, because he has he has 4 million subs.
He absolutely is a YouTuber, and he has.
But he has 4 million subs though. It's a different conversation than just me.
But what was
got 400 subs?
But what I also say, he has a what? Substantial what? Following. He's media.
I see what you're saying.
He is media. Do you believe that whether you were on TikTok, Twitch, Rumble, whatever, YouTube, if you didn't have a quote substantial media presence, you would not, especially you sitting in that very photo with a mic sitting onto your face with a collared shirt, you would not be given a press pass to be able to speak to prominent figures? Well, here's a great example of that. Who the fuck is Elon Musk to be able to, even after he's already with Doge, still once again sit down with Joe fucking Rogan? I'm sitting with
worth
the
a fourth
president.
of $1 trillion.
I'm sitting
so that
with
helps.
the fucking president. I'm as we stated earlier, I'm worth fucking islands. Why would I
worth
sit
a quarter
down
of $1
with
trillion
Joe? Why would I sit down with Joe Rogan? Oh, let me tell you why. Because he has a substantial following. He's media. End of day. He has influence. End of day. He has a backing, even if he never has all your money, has a backing that can hinder and hurt you. End of day. That's just business. Plain and simple. So when I'm having these conversations with other people out there, when I tell people that I'm just not worried about YouTube dollars or just subscriber dollars, I want them companies. I want their influence. Because too many other people in our position only look to, and no disrespect to to people who like to watch this stuff, who are subscribers of other people's channels or anything else. I'm not just in it. I need your support, but I'm not just in it for your dollars alone. Because if I start building and I have other companies that actually start wanting to provide, I am less likely to ever ask for a dime for you because you already helped me get to that point. Getting to that point requires your help. When we get to that point, I will never be able to ask you for anything out of your pocket and still give you quality work. Because you know why? I have a substantial backing behind me to give you that. It is hard for me to do that by myself, which is why I have to ask for your help. I want us to get to a point where I would never have to ask you for that. Tim Pool does not ask you for that. He has substantial backings.
Joe Rogan too. He doesn't ask.
Joe Rogan does
Hit
not
his
have to
Cash
ask you
App.
for that. He has substantial backings. And as people who already see us in the space, especially just say, I'm gonna just talk about me. I'm gonna be selfish for me, and I see you, Jennifer. Me, as a selfish motherfucker being up here, why would I not want to put all of us in a position to all be able to become uplifted due to financial backings, not off of the everyday average person that I see who is in my chat, who consistently shows up every stream that I do, who donates, who chats, who I know works hard for a living, versus taking that money and being able to build a better platform, not just for you, but for other people who can actually see this shit. Not for a fucking just huge nasty fallout with people arguing with each other and trolling, but for shit that really matters. Because here's my truth of the matter. If you just want to see debauchery and fuckery all over, you got a dime a dozen places that you can go see that. That's not what I'm here to offer you. And I try week after week after fucking week. I try. I really fucking try. If you want mediocrity and just average, you don't need another black face to do so. There are plenty of other people who can do that for you. This is why I don't try to drum on the same topics that they do. Because I try to give you something new. I'm just not just another steakhouse. I'm trying to give you something fucking good.
So you
now,
don't
if you don't want to acknowledge it,
talk
that's
about
cool.
You don't talk
if
about.
you don't want to acknowledge that, that's cool. But don't get mad if I still pave the course, I do well, and I don't acknowledge you when the time comes. Because you earned that position. You earned it. I ask you to do what most people do. Most people say, put in the work now so that when later on comes, you ain't got to work for it. We sacrifice now, ladies and gentlemen, so that we don't have to worry about sacrificing when we're not really capable and we're much older. I ask the same for everybody who wants to support me in this channel. We put in the hard work now so that we can live like kings and queens in the future. Most people rather just be mediocre and still struggle when they're old. Why would you want that for yourself? Why? And I want you to have that thought process to critically think, because most of us sit there and just become voluntary invalids to other people, to other content creators, rather than do well for ourselves. And I come in this place, in this chat, in this channel every fucking week to make you think about what's the best course that you should do for yourself. I don't tell you what to do, but I do question, are you doing everything possible for yourself? Do you pay attention to what you're doing so that you can make the best informed decision? Or do you go to everybody's channel, you come to my channel, you hear shit, you say, I'm not really fucking with that Resla. And do you go to work so some boring ass motherfucker that you know more information about can tell you what to do, so that you're sitting here at 30, fucking 40, 50 years old, have some rinky dink, barely got any nuts off in their life person that comes out of college can sit there and turn around and say, you need to train me so that I can be your boss and tell you what to do. Is that the life you've been aiming for? Because most of you guys live that. Because let's be honest, folks, most of you don't take control of your lives. You let other people dictate what you should do for yourself. And this is why I say you should be paying attention to the places that you go to, because most places will sit there and say, I'm not going to do shit until you donate to me. When have I ever held you hostage? I ask for your support. I don't demand it. I don't threaten and say, I'm going to turn the stream off if you guys don't fucking donate to. When have I ever? I've been on YouTube for over a year. When have I ever done that? Sometimes I schedule my streams to be at about 3 hours, folks. If we're lucky, it goes 4. Damn for sure, if it's good, we go way over. You never heard me ransom you for your hard-earned dollars. I put up a stream goal. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not a full-time YouTuber, so how dare I ask you for full-time benefits? Like, that's my thoughts. And people don't get it. Y'all don't get it because y'all so used to seeing shit everywhere else you go. You don't, so to much of the point where you're so indoctrinated that you don't recognize when you see something different. Speaking of not recognizing shit, let me just bring everybody back up. Minus Terry, because Terry is fucking asleep.
I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here. Oh, look at that. We got his voice. Hey.
And we know you're different, Resla. That's why we're here at fucking midnight in Chicago.
I try, but people don't recognize it. I don't do my job whether here or whether in real life for the fucking sake of it. Now in real life, they gotta pay me for my time. Y'all don't pay me. Y'all don't really pay me for my time. To be honest with you, if I made a demand for y'all to pay me what I was worth an hour, I would never do streams.
Resla, are you doing God's work here in some type of fashion?
I don't know if I'm doing God's work because I don't know if God has asked that everybody recognize their full potential. I can't say that. I think people like to. I think I can say that people like to believe that that everybody has a gift, that everybody has a purpose. But I tell people, whether you understand what your gift is or not, my question is to ask you a very simple thing. That thing that you're hungry for, how long are you going to keep sacrificing it for things that you're doing out of fear? A lot of us work out of fear. A lot of us have been staying in positions for 20, 30 years, never doing the thing that we actually like.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
You could have invested so much time, real effort. Most people settle for working at a company at will. Let's be honest, most of us don't work at a fucking company that does union. And even your union reps, they're not there for you. They're there to secure the contract. Most of you guys, most of you work at a job that either you're old enough or you've been there long enough, or you've been fucking up on your job, or a lot of you do enough work that your boss can't fire you. And you do just enough work so that you can't get fired. That's most of you.
That ain't living.
That's not living. That's literally surviving. That's not living.
That's kind of sad.
And I ask you, if you have something that you can contribute to, because here's the truth of the matter about it, folks. Majority of people do not work and fund their hobbies, fund their future on the side. They don't. Most people work, spend that money on bullshit, Gucci, Louis, Prada, hitting the clubs, not investing in their 401, not looking into stocks, not doing any of the shit, and they come back to work again and say, I need to work overtime. I need to get more money so I can do it all again.
and then wonder why when you fucking retire, and God forbid it's gonna be 70 fucking 2, you only got 66,000 in your fucking account. When you need at least 2.3 million to really live comfortable.
God damn.
I would at least say that even if you don't make that money, would you be okay with dying? Because we're all going to do so. Are you okay with dying knowing that you did what you thought was exciting, fun, and worthwhile? Or did you want to die at the fucking assembly line, in the office, wherever, making someone else money, and all they did was the moment you died, you know what they did? They put your number in the email. They put your phone, you put your face and your phone number in the fucking email, and maybe they put your plaque on the wall for a fucking week, and they immediately put up your fucking spot as a job post for someone else to fill.
And maybe cashed in on your life insurance policy that they had that you don't get part of, that they put out on you.
Which one is it, folks?
You get a RIP frame picture for about a week.
For a week. I can tell you that I've been in those positions. Which one is it? Which one you want? I've seen it firsthand. Which one do you want? So I ask. For the most part, I just say, I don't want nothing from you more importantly than for you to wake up and realize.
That's why I went with the God's work, Resla. That's why I went with God's work. You put in your work over there and you do this, and you said you don't get paid for it. But in my eyes, you come out here and you try to not just better yourself, you try to better us. You tolerate niggas, right? And you try to, advise. I think you this is you putting in work.
That's true.
Yeah.
I agree, man. And this is work. I mean, right? Just listen internally.
Obviously, like, folks, I know you hear the word monetize, and there's plenty of people that's monetized. Folks, here's a great example. Folks, how many of y'all came into the stream from beginning, mid, and even at the end? How many of y'all seen a fucking commercial come up? This is how much commercials
come up
came
when
up.
you're live, yo.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's true. On monetized people.
Yeah, on monetized chat. I'm fan funded. I'm not monetized. I don't even get AdSense.
Yeah.
So I'm not making money on YouTube, folks.
YouTube is not making money on you either, which means that the work that he's putting in, and then people come up and they're not
for free.
Yeah, they're not participating in the YouTube. This is YouTube, like, guys.
Literally, if I'm sitting here for 6, 7, 17 hours, believe me, folks, I am doing it because I enjoy it. If I stopped enjoying this, you would be asking this question: where's Resla?
His nuts are in Brick's mouth, most likely.
Bro, blind. This is exactly why YouTube is not putting the commercials on the stream for stupid shit like that. Come on, dude, get with it.
Hey, let's let the lady talk.
I don't get it. How do you not?
Hey, Jen.
Oh, Resla, nice to meet you.
Hey, Jen.
Meeting you. And being that we've been talking about this particular thing about traditional masculinity, which devolved into everybody hating the cops or not. Before I let King Jigaboo up here. Before I let King Jigaboo up here, tell me how much I'm a piece of shit. Go ahead.
No, it's actually in defense of you, because I was saying it in the chat, but everybody trying to go for each other's throats. I guess it got overlooked when it came to the whole cop thing. And tell me if I'm wrong, Resla, because this is how it comes across to me and a few others, I believe, in the chat. When you were sitting there, essentially, quote unquote, agreeing with, a cop being able to detain this, that, and the other, the way I saw it is
Couldn't
you
hear you.
were
Sorry, you're
speaking.
breaking up. You're breaking up. A
Yeah,
cop what?
She breaking up bad. I don't know what the hell she was
Can you
talking
hear me
about.
now?
Yeah, but you're kind of roboting a little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, you were saying
Clipping.
quote unquote me agreeing with a cop. What?
Can you hear now?
Yeah, but you're clipping.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Tom, am I a pro cop? Am I a pro cop person?
I would say it depends on the situation, but for the most part, no.
Oh,
Wow. I thought even Resla thought he was
Was that
pro-cop.
wrong?
wait. Let me ask another question. No, well, so in addition to being a pro cop, possibly a pro cop person, am I also a bootlicker for cops?
No, that's Mayo.
Oh, okay. I just needed to know.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Oh.
I don't think you're a bootlicker because
Oh, well, not according to Joe Cool. I'm a bootlicker and I'm a supporter for cops. And there was a couple of times I was gonna call him a nigger and a liar, but I didn't get there.
I would tell you if he said that, he's definitely a nigger. Like, are you a liberal? Yes, you are a liberal, but bootlicker? Nah.
Why the hell are you a liberal, Russ?
Because I live in a liberal state.
That's a whole
Okay,
fact.
is that any better?
That nigga from New York. That's why he's liberal.
Say again, Jen.
Is that any better?
Slightly better.
You're a Democrat?
No, but I live in a D state. I'm in New York City.
Okay, so
did you say that's the best state?
What I was
No, that's not what I said.
saying, when they were sitting there throwing the hypotheticals at you, right? About, oh, well, if a cop does this or if a cop does that, et cetera, and you were saying, to a degree agreeing, the way I took you answering that was you were answering based in facts, not based in morals. Just like how somebody threw up, oh, well, does that mean Rosa Parks was a criminal? By the book, yes. Does that mean morally she should have been? No. But I feel like that's where the disconnect between you and most of everybody else came into place is you're speaking by the facts, by the laws, and agreeing with that. Not saying that you personally believe that should be the case, but based by what the law states, yes or no.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? I feel like that's where everything went to left field.
Jen, I can even accept that. I can accept that as a better argument than Joe and his dick holder blind.
He was over here dick holding.
I can accept that, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jen. The reason why I stick to the facts, right, is because your morals, just because you're moralistic, doesn't make you right.
Ethics, not
No.
morals.
Exactly,
Morals,
and I agree.
morals do not equal you being right.
Ethics.
What has been
exactly.
Whether you like it or not, the thing that has been brought into light of being a consensus is the thing that stands. Whether you like it or not, fuck off.
So you're not concerned with whether or not the law is ethical?
Not the question at play.
I'm asking the question though.
Yeah, see, that's.
Hold on, I want to know the answer.
Well, then say this is a new question. Because what seemed like kept happening.
Thank you.
What it seemed like kept happening was. What?
Brandon's question.
I was saying it's kind of the same question because when I call him a bootlicker, these things are implied that he is whatever dude said.
No, they're implied. I love how they're implied with no context.
Well, that's what a bootlicker is.
Wait, hold up, Joe. Because the first person who tried it failed miserably.
Yeah, that was blind. Intent, as you well know, Joe, is the hardest thing to prove in court.
Well, let's just get let's get another question. Can a criminal be wrong?
Sure.
Okay, so if a criminal can be wrong, based off the facts, is whether the cop is wrong or the criminal is wrong. Correct. You gotta go by the facts. You can't just say just because a motherfucker did something, he's automatically not wrong. Even
you walked in late. You walked in late.
I probably did.
You walked in late, but I'm gonna ask you simple questions. I like to ask very calibrated questions. It took Brick a moment. It took Brick a moment, but he caught on. I like to ask calibrated questions. So, I'm going to ask you. I'm even going to bullshit around it. Are there crimes that are victimless?
Yes. Yes.
So, is driving without a license a crime?
No, it's an infraction.
Yes, it is.
No, wait. Okay.
No, it's an infraction.
Yeah, no,
not a crime.
Is driving while intoxicated a crime?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you need a does there need to be a victim for you to drive while intoxicated?
No.
Does there need to be an accident for you to drive while intoxicated?
No.
No.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
That goes back to the definition of crime. Wait a minute. I've been wanting to say this for hours. The definition of crime is simply a breach of contract with you and the 5 levels of government. You don't need a fucking victim. You don't need a victim.
Yeah,
you broke a contract with your 5 levels of government. That is the federal, the state, the county, the local, and the zone.
Motherfuckers.
Hold on.
Over that simple thing.
Hold on 1 second, Clue.
It's a breach of contract. That's a crime.
I got a question for you. What contract did you sign?
When you became a citizen, when you became a citizen of the United States, you signed up to 5 levels of government.
I'm glad you said that. When did you sign it?
When you were born, your birth certificate.
No.
No.
When did someone sign it?
I'll get more specific.
Signed for you by your parents.
Because that was
signed for you by your parents.
So in that case, it was forged because I didn't have a signature then. And
your parents
acted on your behalf, Uncle Tom.
They can't act on my behalf.
You can as a child. Yes, you can.
I would have got more specific. You did it. If we're talking about the whole fact of you driving while intoxicated.
No, I'm not talking about driving. I'm just talking about just a crime.
Even when you drive, you are an employee of the DOT. Whenever you get in your car,
DMV. When you did all that stuff. Yes, absolutely.
You are an employee of your state's DOT. Yes. Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
That's what that license means.
No. You're not a fucking employee.
Yes, you
are. Because you
actually
signed a fucking get a driver's license. You're not an employee.
You are an employee if you hold that license. Yes, you are.
No, you're not. Okay, so when I get paid?
You don't have to get paid to be an employee.
Yes, you absolutely do. What is the
definition of employee? There's a lot of unpaid people who work.
Speaking of getting paid,
the definition of employee.
Speaking of getting paid, Uncle Tom, since you're the freshest, you and Jenna the freshest was in the panel. Jenna, I don't want you to cheat because I know you was in the chat for a little bit. I gotta ask you a question. As a person who's on social media, right? Jen, do you have a channel?
No.
Okay, so just like I would look at you as a person who's willing to get on willing to get panel, or for enough time, enough influence, I would call you an influencer. Tom, you have a channel. Do you cover?
Okay.
Do you cover enough media that you could say that you report on it?
Sure,
right? So that means okay, cool. So that means you would be covered underneath your First Amendment as a journalist, right?
Anyone can be. You ain't gotta cover it.
Okay. Great.
That was something else I wanted to talk about coming up.
Well, great. Cover it. Great. I love it so far. As a
All right, so
person who work, give me one moment, Jen. As a person who works for YouTube,
you're good.
being that they would give you your super chat, they would give you your ads, if your AdSense are compliant, all that stuff. Would they label you as a journalist or would they label you as a YouTuber?
A YouTuber.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you very much. Because apparently there are people up here who will still say that they label you as a journalist.
No, they don't.
No one
Thank
said
you
that.
very
He's
much, sir.
arguing his own nonsense.
Can I give my opinion on that?
Sir, thank you for your compliance. Yes, Jen, you can absolutely give your opinion on that.
I personally, and again, this is my personal opinion, I personally believe it depends on what your channel is about. Like, let's say your channel, you're a typical mom influencer who bases her whole content off of being a mom and what she does. And all of a sudden, let's say, back when the whole Johnny Depp and Amber Heard court hearings were going on, let's say she wanted to start talking about that right then and there. That doesn't necessarily make her a journalist because she's simply basing her opinions and how she feels on it. There's no editorial process or anything
Let
like
me
that.
tell you where you're incorrect in terms of YouTube. See, you can have a Google email any time that you want. The moment you go over to your search, and I can do this with even foreign emails, but I don't want to show you my name. If you go over to click on your icon and you go to this idea that says reviewing your channel, it says create channel. It doesn't say view your channel because that means you've already been a creator. It says create channel. And when you go to create channel, they give you something called the terms and conditions and you must accept them. It is not my fault that the majority of people, even people on this panel, possibly, who have decided to post content, scrolled all the way to the bottom, hit accept, hit agree, and did not read a goddamn thing.
Well, let's make it really simple. If you was to do a crime right now, they would say local influencer / YouTuber. They won't say local goddamn. They will not say fucking
not
journalist,
a First Amendment auditor.
YouTube journalist.
Look,
I'm
guys,
just being honest with you now.
He's arguing stuff no one argued, right? He wants to argue.
I didn't argue it.
What we were arguing was I think
Stop.
I called
I
him
didn't
a
argue it.
bootlicker. He won't let me give my opinion for some reason
Go ahead.
tonight. And
I wanna
then
hear
he
it.
thinks he knows it. Yes, thank you. I think I called him a bootlicker and he got mad and said we go harass people with real jobs. I may be adding some words there. And I was saying that we're jobs. We all said we're press. He said you're a YouTuber. We said press is a job. And he said YouTube doesn't consider it a job. I don't give a fuck about whether YouTube does or not. I don't even want to argue that. The argument was, yes, man, I got a job just like that nigga got a job. I'm
So
fresh.
you should
That was
change your First Amendment auditor or Second Amendment or whatever.
Those
it
lines.
is.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So in other words, like I said before, anyone can be a journalist. All you got to do is just go out there and want to report on something. You can just you can literally go to your what is that shit? City hall and want to know the budget. And if you're going to take the information that you get from there and disseminate out to people, you would be a journalist. Yes.
That is literally the definition of anyone who gathers information with intent to disseminate to the public. That is a journalist.
But to say it's not a job is to say I even debated this with.
I went downstairs. I went downstairs so I would not interrupt Joe Cool or his bullshit. Tell me what he said. Could you tell me what the fuck he said? So I would interrupt Joe Cool and his bullshit.
He told me what he said that he did a real job. He was harassing people with real jobs from being an auditor of some sort. I don't care what amendment he wants to do it under. I don't care. I still consider that having a job.
I love you, Joe.
But
Is that a
I will
bootleg
say the person's actions can give a bad look on those people that actually do it.
We would agree with you. I've been in this a long time. I gotta agree with you. When I came in, people weren't making money off of this, so it was all about rights. Now someone found out if you yell in someone's face or film them while they're eating, you can get clicks and views, and they call themselves auditors, and it makes people like me angry.
Yeah, I mean, I watch them all the time. I'm a person that watches this shit.
Listen, y'all should have watched. Y'all should have been watching. You should be a fucking auditor. What the fuck?
I used to dabble in a long.
When I say when all you guys started being around me and shit and started hitting my panel up, I said, I don't know what the fuck. He his motherfucker time. Oh, I know who that is. Well, fuck you. I know. I know who the fuck that is.
I've been watching this shit for probably about 20 years now.
Okay, I got the question.
To me, Joe, you're a legend, bro.
You're a legend. All right, Jen, what's your question?
Okay, so going back to the whole who's press, who's not thing, what was the point in like the whole White House being brought up and who can go in and who can't?
You said you said the White House?
I want to make sure I understand before I say what I say.
Wait, somebody mentioned the White House?
Yeah, so when you and
when y'all were talking about who's journalists and who's considered a journalist versus who isn't, somebody
the press pass.
made the point of the press pass.
Yes,
that was me.
So if I understand correctly,
that was me and Clue.
Yeah, the press pass is given out to anyone who really wants to try and get it. Especially if you're trying to go to the White House, you gotta pass their background check and all this.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
Any other place?
Yeah, see, that's what I was gonna say.
No one gives out press passes except for places like Chicago, who wants to make sure they like the people that are in there.
You have to have notoriety.
In some of those places, yes, but for majority of all places, they don't give press passes because anyone and everyone who wants to disseminate goddamn information can print up their own press pass.
Not for the Daily White House and not for the
because you got to pass. They ain't gonna let anyone up there. They ain't gonna just let anyone up there. You gotta go through their background check.
Right, it's called a press conference.
If you want to be outside, if you want to be outside with the other press people, because there are definitely people outside.
Yeah, you can do that.
You can do that. But to be inside at the press pass, you need to have notoriety, and you need to be sanctioned by someone.
Hold on, have
that.
But it's not even. But you have more leeway at their conferences and dinners than anything else.
No, Resla. I want to point this out because it really falls down to capacity, right? There's only so many people that can be in that room, right? So we
that's why they rotate it.
Can go in.
Right.
The problem is fire code, right? So when it comes down to the actual ability to hold that many people in there, they're just not capable of everybody going in there. So they say, look,
it's a 45-person capacity.
Yeah,
but they also rotate those through all the sitting hearings, through all the congressional hearings, and they just rotate people in and out to ask questions. They don't necessarily have the same people for each one.
It's depending on the venue itself. Well, first of all, 45. It's always, unless you're living in a fucking studio apartment, unless you're doing a press conference in the fucking studio apartment, it's gonna be always more than 45. But
boy, Blind, you really offended at things that I say, and I'm actually making sense, and you have made no sense since I've been up here. What is your deal, dude? You are sounding like a little bitch.
I'm saying, here's the funny part about it, Blind. I'm waiting for you to cook me. I'm looking to be cooked. It hasn't happened.
Finally.
I don't know. I don't understand the vitriol. What's the vitriol?
There's no vitriol. Here's the vitriol. Do whatever we can to make Resla wrong. And I haven't said. Most motherfuckers have not listened to what I said. See, Tom, you've been around me long enough. You've heard, but I'm being very specific about what I'm talking. You see me challenge motherfuckers. You see, here's the funny part. Like, we had Beans early on. When I say something, even Beans caught on and said,
"No, the dog did."
Is that what you meant? Oh, okay. If that's what you meant, then I understand. Even Beans caught on because Beans is done. Beans is done with me.
Well, then it must be their share.
Even when I said what I said, even Brick fell for it. But when Brick thought about it, he was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, I started to go down the rabbit hole with these guys because I do this similar thing. I hold the government accountable. That's my channel, right? And then I realized, oh shit, I'm on Resla's channel.
You have
and
employee
these guys
conduct
are
checks.
taking us down this road. We have a topic. Stop it. You know?
Motherfuckers be having employee conduct checks. Make sure
I'm like, you're here in real time. What the fuck are we doing?
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. Without a government, if it's just you and some friends in the backwoods, no government, and you kill them with an axe, is that not a crime because there's no government?
Every ship needs a captain.
Right. You got maritime laws, right?
Oh God.
But before, okay.
Don't
so
know
let's
God
answer that. Let's answer that. If we want to answer that, we can answer that. But then afterwards, Jen, you were asking a question. What was it?
If you're out in the woods with a group of friends.
Yes, Jen, you were asking a question.
Oh, Jen.
No, my question was answered already.
Okay.
To answer my question.
What was your question?
Okay. Let me ask the whole
He's
question.
still sitting in that dark. Miss Hop Pop, fuck with you. Fuck with you.
Did anyone answer was it a crime? No.
Okay, check it out. Look, and I want to bring it all the way back to the beginning because Resla said, "What did I say that is in support of the cops?" Now, I couldn't at the time, but I want to give a concise answer because it just hadn't clicked yet. My concise answer is: it is self-evident in the comment he last made. Now, that's up to now. I've made my position clear. Now, anybody else who's watching can listen to that comment and tell me if that's a comment in support of the cops or not. Because
what was the comment?
That's the way I read it too.
What was the comment?
The comment was something. I'm paraphrasing about people.
Something rabbits, bunnies. What was the comment?
Something about people stalking people with with real jobs.
Oh,
sure.
Okay.
Now, if you can listen to that comment and say that that's a comment that's not in support of the police, then you're being disingenuous, in my opinion.
Well, here's the problem with it, because he could have been referencing anybody that has a job, including public servants that aren't cops.
Job.
Also banks, right? Because first-time audits are done on banks. Also, just regular businesses and Joe Schmo's on the street.
We could ask him, what do you mean?
But I love how after 2 hours of it, Joe, all of a sudden we can ask what he means. That's not what I love how after 2 hours, 3 hours, you can ask what he means. But before all that, you are a bootlicker. You support the cop. Fuck you.
You cut me off, and you cut me off.
I mean, do y'all support? Wait. Do y'all support firefighters the same way, y'all?
Facts.
Do y'all hate firefighters as much y'all hate
heroes?
I'll tell anybody who wants to become a cop to become either a firefighter or become a paramedic. I will straight up tell them, please don't do it.
I don't hate cops. I don't hate anybody, just for the record. Anybody who thinks I hate cops will be absolutely wrong. Cops are people. I'm sure they're good moms and fathers. I love them and I want them to do better. So
that's not how you was talking, sir.
You still got to
No, sir. You was on your NWA. Fuck the police. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Sign up to hurt motherfuckers every day.
So do paramedics and firefighters. They sign up to hurt people also.
Yeah, but they don't.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. They're fucking
some of them.
See, this is the problem with people. Hold on. This is the problem with motherfuckers. They think that firefighters are just a notch up so much better than police. No, they're not. They're just as bad as the fucking police.
They don't get the
fuck out of here.
And what way?
Some of the firefighters are some of the biggest dickheads out there.
Oh, I know that.
What are you talking about?
Wait. That's no. I didn't mean personally. I meant good people, good firefighters, and bad. Any cop that signs up to jump from a hammer bush and think you owe him money because you were speeding is a bad guy. A firefighter can go up, do his job, and just try to help people for the day. It don't necessarily mean he's a bad guy.
Who has the most power inside of the building?
The firefighter does.
The chief, not the chief, but the fire marshal, right? He's got the most power inside of the building, which means he's got more power than the cops.
So what you're saying is depending. So what you're saying is depending on their job occupation that they signed up for, that makes them better because they signed up for one other than the other. That's literally what y'all going on based off of a job assignment. Just based off a job assignment, you think one is better than the other. That's
you
crazy.
could take some if your job is a hitman. I can make some assumptions. So going off your job assignment isn't crazy. Yeah.
Firefighters don't victimize people. They don't arrest people.
Yes, they do.
Actually blind. Yeah, they do. They can.
Okay. Oh, blind. How about this?
Go stand in front of a fire department with a camera.
Let's just make it easy on you. I'm gonna make it easy on you for you, blind. Do you want to put $20 on it? I can show you 20 videos right now of firefighters abusing their authority and also fucking up shit.
I got some.
They got something called a fire code. Code.
I'm asking to be educated about when firefighters.
Welcome, Wheels. You're the first time you've actually been on my platform, right? What's going on?
Yes, sir. Glad to be here.
Hey, Wheels, what's going on, girl?
I'm just being honest with you. The firefighters do it just as much as cops do. It's just not reported on. That's all it is. But if you put cameras in firefighters' face 24/7, you will see. If you make these sorry motherfucking goddamn firefighters wear a fucking body cam, you will see the same bullshit vitriol that they have for the citizens than cops do.
I agree.
I can show you some on my channel.
People, but that gun and that badge makes a big difference.
Sure, I have a gun and a badge too. I can print one out.
Gun and badge make a difference. Like someone coming through with a fucking hatchet. No,
that's why
I can show you some firefighters though that are kind on a daily basis. Really incredible. I can't show some police that won't rob you and think you owe money because you crossed the stop sign or something.
You lie. I got one
I
right
can
now.
show you a lot of. I can show you a lot of fucking firefighters that are assholes as hell. Shit.
I can speak on that behalf, Resla. I can speak on that. I was a firefighter for 17 motherfucking years.
Yeah.
First off, Rick, a chief is not going to be in the motherfucking building. He's the command. He's going to be outside.
Yep, he's always outside. Always outside.
Suck it, Rick.
He earned it. Chief is literally a pencil pusher.
Well,
he's not going in the building.
He also changed his mind and said marshal too. So.
Oh yeah, fire marshals.
There are certain incidents where a chief might enter a building, depending on the situation.
We had a meth house blow up.
So Brick, go back to school, Brick. Go back to school.
It's Breaking Bad.
Motherfucking meth house blew up. Well, 7 explosions down the street from my house. And I live in a rural neighborhood. So that shit said boo, 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 boo.
Is it racist that I'm thinking it was white people? Is that making
it was
racist?
white people?
No, absolutely was white people. Absolutely.
Listen, their fucking house, the outside.
Niggas ain't fucking with chemistry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's not true because I was a chemist. I was a chemist for a while.
Yeah, you're a nigga. You're a black man. I'm talking about niggas.
We all been chemists at one point.
I came up real quick. I can't stay long. I wanted to talk to Uncle Tom real quick about how you say there are firefighters are more likely to commit crime, steal, whatever. Actually, it's
I didn't say steal, but I wouldn't say steal because they don't. I mean, ain't too many times I ain't never seen them steal, but I said be asshole.
Well, that I can attest to because I wouldn't hesitate to put a cop in his place at any fire scene. Trust me.
Good.
But you said something about making them with body cameras. There actually is a movement that's slowly going in that direction with a company based out of East St. Louis, Illinois. A former firefighter for the St. Louis City Fire Department started a company that does body cams for firefighters. And his widow is keeping that company going. And I hope in the next 10 years at least to see that become law, like with
Hey,
police
what
having to wear
state
their
is
body
that?
cam.
I'd like to mention that in the video or something. What state is that at?
Say Illinois.
East
I'm
St.
in
Louis,
Illinois.
Illinois.
Oh, East St. Louis, Illinois.
East St. Louis.
Oh, East St. Louis.
I listen. My whole thing is I just want you motherfuckers to treat other motherfuckers like humans. I don't give a fuck what badge you put on. When I was in the motherfucking military, I did the same thing. I had to motherfucking make sure I'm not going against anyone's rights and every damn thing else. Now there's motherfuckers in the military that are fucking assholes too. There's a lot of them.
So I was gone for a minute when Wills came up. I know I heard her say my name. She's trying to be funny. I get it. Everybody wants to come up and try to be funny. Join on the dog pile.
Really try to be
I have
funny.
really
She
no
just-
idea what you said. You said something about go back to school. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
She was
Not go back to school. Not go back to school.
Oh, you don't think the fire marshal has the ability to do? He can tell everybody to get the hell out of the building, and he has that power.
She said chiefs were out.
That's
were never in
after
there.
the fire is extinguished.
The
I was a
power.
firefighter for 17 years.
Power that the
so
fire marshal
that's how
has.
the-
Okay.
Sit down.
Go back to school.
I'm talking now.
You know, go
I'm
ahead,
fucking
dog
idiot.
pile, and you really
Idiot.
haven't even engaged the premise. By the way, I don't know if you know what the topic is. It's about masculinity. Did you have anything to say about that, or did you just come up here to troll?
No, because no,
No, you're just jealous, but I know how to handle it.
Stop. Because the very men that be up here don't have shit to say about masculinity because they brought in females, and now we start talking about the cops. So fuck y'all.
Good job, Wills. Hell yeah.
Hey, Resla, I said that on a different panel, and everyone looked at me like I was crazy. I said, why does everything got to go back to women when we're literally talking about men and men raising their sons? How do we get to female?
Hey, did you?
I
Wait,
came up-
Sir, service them quick, service them, sir, quick. Did you get that steel man? Did you get that steel man?
That's
You have
crazy.
to go back to women. Not at all. Not even
You
a
don't
little
have
bit.
to go back to women. We're talking
The
about men raising boys.
very woman that was up here did not mention any other woman.
That's the problem. I don't know.
Wait,
I don't know
no,
what it is about.
Here's what made it bad, Tom. Here's what made it bad. He didn't want it. The question was, as you know, I'm gonna say it, Rick. As a man, as a man, what is masculinity to you? And you could not bring it up without bringing up forth a woman.
Thank you for joining the conversation there, Resla.
I mean, but that's crazy though. How do you need a fucking
But
woman?
anyway,
He could not define his position as a man without involving a woman.
Yeah, he was literally saying it's not this thing, which is femininity. You can go into the woman thing, and it's like, but what is it? What is the positive? The positive
He
is
said he couldn't say or something when I pressed him on it. I think he was like, I can't say because of something.
That's insane. Because every time,
and to make it worse, there were other people on the platform. Not gonna say who, but there were other people that the thing that makes you a man is the fact that you have nuts. And I said,
you're dick and balls.
That makes you a male, not a man.
Yeah, little boys
and
have.
they got confused.
But anyways, I just wanted to come up and speak from a female perspective on masculinity. I was in a male-dominated job.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
How dare you? How dare you? Because part of my monologue, even though you weren't here to hear about it, you know, apparently the other person wasn't here to hear a lot about it either. How dare you? Because I turned around and said to a bunch of men on my panel, we need to have conversations that doesn't have to worry about the female perspective or dragging female woes into the conversation.
Can I ask her a question though that has nothing?
Go ahead. Why the fuck not? Go ahead.
You're interrupting her to do so. She was saying something.
My question
No,
is,
it's okay. I was done.
Do you think women should be firefighters or police officer or military?
Yes.
Why not?
Because
okay. Can I ask, before they even give their own thing, to ask for qualifying questions, right?
Go ahead, qualify.
In what capacity should those
female firefighters in? I don't particularly care. I just want to know what your perspective, and if possible, based on your womanhood and what other women might feel like in your position, could you give a perception as to why?
Because when I joined, I was the only female on that department for 7 years. I put in the hard work. I put in the time to earn the respect of my fellow brothers. By the time I retired from said department, I was one of 6 women on that roster. 6. And each one of them did the same thing I did. They put in the hard work. They did the grunt jobs that nobody else wanted to do to earn their respect.
I have a question for you. You said you
I might have
earned
an
it.
answer for you.
You said you
Yes, sir,
earned
I
it.
did.
Did you have to have the same qualification that the men had to have throughout their training?
Really?
As
Same
far
weight, same time?
yeah,
The
carrying the same amount,
physical,
carrying it.
everything.
I don't believe
I could carry. I could carry it.
I don't believe that because they
Listen,
change it for females in the military. They have to do 100%
They
less than
didn't-
what a man does.
Well, they did at that time, and I did everything that any one of my brothers did. I carried the heavy equipment. I could carry a half a skid load, which is a half of a layer of hose, off the bed of a fire truck and not even blink.
All of the
So-
girls
What size person can you carry?
That was going to be my question.
Technical rescue, we did roof rescue training, 250 pounds.
I highly doubt that. I just don't believe it.
Don't-
You know why I say that? Because
No.
every time a woman
Okay,
in the military said they can carry the same amount of weight a man can, I've never seen a woman carry over 200 pounds less for fucking 15 steps. So you saying you're carrying a 250-pound person, i.e. me.
Down 4 and 5 flights of stairs.
Man, stop playing with me.
Wasn't down the flight of stairs, it was down a ladder.
Down 4 and 5 flights of stairs or a ladder.
When I
4 and 5 stories.
volunteered, we
Hey,
had
if you
a
say you
shit
did it,
ton
I'm
of gear.
gonna go ahead and agree with you. But my personal stance is that women should be in a supportive role. They do that better than men. I will say that.
And then
I
I'm
don't.
not
I
gonna lie.
don't
When I volunteered, I had a shit ton of gear, and I had to go basically 5 flights of stairs. I was fucking. I mean,
Can I
up
say something
and
real
down,
quick?
up and down. I was fucking exhausted. It was the first time and last time I was ever taught how to fireman carry somebody. I was fucking exhausted.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
It's exhausting work.
I commend you for getting your
Okay,
qualifications
just
and doing what you did
because
as a person.
you personally don't believe it doesn't negate the truth.
I don't care.
Just because women in the military said they could do X, Y, and Z, and it turned out they couldn't do even X,
do the same thing that I
doesn't
can
mean
do.
that's not the
Never,
case
no
for
way,
her.
no way, no
I
how.
have a
I don't
question for
care
the
who
panel.
you are.
For the
If you
entire
are
Did
panel.
I say I could?
majority of, let's say 99%
Did I ever say I
of
could?
women can't do half of what a man can do when it comes to physical things. Stop BSing people. And I will say it again.
Jesus
I don't
Christ,
think a
you
female
ignorant
woman
fuck.
can lift. I don't think a woman can carry a 250-pound man more than 15 fucking steps.
I have a question for the panel. Okay. Would you, any one of you, and this is for everyone on the panel, would you rather be carried out if you're in a situation where you need to be carried out personally? Would you rather be carried out by the biggest firefighter or the biggest male firefighter or
Most
the
men
biggest
can't carry
female
250 pounds. What are you
firefighter?
doing here?
The biggest male firefighter versus the biggest female firefighter. You have a choice. Which one do you want to be carried out by? For each person.
If my life is in danger, I'm not gonna fucking debate who carries me out, man or woman. If a woman came to save me and I needed her help,
it's hypothetical.
What the fuck is the point in that, though?
How much do you weigh?
I don't have a fucking clue.
Can't engage a hypothetical.
You don't.
Cool.
You don't know how much you weigh.
Anybody else?
No.
Blind.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, the dude.
Wait. Brick, can I have some stipulations? How fine is she, and can I sleep with her at the end of the night?
Good point, Resla. I missed that point. Good point.
She's a big girl, dude.
She's hot.
She's
I
a
want the girl
big girl.
I mean, if you can't, I just don't understand that. I mean, it's a simple question. We all grown up, and you telling me you can't tell yourself how much you don't know. You don't know a roundabout or what you weigh. That's crazy.
See a chick. Sometimes they don't like.
No, because I don't worry about weighing myself.
Oh, stop the bullshit.
Stop.
I don't.
Okay, so let's
see. This is my point. You just proved my point for a second time on a different topic. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's not true.
No. I think you're full of shit, and I'm gonna call you out because I'm not like the rest of these motherfuckers.
You just proved my point.
I don't care about
you
your
just
fucking
proved my point.
If you ever knew me, you would understand that I don't give a fuck about your point.
He's entitled to his opinion. Even
You're just making yourself sound more and more ignorant, is all I'm saying.
You can call it what you want, motherfucker. It don't hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna be like most of these fucking honkies up here that be like, oh, I can't say the word.
Oh, straight
I'm a realist, motherfucker.
Wait, hold on. First of all, Wheels. You did not hear what I said you did not hear just before I brought you up, right? When I literally had Jen up, I literally said, this guy is King Jigaboo. He's not gonna give a fuck about what the fuck you gotta say at all. When I say this guy can go in on pretty much anything, he's not gonna be insensitive about it. So just be aware.
Don't bother me any. But thank you for having me, Resla. It was fun.
And I said, I even gave her credit for doing what she had to do to be a firefighter. I literally said, kudos to you for fucking getting all your qualifications for being in the fire, for her serving. I literally said that shit.
Thank you.
And if you came up to rescue me, Wills, I would absolutely hop on your back and ride you down.
I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Man,
you wouldn't do your job. Oh, you're not a very good firefighter. This is exactly the problem with the women in the fire department. They sit there and get in their feels.
That's crazy.
Be a little bitch.
After everything, damn, that's crazy.
Yep. There you go. This is
After
exactly
everything,
why we choose
that's
the guy.
wild.
She cries about somebody. Oh, somebody said something that I don't like. No, I'm not gonna rescue them.
Oh no, I'm gonna say just leave me to burn.
Yeah, leave me to fucking burn.
Let it burn. Let it burn. Now listen, if you did what you had to do, you said just listen. I have friends, personal friends. Damn near my wife. She calls her sister so much.
I know, hunky.
She was a firefighter and a police officer. And I tell it to her face. I just don't think it should have been it. I think it should have been a supportive role. I say that about the military women too, being a supportive role. I don't think you should want your women on the front lines. I just don't. You can call me misogynist. That's cool. I'm not gonna cry and be like, oh no, don't call me. Okay, I will tell you, I'm a misogynist. I think women should be in supportive roles, not out there on the front line. Call it what it is. I just think that you're not battle ready with some of these women out here. I didn't say not all, but most of them you're not.
A fair measurement's going to make it to where that's really kind of the case anyway, right?
It's not a fair measurement when you literally have to lower the standards for women just so they can be on the same par as a male.
That shouldn't happen. I don't think.
No, I don't. Listen, I know it has to happen because science.
No, so I don't know. I'm asking, does it like
no, I'm literally
physiology.
The science, the physiology of it is they have to.
No, but do they have to meet the same standard? Like, say the
in the military? No.
I
don't know about police officers because I'm not one. I don't know about firefighters. She said she had to go through the same qualification that men did. Okay, cool. If she did it and she earned her shit, she said she earned it. I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
But if there shouldn't be any way, shape, or form that they have to literally change the standards that they have for all men for women and say that they're equal. You're not equal to me. You cannot prove that you're equal to me when we have to change standards.
Brick, as a woman, how do you feel about that?
Don't let him talk to you like that, Brick. Fight
Oh,
back.
he was talking to me? Oh.
You better fight back.
He sounded like a bitch. Blind, you really, really have it in for me. You sound like you're really feminine right now. We're talking about masculinity. Put on your man clothes.
Okay.
What about masculinity? Do you talk about masculinity on a day-to-day basis outside of YouTube?
Good question.
Hell no.
I mean, yeah, it comes up in conversation, like being a man. Be a man. That sort of thing.
I said masculinity. Being a man is so different than just saying
I
masculinity.
I don't bring up masculinity.
No one has these conversations outside of YouTube. I've said this plenty of times. Femininity, no one has that. You know, when I talk to my wife, I'd be like, hey, I'm glad you don't work. You know why? Because I don't want you to. I want you to take care of my kids in my house. Not one time I said, I want you to rest in your femininity. I need you to do household shit.
Brick says he cannot leave and get on work if he doesn't hear as a man 5 times.
That's my
listen, Resla. As a provider, I don't even say as a provider. I need to make sure I provide for my wife and kids. No. I don't say that either. None of these bullshit ass YouTube talking points or conversations ever come up outside of YouTube.
Ideally, we should use this stuff to make ourselves better and then like use that in practice in life, right? Like if there was a best way to use this shit.
How do you practice in life? Or do you just live?
No, I mean like these conversations of what makes somebody a masculine or wrestler yesterday with what makes somebody a leader. Like have the come have the conversation here. And
I'm not against any conversation. I like conversations. That's what we get on YouTube to do. Most people up here are attention-seeking motherfuckers. No matter how you look at it, you come up to these panels, you're attention-seeking. You talk. It's nothing wrong with it.
I spit hot fire on my channel.
But I think these conversations, I don't know how they're going to help you, but I think these conversations can be disingenuous at the most at all times. Majority of the time, they're disingenuous because no one wants to look to the good things and the negative things at the same time. The same thing when you talk about religion. No one wants to look at the good in religion and the bad at the same time. They only want to focus on what they want to focus on. That gives them their funny, fuzzy feels.
It's true. I know hunky though. Hunky.
Okay.
All right.
It doesn't bother me. My dad's half white.
Weird.
It doesn't bother me.
Nah, that's the worst word in the world to me to be called.
Honky?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
that is wild.
Do they call you Peckerwood?
No, well, I'm not. I'm only half white, but I call people honky. So,
okay. Well,
what's the other half? Bitchinese.
Mexican.
Yeah, imagine.
I don't know. But Resla, I gotta go. I gotta golf at 12 o'clock and work at 3. So you know, I get these sorry motherfuckers what they want up here. Just
sound like a long day.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Not Bitchinese.
I'm here till the wheels fall off. Shit. What else, Brick?
So, Jen,
what else, Indy?
Any other thoughts about what's been happening on the stream so far?
You got anything? Anybody else?
I pretty much spoke my thoughts for the most part. The only thing I didn't get to speak on is the whole traditional masculinity thing.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit, what? What's wrong with that? Isn't that the whole topic of this live? That fucking delved into left field fuckery?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah and no. So the depth of transition to masculinity was something that got brought up by a whole bunch of stuff that was happening this week with Anthony Mackie. Now, quite frankly, I don't have a problem with anything, not even a little bit about what he said. That did not stop the internet from being a firestorm in and coming after the dude, coming after his professional record, coming after the fact that he has like 4 boys. It just didn't stop people. I'm saying, what makes him qualify? Or how about the fact that he's born a man? How about the fact that he's talking about masculinity and being able to raise kids to be a particular way, to be respectful? And I get it if you weren't here long enough. I played the clip like twice. With the idea that
Yeah, I have no clue who Anthony Mackie is.
oh, girl, he's Captain America.
I don't watch Marvel movies.
How dare you?
She might need to see it.
Oh my god!
One more time.
Right.
One more time, and one more again.
Hey, that's not Michael B. Jordan. I thought that was Michael B. Jordan.
Fuck you. You think all black people look alike? Fuck you.
Fuck out of here. That looks like Michael B. Jordan. Not Michael Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan.
Not Michael Jordan. Michael B. Jordan.
Fuck you.
I said Michael B. Jordan. Open your big ass ears.
The fact that you think that we all look alike like that, fuck you.
He's supposed to be blind, but apparently he's deaf.
No, he absolutely is blind. Michael B. Jordan, the fuck out of here.
Yeah, y'all, what are y'all gonna go home and go to bed together? You and Brick Resla or what?
What the fuck? See, every time blind doesn't have the ability to participate in the conversation, he resorts to weirdo shit.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, that's about right. Have you ever been to one of his lives?
Bro,
no.
Peter Cragen. I dropped bars.
You missed a good one where he thinks he can fight a kangaroo.
Are you serious?
Bro,
all right, all right. This is gonna be a lot. This is gonna be the last time I do this. So we gonna do this for you, Jen. All right. Make sure I move this across.
Thank you.
I want you to pay attention to what he's saying here. So shit, I'm actually hold on, let me make sure I put this up so I can get it. Make sure it goes all the way to the beginning. Here we go.
I keep my boys humble. Like my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit. I'm like your kids. And no, I don't. I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Mm-hmm. Do not. And my oldest gets it. My 15-year-old, he tells the other ones, he's like, yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he's going to straighten the other ones out. Mm-hmm. So it's just that thing of, in the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. Right. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open a door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night. This alarm is on. You text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up.
I love that.
Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, climb through the window, that money means nothing. Right. You can have all the celebrity in the world, jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing. Yeah. So you got to have a little guard in there, you know? And so for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very different.
How do you feel about that? And by the way, welcome.
I agree.
Hi.
Hi. She said hi.
A lot,
Hi.
Jen, a lot of people have been giving him grace, but a lot of people have been giving him shit about that. A lot of
in the
shit.
beginning, before he starts talking about the death of the American male for the past 20 years, what he's saying about the fact that his kids have never had Jordans, never had this, they don't do that, blah, 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 that speaks more to him being a celebrity and not letting his kids grow up to be nepo baby entitled fucking brats. There's nothing wrong with that.
I hear you. I literally watched a podcast with 3 different men who were all wearing Jordans, by the way. Pretty much said that it's unfair for him to talk about people who, if they made themselves, they made money, to not be being able to wear Jordans. I'm like, you all put yourself in a position where you can wear Jordans. The fact that he is in a position where he could wear, but he still doesn't, and also doesn't teach his kids to do so, speaks way more about him than it does about you. The fuck are
Not
we doing
only
here?
that, it seems like they took that as a personal attack. Like, what the fuck does him saying,
They
I'm not
absolutely
going to
did.
let my kids growing up thinking that just because I have money, take Gordon Ramsay, for example, right? Gordon Ramsay, another man with plenty of fucking money in the world. He makes his kids earn what they get. Yeah, he may get them gifts here and there, but he does the same thing. Him and his wife will travel first class if they're traveling somewhere. But if his kids can't afford the ticket for themselves, they're flying economy. He said that before. How is that any fucking different? And if you want to take it a step further, as far as Anthony Mackie goes, didn't Anthony Mackie come from nothing as well? Or am I wrong about that?
That's what I was just going to
You're
ask.
absolutely
Did he
right.
come from
You're
money?
absolutely right.
He came from nothing as well. Okay, so that being fucking said,
He came from out of the gutter of New Orleans. Absolutely.
okay, thank you. All right, so that being said, this is where people have gotten so fucked up, especially because of social media being such a prevalent thing now, is people, when you look at people with money, especially old money people, like the Rothschilds,
Well,
the
let me give it
Kennedys.
just a little bit of clarity. Let me give a little bit of clarification. He came from the hood, from the streets of New Orleans, but he wasn't a dumb kid. He made it all the way
I'm
to
not saying that
Juilliard.
he was done.
No, but I'm saying
I'm not saying that at all.
He made it to Juilliard. He got a little bit of leeway that most people are not able to get into, but he didn't.
But he worked hard
for
for it.
granted. Right.
Tupac went to Juilliard.
And that's where I'm going with it. That's where I'm going. Just let me finish what I'm saying. I'm using the Rothschilds and stuff as an example. When you look at old money, you don't see people like the Kennedys or the Rothschilds or even the fucking British royal family. You don't see them rocking Gucci. You don't see them rocking fucking name brand shit like Versace or fucking Jordans or anything like that. You see them in fucking plain Jane everyday clothes. Because, and this is where I think Anthony has fallen into mentally and fiscally, is he knows that blowing your fucking money on Jordans every time a new fucking Jordan drops or a new fucking Rolex drops or a new fucking Bugatti drops or something like that is going to wipe out his bank quicker than actually investing. And I think that's where people are getting fucked up because of social media and everything. Because they see these influencers and they think, oh, well, that influencer has Versace. I need to match that. Da 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 da. Let me go blow my paycheck that I should use on fucking rent and bills and food so I can look the part. And he's trying to teach his kids, yeah, you can get yourself that stuff, but you need to make sure you got everything taken care of first. You need to make sure you don't have to worry about an eviction notice. You need to make sure you don't have to worry about your fridge being empty or your lights getting cut off or your water being fucking turned off. He's teaching them how to be financially responsible by not giving them everything. He doesn't want them being brats, and he doesn't want them thinking that what makes them is what they wear or what they have, instead of the integrity of who they are as people. Not even just as men, but as a general fucking person. He wants them to go out in the world with integrity, being in this quote, a man of their words, where they say, oh, I'm going to help you do X, Y, and Z. They actually do it instead of agreeing to it. And then the next day, I don't feel like it. He's teaching them how to go through life with integrity and with respect, not only towards others, but to where respect will be given upon them.
Hell yeah.
I actually, as soon as I know I've seen like a short of the clip, but I didn't see the whole thing until you just played it, which I still missed the beginning of it. But I was gonna ask as well if he came from money or not. And even though he was smart enough to go to Juilliard, it still actually shocks me that he has this mentality, being someone that did not come from money, because typically what we do as people, well, Americans in general, especially in the Black community, but I really think pretty much everyone does this, is when you do not come from money and then you get money, what you end up wanting to do is you want to give your kids all the things you never had. You knew what it was like to struggle, so you don't want your kids to. So I think the fact that even though he had no money, he wants to still make his kids be humble and not give them everything, it actually shows how much of a thinker he is.
Well,
Because what
look at
ends
this
up,
way, Alex. Look at this way, Alex.
can I
When
finish,
he,
Resla?
yeah, sure, but I was just gonna say, like,
Go ahead.
even in his most recent interview, like I thought this was something that was very in that very interview that I just showed a clip for. I thought it was so prominent that he walked to he was the interview was in New Orleans, but he was in New Orleans as well. He walked there with only one guard. He didn't walk with a hope. He didn't get driven there. He walked there. He's not worried about people approaching him on the street. And I think there's only a certain amount of people who can really do that. Even here in New York, it's most people don't even pay attention to when you're in the street. Like I ran across Mayor Michael Bloomberg in the subway. I ran across Keanu Reeves in the subway. People don't even recognize you.
Yeah, Keanu is very real. He's known for that.
You can go ahead. I just wanted to point that out. Like most people don't pay attention.
Yeah, so the reason I'm saying this is because typically, like I said, people will just give their kids everything they've ever had or they've never had. And it shows me how intelligent he really is and really just how much of a thinker he is. Because you can be smart, you can be intelligent, but you don't really think about stuff like this. But it shows me that he really thinks, because what we've seen has ended up happening from people not having money and giving their kids everything they never had, is we have this generation of idiots who are spoiled and don't know what it is. They don't know the value of a dollar. They're not gonna do chores to earn things. They're spoiled as hell. So we think, oh, because I grew up with nothing, I'm gonna make sure you have everything and everything will be fine for you and life will be great for you. But what ends up happening is we get these kids that are assholes because they've had everything handed to them. And so the fact that he can like think about that and see ahead of time, even though I have money, yes, they're gonna have a nice home and be taken care of, but I want them to be humble. It just shows how great he is to me and what a man he really is, because he's worried about who his kids, he's not just worried about them being okay, but he's worried about who they're going to become.
So Alex, I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay, I said it earlier in my monologue, but I don't know if you were there for that. What do you think was the thing that he got trashed on about? Just a guess. There's no right or wrong. Well, there was a right answer, but I want you to give it your best shot.
It would be him not giving everything to his kids, not letting them have Jordan so they can fit in, and also why is he talking about masculinity and his kids need to be the man of the house? He could have security for that and his wife can take care of the house. His kids need to be kids.
Have you played the second video, Resla?
Oh no, I haven't.
Am I right or wrong?
No,
I think
you're
he
not.
probably got trashed more on where he said that he tells his 15-year-old he's the man of the house, and if anything were to happen, he's expected to be the first line of defense to protect his mother and younger siblings.
Yeah, that's one of the things I said.
You know what, Jen? I expected that to be the thing that came up in social media, but it wasn't. The thing
Are you
that came
serious?
Up, it was not even a beacon at all. Did not come up.
Wow.
The thing that he got, so a lot of people said that, especially a lot of men, a lot of women, they said that they respect the fact that he said he wanted that old school traditional masculinity, kids being straight, all that stuff. The thing that annoyed the living shit out of me, and mainly I'll just say it's because of my people. They came at him for the simple fact of saying that he wouldn't let his, kind of what you said, he would not let his kids be kids. That he put that kind of pressure on them, but that wasn't even the most highlight. For a lot of men, I ran into a I ran into a podcast group where there were 3 gentlemen. Like I said, they were all wearing J's, and they were upset, not about anything he had to say. They were upset with the fact that he said he wouldn't allow his kids to wear J's. That was the first part.
Yeah, you and I were.
That's
and I said that they took that as a personal attack.
Right. I was wholeheartedly annoyed about that. But of all the podcasts, and I'm pretty sure there were more, I just didn't run across them. That was the one podcast that really talked about the sneakers thing. Every other podcast that came for this man's neck had 2 points against him. The first point, and I'll allow this point. The first point was the fact that prior to this particular segment that he said when he had on the Pivot podcast, he was doing another interview, but it was 6 months ago before the Captain America movie came out, and it was a whole big reference about being American, how he was being very inclusive. Let me just say it that way. So for a lot of people, they felt like he wasn't being an all-American, because he was saying that anybody should rise up to be American. I guess it's not just in the age that we're in. And I'm paraphrasing. I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole, because I'm trying to talk about what he talked about in this. For a lot of people, and especially people in his own community, in my own community, as Black people, this is the thing that pissed me off. They came for this man, not based on what he said, not based on his work. Because if you see this guy, if you ever watched this guy's career, I just watched the movie last night with this guy in it. This guy keeps working. He's not like these people who just he's hits a box office film and then all of a sudden he's sitting back chilling. Like, for instance, prior to Sherlock Holmes, what can you remember Rodney Downey Jr. in? Nothing. Then he did Iron Man. Okay, cool. How long Iron Man been? What other work outside of Iron Man do you remember Rodney Downey Jr. in?
Tropic Thunder.
Robert Downey Jr.
That was before, not after.
I just wanted to say it because it was so funny.
No, I fucking love Tropic Thunder. Absolutely.
Anyway, go on about your point, bro.
Absolutely. But anything after Iron Man, you don't really recognize him for, because you don't know anything he's done. Majority of quote big people in office, there are very few people who are really in it for the craft. They're in it for the celebrity. They're in it for the highlights. They're in it for being A-list celebrities. A lot of them are not really in it for the craft. So when you have someone like Anthony Mackie, who's not an A-list celebrity, by the way, he's not. He just finally rose up to prominence, but he's still not called an A-list celebrity. Keep in mind, he's in a Marvel movie, grossing hundreds of millions. He's fucking Captain America. He's not an A-list celebrity. But keep in mind, even before and even after Captain America, I'm not even talking about the recent music. I'm talking about when he was like the Falcon and Winter Soldier. After all,
I want to make sure I do recognize him. He's Papa Doc, right?
Yeah, he's Papa Doc.
Oh, is he Papa Doc? No. Hold on.
He's Papa Doc.
Let me make
Oh,
sure.
shit, that is Papa Doc.
Let me make sure I look at it.
He was really young and he was thinner. He looked more dark skinned back then, probably just because he was thin. I don't know.
2 Pop, 3 Pop, 4.
Right, he's Papa Doc.
Yeah, but he's played as Tupac. He's played as home other shit. Like, the fact of the matter, he is out here. He's still creating movies. Well before, even in the middle of the entire Marvel series, he was still putting out films. People don't consider him an A-list actor. Again, young kid, Louisiana, went to Juilliard, went out to New York, did all that shit. been in several films. In fact, if you didn't know who he was, even if you never saw Captain America, maybe you're not a Marvel's fan, cool. Have you ever seen 8 Mile? Eminem?
He's Papa Doc.
Well, yeah, that's where we got Papa Doc from.
Right. But that's what I'm talking about. He's that nigga.
And then wasn't he in a movie where
on top of that, look at a big military movie that came out that no one expected to go big. The Hurt Locker. He's that nigga.
Wasn't he in a movie with like John Cena or The Rock or something? He was like real tough in the movie.
I don't know about that.
Maybe it was Mark Wahlberg. He was in a movie with one of them.
Well, he ain't white, so he's definitely not one of them.
No, I mean he was like in a movie with one of them.
But he's been in so many films. I just literally watched a film last night that was literally just made last year, end of last year, and I'm like, this man stayed working.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, he was working off Broadway. I didn't even know he was in the city.
Yeah, it shows his humility.
Well, see, that's where a lot of actors who love and do acting for the craft do. They go to Broadway, and that's how a lot of them get their foot into the acting world.
Well, not even getting his foot, because when I look at him, he has been in acting he stated something. He said, you know what? Actually, I might have the actual for
But
it.
anyway, you were saying that most of the podcasts had two main reasons for going
The man has been in the acting industry for 24, 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that when all this shit happened, no one ever had anything to go up against this guy, right? The fact that he would do this now, you know, was the first thing that a lot of, and I'll just say it, black people went at his head for. He did one scene, and I played it earlier in today, but I got rid of the clip. So he did one scene in Black Mirror. Anyone ever seen the show Black Mirror? I'm not a fan of Black Mirror, so
no, never.
Yeah, it's not that great.
Everybody talks about Black Mirror.
Yeah, I've seen it. I love the series. However, there are some weird things
right.
on that series.
But there was one where he was in, and apparently because it was a scene where he kissed the guy, they came for his neck.
Yeah, it's where I know what you're talking about. It's where they're playing virtual games and everything seems and feels so real. And he's the man. He plays a male character in the virtual reality game, but his boy plays a female, and he gets attracted to the female character, and they end up fucking around in the game.
Correct. But then it goes into real life where he's like, literally, his worst words before even the kiss happens is, man, just shut up and kiss me already.
Okay, so what? Their issue with him, they're saying, why are you talking about masculinity when you played kind of a gay role in a show?
Exactly. But it was of all the roles he had, that one scene in that one show, that one episode, was somehow it tarnished his career. The guy's got like 3 or 4 boys.
He went broke back.
And of course,
well, here's the funny part. And I mentioned this, Alex. I mentioned this, like, because Brick just said broke back. Who talks about Jake Gyllenhaal? Who talks about Jake Gyllenhaal today
or
about Brokeback
Ledger.
Mountain? Exactly, they don't. And I say this as well. Who thinks of Wesley fucking Snipes and thinks
as Tu Wong Fu?
Tu Wong Fu.
Right. And
nobody who thinks of
hold on, y'all.
Patrick Swayze
I got
and
a good
John
one for
Leguizamo
y'all.
in that same movie.
I got a good one for y'all. Hold on. You know Peaky Blinders, Tommy Shelby, played by Cillian Murphy?
No.
Right. But my point
Nobody
is
talks about the fact that he played a drag queen.
Nobody does. That's my point. But when it came to this, they came for his fucking neck.
Right, but the thing is with black people, see, it's not actually what they did that bothers them. It's just whenever they don't like someone, they bring that up because black people will support Black people will support all of these black actors who've all been emasculated, who've all dressed up as women. They'll support, Medea, Tyler Perry. They'll support Big Mama's House, Martin Lawrence. I mean, Will Smith. They'll support everyone who has dressed in drag. But as soon as you say something that is right, something that they need to hear, they don't like you, so they'll pull up that you dressed in drag, but they won't say it about any of the other people who've done it.
So he's a great example, right? Great example.
There's
Then
also something else to that, though, Alex.
one point, and I'll mention this because what Alex mentioned is so important. Prior to this happening, I'm gonna tell you about another prominent actor, Denzel Washington. Just recently was in a movie called Gladiator 2. What did people come for his head on? Anyone remember? It wasn't long ago. It was literally this year. Anyone remember?
I haven't seen it. I don't know. What was it?
A gay kiss.
Mm.
Literally, he was inquiring for information for this white guy. He said, "What is it? What is it?" The guy was all nervous. He's above this man and everything. I don't know. I saw this. I did it. He says, "Oh, thank you." The white guy's trying to hold on to his station. Then those characters above him. He grabbed him by the cheeks. His face, by the way. Gave him a peck on the face. Peck. Not a deep kiss or anything. Peck. And walked away. Do you know the black community lost their fucking mind over that?
And why do you think that is? Because Denzel is such a good dude. Has Denzel
No,
ever dressed in drag?
I said this earlier in the stream. It's because it doesn't matter whether you are dyke and you are heavily butch. It doesn't matter if you are a feminine gay man. It doesn't matter if you're a straight man. It doesn't mean if you're a straight woman. When it comes to the black community, and I said this, and I don't give a fuck if you get mad. Come see me. Black community, the black people are too much invested.
I have a question.
In the black man's dick.
In regards to this whole scenario.
What's good, Nightish? Yes. You say no. You say no. Honestly, as people, we're too invested in sex. We're too invested in what the black man does with his dick. Because a lot of the communities that even we are in talk too much about what another man could do with his dick.
It's very true when it comes to black men. And hey, granddaddy.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to piggyback off of from what Alex was saying is it's not just when they do something wrong, as far as the black community goes. It's portrayed so much in a lot of shows, a lot of movies, and
I never said he was in a dress, Nightish. I never said. Sorry, I never said he was in a dress, Nightish. I never did.
I asked if he was. He was answering me.
So my question of all this
it's
scenario
not just
is
go ahead, Jen, and then you can go right after Blind. Rick, fuck,
okay,
too many fucking bees.
Thank you.
Here's the thing is, and I speak about this because I grew up with my dad having a black gay best friend. In the black community, for some reason, there's a lot and heavy homophobia to the point where they don't like to acknowledge it. They can know up and down that their son is gay or their daughter's a lesbian, and they pretend that it's not, so they don't have to acknowledge it for some reason. For some reason, it's hugely frowned upon, and they would rather disown you or pretend that who you are doesn't really exist. And that's why it does go into what you say, Alex, that they're proud of the black people that they have in the industry and everything like that. But as soon as something happens that they don't like, they use that so they can hate on that person because of how prevalent the homophobia is within the black community.
So that's perfect. I can actually segue. So that's the question. How much of this supposed cancel culture, which, you know, ultimately that's what we're talking about, the cancel culture that exists, and it happens to all sorts of people in all sorts of scenarios. I mean, it could be something quite the opposite, actually. How much of it do you believe is actually just trolling?
Just trolling.
I don't know if I'd call it
What do you
trolling, but
consider just trolling, though?
Well, I mean, I guess there's various forms, but in the basic form, I would say it would be just trying to get a rise.
Okay, so trolling is one thing, trying to get a rise. But this whole thing with cancel culture is it's not just getting a rise. And who are they? That's one main question. Who are they trying to get a rise out of? The people that support him, the people that don't, him in general? Because at the end of the day, he's not really going to give a shit what somebody says. But with cancel culture, they go as far as to fucking try to affect your paycheck, try to take food off your table. I mean, look at what happened to Johnny Depp when Amber Heard simply said, "Oh, he abused me," before there was ever any fucking proof. He was fucking kicked off Disney. He lost millions of fucking dollars. And if it wasn't for the fact he was already an established actor with plenty of money to fall back on, if he had been a newbie and she did this, he would have been on the fucking blacklist, homeless by the time the whole thing was said and done with.
well, also if he had been a newbie and not had money, she would have never married him.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying if, let's say they had both gotten into the industry together, they were married before either one of them made it big without a penny to their name. If she had said that because she thought she was better than him just to get out of the marriage, he would have been fucking ruined to the point where he couldn't have gotten back on his feet until long after everything was said
Right.
and done with and the court was finished with.
And the only reason
And
people
he
supported
still
him,
hasn't seen that money.
the only reason people supported him is because he has been known for so long, and then because he had proof she was lying. But there were so many people who didn't like him because of that, and that's because of feminism, because the world just believes women. We've been told the Me Too movement, and
Yeah, that's what I'm
her
saying.
too, this bitch too, and believe all whores, even though they lie. But I had a few things I wanted to touch on. So first of all, I wanted to make it clear when I was talking about Anthony Mackie and how, I'm sure they're saying this because it was a gay thing, but it's because they don't like what he's saying now. So when it comes to the Black community, they will see their favorite actor dress in drag and not say anything about it. They'll watch the movie, laugh about him dressing in drag, and not say anything about it. But as soon as that same person goes and says, "I'm voting for Trump," then they'll be like, "Oh, you gay," because homophobia is a big thing in the Black community. I think that is one thing that the Black community actually is doing right, is their, as they call it, homophobia, or as I call it, they don't play that gay shit. But at the same time, yes, if they have kids that are gay, I wouldn't say they don't acknowledge it. They acknowledge it, but it's just more like, "Oh, he funny. We don't mess with him. He can't come over. He's not invited to the barbecue. He's not invited to Christmas because he funny like that," or "She like girls." It's not that they don't acknowledge it. They acknowledge it. They just don't fuck with that. And I think that is actually something they're doing right. But it's like they don't like the gay stuff, but if it's an actor, they'll deal with it until that actor says there's something that has to do with like Trump, Republican, saying there should be a father in the home. As soon as they say something that doesn't go with what single Black women are doing, basically, that's when they'll be like, "Oh, he gay. He's sassy though." That's it.
Yeah, and that to me is trying to get a rise. Ultimately, that's trolling, and it's not a very good trolling. Like, so with the idea of trolling, I've heard it said. I believe actually Resla said it, is that if you're going to troll, you got to be good at it, right?
Yeah, you
And
got to have the
so
mind for it.
right. If you want to lead somebody along, going straight for the throat is not a good type of way to do that. And so I do see that within certain instances of cancel culture. And I feel like it's more trolling because here's the thing. It's easy to create multiple accounts, right? And we all know this. And so if you have multiple accounts and, you decide that you don't like a person, you can go in there, account after account after account, and begin to get a rise out of not only that person, but also certain people in the crowd will begin to go with you, like a mob mentality. And there's actually specific types of trolls, people who enjoy this sadistic mentality, where I've actually seen it firsthand, experienced it firsthand, that they try and try and try. And so, I mean, there's probably that. Now, I will say that there may very well be some genuine people who don't like it and don't like what he's saying and go after the throat. But I also believe that some of that is mob mentality. So they are going with the crowd.
It is, but that also goes back. Go ahead and finish what you're saying.
No, and that was pretty much it. I mean, I believe that a lot of it is probably a mixture of all of that. And then we are seeing this and then kind of seeing it happen in real time and then assuming this thing is so, but then how much of it really is, like, I know it's been said, also believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. Right? So I don't know how much to believe.
As far as the whole mob mentality, you're right. And that as far as like trolling and stuff like that, it's one thing to, like, let's say go to his Instagram account after account after account and have a few hundred people going on there and making like smart ass little remarks and stuff like that to troll. When it comes into cancel culture, like I said, they don't just troll. They're not doing it for he's. It's because for some reason they are personally, like the guys with the Jordans on the podcast that Resla was talking about, they have felt as if it's a personal affront to them. So it's automatically, let's go for the job, let's go for the food, let's go for the money, let's make sure that they end up in ruin, not caring about the casualties that come along with that.
I do agree. Yeah, that's a good point.
But
Yeah,
that
actually.
also, and the whole mob aspect of it, or the hive mind, as I would say, kind of trickles back down to what Alex was saying about the whole modern day feminism, because feminism and everything has created this delusion that if anybody that is straight in general promote anything that goes back to what's considered the nuclear traditional family, you're automatically homophobic, you're automatically this, you're automatically that, da 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 da. So they take, even when nobody is really offended about it, someone somewhere has to be offended by it when it's got nothing to do with them and create that hive mind to attack. And the thing that sucks about that with the feminism and the whole LGBTQ plus alphabet soup bullshit has started working hand in hand together, to where if a feminist is pissed off, the LGBTQ community is pissed off. If somebody's pissed off over in the LGBTQ community, and feminism created this toxic movement where you're expected, and this is what's so confusing, you're expected to respect and abide by what they say and want, but they don't have to respect or abide by what you feel, say, or want. Just like this whole, exactly, thank you. Just like this whole fucking debate, and I've been in this debate too, of what how a trans woman is a woman, and then how they sit there and say a cis woman. Okay, I'm supposed to respect that you want to be called a woman, but you can't respect that I don't want you referring to me as a cis woman. I was born a woman. I don't need a prefix for it.
Yeah.
You're the one changing your gender. You need the prefix, not me.
Resla, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I got something I just want to get out of the way real quick because I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to have to. So I saw that Blind said, "Is this the girl that likes to get peed on?" Just for clarification.
Oh God.
I just want to start by
Jesus.
saying I've never been peed on before. I did make a joke about it, but I've never been peed on in my life. And I wasn't gonna say this, but I guess I'm gonna go ahead and go
Never.
here since he wanted to start with a woman because he has no masculinity. It's funny because right before I got up on the panel, I noticed how dead masculinity is because as soon as Brick and Resla were saying something Blind didn't like, he started calling them gay, attacking their masculinity. It just shows you how feminism has even ruined men to make them so effeminate that all they can do is go after another man's masculinity when they don't like what they say. They can't argue with them. They can't debate them. They just call them gay.
Damn.
Hey, Brick. Anything you want to say against
Yeah,
that?
you can respond. You started it. Go ahead, respond.
Actually, I didn't start it because as you just said, you and just to clarify, you said that you actually asked for Resla to pee on you, and then you asked or made the statement that you didn't like to be peed on, you like to be peed in. You made the statement. So that's not a matter of it has nothing to do with my masculinity, my femininity, my toxicity, or anything like that. I was literally asking for clarification. So you making all that extra stuff, but yes, you could probably classify. I'm a feminist. I consider myself feminist, but you could probably call me homophobic. I don't know. I don't agree with being gay. I don't like the idea of myself being involved in gay stuff, and I think it's funny. But I don't hate gay people. I give every individual person.
Hey, Brick.
So
you gotta let us know what it's like to piss in someone.
First of all, but what you
That's
asked
blind.
was, isn't this the girl who likes to be peed on? And so I'm answering that question. No, I don't like to pee on. I've never been peed on. But I would never call you homophobic. What I would call you is a homosexual.
Exactly, Blind. Like, what she makes exceptions for me for is totally different from what she normally would be like.
Blind, bask in your femininity.
Okay, I'll take it. Fuck it.
How's your vagina feel?
It hurts.
You on your period?
I'm PMSing. I got it. You want to pee in it?
The feels.
You want to pee in it?
Hey, if it makes you feel better, it makes you feel better, Blind.
You're gonna pee in my vagina?
Spider dog is right there with you.
I don't have the required equipment to pee in your vagina, but if I did, I would do it for you.
I bet you would.
I could pee in your mouth though, since you want to taste so bad.
Oh, damn, dirty girl.
Yeah, no, fuck no. What are you talking about? But I'm not gay, no.
Dirty girl.
Who's the dirty girl, Resla?
You got me solving.
Are you serious? Why do you play so much? I didn't even put on my sexy voice for you, Jesus.
Hey, but how is it okay for you to call me gay, but not for me, or you to make a joke about me being gay, but not me, okay for me to make that joke on Resla and Brick?
Because you're a dude.
You said no. Wait, sir. I'm not making a joke, sir. You said you're a feminist, so to me, you're gay. That's not a joke. I truly believe you're gay.
Then that's would be
damn. Oh, wow.
I'm not. And that could be homophobic all day. I said what I said and I stand by it. I believe that if a penis was in your face, you'd take a lick. You'd find out how many licks it takes to get the milk out.
That's a ridiculous.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of the... Yep.
Brick, calm down. Calm down, Brick.
I'm asking you, Blind.
Calm down. And your toxic masculinity is showing, Alex, versus Brick's toxic femininity.
As long as my
You're the one who
femininity
claimed
isn't
to be
showing,
feminine, bruh.
I'll be toxically masculine all day, as long as I don't have to be toxically feminine.
Bro, you said you're a feminist, right?
Yes, that has nothing to do with...
So you're feminine.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
No.
that's what it means. It's literally what it means.
You're an idiot.
Okay. Well,
But,
hey,
hold
does
up.
anybody else understand what a feminist is? It's a feminine person, right?
Hey,
No,
Resla,
just say that.
I'm going to put a message in the private chat for you.
feminist is someone who believes that a woman should have a right to be reckless with her uterus and sleep around and then kill her own offspring. Feminist is someone that believes a woman should have no accountability for her actions. A feminist is someone who a woman can lie on a man and say he raped her.
Hey,
And they just stand by her. A feminist is someone who sees a woman marry a guy and then take half of what he has and just be like, oh, she deserved it. She was a housewife. Basically, a feminist is just, it's kind of like if the devil was also a pedo. That's like a feminist. It's just like the worst thing you could be on this earth.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with you. Those are great examples of feminist, but in the basic ideology, because it's an ideology and ism, right? So feminine ideology, that's a person with a feminine ideology,
Can she
right?
address the allegation in chat though?
So he's feminine.
What Stephen Hall said.
You're feminine, blind.
I know, shut up. But can Alex address the allegation?
What is the allegation? Let me see.
Stephen Hall's
morning.
first comment.
Mr. Resla, morning, ma'am, morning, folks.
Or second to last comment.
This is dumber than a horse's backside 2025.
Not a horse's backside.
Then how far did you go up?
He said he's a hot butter muffin.
Yeah,
she said he's a hot butter muffin. You want me to address that?
Yeah.
I think he's saying that I said you're gay. I did. I don't know what you want me to address. I said it twice.
I don't recall. But
I said you were gay, and then I said I wasn't joking. I was being serious. I wasn't making a joke. I was saying how I truly feel. You like wieners.
I don't recall.
Okay.
But no, I don't want you to pee on my mouth. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Spider, for recognizing it.
I might pee on you if you want.
I wouldn't let you.
Maybe. I don't know. Well,
I have a Taurus G2C that's ready and waiting. There's one in the chamber. A Taurus G2C. There's one in the chamber ready and waiting if you try.
The getaway car or what? A Ford Taurus?
Well, you're not very masculine, so of course you wouldn't know what a Taurus is.
Jesus Christ, blind. If you had finished listening to what she said one in the chamber.
Yeah, this would have been a dead giveaway.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what it means to rack your slide? Do you know what it means to have one in the chamber?
No.
Didn't think so because you're feminine.
No.
Oh my God.
He doesn't. He has 0. He shoots blanks.
Right.
Oh, damn.
God damn.
Yeah.
Are we damning Brick was crazy, right? I was being nice and feminine. I didn't do anything wrong.
I totally went for the jugular right there.
I see, man. Being overcome by my emotions.
Well, I kind of nailed it earlier, I hope, when I said masculinity is about doing, right? Because as a man, we build. We do, right? So ultimately, all this extra talk, right? When you actually, there's an old country song that talks about how men will sit around and talk about the weather, and old women will sit around and talk about old men, right? So we men talk about the things that are going to happen, so that we can ensure that when we start to do things, right, we can do it good, right, better, and that's a masculine trait. We don't worry about what people consider about us.
Has anyone
actually
looked up?
Hold on, I just want to address this real quick because Brick, everything you said applies to me a hell of a lot more than it applies to you, fool. What are you talking about?
Say what? I have no idea what you were just saying, bro, because you are saying words. You're like a feminine twat.
Open up your asshole and let words come.
You're a feminine twat. You like to talk about it, not do.
Yeah.
I said it earlier. You don't have to say a whole lot, bro.
I know, because I'm
as a man, right? Because we say these things as teaching tools for the little ones, for the boys, so they can grow up to be men like us, right?
You're not teaching anybody.
So we teach them.
I'll pee on Alex. I changed my mind. If you want
No, don't teach them to pee on people. No, don't teach. You teach them to hunt. You teach them to fish. You teach them to build.
Okay, but shut up, Brick. You don't know shit about being.
What do you mean, shut up, bro? You're saying nothing except for feminine talking points, peeing on people.
Brick, You're unwilling to even defend yourself if you get.
What does a man do? Blind. You never actually answered that question earlier.
Yeah, I didn't.
No, you really didn't.
I know.
What a man do?
Did I really just get cut off for this shit?
No, go ahead.
I was asking, has anyone, especially the ones that have been on the panel since before I got up here, actually taken the time to look up what the traditional characteristics are of what masculinity is?
I actually did
take
look
the
it up.
silence as
I
no.
know I know I definitely have.
I haven't, but I believe
was
I
like
do
one
know
of
what they are without looking it up.
Yeah, I literally closed all of
Anyone
that
want
out
to take
earlier.
a stab at what the main ones are considered?
A protector, a provider.
Stoicism.
Stoicism. That was the one. Yes.
That's good.
But
So
stoicism is
traditionally, traits considered masculine include strength, courage, independence, leadership, dominance, and assertiveness.
Courage. I like that
along
one.
with accountability.
Which is why I absolutely congratulated everything that Polly said when she was on, but she left the one thing out that I love the fact that she left out, because so many people harp on that one thing, and that was leadership.
Leadership. Yeah, I heard you on
Because
that one.
here's my thing. Here's the reason why I congratulated her on bringing up everything besides leadership. Because there's this thing that because you are simply born as male, you are a quote leader. And that is so much bullshit.
It is. But then again, leadership goes back to masculinity.
So hold on, you're talking about like what, the red pill thing, or like
Never mention any of that. Never mention any of it.
Yeah, in fact, he said he didn't want to go into the red pill thing. He said he didn't want to go into the red pill thing, blind. So you're going to go into the red pill thing, which you weren't listening to when he said it.
I asked him, how come you didn't want to fight when I wanted to fight? I'm really asking a serious question, and now you want to be a bitch now that you got backup up here, bro. Chill.
Wait. There's no backup. There's no backup. It's very. Oh, okay.
Alex, I'm not.
So Alex, Jen, can you let me do this with blind real quick?
I'm asking what you're talking about when you say being leading. Are you talking about being a leader of your wife? Because that's the only thing I've ever heard people say like that.
General.
No.
There is a difference between, and here's the point that I'm making, blind. When we say when men, especially on social media, turn around and say the things like being a man is being a leader, they are vague themselves, because not every man is a leader in every situation. Yes, well, no, you say obviously. It's not obvious.
Well, who says that?
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of men and a lot of platforms who talk about men being leaders. But stop. Because you're already shaking your head with cerebral palsy. Stop. You can see it on a lot of black spaces. You can see it in Hispanic spaces. You can see it by anyone who talks to manosphere start talking about men being leaders. They as much as people talk about people not being monoliths, they sure speak for people being in monoliths.
I don't know who
you're talking. B-Baller. Am I wrong about that? Take your idea with the red pill, take your idea with anywhere else.
So the red pill. So Britt,
whether it's red pill or red pill adjacent, or just the fact of just being born with testes, they claim you inherently as someone who is a leader. That's not true.
Right.
Well, anybody who says
that's not true.
Because some men lead
no,
up.
He's saying it's true. He's saying it's true that men do this.
But you're not giving me one single example of where it happens.
Wait. Did I not just say it? I literally said in red pill spaces, in men's spaces.
Let me ask you this,
I literally
Brian.
just
You
did.
in person. You want a name drop person who says leadership every time they talk about masculinity, right? Is that what you're asking for?
Okay, wait. Oh my God. Should I name every content creator? Let's see.
I can name one right now.
I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna make so many people that's already done it. Oh my gosh. So Angry Man, Sharon Bracy,
Andrew Tate.
Well, I've heard it with Angry. I heard it with freaking Beans that has been up there from time to time. Anton Daniels. Oh hell, I've heard the lead attorney do it. Coach Greg Adams. And I love Coach Greg Adams.
Myron Gaines.
Oh my God, that guy. Myron Gaines. Like there are so many fucking people. Richard Cooper. Hell, you can even say as much as he's a grandfather of it, and he's been flipping flop back. What Rollo Tomasi. You can mention so many people who have done this shit, whether they are workout meatheads all the way to skinny what motherfucker. But you know what? How about this? Someone who people don't pay attention to, but has been in the fucking spaces for so long, and people not paying attention to. Even Andrew Wilson has a debate with him recently. When I say like a couple of months recently, Undead Chronic. There are so many people in red pill and even adjacent red pill spaces who have used that terminology, that stature, that position for men as a default. And here's the truth of the matter. Even I have been on channels myself where there have been 9 men, myself included, on a panel, one spot short of a full panel, and said that we all alpha men. And you know what I turned around and I said that I got heat for? We're not. Because all you motherfuckers have to bow to the fact that the man who's running this panel is the alpha of all of us. Because at any time he can kick you the fuck off the panel, he wants you, shut you the fuck up and everything else. If he said, hey, I'm talking right now, you motherfuckers shut up, which makes him the alpha of the group. He out alphas all the alphas that are there. You can't all be there and all be alphas. The reason for the term alpha is that there's the one who rules over all.
But
it's not a group of.
That's something that I hate too.
Leader.
Let me know when I can respond to anything.
Go ahead.
No, I want to point out, first of all, just because you're always telling me how I respond to this and how I don't respond for this, and how I pointed out, I said, are you talking about the red pill? And y'all immediately jumped all over my case, and then you proceed to explain to me a bunch of red pill people. So then you
no. I clarify. There were a bunch of people. Here's the thing that you missed out on, and I get it if you don't know who they are. I mentioned a bunch of people who weren't red pill.
Okay, those sounded like red pill people.
Wait. The lead attorney.
What does it matter though?
Wait. The lead attorney is in red pill. If I talk about Joe Button, he's not red pill. If I mention Joe Button, he's not red pill. If I mention mediocre tutorials, he's not red pill. If I mention Coach Greg Isaac, he's not red pill. Like what are we doing here? I mentioned people.
Blind. This is my question. What the fuck does red pill, blue pill, green pill, purple pill have to do with anything?
An entire ideology. If you don't know the answer to that, then you should.
But if I mention people,
I'm asking, what does that have to do with what you talk about?
Blind. But if you say who is not red pill, and I answer you, and then you turn around and ask who's not red pill, I answered you.
No, I was just pointing that out, though. I hadn't even had a chance to address the rest of it. I was just pointing out the fact that you jumped all over my case, and then you proceeded to point out red pill people. So that's not honest. That's actually dishonest.
Wait. Hey, even to this person, even to Spider Dog who threw a shot at me, I'm not red pill. I'm not an alpha.
You just said you are.
Wait. Everybody on the panel. When did I say I'm alpha? I said I
did not say that.
I said I was on a panel.
Panel though.
Sir, I will repeat myself. I said I was on a panel with someone who said we were all alphas, and I said we are not, because the person who leads that fucking panel can tell everybody to shut the fuck up, and if not, he can drop them. He is the alpha of that panel.
And who owns this
he
channel?
proclaimed us to be all alphas, and I fucking disagree with him.
Who owns this channel though, right now?
I am.
That's you're blind. You're missing the point.
No,
You're missing it.
Dishonest.
I swear the
Resla,
trees are right
Resla,
in front of
please.
him, but all he sees is a forest.
Literally missing it in
Resla.
real time.
Please, blind.
Wait, be baller.
No, let's see. I see where he's going with it. He's just not. He's not tracking. With
I do
it.
too, and that's where I'm trying to clarify. That's where I'm trying to clarify this.
I get where you're going. I get where you're going with that, but you have to track with what Resla was
but
saying
he's
that.
not tracking with what I'm saying.
Right, but then you're taking when he says that
he's assigning
moderator,
me a role I never gave myself.
He's not saying he's he's not the alpha, even though he said that anybody who's usually the owner of the panel can make the decisions. I get where you're coming from.
No,
it's just confusing.
Like, this isn't even a matter of like this. Literally double speak to say this guy says we're all alphas, and my answer was no, because at any given time, the person who owns the channel is the alpha. Well, right now we're on a channel, and right now you're the person that owns.
Okay, but blind.
But that doesn't make him red pill.
Please let me explain this so he gets it.
I don't need a fucking chick to explain to me, dude.
Clearly you do, because you're taking something that's got nothing to do with what's going on.
Can't explain it to
He
you.
was giving you an example of something where are any of us sitting here saying, oh, we're the alphas, oh, this whole panel is alphas or betas or sigmas or this or that? No, he was giving you a fucking example. He was telling you how fucking a group of men who claim that they're all leaders got on a panel saying, oh, we're all alphas, and he said no. He's saying that in that one instance of a whole bunch of fucking assholes saying that we're all alphas. No, you're not alphas, because the guy who's running it is technically the alpha. That's not being applied here. You're applying something to something else that's got no correlation.
Okay, look now, and just so everybody knows, Jennifer, I know Jennifer. She's actually a homie of mine from my channel. So
Okay, but did you even listen to her at all?
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro, please.
So cry me a fucking river, you crybaby little bitch. You definitely have bitchinese for the other half, bro.
Are you telling me that what he said only applied to that panel? So it doesn't.
Yes, 100%. It's got nothing to do with this panel.
Then why bring it up right here on this panel?
Because he can.
Because we were talking about the leadership thing.
Jen, let me get to right now. I can say right now. Because how many times have I not dropped somebody when they fucking quote interrupted me during my speech?
This is where it's going to go sideways, Resla, because you're answering his question with a question. This is where it's going to take it all sideways again. No, it's got nothing to do with it. He was using that panel. He was using that as an example of where people who claim, especially men, claim that they're leaders, all getting together for essentially a circle jerk, saying, oh, we're all alphas, meaning that we're all leaders.
But
he was using that as an example of assholes claiming to be leaders when they're not leaders at all.
Look, I get that.
Bro, you got 3 holes in your fucking head for a reason, okay? The 2 ears were for listening. And you didn't do that the whole time she spoke, bro. You're like, yeah, okay, well, I was talking about wrestling.
Stop. I'm trying to make sure that we have this and it's all clear. Blind. Simple question. Let's look at a pack of wolves, pack of lions, pack of whatever. Outside of hyenas, because hyenas have a matriarchy. Outside of that, when have you ever heard of multiple alphas in one group?
I don't know. You're the one that brought it
There's
up.
no such thing. There's no such thing. That was my point. There's only one alpha.
Yeah,
when I hear a whole bunch of people talk about we're all alphas, incorrect. Someone has to lead the pack. Even when I turn around and say I've been on a panel with 9 men, me included, making all 9 all together. The person who runs that channel, because he also includes himself as an alpha, but he can kick anyone he fucking wants to. He can interrupt anyone he fucking wants to. He can stop anybody he fucking wants to. He can mute anybody he fucking wants to. Guess who holds the power? Him. He is the alpha of the pack.
Let me know.
Period.
Can we just ask Spider Dog if he wants to come up? Because I noticed he's in the chat just talking shit about everybody, yet he's here. Maybe he wants to come up and talk.
That was my point. That was my point, Blind. Even among a pack of men that don't want to kowtow to the fact that there needs to be only one alpha in a pack, would not even agree that the very fucking panel they're on, that the person who runs that panel is the alpha. You're all guests. He has control.
So therefore, you are the alpha on this channel.
No, because I don't run alphas. What? I don't start. No, Blind. Do I run? Wait, here's a good way to dispel this right now, Blind. Do I run a red pill channel? No, Blind. That is an honest and legit. Blind. That is an honest and legit question. Do I run red pill content?
That's the thing. So Blind.
Shut
Yes,
up.
Resla is.
You cannot tell me I'm being
the alpha here.
Question. Do I
Resla
run
is the
red pill
alpha here,
content?
but he's not red pill. I think that's what we need to separate. Resla is the alpha because when Resla says stop or whatever, if he wants to mute everybody, he can do it and everyone will listen. But that doesn't mean he's red pill.
Thank you for answering that, Baller, because Okay, so see, I can accept you telling me that, Resla, if you say I am the alpha here, and that's my consistent logic. But that makes you selectively honest, bro.
You've never heard me ever introduce myself as an alpha.
It's your claim. What do you mean I never heard you? You're the one that introduced
Blind.
Wait,
Look,
when was it my claim?
Is Resla your alpha right now?
When was it my claim?
Of course, right now, right
there. Yeah, right now. Is he your alpha?
Did I ask anyone on this panel to submit to my whim?
You did not, but I submit anyway.
Thank you, baby girl.
As do I. As do I.
I want to know, Blind. Like, is Resla your alpha right now, bruh? Bruh, is Resla your alpha?
Bro, fuck off.
Blind, this is where I feel like you're getting wires crossed up. The only reason the whole alpha thing was brought up, you are though, you're trying to apply something here that doesn't apply.
Here's the funny part about this, Blind, and I'm going to tell you this right now, because most people get caught up, especially on the internet, about this whole trip of being an alpha. Do you know there's definitely several areas of it? Most people don't want to cover it. I think the most recent that gets covered because most people just want to talk about alphas and betas. Then they come to the whole sigma, right? Do you know what I am? I'm not an alpha. I'm not a beta either. I'm not even a sigma. I'm an omega.
I don't know what any of that means.
But wait, I get it. If you don't understand what it is,
where the issue lies.
I'm an
That's
omega.
Where the issue lies. You hear alpha.
I am actually an outcast.
Go your own way.
Listen, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, but that's
and this is what I'm trying to explain. The only reason the whole alpha thing got brought up, Blind, was because of where we were talking about how leadership, quote unquote, is expected of any person that walks with a Y chromosome. And that there's so many.
It's not even that.
Let me finish though. There's so many. There's so many.
Oh, you're not the alpha anymore,
between
I'm definitely not an alpha.
social media and everything like that, where you have men who sit there and say, "Oh, I'm a leader, I'm a leader, I'm a leader," and they're not. They think just because they say that they're a leader, oh, that they're an alpha. That's where that whole alpha thing came from. He was explaining how a whole bunch of dudes who claim to be leaders got together, and he just so happened to be on that panel, saying, "Oh, we're all alphas," when in reality,
started, fool. I don't need you to explain shit.
Can we please move on from this? This has been going for a really long time.
Wait, hold on. Here's the thing, Blind, about the whole premise of people who are alpha. You cannot be an alpha unless you are part of a group, and that group must be subservient to you. I am self-sufficient. Now, people who are sigmas just don't care and they do their own thing, right? but they are still depending on the group. This is why when Sigmas come into the pack, guess what happens? When Sigmas want to be reintroduced, who they have to go through? The Alpha. Omegas are outcasts. They've been casted out. They cannot come back. They have to fend alone. They are just as capable of anyone else, but they are literally the terms that we call lone wolves.
That's
I've
not
never
where
claimed,
the hiccups lie, Res.
I've never claimed to be an alpha. Ever.
I think the
So
use
many
of the
dudes on the
word,
internet want to claim to be the ones who lead others.
I think once you use the word red pill, duck.
Facts.
Just duck. If that'll help you out, blind.
The moment
Don't
you use
say
red pill,
pill.
be quickly to be
Just
know that
duck.
you're going to be under fire.
People are gonna just come at you.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have anything. I'm not even disagreeing. So I'm just here learning.
No, I get it. I see where you're coming from.
And let me be honest with you, blind. Most people even claim to be alphas for one reason, not because they actually are one, because they want attention.
They want women.
Attention. That's all. They have nothing that they can actually back that shit up by. They strictly want attention. And when I'm here on the internet streets and I have to talk to other men that talk and want to be as boisterous as they want to, I don't jump with them. I have nothing to prove to anyone. And here's the truth of the matter. It wouldn't matter because they'll go to any lens. And I'm not willing to jump off of a cliff to show that I have a bigger dick. When you're dead, I'll just fuck your bitch.
Oh,
I got bigger dick for sure, but
you'll be dead and I'll fuck your
blind,
bitch.
You good. You just got caught up into something. Look, I'm new to this space too sometimes. Sometimes you just don't know. And then when it comes at you so quickly, the conversation sort of shifts and now you lost.
Which is why I say, folks, be careful of talking points and narratives. Because we can easily fall down this rabbit hole. A lot of people will pick up virtues and values that have gone untested.
I agree. I agree. You're not my alpha, but all that stuff, I get what you're saying.
Well, but same way, like even in the terms of leadership, I am not a natural leader. I am not a quote thoroughbred. I had to be taught. There's nothing wrong with that. But people will discount and go after people who are not thoroughbreds. Not everybody are naturals. Not everybody is naturals. Because when I say natural, I'm talking about the difference between skill and talent.
And there is natural. I know that I'm a natural leader. I don't have any kind of.
You say that, but that needs to be proven.
Yeah, see, that was the whole point of what I was trying to get into.
Jennifer, hold on.
That needs to be proven. You can't self-appoint yourself.
Hold on, because I'm making a commentary on my life that has nothing to do with you or anybody. Who would I have to prove that to, bro? Because that's just something that
Wait, we just went through this on my live stream. I said there's plenty of people that put me in leadership positions. And we were having a back and forth about it. I said, there's people that's going to see me and I have to be above their team and they're going to challenge me and I'm okay with it. Because what I said, I proved myself. They acquiesce because they see.
Hold on. Okay.
They see. Wait, hold blind. They see I'm that nigga.
Okay, I'm glad you are. Yeah, that's all cool. But I want to know how that negates the leadership roles that I've had to take on in times that were trying in my life.
When just because I have a position of power, I don't walk. Go ahead. You got all the answers.
No, I'm asking the question. You obviously have all the answers. How does what you're saying negate my leadership in my life?
What's your leadership?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What is my leadership?
Your question. It's a question.
You're saying what's
your leadership?
What am I referring to?
Yes, sir. That would be the question.
The fact that men have followed me into all types of situations that I've been the leader of all
What
of
type of situations?
Gangs. I don't want to be specific, but gang situations.
Well, you're a leader, but you can't. You're a leader, but you can't mention what kind of situations.
Specifics about gangs and stuff, but
What games? What workout games? What kind of games?
LOD, bro. What do you call it? I'm a blood. What do you call it? I don't like to put that shit out there, but since you want me to be specific,
sir, power is power in all respects.
How can you possibly be? I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna get into it. I apologize. I apologize. I'm not gonna get into it.
Honestly, I'm not trying to disrespect them, but leadership is power, and power resonates. It doesn't matter whether it is streets. It doesn't matter whether it is the corporate life.
Then how are you negating things that I have fucking been
you haven't said anything to me outside of saying what you are.
Resla, please try to listen to me.
You have not stated anything that shows that you are.
Hold on. I'm asking you. Okay, now listen. I gave you if you want specifics, bro, you can FOIA my fucking name. I'll give it to you privately if you want, bro, and I'll give you where you can find jail documentation.
What me have?
Can I finish my fucking sentence?
Wait. I don't need your personal life or anything.
No,
just
I'm telling you.
What have you done in a leadership position that shows that you are a leader?
I've led entire groups of grown men that are more dangerous than anybody you deal with, bro.
I know what you told me. How have you led
being the fucking speaker of the group? If you don't understand gang politics, bro, then I can't even fucking make you understand it.
Wait, Blind, you sound like Ruthless right now.
I don't know who that is.
Ruthless Truth.
Okay,
can I ask a question real quick?
Ask a question and then you try to just like fucking pound me.
I asked you a question, and all you say, I'm not gonna lie, Blind. You sound like young people who interview. If I ask you, if you're telling me, blind. If you tell me if I tell you, hey, in what capacity have you supervised people? And you say, well, I supervise people to do this, but what have you done? Well, I told people to do this, but what have you done? If I'm asking you to explain your job to me, and all you tell me that you told people what to do, that doesn't tell me shit.
Okay, well then let me answer. And number one, we're not interviewing for a job. Number one,
But when I ask you for what you have done, that matters. That's context.
Number one, bro, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, bro. Because you do not approve.
The language is done, folks.
See, bro, the wrestler, you don't know how to have a conversation, bro.
No, if you don't understand human language,
you only know how to be a professor, bro. You don't know how to talk with somebody. You
act like you're the only nigga that been in the streets, my guy.
Bro,
fuck out of here.
Okay, well then let me fucking speak like as if you do know the fucking streets, bro.
The fuck out of here.
Okay, listen, bro. Every time that I've been locked up, bro, I'm the speaker for the Bloods and the Black people in the pod, bro. Period. That's earned. That's earned in practice.
How?
What do you mean how? How is it earned?
That's a question.
How what though?
How is it earned? You just said it yourself. Expound.
What did you do to be considered the leader?
How he gets lost on questions.
Yeah, he doesn't get it.
He gets lost on simple questions.
See, I'm trying because I'm trying to fucking answer your dishonest way of.
Well, then do it, dude. Stop being a little bitch. God damn, dude.
It's literally.
I apologize,
how did you get to C mixing A and B? And you're like, huh? C? Huh? C?
Because y'all questioning me in a dishonest way. You're not acting like y'all's questions negate my life.
Come on.
Questions don't negate my life. Bro,
come on. Wait. Come on. Stop.
How did you get to be the leader?
Wait, no. Fuck what anybody else is saying. I'm going to say this way. Nobody in any form of leadership would falter this much.
I haven't faltered at all.
If I'm asking you, because literally to answer this question, you have to be confident in knowing what you know. And you have not told me what you have known. You just told me what anybody can say.
You see, Doug, now fuck no. I have to push back completely on that, bro, and say you don't know what the fuck.
Then expound. Say please. I'm waiting.
Put your ass in the air and push back.
You don't know
fuck. This is not difficult.
Put that ass up, bro. Push back.
This really, wait, blind. This really is not difficult. It's really not.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You act like people are ready to lock you up like that. The lights are gonna click on, and you gonna get tackled to the ground. Expound on your leadership.
Bro, are you fucking retarded?
Come on now.
I swear to God, bro, this is crazy because number one, we're talking about organized criminal activity, dog. Brick and Jennifer, please, man, hold on. I'm talking to
Wait. You can't explain leadership without mentioning crimes.
You stupid fuck? You're dumb, dude. How the fuck?
I can literally curate and tell you illegal activity without ever getting my hands dirty. And you should be able to know that as a leader.
Maybe that's the way gangs work where you come from, bro. But that's not the way they fucking work.
Wait, blind. Have you ever, without having to expound on a chick's name, been able to tell your guys who you bust down?
What?
Oh my days. Wait, to everybody, to everybody, minus the ladies. Have you ever, but guys, have you ever been able to say who's the chick that you bust down without ever mentioning her name?
Like, I don't know, like, no.
Have I been able to like describe the person? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can do that.
You can describe your job. You can describe what you've done without ever mentioning people attached to it.
I love
that. Yeah, you know that girl that was, that she got the hair. Yeah, you know that one. That one.
You know the girl with the rabbit tattoo on the left. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, she always wears the thing. You know. Yeah.
I realize now it's just a simple fact that y'all don't understand leadership at the level that I've had to operate at, dog. So
what we're understanding is that you're woefully unqualified to talk about it.
No, bro. No, you obviously are. You are, Resla. And
I'll tell you what, since you're so qualified, blind, why don't you explain?
We've been asking you, and you have been struggling. You're struggling.
So good. You're so qualified, bro. Maybe it's you're overqualified. How about dumb it down for us? Explain it to us in little baby terms like we're stupid little children.
You won't let me, Brick.
Go for it.
Okay, then. Shut the fuck up while I do
just do it, dude.
Then shut your fucking mouth.
You little bitch.
Now listen, when you get into jail, bro, and you fucking meet up with your people, dog, everybody is equal, and there's one person there that represents your people. Now, the person is elected by the other people that are there that are of that group. Now, you have to earn this by either making money or doing things that are fucking beneficial to the group, so that you are the leadership role for the group. Because there's only probably 3 or 4 gangs there, bro, and only the leaders of those gangs, which are called the speakers for that sector or that group, are the people that meet up and discuss everything, bro. So when you get into somewhere and you make money for the group, or you get into somewhere and you do things that make the group look good, you are the person that's appointed to the leadership role. Now, in practice, in my life, every single time I've been in that position, I'm the person that gets appointed to that role. How the fuck does anything that 2 pussies from the internet say negate that? Let me know that.
Let me go. Let me do it.
Go ahead.
Do you need the gang?
Shut the fuck up.
Do you need the gang?
Honest question.
Do you need the gang?
To what? To be a leader? Yes, of course. Yes, you need a group to be a
leader. So then you're not a leader.
No.
You're not a leader. You don't need the gang.
You don't, because I was leading plenty of people, whether it was in the fucking streets or even before I in the fucking corporate world, before the fucking corporate world, before I ever became a leader. Motherfuckers was picking me out because I was the guy who was already fucking calling shots well before I got the fucking position.
No,
what the fuck are we doing here?
No, you weren't.
Yeah, you don't need the gang. Listen, you don't need people to follow you.
I don't need
You
anyone to tell me
don't
how to
need
fucking
them.
run shit.
Then who are you leading?
You lead, they follow. It's
Bro,
that
that's
simple. You're not even looking back. You're not even looking back, dude. That's what a leader is. You don't look back.
Out of here.
About every single thing that Resla fucking talks about, bro. Every single thing that Resla has ever said to me before that fucking contradicts that statement. Even
a leader
you,
doesn't need.
Hold on, Brick.
Bro,
Even
listen.
you specifically in Resla's fucking comments said the conversation needs to be, how can I become a part of we? How can me be a part of the team? All that bullshit, bro. Y'all are fucking disingenuous as fuck.
How?
Listening to
How?
y'all, bro, because you're not, because you have no fucking consistent ethics or morals.
The whole shit has been consistent.
Then how are you gonna sit there and tell me that I don't
We're
need
describing what a leader is, dude, and you're not hearing.
Crazy. Wait, it's not my fault that you only know one style of leadership and I'm multifaceted. It's not my fault. In fact, my whole stream, my whole last stream was about the fact of people who fucking fail because they only know one fucking style. You're a one-trick pony.
But
why? That's funny because I was actually going to ask you earlier when you brought something else up about leadership. Are there different forms of leadership? Bro, you hit the nail on the head,
Don't talk to me about leading people. You're a one-trick pony.
Bro, you guys challenged my leadership.
Somebody taught you how to be a leader, Blind. That's how you learned.
Look, bro.
You don't know how to be a leader outside of the leadership role that you learned, right?
I don't know.
Exactly. Bingo. Thank you.
I mean,
no more questions.
Until I get into
mic drop. The leadership role that you learned is the leadership role that somebody taught you.
I've literally said I have been multiple leaders throughout my life, whether it's been in the street. I told you I have been the one who got walked on. I literally told you I've been the tyrant, and I told you I've been the one who tried to be balanced, and I found my space. I am not a one-trick pony. I have multiple styles.
So how does your many styles of being a leader negate my one?
The fact that, let me tell you why. Because the fact that you can tell me that your one style over trumps what the fuck I do.
I've never said that.
I'm sorry for raising my voice, Kev. I know you said you got some.
Resla even said that
y'all, why y'all yelling? Y'all yelling.
Resla even said, Blind, that he was also taught.
I get grace.
Commented on Resla's leadership. You guys commented on mine.
No,
all they did was ask what you did.
No,
you even said
they
I
asked what you
what I
did.
said. I did not. I've been consistent.
No, bro. I said.
I am being honest.
You're not, because you're
when you started bringing up you being a leader, he asked you, "What have you done to be put in that leadership role?"
No. Rewind the tape, sweetheart. Because they said, "Ha ha ha! You're not a leader. This, and that," and then tried to.
That was after.
I didn't say you're not a leader. I in fact, Blind, I did not. You did not hear me say you're not a leader. I said, how have you shown that you've been a leader? And you have not expounded upon that. You just said, I told niggas what to do. What does that mean?
No, bro. No.
What does it mean?
That's not what just happened, dude. What happened was, and I just want you to know, Resla, I honestly, I see that you obviously have some fucking hard on for comparison.
Right. Because I'm in competition. Right. Because I'm here in competition. Right.
The way that
healthy competition is part of that definition of the
let me finish
masculinity. It's supposed to be healthy, but it is.
I agree, 100%.
This is 100% healthy. What do you mean? Resla's my homie. Shit, this ain't gonna kind
of. But when you're going bitch and knees Blind, it's not healthy.
Okay, well,
you said bitch and knees.
Bro,
that's not healthy.
Wait, I'm not in competition with you though, Resla. I'm not.
We're not. I'm not. I'm simply asking you for one thing. I'm asking for you to clarify what exactly is that you do, and the fact that you're telling me that you can clarify, you can't clarify what is it that you've ever told, what you've ever delegated to someone, how you have actually, as a leader, delegated without you catching a case, which means that you don't understand communication.
I did. Bro, what do you mean?
Wait. Ask him a simple question. Let me ask you the simple question, Blind. What have you done in your lifetime that you could give an example of that is a representative of you being a leader?
Okay, thank you.
That's what I've asked. You just went the long way to do it. That's literally what I asked abruptly.
Okay. Now, the most important thing, reason why I say the even make the claim is because my friends, the people I'm around, my brothers have appointed me as the leader of our group since I was a kid. Now, I've led them to hurricane relief efforts. I've led them to out-of-town jobs. I've led them to all kinds of holidays on vacation. I've led them to all types of events. I've led, and then like I told you guys that without going too deep into specifics, I've had to represent not just myself, but Black people, all the Black people in the pod, bro. And that's just a little extra to show Resla that I got extra love for him and against my own people. Because when you're a blood, that is a Black gang, and you have to fall in with the Black people. So I've not just been a leader of my own people, but a leader of others against my own people. Now, I want to see, because Resla and them made a hard stance on how I wasn't a leader. Now, why am I not a leader, bro?
Okay, so your number one,
number one,
upon
Kev.
being a leader is like
Kev,
you're a leader of the
has he
blood
explained that
gang.
he's a leader?
No, hell no.
But Kev, number one, has he explained that he's a leader?
No, not really.
Hey, wait, the Kev, number two.
Respectfully.
Kev, number two.
Respectfully,
Has he explained any leadership qualities?
No, respectfully, Blind, but just to be honest, no.
What do you mean? So then what do I have to do to be a leader in y'all's eyes?
I don't know, perform things in life, like by example. Like I had some people looking up to me, bro. And I didn't want to lead them down a crash course or whatever the case may be. So I started studying business. You know, I established like an LLC. I got myself a business together. I bought a house. I started leading by example, so they had something that they could look up to and like a path of footsteps that they could follow. Type shit.
You know what? I'm gonna make it easy. I'm gonna put the ball in your court. Because you say you're a natural, right? It was just talented, right?
Pause.
No, you're natural. You're talented, right? Put the ball in your court. What does natural talent?
You cut out.
Is he froze or is it just me?
What does natural talent? What does natural talent for leadership look like? Not a hard question. You're talented.
How the man, dude? That's what I hate.
Oh, come on!
What do you? I
That's
can't
the
even
problem
fucking
right there.
I can't even,
That's not a trick question.
I'm sitting here trying to think what the fuck you
Go
asked me.
ahead.
You're gonna tell me how hard the question is. This is such a dishonest conversation.
Go ahead. Full screen. Tell us as a talented person, because you didn't say skill, you said talent. Tell us what
talent. I said natural leadership skills.
Natural talent.
That's your wording, not mine.
Skill is not natural. Skill is worked on. Words mean things. Natural is talent. Skill is performance.
That's your words.
Hey, Rose.
Oh my Jesus. Words mean things. Skill means that it's not natural. You had to work at it. Natural means gifted.
Okay, wait, Resla. You got bro on Jumbotron, man. Ask him the question one more time and give the brother a chance to respond.
Since you say you have natural talent at being a leader, please explain to us what does natural talent in leadership look like.
I don't know. I know what like natural leadership looks like. You're the one fucking keeps on throwing talent in there, bro.
Rez.
You're muted, Rez.
You're muted, Rez.
You're
muted again.
Got muted again.
He literally just said what I asked him. I don't know. I know what natural leadership looked like. Natural was the word. Expound on it.
On natural leadership or on talent? Because you're completing the two.
Natural leadership.
He keeps mentioning the word natural, but somehow that gets lost in translation.
Now I know why Joe.
He uses the same words, and yet he won't fucking talk about it.
Well, because before I answer, I want to make sure that I'm clear on what you're asking, bro. You're over there having
exactly what you said. What does natural
leadership
like?
Okay, now if I can answer at my own pace without you having an anxiety attack and giving me high blood pressure. Now
this is that bitchinese right here.
Okay, Break, shut your bitch ass up. But what do you call it? Now listen, I'll explain the whole reason I even said that is because I never had any training, and not having any training doing, and I don't want to be a leader at this point in my life of anyone. I haven't said, hey, let me lead you to the promised land or any. Brick, shut your bitch ass up or anything else.
What did I say? Hold on. Did I fall asleep on you? Oh, I apologize.
The reason why I said natural leadership skills is because of the fact that I have never had any training in that I still can actually look at my life and see that still has been the case. Now, because of that, that's what I attribute that to. Now, how can anything that y'all say negate that shit, bro? Because hold on, before you do the whole fucking anxiety attack bullshit, bro. Now, yes, I get it that I haven't proven to your standard, but I want to know how that takes away from what the fuck is reality.
I'm gonna tell you right now because you literally bypassed the question.
So
what does it look like?
So
you haven't stated it still.
So I shouldn't give a shit what you think, and I don't.
Wait. Everybody on the panel, what was the question? What does that look like? Not tell me life was difficult and this is how I made it. What does leadership look like that is natural? You still have not said shit.
Like you, Resla. It looks
you
like
haven't said anything.
It looks like you from 17 different names and 17 different expertises. It looks
I really hope you go back and listen and to understand.
I would like to answer
I got a question
the
for you.
I got a question. The question was really simple. According to you, when you talk about being a natural leader, what does natural leadership look like? Well, I've been leadership since I was early, 17. But what does it look like? You have not said a damn thing.
Can I answer it and actually answer the question?
You're right.
Since blind is incapable for about an hour of answering such a question. I would love to be able to answer this question.
I didn't here's the thing. I just want to say this. I didn't ask you how you got there. I asked you what you've done. You haven't said shit.
Okay, yeah, I know. I get that. And
I got a question.
You are what a natural leader looks like, right? So I can see to that.
But here's my thing. I'm not a natural leader.
Okay, expert leader or samurai leader.
Can I ask my question, please? And hopefully it'll clear all of this shit up.
No, go ahead. I don't know. To me, I'm not answering more questions. So you can ask them. I'm not answering no more questions.
I'm asking you because hopefully the way that I ask it will get them the answer they are looking for out of you. When you think of being a natural leader, just like being a masculine man, what traits would you say a natural leader needs to be a natural leader?
Of being wrestler.
What are the traits that you would say?
Being like Resla.
Which is crazy because even with my own team, I tell them not to be me.
So yeah, he's
I'm saying as far as you.
He's completely incapable. I want to answer this question. So there are certain words that we would, as leaders, if we are leaders. If that's the case, I'm not saying I am or am not. There are certain words that are applied to such roles as leadership: courage, honor, dignity, respect, sacrifice, healthy competition, accountability, transparency. These
demonstration, bro. Demonstration is one that gets lost in that concept. It's all about demonstration, bro.
I like that.
You know,
and the first thing that carries all of those things is called diligence,
actionability. Right. So all of those, in my opinion, are qualities, traits that a leader, if you want to call it an alpha, whatever, the guy in charge will
let me ask you a question,
exhibit.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I, how do you say it? Fucking.
if I was the fuck a leader, like, would y'all consider me a leader, like by proxy or what?
No, hold on. I was cooking.
I know what you be thinking, Blind.
If I was cooking something, I was cooking some. If I like fucking claim, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but if I claim, hey, I don't give a shit what the fuck y'all say or anything, and I'm going to continue what I have to do to fucking make me happy and all that other shit, and I ignore all the dumb shit or all the smart shit or everything, period, that y'all are saying, and I just go my own direction in life, just like I've continued to do, then what does that make me?
That makes you Omega status.
Okay, then I'm Omega status. That's what I'll start calling it from now on. Because I'm not even concerned with this conversation. Like, I don't.
But if you yearn to be part of a group, you're doing things by yourself. You're a Sigma.
No, I yearn for myself to be able to hold that in my heart in case anyone needs me to lead them. I don't yearn for you to call me a leader.
So you're Sigma.
I mean, I don't know what that shit even means. I'm not a wolf. So I don't know, but I know that I'm not mad at y'all for having y'all's opinion because I don't feel like I've demonstrated anything that would have you maybe on my channel demonstrated or maybe talked about things that would give you the idea that you would want to lead me. But I don't want to lead. I'm not trying to lead anybody anywhere. But have I? You goddamn right I have, bro. And have I fucking done it at the highest levels with the highest stakes? You goddamn right.
So for me, I look at the whole ideals.
I call cap. What is the highest level and what are the highest stakes? I call bullshit. What is the highest level and what is the highest stakes? Explain yourself. I'm gonna keep you honest in this conversation.
I don't feel comfortable to explain that right now.
See, the part of the thing that people don't realize, and especially if they don't look at it themselves, is like the highest thing that you can do, especially when you work in the world where you have to take care of other people, is that you have to have a particular mindset. And your particular mindset is that you can't say that you oversee, rather than you have to have the mindset is that you're basically a slave owner. You own other people. It's a nasty way to look at it, but you own other people. Because when the higher up that you go, people don't pay attention to you as a name. They look at you as a number and a cost. You're an overseer. You own cattle. It's nasty. It's not a nice way to look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, that remind me of that George Bush State of the Union. You know, OG George Bush, when he was like, "We must protect our human capital."
You're not lying.
He literally said
not
that,
lying. He said, "Now Omega said." Cousin Lars with the 5 talking about congratulations, Professor. You are now Omega Samurai leader. I bow to you. Jesus. Crazy Mama with the 5 to that Resla. Lead the panel, son. Listen. For the most part, I tell people you do what you do, but it is what it is. Listen, I'm not. Here's my thing.
Hold on. Can I, if I was to say, hey, there have been times that I've led you and give you specific examples, I'm just asking, I'm saying hypothetically, and I'm not going to, bro. But if I was to say specifically, there are times that I've led, or not that I've led, there's been times that you have followed me in what I'm doing. And gave you specific. No, I'm asking, would that be sufficient?
Sufficient to what?
If it was the case.
Sufficient to what?
It would be. No, you see,
it was a question. It's a question.
All of your hypotheticals and stuff, bro, but y'all don't ever honestly participate in anything I say.
It's not a hypothetical if I'm asking a question.
It is.
I understood what you said. I understood what he said. He's saying if it is the case that he presented something where now you are following along.
No.
But the problem is you haven't. That's why it's so hard to connect with you, because you're not. So if you produce for us something of intellect that we can follow along with you for, you did with your story. You did. And I appreciate that. However, connect the dots to something intellectual for our mind.
My point in my question.
This is a privilege.
Well, I feel so special.
No, bro, not like that, dog. But anybody, it's a privilege for me to have this interaction from y'all. But I'm not gonna like I don't have to fucking like I don't need your approval.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the Greeks would sit around the Parthenon and do the same thing.
Absolutely. Like, not for nothing. Like, we can say the same thing from it. It's a privilege. It's a privilege for everybody to be able to experience the fact that I hit go live. That's just not the kind of attitude I would have.
Nobody's saying.
No. Did you not hear what I said? It's not the kind of attitude I would have.
That's not the attitude I have either, though. Like, that's where we've gotten to in the conversation. Like, that's so dishonest, bro. You're so dishonest.
It's not dishonest. I'm mimicking what you said.
No, you are reframing and dishonestly portraying what I said.
Okay, clear it up then,
wait,
bro.
Wait.
Clear it up.
Everybody who's here in real time, because I know it's a little bit of latency to the chat, tell me where I've been dishonest about that. Because I've never mentioned it until he mentioned it, which means I'm mimicking the actions that he just stated.
Yes, in sarcasm, Resla. Come on, bro. Like, how can you be so smart that you claim to be on these multiple types of leader and stuff, but you can't follow along?
Wait.
How come you can't follow along to my logic?
I'm not looking. Wait, first of all, here's the thing that we have a problem with, Blind, and this is something that you and I've had this problem with for a while. I'm not looking to convince anyone.
Neither am I.
So the idea that, come on, you're a leader, whatever. I'm not looking to lead, inspire, or convince anyone.
That's what I mean by dishonest, bro. Because what you do is
I'm dishonest now. So I love this. Honesty is dishonesty when someone says something, and if I mimic someone's actions, I'm dishonest by being honest about what they did.
It's disingenuous, bro. I'll say it's not.
No. How about this? Here's a new thing. How about we stop using the word disingenuous? Can you find another word to replace that? Easy for me.
What?
Dishonest. Deceitful.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Well, but you didn't do that. See how easy it was for me?
I'm literally the one that said it, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's asking you to, the Greek term for this is dianoia. Okay? Be intellectual.
Oh my God. You're going to start talking.
I'm literally the one. The man was quiet. I gave him 2 words. He was quiet.
It's crazy because just what you said a minute ago, that you're not looking to convince me. I'm not looking to convince you of shit. I don't even
Wait. Why did I say that?
You tell me.
Because you stay as someone who's a leader and all this stuff. I'm not looking to lead anyone when I do these platforms. I don't have a staff. I don't do a coaching program.
That's what. You see what I mean?
How am I dishonest? How am I deceitful?
Because I know I'm not stupid, bro. And I know
answer the question.
Line of thinking.
How am I?
By the way,
how am I?
By the way that you give me answers and say things that completely sideswipe what I just said.
I give you answer, or I inspire questions.
Am I talking to fucking Confucius or what, bro?
Wait,
like, come
on. You've been watching my shows and my streams. I've been doing this for over a year. Brick has literally been writing down notes whenever I start my streams. I have been doing this not just on my channel, but on other people's fucking channels.
Okay.
Do I inspire? Do I tell you what to do? Or do I inspire you to ask yourself questions?
None of that for me. I just listen to you and I agree with some of the shit you say, but none of that for me. I don't know.
One who is here, whether on panel or in this chat, or anyone who subscribed to me, has done so willingly. Never because I was on anyone else. In fact, for the most part, Kev, you were on the very first channel that gave me my first 200 subscribers. Mel Pandora. Mel Pandora. Did I once promote myself on that channel, or was it Resla that promoted me?
Never asked for no promotion. You never tapped in with me to ask for no goddamn
I was
promotion.
on that channel several times. I never told anyone I had a channel.
Never.
Yeah, I actually learned something very valuable from my grandfather. He told me, and it's my mother taught me this too. Write it down. If there's like a conversation going to be had, or you're trying to get accomplishments done, whatever you're doing as a man, right? Some things are easier to remember when you write it down. So if you like, I'm just saying, look here, blind, you're really not listening. You're not listening to me. You didn't listen to Kevin. You didn't listen to Resla. You didn't listen to anybody on this panel, dude.
I listen to Kev.
You're talking while you're supposed to be listening. When someone else is talking and you are talking, you can't possibly be listening. So go ahead and tell us what the hell you were going to say.
No, I was just letting you know that I don't give a shit what you have to say.
Exactly. That's the exact point.
Salute
you don't give a shit what everybody else has to say. You're not genuine yourself, yet you call people on this panel disingenuous.
How am I not?
You have no interest in what anybody else up here has to say.
You didn't expose me. I genuinely led you to the fucking trough.
You aren't leading shit.
I said, hey, I don't give a shit what you have to say.
Kid, that's my point. You don't give a shit what I have to say. You don't give a shit what Resla has to say. You said you agree with some of his points, right? Do you agree with everything he says? Do you agree with half of what he says? Or do you agree with a little bit of what he says?
I listen to Kev because Kev doesn't just open up his asshole and talk.
I just asked you a question. Did you hear what I had to say?
I listened to Kev, yeah. But
you heard what he said, Kev. You don't just get in here and just start spreading cheeks.
Yeah, that was crazy, Blind. You got to give me a different analogy. Pause.
You know what I mean? Oh yeah, pause.
I was super pause, fool. Especially with the whole little butt plug debacle. For you to say some shit like that, bro. Situational awareness, my boy.
Big pause. But unlike the rest of the panel, Kev doesn't do that, and he doesn't just talk asshole fart words straight at my face that I'm supposed to.
Being that Kev is here, and since you vouched so well for him in this conversation, since Kev has been here, not beforehand, but only since Kev has been here, who has been deceitful?
Great question.
I've already heard him say two things already. I want to know how I've been deceitful, because I've been accused already.
Well, I would give Blind a little bit of credence. You know, when he said the question that you asked, it came like along attached with talent. So he was actually trying to get a little bit of clarity on that. You know, so that's maybe one way or whatever. Maybe you don't remember, or maybe you just
wait. So let me understand this. Is the term natural synonymous with skill building or talent?
Yeah, that's a great point. I would say natural is more like talent. Yeah.
Words have meaning.
Yeah. Skill, you gotta work for it for sure. But no, I'll give you this. Let me just say this one thing real quick, Blind. So that's where shit might get lost in translation or whatever. So the way that he's hearing shit, I said no disrespect, Blind, but sometimes like I be saying this to people often. I'm not talking fast. You listening slow.
I say this all the time.
I don't just pay attention to what you said, but the words that you chose because they mean something.
No, you don't. You twist it though, bro. Because every time I say something, you have to give me a synonym for something, and then give it to me back with the question. Because
well, you know what? Do you know why? Do you know why? Words mean things. Because words mean things. Because words mean things.
And you're changing the meaning when you change the word. Like
wait,
I'm using
the word natural in nature. I changed that.
Yes, bro. When you turn it to talent, because words mean things, Resla.
Okay. Is talent built upon as an artificial or is it natural?
It's
in nature.
Are they the same word, Resla?
Yes.
Words mean things. No,
They're
bro.
synonymous, literally in definition. Natural,
I think they can be subjective. I think
not
they can
nurtured.
Be subjective.
It's there.
There's a part of that can be subjective, bro. Like Beyonce, she just got like a crazy ass voice, right? That's talent. You know what I mean? That's talent. You could say something like, you can be like, oh, this motherfucker, like Tony Hawk is an incredible goddamn skateboarder.
Some people are
listen. Let me land my plane.
Why would the
100%? But then you got Tony Hawk. Hold on, blind. Let me land my plane, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to play the part of like mediator between this, so y'all niggas can get some understanding. But Tony Hawk has like, they would say like natural talent as a skateboarder, but it's also a skill. So bro had to work on that to a certain degree. So it's like it can be a little subjective, is what I'm saying. So that's why I feel like there was a level of communication where something got lost in translation. You know.
Look, let me explain the reason why I didn't want to answer it under those terms. Because the word, when you assume talent, it has a connotation that negates humility. So I didn't want to attach that to myself. Now, Resla can be as dishonest as he wants about that. That's the difference between the word natural and talent. Because natural is something.
Wait a second. Let me ask you a question.
He said negate.
I want to be clear on what you're saying. You said natural has a connotation that negates humility.
Negates
natural talent. What do you mean by that? I don't understand that. Explain that.
You see, look, Ursula can't. I don't think
because words mean things.
Look,
if you're gonna,
yeah.
Go ahead.
You don't use
it's
them
not
correct.
A dog pile, bro. It's not a dog pile. I'm just trying to get some clarity, man. You know,
but this is my thing. I say so much about communication is important.
And you do it poorly. I'm not the first person to say this, bro. I'm not the first person to say
No, you're the first. You're the first.
No, I'm not.
My communication skills are good. No. I got a line of communication books that I go through. My communication is good.
Resla, you're changing the meaning when you change the word, bro. Words mean something, like you said. When I say something, why can't we discuss it on hold on.
You just said something. Hey, Kev, what does he mean by what he just said? Was that not confusing as fuck?
Yeah,
Thank you.
It was confusing. Yeah. That's why I asked
words
you
mean things.
Like, what are you talking about by that? Okay. Like, explain.
Now,
that.
Look, very simple.
Communication was important, and you were already failing. That's why he had to check you and try to figure out what the fuck you were saying. You weren't clear.
Just from a very simple, very basic, and let's take, because Resla obviously feels threatened whenever I speak about my.
Obviously threatened. Oh, I'm threatened now.
Yes.
Oh, I love how he shifts and obfuscates. Oh my goodness,
bro! What you're doing? Actually, I actually know what you're doing, and it's actually because you don't realize what you're doing, and you're doing it continually. You're attacking someone's credibility.
Bro,
you're attacking someone's credibility by trying to put them down, and it's clearly not working, dude.
It looks really bad.
I can't even finish a sentence, bro.
No, you have been allowed many minutes.
Why are you jumping on my man blind? How's my mic? Do I have an echo?
Nah, you're good.
No, you're good.
All right.
I'm not a good enough leader.
Yeah, you're good, Flo. Hold on. Let me ask this question one time. Let me ask this question to blind one more time, bro, because I had to run it back, right? Let me ask you this question. You said, when you assume talent, it has a connotation that negates humility. What did you mean by that, bro? What did you mean by that?
Now, in the same way that if somebody says, hey, I'm a leader, hey, I'm a good fucking dancer. Hey, I'm I don't know how to say the opposite of not humble. Whatever word, arrogance maybe.
Braggadocious.
Braggadocious, exactly. That has a braggadocious connotation. Well, when you say I'm talented, that has the same connotation versus natural. Natural has a very Brick's not in his head, so he must agree.
Pride. Well, no, I don't agree, but the word you're looking for.
You're gonna nod your head, yes, that you don't agree. What a dishonest.
I was agreeing with what Powder Dusty said.
And I agree with
braggadocious, proud, overbearing. Like, yes, good. We got it.
Yeah. I mean, not everything revolves around you, Blind.
Why is everyone being a douche to Blind?
We're really not.
Don't include me in everyone, Flo. What up, Flo?
We're really not.
Salute to Kev.
This seems to be an indictment on me for some reason.
But that was the reason why I kept on asking you not to use the word talent, because I didn't want the braggadocio attached to what I was saying. But you put that in there, and you kept making sure that I had to get that.
Are you mad at Resla because he called you talented?
I know. Shit.
I think I am. Damn.
Here this motherfucker come.
I think I might be. I'll just take that. We'll just end it right there. I'll take
Flo
that.
always has a way to break that barrier, man.
Yeah, that's how you get in those bussies.
Yeah, he gets in them bussies. You got up in your bussy, Blind.
Motherfucker. God.
What, you don't like pussy? What? What's wrong with you? You don't like pussy, Kev?
Bro, don't act like you didn't say.
I love how all of the movement, all the shifting that had nothing to do with me. I've been clear and consistent. Somehow I have been called disingenuous. I have been looked at as deceitful. I've been looked at as the person who's egomaniacal. It's so interesting. It's been so interesting how all the negative tropes have been thrown on me for someone who is being clear and consistent. It's so interesting.
Another new word that you gave us, egomaniacal. I never even went there. Oh shit! I have a live stream scheduled, guys. Salute to y'all though, man. Everybody but Kevin Flow State, suck it, and you baller, suck it. Bye, guys.
How quaint, how convenient.
Damn, that was harsh to the rest of you.
No, not to me. He's been making himself look like a dick for the entire 3 hours.
Genuinely,
time to look like a dick.
Oh, it wasn't hard.
Some people do it a whole lifetime.
Oh no, he made it seem so effortlessly. It was crazy. It's okay to just say you don't know things and you're learning.
Yeah.
Hell,
I don't know.
OG
JSP
JSP does it all the time.
Shout out to Christians.
Exactly.
It's okay to admit you don't know some things.
He says he's like, I'm always learning. There's no shame in that at all. No problem with learning. That was crazy. Yes, crazy mama.
Now glitching out.
It was more than patience, crazy mama. I gave up. It's like there's no sense in arguing with fools. There was just no sense. Arguing made no sense anymore. I was like, I'm not gonna give myself a headache.
I think
I barely get those.
Can't you always just make like a butt plug joke?
Yeah, I don't be thinking about dick and booty like that.
I mean, you don't. You forgot about Blind's claim to fame.
Oh, the butt plug thing. Kev probably would have remembered that.
I see what you did there. You tried to play a slick one, be like, I don't be thinking about booty, but you knew exactly what I was talking about because you're always thinking about dick and booty.
No, because Kev mentioned it earlier.
So is it like right in the front of your brain?
What did Kev say? That's why he mentioned it. What did Kev say?
What is Clay Foundations?
Clay Foundations? No. That's actually Brick's channel.
I know, but like, explain it to me.
You have to explain it, Brick.
I don't know if I want to tell Flo because he's really disingenuous.
I mean, it is your public channel's name. If you can't if I can't find out about it, then you can't tell anybody about it.
So I have a trailer video available on my channel. So
do you live
ultimately,
in a trailer video? Okay, I thought you meant a trailer.
Yeah, you know how like you can outfit your channel to have that trailer video. So yeah, if you want to know, you can absolutely look at that. That would be
Why are you
great.
being invasive? I'm taking an interest in your activities,
bro.
What?
It's got a nice music video that goes along with it. It's genuine, and if you're really interested in, maybe you could.
I'm not that interested, honestly. I was trying to tee up the ball so that for you to man, this is what I get for helping people like you, with friends like you. your foundation is made out of sand. I can't build nothing on it.
Well, what is brick made of?
Shit brick.
I'm trying to be intellectual with you and try to let you work it out.
I got bad news for you. I'm retarded, so good luck with that.
Man, it has been a weird, like,
you're being evasive with me or enigmatic. You could just say what it means.
I could do that, absolutely, but that's not the topic.
Well, the topic left. I'm pretty sure, right?
That is a fact.
So we need a new one now.
Well, I don't know. That's on Resla. This is his channel, so
they all fell asleep and everything. I have no idea what they want.
Teriyak's probably asleep
now.
Yeah.
Is Teriyaki still alive?
Yeah, I would have to say he's probably asleep. There's no way he's awake right now.
Like
he would
asleep,
be.
Then he just somehow magically was awake and then back to sleep again.
So clay foundations. Back to clay foundation. The topic here at hand.
It's about masculinity.
Oh Jesus! I see why you didn't want to tell me.
No, I was talking about the topic, bro. That's the topic.
That clay foundation is in a reference to something. Nah.
I mean, this is Restless channel, so I don't want to take all.
Man, why are you acting like I'm being rude to Resla? Resla's sitting here laughing at this conversation. He doesn't give a fuck. Resla, do you give a fuck?
No, I don't give a fuck.
Resla,
at this point,
I do not. I do not give a fuck.
After 8 hours, yeah, he really don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I've been up for 8 hours in the stream. Oh God, what's going on here? Okay.
Flo is so gangster. Shout out Snow.
Oh, Snow. Snow, one day I gotta get you up on the platform. We gotta have some good talks about something. You know, it's weird.
You gotta schedule her with me.
Well, I'm trying to get a whole thing where I get enough women where I might try to do a ladies' night with them.
I see.
Let them all chop it up.
How many ladies you want and when?
I was as many ladies as possible, so long as they are legit ladies. They won't.
I was gonna say, Flo, you trying to go transgender for a night? What's going on?
No, I said no. I knew exactly what. Listen, I know exactly what I was saying.
Melanie,
I said legit, and I listen. I'll let them. Listen, I'll be having. There's a lot of guys. Look, listen, I got a lot of women in my platform. A lot of guys in my platform. But most of the women like to stay in the chat. They don't like to come up on the platform. So if I can find a time to host a ladies' night for them, I'll give it to them.
It's because these panel walkers be douchebags.
That's a fucking fact.
Yeah, the sisters don't want to be coming up here dealing.
That
with
is 1000% true. It'd be crazy. Like listen, if I run a ladies' gauntlet, there's no way in hell I can let a guy up.
I mean, you can let guys up. You just have to manage it tighter. Pause.
Nah, anything too tight for them, they lose it. I don't know. It'd be one woman appear and they lose it.
You could let me up. Brick can't come up. Terry,
I do just fine, bro.
Did you try that? Was that your cool voice? I do just fine, bro.
Yeah, he put on his P voice.
Yeah, I saw
Baby,
your. I
I'll be
heard your
just
voice
fine,
change.
baby. I'll be just fine,
Girl,
baby.
you looking good tonight.
If someone want to partner with me and we want to make a ladies' night thing, I have no problem.
Are you upset, Flo? Because I wouldn't tell you why my channel's name is Clay Foundations. Is that what it is?
No. Are you? Do you want to talk about it now? Are you trying to deflect from the fact?
No,
that
I'm just trying to figure out why you're upset.
Voice?
I'm trying to figure out why you're
Why
upset.
do you think? Why do you
It's a
think?
very feminine quality to be so upset.
Are you trying to gaslight me into being upset, Brick?
No, I'm just trying to stick to the topic.
What's the topic?
Really?
It's a topical.
What's the topic?
Did you look at the title at all?
Yeah, the title is called "Brick is." I can't say that F slur.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Are you restreaming this? Is that what you did? This you streaming this, and then you're gonna put that in there. That's your title.
Why do you and GS always think I'm up to something? Sometimes I'm just here to have for the conversation. I'm not always restreaming things. I'm not restreaming anything right now.
So then why don't
He's
you
actually he's correct. He's actually not restreaming.
So then why don't you know the title if you want to be up here for the conversation?
I just like to talk to the people. And I've since this is an 8-hour stream, and I'm sure the topic has shifted around a lot of times.
It
no,
was
actually
steady for a while.
Yeah, it was nice
just
for a while.
For a little
then
clarity,
it went
Flo. What the hell you mean the people?
right down the drain?
What the hell you mean?
So like I said, I assume that since the stream's been on over 8 hours, you've long since left the topic, started new ones, started new ones.
Speak of.
I could read
What's
the
good,
title.
Melanie?
I told you I'd get
Oh
you, girl.
Lord have mercy, Melanie popped up.
Hello.
What's up, boo?
What up, sister?
They called you like a lamp. Just said your name a couple of times, and here you are with the smoke.
Yeah, I can verify I joined because I read the title of the stream.
Nice.
Oh,
you were invoked.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Invoked a little bit actually.
I didn't even know.
Just spoken like I don't know, less than 2 minutes ago.
Facts.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My foxes got back to me on it. I didn't even realize. I guess.
There you go. What's up with you though? What's your point of view on all this shit?
Like I think traditional masculinity, whether you want that to be like your role in relationships or like a form of self-expression and identity, or even just like your penis is your gender, like that's always going to exist. Like trans men embody that as much as they can. They max out that binary even to some of them. But there's also like I think like the need for people to conform to those things is what shouldn't exist. And if you look at like what that need to conform does to men, it's very bad for their health even.
In what sense?
Oh, so, well, first of all, for like physical health, men are less likely to seek medical help because it makes them feel weaker to need help in that sense, less likely to talk about those things. So just like the therapeutic aspect of being able to talk about things is often less approached by them. So that often means that like they don't get help for health problems until they're more severe. Is that like a good enough example, or do you want more? I just don't want to take up too much time.
No, that's a good example for sure.
Well, let me ask a question. Is it the fact that men don't, and I'll just put it this way, because times have changed with like with everybody else. Is it because that men don't talk about health concerns as much as they used to, or is it because that the only people that they can really talk to are people that they really don't wish to have that conversation with? Because I've learned that guys in the past who had particular ailments could have other male groups they could talk about that with. And for some reason, with the shift change and the way how I guess the idea of what can and cannot be looked at as taboo, men have been even less inclined, which is why I say they're not your friends at all. Men, especially who grow up with other men, not necessarily having male figures around them, older male figures, don't really say things to their boys because their boys shame them.
So is it the fact of the matter that we just had less masculine figures growing up? Because if we're judging ourselves by this and our peers, growing up among boys, this is the reason why they don't really go seek out professional help, seek out help, whether it's professional to medical or professional, even mental.
This question is too long for me to pay attention to.
Oh, sorry, I'm spinning and I'm building it as I look at it. I guess I'm saying that in the older days where men actually had more social peer groups, they were more inclined to go see specialists. But now men are less likely to do so, and the people who would they would be able to speak to are mainly women, so they don't want to express those things with them.
What's the question?
There are men who do not. I will say this from Millie's point. There are men who do not wish to seek out professional help now because there are no men that they can really confide in getting that information.
I don't know if this is necessarily recent. I think it's always kind of been that way with like emotional stoicism and needing to appear strong and feeling like getting that help is weak. Where if maybe not even so much shame culture, but from other men, you might be encouraged to just wait out like a cough that's getting worse or something like that before seeking help. And that was just normal. And that's typically why you saw like a rampant amount of alcoholism and older men, especially post-retirement, until it started to become more popular that men would actually seek help for medical stuff. And we're only just starting to brand like the healthy male as the one who's actually, you know, stronger than the one who.
Like in the early times, you know, they used to tell, you know, what do they call them, lungers or whatever the case may be. They used to actually get medical advice to turn to alcohol. That was like the cure for tuberculosis.
That was just bad medical science.
That was bad.
I will.
That was crazy.
I will point
that's
out
actually
that, like,
real though. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
Part of this culture is capitalism, right? And trying to maximize how much work you can get from the individual unit.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. If you're paying for health benefits, then you definitely don't want them to see the doctor as often, especially in America.
Yeah, but I feel like, respectfully, I feel like you're conflating like the two, like emotional and physical health is like two completely different things. You know?
No, not really. If you look at like
100% for sure, bro. If I have fucking, you know, or let me not say because, you know, if somebody has cancer
you don't have
or like
pain.
a broken fucking ankle or something like that, that's different than somebody's that's going through like a loss and like they're dealing with pain from that, or like a series of like traumatic events in their life. That's way different than having like a broken ankle, you know?
So
it is like conflating the two. Like I said, respect.
It turns out that a lot of these things are interconnected more through a temporal sense than like they're just going to appear alongside each other. In the sense that, like, if you, let's say, especially like a traumatic surgery, where you go through like a huge car crash, you're in the trauma ward, go through all these surgeries to maintain your life. You spend 2 months basically before you can even walk, sort of thing. People who have come out of that are at higher risk for all sorts of stress-related diseases, hypertension, heart attack, or just any sort of cardiac failure. Particularly because you cannot separate these things at the end of the day. People who have had just better lives overall and have better mental health also tend to have better physical health outcomes.
Yeah, I actually do tend to agree with what Melanie's saying. This is actually one of the reasons why I say stoicism isn't always a good thing. It does require the ideology that you need approval. Right. So you're looking for approval from others that what you're doing is correct, although it does have its place.
That's not stoicism.
Yeah. So, for example, actually, I had my cats outside with my partner and a dog came along. Right. And we didn't know who this dog this was, didn't have a collar on. Big dog, too, would have like definitely didn't want it coming near our cats. And it seemed friendly, but I had to like protect my cats more than anything. And it seemed like my partner kind of overreacted. Like he kind of wanted to get kind of violent with it, not like in a bad way. He was just also scared for the cat. But no, he just wanted to get it out of there, right? So I just focused. I just thought, like, how can I get these cats inside? And then let's check out the demeanor of this dog and then see if we can figure out who owned it, which I did. And so I felt like in that situation, so long as I kept the cat safe, there was no reason to overreact to anything. And that is a good example of where stoicism helped there, because that way I didn't have to do anything. We didn't even we just kept the dog back. We didn't even have to touch it physically to keep it back. So that was nice. And then afterwards I got to pet it.
Yeah, and so regarding a place where maybe it's not such a great idea to apply stoicism, mental health, right? So in a place where, you know, you do get hurt and then there's a level of PTSD that is applied, you know, that's where humility comes in and you say, okay, I do need help, right? So I need to go see someone that can assist me with that.
I'm not sure that you have stoicism accurate in your head. It's not indifference. It's selectivity to an extent. It's not worrying about shit that's outside of your control, and the recognition that really the only thing inside of your control is yourself. So like if you're injured, that is something in your control. That is something that you should attend to. But if I'm not going to stress out over, you know, whether or not Kev is going to throw that beer can in the trash can when he's done with it, because Kev is out of my control.
Well, the problem with that is that we're talking about mental instability. And when we're talking about mental instability, you cannot apply stoicism.
Sure, because I think what you've described is actually more of a rationality, and that kind of negates what I said more than anything. Stoicism is essentially the idea.
No, I think that you were accurate with stoicism.
Well, may I just explain that? It's the idea of not acting in the face of strong emotion. Is that fair?
I mean, I will concede that that may be a component of it, but I don't think that that's the core of the philosophy.
I don't think it's everything for sure, but that's a component. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I think anything more than that, we tend to start describing rationalism.
I'm not familiar with rationalism, but stoicism really is about only worrying about the things that are within your control and recognizing that really nothing is within your control except for yourself. So you worry about your behaviors and don't stress out about, you know, what other people or what happens in the world. So that's why stoic people respond calmly to stressful situations, because
exactly.
there's no point flipping it. Right. Yeah.
Exactly. So, you maintain discipline, you evaluate the situation, then you react upon.
So would you say that someone who has a mental problem, a mental instability where certain things can't be applied, like stoicism, where you look at the situation and you say, oh yeah, no, rationalism, this is the best option. When you're mentally unstable, you can't apply that. Therefore, stoicism just simply cannot be applied.
I will point out, by the way,
that's a gray area. That's bullshit. That's a gray area because it depends on what the fuck you're dealing with. It depends on what type of situation you're dealing with. You know what I mean?
And not everyone.
I've been at a point in my life where I've been like mentally unstable. But if a car accident would have happened in front of me or something, I would have known how to react. I would have been calm and be able to like react to that. So it's like really situational.
Like a lot of times when we talk about, by the way, a lot of times when we talk about people who are mentally unstable, we're talking about people who could theoretically use those tools if they had the ability to apply them. So it's the tools are there and they might even sometimes use them, but as they're going about their day-to-day stuff, they're usually not using those tools by default like most of us do.
Well, if we're talking about crazy people who don't have the ability to manage their own worldview, then it doesn't apply, I guess. But
so someone asked how I know that. It's less about knowing and more about like understanding that like only until you have like extreme cases of like dissociation or some sort of like mental or emotional detachment from some sort of a situation that you become so unstable that you can't use any rationality whatsoever.
Well, then that's obviously not who we're talking about or to, right?
Right. I'm just saying that those cases would be so rare that I'm speaking for the majority here. And so when we speak of the majority of people who are mentally unstable, the cognitive facilities are there. They just don't always use them by default.
But again, like it comes to the baseline of what the fuck are we considering mentally unstable? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the baseline?
What's a bell? I'm trying to paint it as a bit of a bell curve, to be honest.
That's fair. That's fair.
But instability isn't uniform, right? Like you can be unstable in some ways and stable in others.
Yeah, so like psychotic versus manic depressive.
Right.
It's a good point. Yeah, exactly.
So I just wanted to point out another form of this might be like anger management. Men tend to lash out with like physical displays of aggression when they feel threatened or like emasculated by things. A good example of this might be questioning someone's straightness. And homophobia ties into that as well, where even though gay men can be incredibly masculine, for some reason in our culture we have this idea that if someone calls you gay, you're now less masculine, and that's just wrong for one thing. But more importantly, you often see people lash out in response to that.
Well, no, actually, I do hear the thing about it, especially being a big thing, especially say within my community. But the idea of saying often lash out is still something that's very rare.
Taking a dick is not a traditional.
So when I say lash out, I can even just mean like emotionally, like being super defensive and trying to be like, no, you're gay, actually, like, just kind of like less than social responses to things that's not.
Well, I thought you were referring to physicality, as in physical responses.
That is sorry, but yeah. Like. I thought I said both like physical and emotional displays of aggression, but sorry if I misspoke.
That's where a lot
I was going to give the example of Frank
very
Ocean
defensive when it comes to that.
There's a R&B singer. Maybe some of you guys know who he is. His name is Frank Ocean. Frank Ocean is like notorious. If you look up some of the stories about Frank Ocean, for people like trying him and like lashing out in physical violence. And bro is all the way paused. You know what I'm saying? He on the other side of all the whole little shit. But Frank Ocean will sock your ass out if you say the wrong thing to him. And that goes the same. And just to be honest, like I've seen that with a lot of like gay men. Gay men are like highly volatile through my experience, bro. You say something the wrong thing, they go like throwing drinks at you, slapping you with the open fist and all the whole little shit. So
wait, what about Will Smith?
God bless you and God him. And God bless him, but yeah. Facts. Will Smith too though.
I would say that the thing I'm pointing to though is more how like if men were really secure in their masculinity, which I think they totally can be, even with traditional masculinity.
What is a man? What is a man?
Okay, we can do that in a second. Just let me lay my plane here. Then you might see. Then I think it would be more common to see men who are like, okay, so what if I was gay? Who cares, right? But what we more commonly see is people who get defensive and who act like it is a valid attack on their masculinity, or when they do it to others, to call someone gay instead of being like, oh, that's feminine.
Sucking dick I mean? Is feminine.
So I'll let the guys pretty much put their thoughts on this, because I said it a little bit earlier, but most guys who I run across when they hear about, especially the accusation, or not even the verbal assault of being called gay, most guys who I know don't really jump on that. And I would say of all the guys who I do run across, it's mainly have been Hispanic and the black guys who have taken the quote most offense of it. I said it even earlier, especially to people in my community. I'm saying black people. The largest assault, the most disrespect that you can call a guy is broke or gay, which is weird, especially in today's era, because not for nothing, a lot of people, especially in the black community, still kind of use gay people as the brunt of a joke. And I'm like, y'all just don't get it, because gay people's winning. They're out there, they're open, they do whatever, they're being celebrated, they're moving up in corporate worlds, they're moved out in the streets, they got their own shops, they got their own clubs, they got whatever. And yet the more and more I'm still seeing the same tropes of guys being still called down low, simply because of the simple fact that they're just not interested in a particular woman. The shame is still a high stigma against men, but yet men who are even straight still clown other guys that they know are straight as a joke, when truly, like I said, these guys are winning. And I think it's something to look at.
And just to be clear, I don't care if people do it as a joke, But we do need to at least try to acknowledge that it seems to reinforce it for when we do go on the offensive. And then we think, like, what is my list of options to attack this person, right? Well, they're a man. They present as being straight. Maybe I should attack that. And then, you know, we don't think like, well, yeah, like gay people are actually right now, they're doing pretty goddamn well, in my opinion.
Agreed.
If I, by the way, for all the people who think I'm gay because I'm a trans woman, if I were just gay, that would be so much fucking easier. I would just do that in a heartbeat, like overnight, right? I wouldn't even have to second guess it, but I'm not.
No, I mean, I work in a company, honestly, a guy that I have to partner with because
you got muted.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I hit my freaking mic, I swear. But he's in one area, I'm in one area, but we're on the same level, and we have no choice but to collab with each other. Again, good guy and everything, but never bothered me. But the small murmurs and everything that have to deal with is annoying. And especially as someone who's, especially as someone who like myself who's been here in New York for so long, there's always the big stigma of gay people. I'm like, in my mind, is like, so long as they never really do anything to quote encroach in my territory, you do whatever you got to do. I'm like, I've been with my woman for years. Ain't shit changing. No, it's just so funny, like the same way how we look at this whole Anthony Mackie thing, right? That recently came up, and I'm like, I've been with my girl for so long. Like, you guys really think you're gonna throw something on me that's gonna do whatever? You guys are crazy. The same way how this man says a particular thing, which is absolutely fine, and it's a great conversation that we can talk about. But you want to talk about the one scene that he had in Black Mirror? Y'all need something better to do. Y'all need something better. Y'all doing too much. Yeah, in fact, if anything, and I said it earlier, y'all just way too obsessed with dicks. I said what I said. It's too much.
You muted, Kev.
I would agree, man. Who gives a fuck?
Go.
You know what I'm saying? Who gives a shit what everybody else got going on? Does it affect you, man? No, it doesn't. You know, bottom line, that shit don't affect you. Why are you worried about other people, what other people got going on?
I don't think they're really worried, to be honest with you. But there's this thing, especially here online, where people get their rocks off and trying to tell other people what they can do with their dicks.
Yeah, actually, I brought this up earlier. Is how much of it do you believe is maybe just trolling?
I've met a lot of people who have a consistent fixation on that, and the consistency of it makes me think that they're not.
It may have started out that way, Brick, but now I think it's become a full-blown thing.
Yeah, so people have gone along with the mob mentality. And you know what? This is what people do in the cancel culture. And
what?
You know, people jump on the bandwagon. Oh, that guy over there. Oh, that guy over there. Oh, that guy over there.
I think I don't even think it has to be cancel culture. It's just, it's so normal for us to like shame people because they don't live according to how they think how we think they should. But like a lot of those people who are saying like, oh, you're trans and you shouldn't identify as a woman because you have a dick in your pants, they don't stop to think like, why am I thinking so much about your dick?
Boy, what? I don't know nobody that had that level of rationality.
That just came out of nowhere. I'm sorry. That was just I understand exactly what you meant, and I caught it like I was just like, wow, someone said it.
I'm sorry, I'm too good at these pattern breaks.
Yeah. So someone said it. I was just like, oh shit.
But at the end of the day, it's like, how can you talk about it that much and then not step back and think, wait, I'm the one who's always saying that word. I'm the one who's always bringing it up, bringing it there. I'm going to get clipped. I don't care. I've already accepted I'm going to get clipped, but
That's perfect, Melanie.
No, it was
Ain't like
great.
you said nothing crazy. Yeah.
It absolutely is. No, it's perfect. And I've said it many times myself on these panels going around. It's like, hey, why are you talking about me? And it goes out from there. It could be anyone, any situation where people are like jumping on that bandwagon or even just doing it themselves. No, you're perfect with that one.
Okay, thanks.
Why are you? Yeah. Somebody's got to say it. Why are you talking about this? Like, it's on your mind.
As a
You're right.
YouTuber, don't you want people to be talking about you?
I really don't care.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
just
kinda the
asking a
same
question.
That's kind of the same as logic. Like, okay, let me ask you a question, right? You ever thought about eating some sheep shit before?
Not until you said it.
I'm not gonna lie.
I never thought about eating no goddamn sheep shit. Yes, your dumb ass did. As soon as I asked you the question, you started fucking thinking about it. That's the same fucking logic.
The pink elephant.
I was
That's
legit
right.
thinking the other day, like, how come we don't eat more like shit from ruminants? Because it would have energy that we couldn't otherwise access. They don't get all the energy from it. And if you just cook it, that gets rid of the majority of
Crazy.
pathogens.
You the
That is
first
the
motherfucker.
Man, I didn't think that you could top your previous craziness.
Wow.
This is crazy.
But I'm saying to cook it, right? Like you'd obviously.
Oh, cook the shit.
Yeah, just
cook
cook the sheep shit.
Cook
You know what I
the
mean? We
food.
should be able to get a little
With hot sauce.
38 out of
If
that.
you have hot sauce, it probably covers up the flavor.
See, I've
right?
already won
Probably
Dusty over.
sriracha.
He's already
Flo.
coming to
Probably
my
need
side.
sriracha for that shit. You probably need a little sriracha.
No,
Melanie,
you probably.
Melanie, you really don't eat poo, do you?
No.
Okay.
I was literally just like, so I'm dealing with mice in my place, and they've got into my oven, and so I clean it out every time I use it. I clean it out like fully every time I use it because I'm afraid of like there being rat shit in there and like the fumes and stuff. But like then I'm thinking like, wait, it's cooking. It's going like well above boiling, and that kills.
No way.
everything.
Your cats are fucking
There's-
worthless. That dog was trying to do you a favor by getting them
real,
out
those
of
are
fucking
some
life.
worthless cats.
And it doesn't really kill endospores, but there. It's arguable how many endospores you would find in that since it's coming out of something with an immune system.
You just need to
Maybe
kill
you'll
the
get
mice.
Yeah,
Facts.
exactly. Just kill the mice.
I
Maybe you
can't
get that
kill
like
a
that
mouse.
texture. That
They're
what's
too
that?
fucking
What's that shit?
cute.
This is why
better.
you have mice, isn't it?
Capture
Because
them
you
and
can't
take
kill
them out to the garden.
I get rid of the food that they can eat, and that's the best I can do.
You have to kill them, or else you're gonna always have mice.
Well, no, I do try to
do
catch
that.
them. By the way, I
Wait,
do,
and it
in
could
the
be
spring.
worse because what follows mice, especially with all the urine, you're gonna find rats
Well, that's
later.
why I clean like crazy.
That's disgusting.
You gotta worry
What
about
about
all
like
that
that
shit laying
tetrodotoxin,
around.
that
So you gotta worry about
tetro-
hantavirus. Oh no.
Hear me out.
There's
In
that
the-
like
in the spring, summer,
tetrotoxin or
and
that
fall.
tetrohedrin too. That shit that's in like Brazil.
In the spring, summer, and fall, I do catch and trap them, and then bring them out like well outside of my city, so that way
See,
they
you
can't
do
possibly find their
always
way
have
back.
mice. You constantly you tell me how you kill the mice and
The
eat
whole
them.
building does. The whole building, dude. I was walking into my
That's
front lobby
crazy.
and I saw a mouse run into a door, like run into the frame of a door, like
They're
it's
mice
living
or
in there.
rats?
No, they're mice.
Rats, mice.
No, they're just
Look,
mice.
all right, well, don't kill them if you don't want to, but you're never gonna get rid of them if you don't start killing things.
Yeah, kill it.
I might get like one of those shop vacs and just like suck them up sometimes.
If you have enough mice that you can start shop vacuuming them, that's crazy.
No, I don't. but I'm saying,
insane.
you know what
I
sucks?
actually-
you
so
know what
here's-
sucks though? You know what sucks is like when I
Mice?
find the babies, like tucked into like some sort of like paper
Are
pack.
you
corner.
fucking
finding the
fucking
babies
with us now?
That's crazy.
You can also take
So
plaster and
hard.
fill in all the holes in your wall.
I'm not gonna lie. I put them in an aquarium and I take care of them till they're strong enough to survive in the wild.
Fuck out of here.
There you go. That's why you have a fucking mouse problem. You're fostering
No,
the goddamn
no,
invasion.
because
yes.
I get rid of them.
I think that you took truth and then you morphed it into a LARP. So let's go back to where I think the truth is. You got to kill mice if you want to get rid of them.
Okay.
That's true. It's actual. It's factual.
You know that they will leave eventually if there's no food sources for them, right?
Yeah, all right.
But you're always gonna have a fucking
They
food
nest.
source in your apartment, bro.
And you can also steal out,
food source.
like, especially in a concrete building
If
like
you're
mine,
in
you
an
can usually
apartment,
steal
you
their
can't-
access points.
If you're in an
Well,
apartment,
apparently
you
it's
can't
not.
steal the whole building.
It's a concrete building. Yes, you can. It's called silicone.
You can't. I didn't say it couldn't.
They literally make.
No, it's called plaster.
Plaster, not silicone.
Well,
don't
it
have access
depends.
to
I'm not
those.
using plaster around the pipes that definitely
Okay,
get
you know what?
condensated.
You love mice. You love having. I mean, that's good. You love having mice.
Yeah, keep them.
Yeah.
Yeah. God bless everybody.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
if it's not steel, remember, mice the same way as rats, teeth continue to grow even during adulthood. They will chew through anything, even concrete.
I mean, let's be real though. If humans were smart enough to have moss floors, like the rat urine and rat poop on the floor, at least would not matter. It would have
Wait a
somewhere
minute. If humans
to go
were
and break
smart
down.
enough to have moss floors,
Yeah.
bro, what the
Oh,
fuck are
hell
we talking
nah.
about? So we
Oh,
supposed
hell
to have
yeah.
moss floors now?
Moss
That's what we
floors.
doing?
Moss
floors.
Moss floors.
What the hell?
You didn't bump your goddamn head.
That just sounds like so much. That just sounds
What the
like
fuck?
fungus all day on your feet.
This is a person that stoicism
Okay,
will not work on.
so here's one of the interesting things. It's called biological pest control. Most things that are pathogenic to us rely on some sort of host. Not all of them are obligate pathogens, but most, especially fungi. So the ones that live on your feet don't often do well in anything but like super damp environment. And there are plenty of drought tolerant mosses. So all you have to do is make sure you only water it like once every 4 or 5 days.
Listen,
the
you live in
bugs.
America, you have every ample opportunity to go build your own house and have a fucking moss floor. You don't have to rent from a landlord or like a
That is
property
true.
company
The
here in
moss
all
is
over.
for
No, I think you need
Go
a
ahead, handle
strong.
your
I think
candle
you.
over
I
there,
think
get
you
your little
need.
moss floor. You know what I'm saying? But
Wait,
the
how
rest
much
of us are
money
not
would that
going for
actually
that.
cost? Like,
That's
no,
on you.
I
That's
have
on
no
you. That
build
is
your own
what
house.
That's all you.
Mel, if you're looking
Build
for
your
moss,
own
I'll
house.
sell
No,
you
that's
some
not all
moss.
you.
None of that. That's
That
what I'm
depends
not
if
doing.
the
I don't
markets
care
are
about
in
a
your
moss flip, but if
favor.
that's what you want, you have the opportunity to
I
do
heard
that.
moss futures
No,
are
that
going
depends if
down.
markets
Whatever.
are in your favor.
Get your bag
Local,
up.
state, and
Get your
federal
bag up.
tax policies are in your favor. Private property laws are in
Blah
your
blah
favor.
blah.
That
Blah
depends on a
blah.
lot of things.
You know what I'm saying?
Not
It's never
taking
been a
into
better time to buy some American moss.
Spaghetti floor.
Exactly. Yeah, I bet you can get it for pennies on the dollar, to be honest.
Did you know that like springtails are entirely harmless to you, but will actively like break down poop to the point where it's
I don't know what those are.
can be eaten by dust
Yeah.
mites, which
What
then
is
breaks
that?
it down
Did you say,
further.
wait, did you say break down poop?
Yeah, that's what you
What
want
is
it to do. You don't want it to sit there and get moldy. You want it to keep being broken down into lesser and lesser forms, so that way it becomes available to the moss as a substrate.
Hell no.
I
wanna
bet
flush the toilet,
Bill
not think
Gates
about
would.
it.
I just don't want
fucking
poop
love
on
it.
my floor.
Did I literally just hear that about creating fertilizer for your floor? Is that what?
Yeah, but from like
Yes.
springtails, they're microscopic or near microscopic organisms that like.
Well,
Yeah,
if
but
you
doesn't
just
matter.
You could just
like
not
introduce
have
a couple
poop on your floor.
tardigrades into your living room floor, if we just
Actually,
had
it's
moss
almost
floors,
impossible
the
to
world
never
would be
have
just
poop on your
fine.
floor, especially in my
What the
building with
hell?
like the pigeon shit. that
Wait,
goes
wait,
on
what do
it.
you mean almost
You
impossible?
have
What the
shit
fuck
in
are
your
we?
oven.
What?
You just told us that you have
So
to
right
clean
now you
shit
have
out of your
dust
oven
mites.
every time you want to.
Right now you have dust mites pooping
on your floor.
in your clothes.
I mean,
right now,
hold on.
right
Mel
now
has
you
a
have
terrible
dust mites
point.
pooping in your
It's-
clothes. By
it's a
the way,
terrible
Melanie,
point,
you a
but
sick
normal.
motherfucker. You are a sick
everybody has
motherfucker.
tiny
Melanie.
mites in their eyelashes. That's terrible.
They got the
Melanie, you
Swiffer
crazy.
and the broom.
It's
and
called
the mop.
landfills. It's
Mites
called
living in their
landfills.
eyelashes
Lysol.
all the time. It's terrible.
Landfills.
Lysol.
It's your
When I-
duty to
Oh
lay
yeah, no.
droppings
The
out
fun
that
thing
booty.
about Lysol is that
What
it
the
actually
fuck?
kills beneficial fungi that would outcompete the ones that are pathogenic to you.
So you say.
Yeah,
Can
I
you
don't know.
Can you
I saw a
spell
buddy of mine-
pathogenic, Fox?
Yes,
Oh, clues up here.
PATHOG. Wait, pathogen.
Roll in the poo.
Exactly.
Are you sure those aren't
N I
You're
C.
stumbling. You're stumbling,
Fail.
Fox. You're stumbling.
I forgot which word I was doing.
Yeah, you forgot. You forgot.
There.
You forgot,
Yeah,
Fox.
do like
Oh,
you forgot.
Oh, damn it.
Pathoglycemia.
Clues here.
Pathoglycemia. Do that one.
Fuck my life.
So is rolling
Damn.
in poo a masculine trait?
Depends on whose poo.
If you're a
it is.
farmer,
that?
if you're a farmer, yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
do you
Like,
get a
if it was
boner
that
from mud wrestling?
Triceratops poo from Jurassic Park, maybe.
Although,
Shit.
what about like those mud baths? Isn't that like some? Don't they say?
No,
like,
I would
mud and
never.
poo are two
There's
different
always like some amount of
things.
manure in that or
I
something.
would not do a mud
Jesus.
bath the same way how
All
my
right.
ass would never
Like
be in the
women
water
do
in
those.
Vietnam.
What
I
I'm
just don't
pointing
want
out is that
parasites.
like women do those.
Y'all
right?
like crazy.
It's feminine to roll around.
The pigs don't know, but I know the difference.
Exactly. Listen, I don't mud bath. I don't want anything that has close to being parasites or leeches at all.
Yeah, cool on that.
My favorite thing is when people pretend to use leeches as like a health thing.
Yeah, no, thank you.
That's a
Isn't
funny
that like the
aspect.
same as
does
cupping?
that?
Isn't that kind of like the same thing as cupping?
What's cupping?
You know?
What's
Cupping cupping is when they put that shit on your back and then they put like a little candle or something underneath of it. Then they allegedly like suck toxins out of your fucking back with the cups.
Or bloodletting.
So
no, it's
How do
not
you know this
bloodletting.
shit?
Bloodletting is
literally
way
fooling
different
me
than
one
cupping.
place.
Dialysis, by the way, is the thing that does that.
No, that's not dialysis either.
Is the thing that would do that, by the way. This is not capable of doing that because toxins don't tend to localize like that except around the tissues that they're already targeting. If they're targeting a tissue, that means they're bonded to it. They're already fixed on some sort of substrate, so they're not going to just.
You imagine being like the first person.
You ever heard of a blackhead, bro? You ever heard of sister? I'm sorry. You ever heard like a blackhead? I just
No,
say
you're right, bro. Bro was right.
No, it's not right. It's not right.
Yes, it was right, Kev.
Don't do that, Clue. Don't do that, Clue.
Come on, grow a pair.
Bro is just a part of my vernacular.
Grow a pair.
Bro, I be saying what the fuck I gotta say. I'm not trying to disrespect
bro is right.
But no, that's blackheads.
You mean whiteheads?
You walked into this shit.
You mean whiteheads,
blackheads, whiteheads.
Here we go.
White always got to be white and black
heads. Blackheads and whiteheads.
I'm an orange head. I'm a redhead.
God bless.
So
I wasn't trying to disrespect you, Melanie. Just to be clear, I wasn't trying to disrespect you.
Just so you know, the majority.
Come on, stop apologizing, Kev. Stop apologizing.
The blackheads come from dirt,
and he had this leech, right, and it was in this little jar, and he said, "Hey, this is how I'm gonna cure you. I'm gonna put this leech on you." Imagine being the first guy that the doctor came to you and said that.
I mean,
no,
you
it's a whole bunch of little Kim Kardashians, just like micro Kim Kardashians.
That's the thing to worry about. I have less concern of someone saying they'll put a leech on me rather than saying, "Hey, you're not doing too well right now after that burn. We're gonna stick maggots all over you."
Oh my God,
that's a good point.
Bro.
That's a good
I'll
point.
take the leech.
So get this, right? So you're like a soldier in Vietnam, or I forget what war it was. I'm not gonna lie, but then you get like your arm blown off.
Favorite war,
and nobody finds you for like fucking weeks.
That is your favorite war?
No. So like you're sitting there for weeks, and your arm's like shit, and you're like trapped or whatever. And after getting some gangrene, you know what saves your fucking life? The maggots that come out of the ground to eat the gang.
I was about to say maggot.
Yeah, you always just cut your limb off too. That's an option.
Well, the whole thing of that maggots will eat only the dead flesh and leave the live. Okay, fine. You know what would be good, just as clean? Amputation.
Yep.
No. Well,
cut it off.
No, for one thing, if you get reinfected after amputation, then it's just as bad.
Well,
they'll actually eat.
To take care of your wound after
the maggots. The maggots will also eat the bacteria. They're attracted to the bacteria.
Right.
So
they will. But that's still a long process, even so.
You know what? Like if it has a better chance of getting rid of the infection, I agree with the amputation.
I was going to say,
on second thought,
sure, if the maggots are more effective, though, then it's just a thought that everybody.
There's nothing worse than you're sitting there waiting for the maggots to get rid of the bacteria and everything.
Bro, could you imagine that?
You're waiting to receive an embolism. Oh, it's a wrap.
Yeah,
bro, you caught somebody caught chlamydia. They go to their doctor, and the doctor's like, "Whip it out, son."
So this isn't to
discount like a maggot. Like you just gotta watch like them. I'm like,
what? No, that's not even my thing. Like, let's just say today, because this still happens. Let's just say today. Oh yeah, we need to get rid of some of the dead flesh, and they just pull out a box. Where the fuck would you be keeping his maggots at? What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, they don't. You can't exactly like freeze them and keep them sterile that way, right?
Where have you been keeping these at?
Something's eventually going to break out, like bacteria or virus wise, in them. That's true. But the thing is like overall,
scale, like with the fish, you know, with the spot
like the cockroach farms.
Like
I don't know if you've seen them.
But like the thing is like if you ever wonder like why like spring water going through a forest is like super pure and you can drink it and it doesn't have giardia and all this stuff, it's because a lot of the biodiversity there supports all these ecosystem services, which are literally things that we try to do for ourselves, like reducing the amount of pathogens, reducing the amount of dust and pollutants in the air and stuff like that. The nature already provides these solutions, and we're just too stupid to integrate these things into our currently existing life. That's all I'm talking about with the moss floor.
Yeah,
we're too stupid.
The moss floor is fucking crazy.
It's just that we don't want to get sick.
We're too stupid. Fox.
Well, no, that's the thing. When you say you don't want to get sick, and then you hear moss floor, there's no connection between the moss. Doesn't make you sick.
Yeah, but the bugs will.
No,
I
you can control what bugs are in there.
I wear white socks. You know what I mean?
Control what bugs are in there.
I wear white socks.
What the fuck?
So for example,
goddamn moss.
did you know there are plenty of jumping spiders that do not bite humans
green
at all?
bottoms now.
So, do you know that there are plenty of jumping spiders that do not bite humans at all, but would love to live in a moss floor? They're ambush predators, right? They'll literally chase their prey
So
down.
now it's not just moss. Now it's the spiders too. We got
Now
two
it's a
things.
jumping spider.
But they won't bite you.
Moss and spiders.
These spiders won't bite you at all. Jumping spiders are one of the most harmless.
I don't care
families
at
of
all.
spiders
Fuck a spider,
that
yeah,
exist.
fuck all that.
Listen,
I'm not trying
I
to
don't
have
want-
nothing
I don't-
crawling on me.
You know what? You know what also worked really well? Tile.
And off, and also raid.
But think about this. Then we have to clean it with Lysol, and then Lysol does. Lysol gets rid of the beneficial.
spray every year that you like soak the outside of your house with, but you know.
Guess what Lysol does? Lysol gets rid of the
I know.
beneficial
A good
bacteria
Yeah.
and funguses that actually kill the pathogenic ones,
Fuck that
because those
shit.
pathogenic ones are less suitable in a natural environment.
Can you spell pathogenic?
Listen,
already did.
Listen, fool.
I
When
can
I was
spell
in Iraq,
pathogenic, too.
listen, fool. When I was in Iraq, we went from like base to base to base to base to base. Everybody had a can of Lysol. My buddy
I believe it.
Andre Dutoit decided on one mission. He was like, "Man, I'm not doing that whole little shit." We pulled into Camp Taji. This motherfucker did not spray that shit on his bed. He woke up the next day. He looked like he had a flesh-eating virus.
He was fucked.
Was he also an anti-vaxxer?
Just fucked up. I said
What does that
military.
have to do with
You don't have an opportunity to be an anti-vaxxer when you're in the military.
Military.
You don't have that opportunity.
Okay.
Everybody's vaccinated. You know what
I
mean?
thought it wasn't
motherfucker-
until like
You wanted to make
after
it a
the
political
pandemic.
thing, Fox.
No, you don't.
Well,
you
no,
don't.
I think before that,
Try to
I
spin
don't think
what I'm
think
saying.
they cared much before that. Like,
No,
No,
they
you trying to
don't.
spin what I'm saying.
They
See,
care.
now
are
you over
absolutely
talking.
first.
Yeah.
I'm
What-
trying to
wait, what?
explain something. I think what
I
what
wasn't done
understood-
trying to explain nothing. I wasn't done trying to explain. You know what I'm saying?
Can I just point out what I meant though?
No, you can't.
No.
Did they
no,
not do
no,
that
you
thing
can't.
that everybody said you should do and jump off the cliff?
Exactly, Melanie.
Let-
God damn
can
it.
you- let
I like
Melanie
the
explain.
ahead,
I like
Melanie,
the
go
calf
ahead, go ahead.
finger. The calf finger is awesome.
All I'm saying is that, and I don't want to. Don't quote me on this. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to give any misinformation, but my understanding was that before the pandemic, the military was kind of more lax on people who didn't have vaccines. Like they would look the other way, so long as you didn't give them an excuse to.
Your understanding is wrong. Your understanding is wrong.
No, Mel.
It's completely wrong.
Okay.
When you're under the government, when you're under the government and the military, you don't have that body autonomy.
Right, but
You
wasn't the
literally
whole
have
thing?
no choice.
Wasn't the whole thing that like when the pandemic happened, a lot of military people weren't, in fact, like didn't have updated vaccination records.
Oh, that just means they were getting double shots then.
Double
your
shots.
shit needs to be up to code. What's good,
Yeah,
Fatty?
facts.
What's going on?
What
How
up,
you
Fatty?
doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Salute,
Holy
brother. What's
shit!
going
I'm
on?
just realizing it, Fatty. I don't think you've ever been on my platform.
I think it's the first time to Kim.
Yeah.
Yeah, so fuck Fatty. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There you go, Clue. And be respectful.
I like Fatty.
Clue.
I like Fatty. I'm a fan. Of
Oh,
Fatty.
that's Clue.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Clue.
Clue.
Damn, Clue, you sound sober. What happened to you?
I'm not sober. I sound sober. That's good because I'm not.
His wife threatened to refinance the house, Fatty.
You are
Shut
pretending
up,
better.
Kev. Shut up.
This man is pretending better. I'm glad that you're getting better, Clue.
Oh shit!
I'm just glad we're pushing back on the white people ratio right now because there's too many of us.
Technically, they say I'm not black because
Fuck are you
I'm
talking
from
about,
Portugal,
Fox?
Oh, you know, well that's funny, Fatty, because we were having a talk. It was me, OG, and even Uncle Tom at one point. And we were saying, "Damn, it's crazy," because in the space that we look at right now, it seemed like the guy who's in Portugal is leading the black space. We just started laughing.
And there's the thing, like, you know, when people say, I am not white, I'm Puerto Rican, right? Guess I'm
Shut
not
up,
black.
speak easy.
I'm Portuguese, yes. And stop talking about my kids.
Okay, what are Cubans though?
They're
Cubans
Mexican.
are Cubans.
You can be a Cuban white, a Cuban black, or a Cuban, like, you can be a bunch, like, your ethnicity.
Oh, yeah, sure,
and your
nationality, okay.
nationality are not the same.
I
If that
thought
was
we
the
were.
case,
I
I would
thought
be
we were
white.
playing around with this, but no. Apparently, now we're
No,
getting
you-
serious. I do it all the time too, so I can't complain.
Yeah, this is like a game that Americans like to do. Oh, I'm mixed. I'm Italian and German, so you are white. Congratulations. Yes.
Well, Fatty, let me correct you, Fatty. Let me correct you.
Uh-oh.
There's
Oh,
no
here we
black.
go.
There's no black and white outside the United States. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, he's kind of right.
So
Black
what-
and white
the-
is a United States system.
So the colors were invented like 400 years ago.
South Africa.
The colors were
like milk was
assigned-
like blue and
not blue
It
milk.
exists in China too.
Yeah, like
Fatty.
all the flags were like they
Fatty.
did
There's-
the color white, and then when the United States said, Italy said, hey,
assigning
since
people
they
people
invented
to black
the white, can we put white on our flags too? Like the
Fatty,
French, the
fatty,
Italians,
fatty.
the British.
Assigning people to black and assigning people to white is the United States only system.
Well,
Yes.
it does
That's you are
travel.
wrong.
There are no blacks and whites outside of the United States.
Have you been outside the United
None.
States, Clue Channel?
None. Yes, I have.
With or without a beer in your hand?
Both. With a beer and without a beer. Yeah.
Because I don't
Both.
think you are correct on
Both.
that, sir. I don't think you are correct on that one. But
Anybody
I'll-
claiming black and white outside the United States, they
So
they
Michael
are,
Jackson,
they deify
Michael
the
Jackson
United
invented
States.
black or white. I got you. You are right.
It exists in England too. It
Nope.
exists
Yeah, not
all
really.
all over the world.
All
Technically,
over.
it exists
Not
all
really.
over the
No,
world.
not
but
really.
So tell
When
me
they
one
bring up-
place where black or white doesn't exist.
When England,
Clue.
hold up for a second. When England brings up black and white, they are referring to the United States, are they not?
By the way, I doubt this is true in
No.
Australia with like the Aborigines and stuff like that.
Yes, they still do that as well. Yes.
Every
But they're
place
not
around
called
the-
black or white.
every
called
place
dark,
around
which
the
is-
world,
it
they
means
call
black.
people either.
Same
That's
shit.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
How much to
Yeah, I
drop?
need to travel a little bit more.
Powder Dusty, shut the fuck
He
up.
always does. How much to drop that guy?
That's crazy.
Right, but okay, so like let's say
$300.
like how is Aborigine not a syllogism there?
What the hell is a syllogism?
When two
Spell a syllogism, whatever you said.
SYLO. Sorry, I
See,
misspoke.
you didn't do it. You didn't do it. You fucked up
SYLLOGIS.
already.
No, I literally just
You
said the wrong
literally
letter.
just fucked up the spelling.
But you know what?
Chess,
Good
not
on you,
checkers.
good on you, Mel. I don't know many people who's willing to use that word. That's a very big part of a vernacular. Very
It's
good.
a very big word
Oh
too.
yeah, I'm very special.
And it
Soliloquy.
has chism in it.
Soliloquy. SOLIQ.
No, that was not the word.
Syllabalism.
That was not the word.
Cannibalism. Cannibalism.
It just means when two words kind of point to like the same definition.
Yeah, it's just pointing to the reasoning between both of them.
I actually I only really understand words as like opposed to one another. So I only understand that because I know what a neologism is too. And I-
Onomatopoeia.
Neologism.
Onomatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia. I can spell
Onomatopoeia.
I can spell that.
See that I remember that in opposition to alliteration.
Alliteration or
I know that
assonate-
one in
or
Portuguese.
assonation or all that shit.
Onomatopoeia means a word that if you can read there in front or to the back and it says the same thing.
Radar.
But can
And
you spell it,
palindrome,
nigga? But
and
can you spell it,
palindrome,
nigga?
palindromes contrast my mind to a homophone for some reason. I can't explain that one, but it's just kind of when I learned about both things.
Yeah, now you're flexing.
I feel up.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna.
I
say
know what a
Fatty-
homophone is.
Fatty
'Cause I
likes
understand
Fox
like the
for some
exact
reason.
opposite. You ever heard of a boulevard bitch before? That's like kind of
That's not a boulevard, bitch. No way.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
You bitch.
Peep and
All right,
D.
anyways, carry on.
That's crazy.
No, I haven't heard boulevard bitch in a long time. Yeah, that's crazy.
Kev is pretty proud of himself for that.
C's.
Oh shit.
It's got
I
on
didn't mean to disrupt the flow of the conversation. Yeah, that boulevard bitch shit is tough.
I didn't do it. Wasn't
You
me.
got them thinking like, wait, what boulevard bitch?
And like,
Damn.
oh shit. What angle is he working?
We're all googling.
He is
it
a little
furiously.
racially ambiguous. Not
He said googling it.
I'm waiting for someone to explain it to me. I'm not familiar with this.
You're
bitch.
retarded. We can't explain it to you, Dusty. You're retarded. You are a retard.
Why
don't you give it a- why don't you give it a
were
chance?
American features.
There's
At least put it nicely. Say something like, "This is above your pay grade, dude."
Damn, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's crazy.
Loco.
I feel like you have something against white people at this point, Clue.
Actually, no.
Isn't your wife or ex-wife
actually.
white or something like that, Clue?
I don't have a
Yeah,
next wife. I have a
you've
current.
totally got
Clue,
the
you got a
wrong
problem with
person
white
on
people?
panel.
Oh,
You're
that was
totally-
not
Not
Clue.
exactly.
He's not Clue. He's damn gray pill. Sorry, y'all guys kind of look alike.
Gray peel. No, I'm not gray peel.
I know you're not
I'm
gray pill.
very
but
different
you guys
than
kind of
him.
look alike.
I'm very different than him.
Clue's-
I'm not
Clue's the gay
anything
pill.
like gray pill.
That's
Wait,
crazy.
Somebody's
is a
taking
black
pills?
person on panel saying all black people look alike? Now I'm very
Yeah,
confused.
that was my fault. Thank you for stealing my joke.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Yeah, that was Fatty's fault.
No, but as a white person, my brain is like
Everything is
imploding right
Fatty's
now.
fault.
It's melting.
Damn. Sorry to hear that.
I don't know how to virtue signal this.
Damn.
Oh,
It'll
shut
buff
up,
out.
Fox.
You'll be all
Shut
right.
the fuck up, Fox. Come on.
It'll buff out.
Clue, what's your problem with white people?
No, I don't have a problem with white people, Mr. Dusty.
Goddamn right you
That's
don't.
That's not what you
Scared
told
hat.
me on
I
Discord
do
the
not,
other day, Clue.
actually.
I recorded that conversation.
I
Classic
don't have a problem
backpedaling.
with white people.
Yeah. Scared to say it now, huh, Clue?
Let me find out. You
I don't have a problem with white people, Dusty. Shit.
Yes, you do. White
You calling Fatty a liar?
Fatty has always been a liar.
White people got no rhythm. White people can't dance.
That's
Shut
crazy.
the fuck up, Kev.
Either no, I agree with that. White people.
That was Melanie. I didn't say that. What the fuck?
That was you. I saw your bubble move.
If this were my stream, I'd play a twerking clip for you right now.
Yeah, we saw
my
Flow State
God,
dancing.
right.
I think he actually proved it
But see, white people always have to copy stuff that black people made up.
badly.
Dancing.
Yeah, bad
Colonization.
Get him on
I
that
don't think they copied that.
True. That was an original take.
Yes.
Every
Yes.
time I try to give Fox some shit, Dusty
Pause.
steps in to defend.
It sounded
Fox.
like you're going to go in another direction. Every time I try to get
Shut
Fox
up.
some,
Are you
Fatty,
accusing me of
shut
being a
up.
white
Fatty,
knight?
shut up.
it sounded like I've just said. But you
I'm trying to talk to Fox, and fucking
All right.
Dusty
No, we know,
jumps
we know.
in to
Here,
defend
I'm muting.
Fox.
I'm muting.
You know,
Fatty, you just gotta let it happen.
Why is that?
this man trying to get some internet pussy. That's crazy.
I don't need
What's he-
internet to pussy.
Let bro
pussy.
speed date real quick. He trying to
Pussy.
speed date real quick.
That's
For sure.
not really.
Your candle, Clue.
Yeah,
Not
like,
really.
like
I don't
that's
date.
typically what you
I
see
don't
from like
date.
the blue-haired
I have
whites.
a wife. I don't
What they
date.
tend to do is they
Teriyaki,
tend
you
to like
made it.
Her
virtue
own.
signal. They tend
Look
to like
who woke
want
up.
attention that way.
Okay,
So it's
Terry,
like
I
this
saw
whole,
virtue signal.
I am your savior, black people. Listen to me, the Furby. like that's basically the technique that's being used there.
Terry, I'm gonna need you to
Luckily,
turn
you
down
see
the
true
virtue
because you're like,
signal.
hang a second, you're a white person. Why are you like putting the white
fuck
race
out
down?
of
Do
it.
you know what I mean, why are you not?
This man hears Mel, and all of a sudden he wakes the fuck up.
Terry, yeah, Terry, just turn
Yeah,
down
what
the
can I
virtue
say? I'm
signal just a
European,
little
man.
bit.
When I fell
Just a
asleep, it
little
was
bit.
dark. Now it's bright outside. I don't even know what
European
fucking
too,
time
that's
it is.
crazy. Hey, you know what's fucked up about Clue Avatar?
Nothing is fucked up about me, Fatty.
He focused so much on the view that he didn't even fix his face. I don't get it.
My
Yeah,
face
plus
is
your green
beautiful.
screen, plus
My
your
face is beautiful.
green screen keen is just like
You wanted to
That's
show
not a
his
green
views on
screen.
his
I'm
face.
actually at the Marriott in Atlanta. That's
It's
not
so
a green
clearly
screen.
screen. It's so clearly a green
There's
screen.
a video of me talking with that
You see the
background.
green on your
How
forehead.
is that
a one-star
You can see the
motel?
green on
not
your
a green
forehead.
screen?
At least
fine.
wear a wig.
That's not
Stop
green
lying.
screen. I'm actually
This man
at
is a
that
liar.
place.
Then you made a shot that's in real life that looks like green screen, which is even funnier.
Yeah, that's
No,
crazy.
that's even a more compliment to where I was.
You
That's
played all
not a
that-
green screen, Fox.
You play all that. You could do that
That's
shit for
not
like
a green
$3.
screen.
If I ever took a picture of
That's
myself and
actually
I thought
a
it looked like a
video
green
that
screen
I did
myself
on
in
my
there, I would not
channel.
post it.
That's actually a video I did on my channel, Fox.
No, but this is what. Where is this?
Marriott.
And
The
you took your
Marriott.
arm from the microphone.
43rd floor of Marriott. You can't afford it. Fox.
And you took
You
the
can't
arm
afford
of-
it, Fatty.
Like, you see that? No. one
Fatty,
second.
you can't afford the 43rd floor of
Absolutely
Marriott.
not. I'm broke.
You can't
34th
afford it,
or
but that's
43rd?
where I was.
Oh, we had a conversation
You
about this
can't
earlier.
afford it.
Do you see the arm?
We had a
So
conversation.
you're telling me that you
Uh-oh.
took the arm that is in your desk for the microphone, you put it on the bag, and you took it to the hotel.
Men
What is
that feel
green
attacked,
screen
they
about
either
it?
go to you're broke or
Hey,
you're
Resla,
gay. That's where men go
Resla.
to, and that's what Clue
Let
is.
me talk
Clue
to
is a
Resla.
living
Explain
example
the
of
arm
this
Let me talk
right
to
on the
now.
Resla.
microphone. Explain the
Resla,
arm.
can I show the
You're gay.
video? Can I show the video of me in this place?
What
So
are you
we
talking
can
about on that video?
What video is this, sir?
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna share
Yeah, I would
screen.
bet that.
Let me find
that for sure.
I hope it doesn't show you twerking.
I'm just letting everybody know this is not green screen. I was actually in that place.
Damn. The sunken place?
It's really going to be a video of Melanie.
Oh, but you said with Melanie, I can't stand him.
I don't believe you. Let me show it. Let me find it.
Mama, you see how long we up now?
Oh, no. Hold up. Let me find it. Because they think it's green screen. I was actually
Hurry
in
up,
that
bro.
place.
Stop talking. Just fucking find the video.
No, I'm just saying
I got the video.
wild
I got the video. So how do I share screen?
I see.
Bottom of the screen.
Yeah,
it says
present.
Share screen. Okay.
Subject I came in here to talk about is
It doesn't mean you
long
get a
since
present.
past.
It means you're
Okay.
presenting something.
Okay. Hold up. Let me find it.
I just think it's wild. By the way, I'm not saying like I know for sure it's a green screen. I wasn't there. But it's wild to me that you took a picture that looks like a green screen and then you
Okay, here's the video.
This is a
I'm
great
sharing
photo.
it.
Clue,
This is a great
sharing it. Resla, can you share the green screen? I mean,
don't
not
let
green
them
screen.
issue
Can you
for
share the
having production
screen?
value. Even if
Yeah,
it is a green
crazy.
screen, okay? At
I'm
least you can
sharing it.
afford one.
Here's
The
the video.
brokies.
Here's the
God
video.
bless
Good to
everybody.
be real.
Production
That's
value
crazy.
means knowing how to key
That's
in
the video. Can I play it?
key out to green.
Can I play the
Yeah.
video?
Go on.
Okay.
Where are
Yo,
the birds
I
flying?
refuse.
I don't see no birds on the flying outside.
Refuse to negotiate.
Yeah, no, low key, Clue. That does look like a card
refuse
map.
to
But even if it is
negotiate.
a green screen, my boy Clue at least can
not
afford
a
one.
green
You
screen.
brokies are just
Refuse to
jealous that he
I'm
has
on
a
the
high
43rd
quality
floor
production
of the
value.
Marriott.
With
The
the
focus
Skittles
shift
cartel.
there
Fuck
tells
you
me
guys,
how
okay?
green
Skittles
screen.
cartel is.
I
Don't
will
be dissing
side
my
with
boy
Clue.
Clue.
I will
You know
make,
what?
I will make
Listen
sure
to the
Clue
listen
Yeah,
to
them
what
is
I'm saying.
vindicated.
I
The
refuse
focus
to
just shifted and it
negotiate.
showed that it's
I'm
not
not
green
gonna do it.
screen.
You know what?
Not
Respect.
going
I don't
to
see
do
nothing moving outside of that
Yeah,
thing.
do you know the reason why I think that actually is a green screen? Because like his voice is like not anywhere near as deep as it is on panel than it is on the video.
I'm not
No
gonna do it.
birds,
That's
no
like an octave
construction
down.
He
workers,
just has his mic
Not a
closer to
green
his mouth
screen.
there.
no clouds.
Yeah, I the same thing
There's
happens
been
to me.
too much
I'm pretty sure that's a COD map
negotiation.
as well.
Likewise.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we
shut
have
up
the
and
same
listen.
mic. Is that an
It's
ATX?
been too much already.
That's a
why
short
this country
SM58.
is in
I'm pretty
Oh no,
sure.
my mic is
shape that
better.
it's
Never
in.
mind.
All right. That's why the school system is the way that it is. That's
I think we
why
get it. By the way,
Hollywood movies, and television shows, and
you talk
commercials
way too slow, dude.
are the way that they are.
I think you should talk slower,
because
Clue.
Previous
Talk slow so you retarded niggas
No,
can
I think you
understand
should
what I'm
talk
saying.
even slower, like for
cartel. You know
the
who the Skittles cartel is.
for the
Those
people
slow
that have
sounds like a
8-hour
belly
shifts.
growling.
Does that look like a
Alright,
green
got it.
screen
Yeah.
to you?
Just like ASMR.
Let me get that shit off the fucking screen now. Yeah, we got it.
It's
Not homophobic because homophobes
shit.
are homophobic.
Does that look like?
Ain't
You
no
look,
word.
you
Can
look
you
like
do
you
that
about
with
to
a
throw
green
up that-
screen?
You look like you about to throw up that microphone.
No,
right
that
now.
is
Can you do that with a green screen?
Phobia.
No, what
Look how the
happened was
light
Clue just
changes.
Phobia
do that,
is
About to
you know
hot
how to
glue and
control the
spit on
camera,
that
then
thing.
Dude, you just reached over and turned on the lamp. Don't lie.
Like the
But
people
if
that
you-
really know how to
But if it was a green screen, why did
Nobody's
the
scared of that.
background light up?
manual
Yeah,
set
because
your
you turned
exposure.
on the lamp.
So there's no such thing
Yeah, and
as
you'll
a
have auto exposure on like a
homophobe, which is
fucking
a
noob.
person. A phobe is a person who is having the irrational fear of whatever the suffix is.
All right, bro. We don't give a fuck about your
bro.
dialogue. Turn this shit off.
Clue's getting philosophical,
Dialogue.
okay?
Fuck you,
Diatribe.
Kevin.
He's giving us definitions.
Fuck you, Kev.
Okay?
I'm just showing y'all that that's not a green screen. I was actually
we
in that
got
place
it.
because I got
I mean,
money,
like, I just want
motherfucker.
to keep head nodding right now.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yes.
ASMR on wrestling.
Right. What the hell?
Y'all just
That was
being
crazy.
disrespectful.
Oh,
Fuck you,
shit.
Kev.
Nah.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck
Nah,
you
you know-
all the way.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Kev.
Pause. Full pause.
Yeah.
You know I fuck
Yeah,
with
yeah.
bro.
You tell him,
Fuck
Clue.
you. Fuck you in the heterosexual way. Heterosexual
Exactly.
way.
Yo.
Heterosexual way.
Still
Fuck you, Kev.
homoerotic.
He's gonna give you a vagina and make you into a woman.
I
So he
don't
can
know why
fuck you
anal sex came into
heterosexually.
this, Clue. You're losing
Why
me.
are you gay?
But my point was
Why
that's
are you
not
gay?
green screen. That's
Why are
that's
you
what
not
my
gay?
point
That's
was.
the real question.
It's
I
not
don't
green
think
screen.
anybody actually thought
Why
it was,
not,
bro. I think we
right?
just kind of triggered
Fox
you and you
thought it
off on a
was.
rant.
Fuck you, Kev.
Fox
No
thought
precision.
it
Why
was
are you
green
gay?
screen.
Yeah.
Fox did.
Fuck you,
Fox
Kevin, in
did.
like the most heterosexual way possible. You feel me?
Real question about logistics. Why isn't everybody bisexual?
No permission.
Logistics.
Well, yeah, if everyone was
What
bisexual,
did you ask, Fox?
if everyone was bisexual, we'd all have a
Logistics.
better chance in the sexual marketplace.
Fox, what did you ask about bisexual?
Y'all got the why are you gay guy.
As a matter of logistics, why not be bisexual? You totally increase your chances of getting
because I don't want men. That's why. I have no interest in
like
motherfucking men.
no more.
Why
He is delivered. That's why.
I'm asking, is it not the case though that you would have more opportunities to have sex if you were attracted
Because
to both
I don't
sexes?
want to fuck a dude.
Hey,
No,
Clue,
that's
why
not what
are
I'm
you so
asking.
God
passionate
damn
about
it.
this
Stop
topic?
virtue signaling. Stop virtue signaling. What I'm asking is, would you fundamentally not have more opportunities to have sex?
No, we gotta be honest.
Fuck
we
the
gotta be honest.
opportunities. I don't want to fuck
We gotta
dudes.
be honest. Even if the guy that turned around and said that he was willing to be bi, the only thing that would increase is only his opportunity with men. That's it. Like, don't do it.
Yeah,
No, but
I would agree with that.
But
for sure.
I'm not.
The ladies is
fundamentally,
your
that's still more opportunities than if it was just women. That's all. That's my only point.
Fox, I don't want to fuck dudes. What part of that aren't you understanding, Fox?
I don't care.
How do you know
I have no interest in fucking dudes.
Did you try it?
Penises
How do
are
you
made
know
for
that?
vaginas.
Can you say that in a way that isn't virtue signaling?
Penises are made for vaginas.
There you
No,
go.
actually,
there
they're
you
made for
go.
all
Brick
holes.
said it. He
You
said
can put
it.
a hole into like a watermelon and a penis fits in there.
Wait,
Any
what?
Yeah,
penis
you
can go
guys
back.
act like you never saw American Pie
Melanie,
before.
were you,
What the fuck?
were you actually putting your penis inside of watermelons?
Wow.
Nah, I wasn't into like that kind of side of things.
So then, how would you know?
Well, people talk about doing it a lot.
Damn.
Again, everybody has seen American Pie. We watched Jason Bateman fucking apple pie. We watched that. That happened.
And he did a banana
That
split
wasn't
with his
Jason
butt.
Bateman, by the way, Kev. But I
And the
get
banana
I
split
get
in
the
the butt.
spirit
That
that
was
was
one of my
intended.
favorite
was.
memes.
Trying to split a
Turns
banana.
around, there's a banana split.
Not
It's
the
fucking
spirit
hilarious.
intended.
Damn.
Whatever. You know what the fuck I'm saying.
Is the fudge in a banana split in your butt too suggestive?
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Pause. All right.
What
Fox,
the hell?
stop it, Fox. Stop it while you're ahead.
Jesus.
Stop.
I'm having so much fun right now.
Do you
Bullshit.
date men or women, Fox?
Men or women?
Yes.
Yes, and dogs or cats. I don't get your point of your question.
No, I
Okay,
asked.
let me double down on that
what?
question.
I asked
dog.
you, date men or women.
You thought you had a friend, fatty. You thought you had a
Hold on, hold
friend,
on.
didn't you?
No, this is a perfect opportunity to press rewind. You know, when I asked you earlier, Melanie, like, what is a man?
Okay, sure. Well, in terms of gender, do we mean, first of all, do you want a definition that appeals to biological sex or gender?
We want your definition, Fox.
Yeah. I don't want you to, throw
you
me
do
any,
dudes?
rebuttals or whatever the case may be. I'm just asking.
Okay,
that
bear in
question.
mind
Like, what is
that
that?
I acknowledge that there are.
You want your definition. Don't pussyfoot around it.
Well, I'm still going to try to be comprehensive, right? So bear in mind that I acknowledge that there is a definition that also has to do with biological reproductive males. I'm going to focus solely on gender, which is both an internal identity that usually aligns with the penis you were born with, but not always, and involves certain expressions, usually of like strength, not wearing dresses. Usually, a lot of it's actually very negative compared to feminine expression, but anyways, it comes down to there being a binary set or bimodal set of expectations for men and women in society.
That's a very long answer that said nothing.
Okay.
See how complicated?
Can you put that in? Can you put that in layman's terms?
Complicated
Hold on, let me
something
ask-
very
hold on,
simple.
y'all. Listen,
very
God bless
simple.
everybody. But can I ask one more question, please? Can you put that in layman's terms for niggas that grew up in the hood, please?
Yeah.
No,
For
just say that
fifth
shit
graders,
simple.
please. For fifth
Yeah,
graders.
please.
So there were things in that I was trying to get. So there's one part of it that you brought up, and I just need to get this clear. You said the penis you were born with. Who else's penis would it be?
Well, for example, if you got
Don't
a
ask questions
surgery,
that you don't want the answers to, Resla.
if you got something called a phalloplasty, then you wouldn't have been born with that, would you?
You're bullshitting me, Fox.
Damn, that's crazy.
You're
Look up
bullshitting.
Google phalloplasty.
Hey,
I'm not. If you're over 18, Google phalloplasty. It's actually not that pornographic, but either way, it is.
No,
it is
them shits look
talking about
crazy.
penises.
They look crazy. That shit looks crazy.
Your shit looks crazy.
Bro,
How do you know?
Michelin men.
No, that shit does
I've
look
got
crazy.
inside sources. I got inside sources.
It's a Michelin man penis.
Not the inside source. I can't.
Yeah. Pause.
That's what she said.
They will remain confidential to protect their identity. Clearly.
Damn.
Fox. There's no such thing as gender.
No?
Yeah, no. It's sex.
So
sex.
when
Two sexes, male and female. No, gender is fake. Gender is fake. It's just two sexes.
When you meet
man
someone on the
and
street,
woman, male and female. That's it. That's it.
So when you meet
dog
someone
and cat.
So when you meet someone on the street, how do you distinguish a man from a woman? Do you look at their genitals? Do you look at their chromosomes?
You look at their face. You can tell whether they are a man or a woman.
You've never met a man with a feminine type, like a round face that could be feminine. If
he had
if
feminine features, but he was still a man.
I've met plenty of people who look like who's a man who looks like they could be a woman or vice versa. So
If in doubt, I think gently pat their crotch.
I don't believe that you simply just use that cue. I think you use multiple cues,
feminine,
like how they dress, whether or not they wear makeup, how they do their hair.
Fox. They had feminine features, but they were still a man, and I can tell with my own eyes that they were men.
So that seems circular.
Have a penis.
Yeah, what about Blair?
I didn't have to look
Blair,
at the genitalia.
No.
I can look at their face and tell that they're men.
Bro, if Blair White rolled up on you, you would not know the difference. You wouldn't be like, that is a biological man. You would not know that.
You could tell.
But this is
Blair White is scary.
One sec.
Kev,
like,
you can tell.
Like, just because I get fooled by a magician does not mean magic is real. Just because it looks like the magician is sawing this bitch in half, don't mean that this bitch is getting sawed in half.
So you're feel me? The point of what I said, Terry.
Because like we give these examples of like these very kind of like these are not the rules.
The point he's making is that he wouldn't know how much he got caught up by the magic until he got to look behind the curtain.
The third leg is under the table.
She ran her stick up your urinal.
The point is
multiple things. There's like the voice, like if a bitch like opens her mouth, even if she is a woman and she has a very low register, that would give you pause. It would like suspicions would arise.
There is such a thing called voice trading, by the way, boys.
Oh, whoa.
The point of the matter.
I will say this. I will say this to Mel. Any chick that sounds like they from the West Coast automatically gets flags from me.
Hey, what's
the
up?
point? The fact of the matter is, we fell for Fox's game. We're all talking about gender. That's what Fox wanted for us to talk
because
about
that
gender.
is what you
That's
use
the only
to-
reason why Fox
to know what
shows up.
pronouns to use.
That's the
When
only
you meet
reason
someone
why
on the
Fox
street.
shows up on panels, so we can talk about gender. So
you
now
have
we're
to
talking
admit,
about
right?
gender.
But you
Kinda
have to
just
admit that
morphed
you
into
use
this conversation
something.
naturally, to be honest.
You use something that is not genitals, that is not chromosomes, that has to do with what we call gender expression to decide what pronouns to use for someone.
Wasn't it
Pronouns?
earlier,
What the fuck
Melanie,
are you
who said
talking
why
about?
is someone talking about
He,
another man's
him, her,
penis?
she, pronouns? You don't know what pronouns are?
I know what
20,
pronouns are, but why are you bringing it up, Fox?
Okay,
Because
give us a
when you
definition of a
determine what
pronoun there,
pronouns-
Clue. Hold on, Melanie.
No, why
Since
is
he knows
why
what
is
pronouns
Fox
are-
bringing up pronouns?
Wait a second. Let me ask you a question. Since you know what pronouns are, what is the definition of a pronoun?
Anyways, I have a question for Clue.
Not
actually.
you, Melanie. Not you, Melanie. Let Clue answer. Let Clue answer.
You
No,
want
you're
the
letting
definition
him,
of
you're
a
letting him
pronoun?
evade my
Yes.
interrogation, which is still ongoing. When
Okay,
you
wait.
meet someone
Just
on the
delay it for a
street-
second. Just delay it for a
is
second.
a pronoun is a generic sexual description
Jesus.
of what a noun is.
No,
That's what
that
it
is
is.
not a pronoun.
Jesus
You
Christ.
just lost that one.
God bless you. Like my grandmother would say, he trying, baby. He trying,
Good-
baby.
Clue, when you decide what pronouns to use for someone, you often look at the
That
way they
voice
talk,
training.
whether or not they wear makeup and stuff like that. These are cues that tell you what someone's gender is and thus what pronouns to use.
Gender is fake, though, Fox.
Is that a
No, I just explained to you how it's very
the
real.
word you're looking for is sex.
I just explained to you
female.
how you use it in
Sex.
day-to-day life. I just explained to
Very
you how you use it.
binary. Sex, male, female.
Your
Male,
your understanding of sex is far too simplistic to encompass
wait.
complex.
Gender does not exist, Fox. There's no such thing as gender. It's
Okay.
sex,
Damn.
male, female. That's it.
All right.
Medically speaking, I'm talking.
But you don't even
I'm
know
a
what
doctor
pronouns
right
are.
now. I'm talking like a
Damn.
doctor.
Pronouns are. Yeah,
There-
and I'm,
it's only male and
like
female.
Dr. Dre.
and I'm a biologist. I know a lot more about this than you
Dr.
do.
Dre.
My
I'm
boy
sure you
Dr.
are.
Clue. Dr. Clue's got a
Male-
PhD in this shit.
Hi.
He's an expert.
Yes.
Well,
all
now-
I know is if a friend was trying to put me on a date and they were looking at me and they say, you know what, Resla? You trying to get Zer pussy? I'ma look at them weird.
Wait, what's Zer pussy? What's that mean?
What the fuck is a Zer?
That's someone's
That's
choice.
some New York shit.
What the fuck is a Zer?
It's a
So not-
pronoun.
I'm pretty sure it's a
Zer.
Pokemon. I'm pretty sure it's a
It's
Pokemon.
more of a neologism, by the way. It's new pronouns that are being introduced as people
Fox.
choose them.
Fox.
Yes, there are. And it's again,
Fox.
like they said, Pokemon. Way too much shit is happening.
I identify as
necessarily.
king of everything.
Fox.
Bounce
So
me.
the pussy is
Let me
evolving.
educate you.
So does it
Don't put
necessarily
radios
hurt
in that shit
you?
now.
Let's say you know someone enough
so
to
you
know
gotta
that they
catch them
want
all
those
since it's
pronouns.
all Pokemon edition. You gotta catch them all or what?
Male and
So
female.
let's say you know someone enough.
If you want to be Ash Ketchum,
So
Ask
I'm going to take
Captain.
the W on the pronoun saying against Clue here, and we're going to do the Zer thing. Let's say you know someone well enough to know that they want those pronouns. Does it hurt you at all to actually just use them?
yes.
No,
Painful.
it doesn't hurt me.
Wow,
Wait a
you're
minute.
fragile.
It does not hurt me.
Teriak, no, but
Fox.
Teriak said yes. Teriak,
Fox,
how the fuck are
Fox,
you that
hold up.
fragile?
You asked me a
It hurts
question.
me deeply.
You
I
asking
need to
me a
respect my
question,
world.
Fox.
Wait.
Let me answer. Let me answer Fox's question.
To be fair, Mel asked Clue. Let Clue
Yeah.
answer it. I want to go. What
No,
happened
I was asking
No,
you,
no,
Resla,
let
'cause
me
you were
let
the
me
one who brought
answer.
it up.
Clue said
Let me
no.
answer. You said hurt. I'm not bringing feelings into it. You said hurt. That's feelings. I'm not bringing feelings into this. You're either a male or a female based on what my eyes see. If
got
I
a question.
see a man, I'm gonna call him a man. If I see a woman, I'm gonna call her a woman.
Why are
Simple as
certain
that.
pronouns only certain pronouns acceptable, Melanie?
So to respond to Clue, if you see a man who looks like a woman,
Oh,
and
you avoid that
correct
question.
you,
Yeah,
right,
that's what
right.
Mel
Because
does.
only certain pronouns are
If he-
acceptable.
If he looks like a woman, I'm still gonna call him a man. That's just me.
But
Mel.
no, but you get it wrong at first, right? Because he looks like
It's
a woman.
not
so-
wrong. It's actually right because he was born a man.
No, but you would
Bobby,
think that
you
he's
have
a
that
woman,
video.
so you would use she, her pronouns.
Crazy person
Fuck the
position.
pronouns. I see a man. It's he.
Are you really so
his and
It's a
him?
food.
Are you
He,
really so
his, and
self-aware
him.
that you don't even
When I
realize
see a
that
man,
that's
it's
pronouns?
very simple.
Man.
I doubt that
Gentlemen.
you're really so lacking in self-awareness that you don't realize how you use
What do you mean
pronouns.
lacking?
Melanie.
Fatty actually has a perfect video to do this. He has a
What do you
perfect
mean
example.
lacking? What do you mean I'm lacking? What does that
Say
mean?
you're lacking. You're lacking in everywhere. You're lacking.
Yeah, you're lacking. Yeah, you're lacking.
You get some,
You're lacking everywhere.
They're like, man, I see a man, I
you're
fuck
lacking-
it. What
you're
y'all
lacking
problem
in your
is? You know?
progress. You're lacking in your skills. You're lacking in the
No
better
such
music.
thing as
Lacking.
gender.
You know,
Resla.
you know what? No,
Resla. There's no such thing as gender. Gender's fake.
Everything
There's also
about the
no such
Clue studio is lackluster. That's what I just.
It's a Fugazi. It's a Fugazi.
well, also critical thinking must be fake too, because no one here seems to be doing it.
Y'all crazy.
Damn.
I'm critically thinking right now, Fox.
So you,
I'm
being dogmatic,
I'm
is
critically
like,
thinking right now,
There's some
Fox.
criticism going
You'd
on. and
rather-
You're not picking
Critically
up what you're
thinking.
putting down,
you'd
bro.
rather use dogma to figure these things out.
It's not
than
dogma.
It's not
It's reality.
dogma.
Wait.
It's
No,
biology.
Here's
Biology.
the thing. No, that was a very good thing, and I'm very intrigued by it. Mel, why would you call it dogma?
Because there's
Right.
clearly an element of uncriticality to it, where he's taking what he assumes to be
Uncriticality, is that a
where
word?
he is- yeah, I'm gonna finish it. It's where he's taking
That's what she said.
what he takes to be a complete
He.
truth,
And then when he's presented with new information that that either adds nuance or refutes it as an absolute claim, he refuses. He refuses to reflect on the possibility that he may
the new information is
but dogma is living with the results of other people's thinking, and that's
the new information
that's not an
is
absolute.
false,
Nobody has to.
Wait,
Nobody has to.
stop. I hear what you're saying and taking in new information, right? But the new information, at least according to him. But wait, stop. At least when the new information gets presented, right? It still has to go through a process of analysis to determine if that thing is actually true.
Yeah, if it's an absolute or not. And that's what I was saying.
Right, but all he keeps saying is that
hold on, Melody. Let me finish what I'm saying real quick. Dogma is the
uncritical.
results of living with other people's thinking, right? And I don't have to do that. I have
No,
the choice
that's
to
a
do that or
selective
not to
definition.
do that.
There's another definition for dogma of living based according to ideology.
That's the same thing.
Yes,
somebody else's ideology.
And ideology.
That's somebody else's
is a
way
set
of thinking.
Information handed down that does not involve critical thinking.
Regardless, that is somebody else's way of thinking that I'm
me pointing out
being
the
asked to
uncriticality
conform
of it.
to.
Me pointing out the uncriticality of it is why I also called it
criticality.
No.
Can you spell that?
Hold on.
Spelling
criticality.
Can
you spell that?
Great example of this right now, right?
Use that in a sentence.
So in other words, the same thing you're saying. I'm not gonna put this up. I'm not gonna expound that you're saying this, but just following the logic of what you've been putting out.
Shit.
Just put upon the logic that you brought so far, right? If we have plenty of people who have been giving new information based on our arithmetic, our numerical system of how we calculate, based on what we have known from many different people coming down the pipeline in our human history versus Terrence fucking Howard. Are we supposed to just accept his new information as fact?
No, we're supposed to take the shit that we learned at school in Schoolhouse Rock as fact. You know what I mean?
So this is why
I'll give an example. One sec. Let me give an example, right?
Am I supposed to answer this at any point?
The actual critical thing that we have said, right, is that, like, for example, when you, when they asked you in terms of like the definition, you gave like a 2-minute thing where you went on this whole kind of like, well, when we look at sex, and then when we break down the thing, and like 2-minute fucking thing, right?
Stop smoking weed. You're getting really bad time
versus actually simplified.
Can I ask Terriac a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Terriac, why are you gay?
When you guys get to your question,
please call me Mister.
That's the question I wanted to ask Terriac.
When you guys go to your question, I would actually like to hear that response from Mel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just really quick, by the way. I mostly directed that at Clue because Clue just keeps reiterating that it doesn't exist, even though I've given various ways that it not only exists, that we use it in day-to-day life.
Gender does not exist, Fox. It does not.
It does
it's made up.
Bro.
It's made up for political reasons.
Let me give the example, right? So, like, the reason why, like Clue saying it doesn't exist, it like, or you're giving him the information and he's just like saying, no, this is not good enough, is because it's like you're overcomplicating a simple issue. Like, I'll give you a real life example. When Apple released the iPhone with the touchscreen, Bluetooth decided not to go with the touchscreen and to keep the buttons. Which design held out through time? The touchscreen. Everybody switched over to touchscreen. Nobody's using buttons anymore. Why? Because the touchscreen was simpler. It was a simpler process. You don't have all these different fucking buttons, all these different pronouns we have to fucking use. It's just one fucking screen. You know what I mean?
Well, unfortunately, about BlackBerry.
So, like, that's for example. And the funniest thing is, right? Furby would say that God doesn't exist because you can't prove it. Yet Furby's there, like, denying, like, swearing blind that gender exists, but they can't prove it.
I literally just proved it because when we use pronouns, we have to use signifiers of gender that are not our genitals and not
gender
our
does not exist, Fox.
What is a Z? What is a Zer? What is Z?
It does not exist.
You are living.
Stop living that lie, Fox.
You're in the Marxist construct. Things that we need to make very clear right now. So far in the conversation, you've only presented things you haven't proven.
Right. So, can you name me an example of when you use someone's pronouns that involves something that necessitates their genitals or their chromosomes? Because I've already pointed out there can be men who look like women who you would think are women until they say, no, actually, I'm a man, by the way. I've met them. And I'm just asking you, until they either tell you or express their gender one way or another using clothing, makeup, or lack of it.
Or you wind up in a Motel 6.
Wait. I will tell you based on my own personal, I've definitely seen men that look very feminine, but at the same time. Never to the point where I ever thought that they were actually of that particular gender.
Without the clothes, you can tell.
Bro, I seen some yeah, without the clothes for sure. But I seen some
Saturday
studs
Night
that look
Live
crazy.
is a
though.
rarity at
right?
best.
What does wearing a dress tell you about someone, right? That even if they're not masculine or feminine in other ways, that they at least internally identify as a woman.
Because the clothes are outer.
I understand that, Mel. It never changed my perception to make me think that I need to treat them as a woman.
So nobody can force you to do anything. It's more about whether or not you want to be respectful to somebody. And I think if someone's asking you to use a certain set of pronouns because they appreciate it, there's no reason not to be a dick.
Well, no, it's not. It depends.
Let me take this.
Wait, hold on.
I think affirming a delusion is disrespectful.
I'm gonna do this without trying to be condescending and disrespectful or anything, right? Here's my stance when it comes to the idea of respect. Period. This is just me. No one else has to follow this. I am one of those people that it's just the way I am. Just because you suck oxygen on Earth does not mean that you inherently get respect. Respect is earned.
Sure.
Well, that's like me saying that fire is hot, and all of a sudden, because I said fire is hot, now you call me a bully.
Let me change this respect real quick to common decency, just so that way we're more maybe at a better understanding of what I meant. I might have missed.
Wait a minute. Before you carry on with that, because Mayo Monkey had some shit to say. Go ahead, Mayo.
Hold on. How is me lying to you common decency to you?
Well, first of all, it's not a lie. Trans people.
It is a lie. It is a lie, Fox. It's a lie.
Just saying that doesn't make it true, right? So I'm going to explain to you why.
No. It is a lie.
No, it is a lie.
Trans people do
I explained that.
You are not a woman. It is a lie.
Just because it looks like the magician saw the bitch in half doesn't mean he actually done it. Just because you look like a woman doesn't actually make you a woman.
So here's why.
Who is speaking right now?
So here's why it's wrong. Trans people do actually identify with that internally. They're not lying to you about who they feel like they are inside.
Just because you think of something doesn't mean you're
you are lying.
Because you think you understand biology.
You are lying.
And an anorexic thinks they're overweight. By
When
me
you look
affirming
down
their overweightness, I am endangering their life.
And by you affirming someone's gender dysphoria by telling them they ought to be something else, you're also endangering their life.
No, I am telling them what they actually are.
Fox.
But you're wrong.
When that person looks down between their legs, what do they see? Do they see a penis? That's a dude.
Fox. Can I say something to Fox? Please, everybody, please, let me talk to Fox. Nobody has ever successfully
Why don't you get a little closer and watch you whisper in her ear, Clue.
Yeah.
Nobody has.
Yeah,
Hold up, y'all. Let me talk to. Everybody. Nobody has.
You yelling.
Nobody has successfully transitioned from man to woman and from woman to man. Nobody.
Like
no human on Earth has ever done that.
I'm sure there are plenty of trans people who would say they successfully transitioned by achieving their transition goals.
None has ever done that.
Because you're just asserting this with no basis.
Let me tell you why, Fox. Fox, let me tell you why. Because switching sex from male to female is more than just genitalia. It's more than just what's going on between your legs.
Wow.
All right? It's your brain. Amazing. Your brain is still female.
Wow.
Even if your brain is still male, even if you hack your dick off. Your brain is still male. Your brain doesn't change. Your brain controls everything in your body.
What causes sexual dimorphism in the brain? What's the driver of it?
Mental illness.
Dimorphism.
Yeah, sexual dimorphism, either having a feminine or a masculine brain. That's dimorphism.
Putting a special name
all that
on a
happens in
mental
your brain,
illness
Fox.
does not change that it's a mental illness.
No, I'm asking.
What I'm saying.
When the brain develops to be sexually dimorphic, how does it know that it should be a male or a female brain?
What I'm saying is, Fox.
So you don't know,
Born
right?
a male. When you're born a male, you will die a male. That's guaranteed.
So what you're wrong with, though?
There's nothing that surgery can do about that.
So what you're wrong with,
if you're born a man, you're gonna die a man. Guaranteed. There's been no instance where somebody who was born a man died a woman. Never happened ever. Ever.
Your brain contains chromosomes.
True.
That are XX or XY, so it knows.
Thank you, Carpenter.
What it is.
Guaranteed.
It actually, the signals from the XX and XY chromosome do not create sexual differentiation in the brain. What does is testosterone levels in the prenatal environment. So, like in the womb.
That's incorrect. Incorrect, Fox. Incorrect.
I actually have literature that
born a man,
this.
you die a man. You're born a woman, you die a woman. 100% of the time.
Every strand of DNA in your body is encoded with that.
No, you're making a naturalistic fallacy here.
No, I'm not.
What actually happens, by the way, there's many different ways that DNA can turn into phenotype, and one of the things is that stages along development signaling molecules that are either present or not present to varying degrees are what cause sexual dimorphism. The strongest signaling molecule is testosterone in the prenatal
all
environment.
in your head.
And it creates a genetic freak that is a rarity.
So that's pretty mean because most phenotypes diverge from genotypes.
Are penises ever considered vaginas? Ever?
Never.
When they're
are they?
When they're
does an adult
penises are never
female
considered
human
vaginas.
being
You're
have to
crazy.
dilate her vagina to maintain it to be open?
So you're making.
Hey guys, I know you. Oh wait, I know you guys. You want to argue this out? You want to argue this out? But do me a favor. Hey, BSR, just do me a favor. Just show me your camera real quick.
Oh, we all know Bay Street Racer.
I don't know.
I don't know who BSR is.
I can vouch for him.
know.
Sorry, sorry for vouching for how much people can vouch for him.
Yeah, I don't
goddamn
know.
self.
It was just straight up letters. I don't.
Camera lives matter.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm just taking precautions because a lot of stuff has been taking place of late.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah,
a lot of porn bombing, all kind of weird shit.
Shut up, Kevin. I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. Stop yelling.
What's up, Kev?
Stop yelling.
I'm your
Goddamn.
I got you, man. I got you. Let's see. All right, guys, go ahead. What were you saying?
So I just want to point out, like, you don't seem to understand what causes a sexually dimorphic brain, but you seem to have this a priori knowledge, definitely not a posteriori, that the genitals must match the brain. That's not actually how it works. There's many steps in between, many drops that contribute to the bucket of human behavioral biology, even sexual human behavioral biology. So assuming it's just one thing makes you very prone to error.
Fox, it's all in your head, though.
Assuming that the freak is
Fox,
the normal.
Hold up for
prone
a
to
second.
error.
Hold up for a second. Fox, it's all in your head, though.
Sure. Yeah. No.
Everything you just said is in your head.
And it's not in the biology of your head either.
Well, no, that's the thing is that, like, your somatic biology versus your psychological biology can diverge heavily, and that doesn't make you a freak. That's actually very common. Metabolism and psychology do not always go hand in hand, even though they can be very correlated, and even have some feedback.
So, Fox.
One sec.
Fox, can somebody be born a man and die as a woman? Fox, answer.
Yes, because they can die as a transgender woman.
Okay, yes.
How is that possible?
But a transgender woman.
How is that possible? No. How is that possible,
broken, dude? Your brain is so. I don't even know how to answer you because your brain is literally that broken.
Yeah. So
how can somebody be born a man and die a woman? How is that biologically
transgender woman?
Wait. Well, hold on, Clue. Hold on, Melanie. Let Mayo say what he got to say.
Yeah, you cannot answer in a way that makes sense. That's the only way you can discount what I'm saying.
Especially not to people with cognitive dissonance.
Because there's no such thing as a transgender woman.
Thank you,
it is a man pretending to be a woman.
But see, this is going back to you being like ideological and not really thinking like, it's biological. A transgender woman right now.
Just saying stuff is not going to make it true,
I am talking to a delusional person suffering from a mental illness.
No, I don't think you're capable of classifying.
You're just saying stuff and hoping that it's true.
The mental illness, because mental illness is gender dysphoria. That's actually what we treat, right?
Yeah. So, Mel, can a woman become a trans woman?
No.
I'm gonna jump in here real quick.
I mean,
Oi. Wait, what do you think? What do you think, BSR? You're kind of low.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear
still a
you.
little
It's
light.
kind of low.
Really low.
Yeah, you can you boost up your volume a little bit?
Yeah, 1 second.
So do you need
Put some
Terry, do
bass
you
in
need
your
the
goddamn voice,
oversimplified
BSR,
answer, or
goddamn.
do you need the realistic nuance answer?
Just yes or no.
So
So to be oversimplified, no.
Yes, but like given your definition, you said that a man can die a woman. So by
Yeah,
your
a man-
extension,
a man can die
a woman can become a trans woman, correct?
No.
Okay, so then by your own
Wait a minute,
definition,
hold on, Terry,
one sec. By your own definition, a woman cannot become a man.
Dude, you're just doing false equivalency right now and being like,
No.
oh, you're doing
By
the
your own
false
definition, if a woman can't become a trans woman,
No, it's just a
firstly, they're two
non-sequitur.
distinct things, which means trans women aren't women, and you're also saying that a woman can't become a man.
You're just doing a non sequitur.
I'm not doing non sequitur. I'm following the
No,
logic
it's actually
through.
very valid. Actually,
Alright,
here's
Bob,
one.
what it
Does
do?
the
You ever-
flying
you ever
spaghetti monster
realize-
exist, Melanie?
You ever wonder why your reductios go nowhere, by the
Were there
way?
any
Well,
absolute
no, because
in your
by your
mind?
own definition, if a woman could become a man, A equals A. That means by your own definition, because you're saying a man can become a woman, by also essence, a woman can then become a man and then become a woman again. So by your own definition, a woman should be able to become a trans woman, but they can't.
doing the same thing that Blind was doing earlier.
Destroyed.
I literally said yes.
Destroyed,
because
Mel.
you can be a transgender woman, so you're
No, you already fucked up.
oversimplifying my
You already fucked
response.
up. You put your foot in your mouth. Fucked up.
Yeah,
Destroyed.
for a second. You have to
didn't wash your goddamn
was
feet.
doing this earlier. He was
All right, wait,
avoiding
wait.
hot
All right,
topics
guys,
in
give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hey, BSR, just check your volume real quick.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's still a bit low. Let me
I
take
can
a
hear
look
him.
right now. Let me take a look.
I can barely hear him.
So BSR, speak right now.
All right, can you hear me now?
I can hear
Better.
you.
Go a little bit louder, Resla, if you can.
It's
Turn
better.
that shit up a little bit more.
All right. How about now?
All right, so I'm trying my best here. Can you hear me
That's
now?
good.
Or if not, okay. If you guys can hear me,
yeah.
then
Yeah,
I'm
you're
good.
perfect now. You're
I can
perfect now.
hear, you
Okay,
sound
perfect.
good, bro.
So this is the problem that I have with Melanie is the last time that we were on a panel, we were going back and forth. He said that this is just cognitive dissonance, but the fact of the matter is that transgenderism is just cognitive dissonance in of itself, because they think that they are, even though they're born with a fucking penis, they think that they're a woman. They can never have a child. They can never have a child. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how, whatever surgeries that they
Can they
go
not
through,
save their
they
sperm?
they can never have a child. It doesn't
Can
matter.
they put their sperm in a sperm bank?
Oh, can they put their sperm in the sperm bank?
Trans
Okay,
woman.
so that means that,
Sorry.
okay. So wait, hold on.
Can that
Wait,
sperm
okay,
meet with
Melanie,
sperm and
here's
make
the
a
thing.
baby?
You can put your sperm in the sperm bank, and then you can get a woman pregnant, but you cannot be pregnant.
Surrogate mothers, they're very common.
Yeah, surrogate. Perfect, great. You can't be pregnant because you're not a man. This is
Yeah, no one's claiming that.
cognitive dissonance
No
in of
one's
itself.
claiming that, idiot.
Don't say
that's
don't say
exactly you don't need to do this.
You were saying that the whole time. What are you talking about?
BSR, you don't even need to go this far. We've already destroyed the point, because by Mel's own definition, a man can become a woman, right? And in order for a woman to become a man, he must be able to pick up every single category. And by Mel's own definition, men can become women, which means it logically holds that if A becomes A, right, which we're all saying is B, but A becomes A, by sheer definition, that must require that a woman can become a man and then become a woman again, but you denied that here in front of everybody. So your whole position is inconsistent and illogical. Get wrecked.
So the fact that you included my qualifier,
It's a
that my
fugazi. It doesn't exist.
So the fact that you included a qualifier, that my
Forza Ferrari, tutti la Ferrari.
Hold up. Because here's the truth of the matter. At the end of the day, we're just gonna run around the circle. The purpose, and again,
No, I would like a chance to respond instead of getting railroaded.
No, I got
Go
you.
ahead.
But the idea of you standing your ground, not a problem with whatsoever. But when
I'm going to respond to his logic, and I want a chance to do that to show him that I'm not scared of him making logical claims. Because Kiriak,
stop it.
You took my particulars. You took my
But
particulars.
the simple fact
you said
that
they
you're
must be
trying
all
to
inclusive.
Wait,
That is not
guys,
fucking dumbass.
My thing is, if you're gonna all dogpile, I just gotta ask you this very thing: do you think it's going to change Mel's mind?
No, of course
No,
not.
because
No,
she's
it's
mentally
not.
ill and can't get the right treatment currently.
Why are you
Well,
trying?
here's the issue, Resla. It's that Mel keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's why. That's why.
I was on, by the way.
That is why Fox is here. So we can talk about transgender.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing.
Whenever Fox shows up on the panel, we're going to talk about transgender.
People bring it up. Yeah, you guys bring it up.
Here's my thing. Let me just say hell for the hell of it. You're right. Mel comes in, Mel keeps mentioning it, and then you guys keep doing this. Are you hoping that by slinging shit against the wall that something will stick?
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that the conversation won't be there.
Honestly, to be honest,
We're talking about transgender.
Anytime that I see Mel on panel,
Mel wants.
I do appreciate that Mel comes up on panel and they're willing to talk about this stuff. I do appreciate that. But yes, in terms Resla, with what you were saying, yes, we're hoping that we're throwing pretty much every single freaking just logic, every single piece of logic we're throwing out on the wall. We're hoping that it's just going to stick.
Mel's been on the internet for quite some time now. How successful could you say that you've been?
But no, Resla, this is not even the thing. No, because this is not because what Mel does is Mel comes in and makes a claim that you guys aren't even being you guys are giving information, you're not being critical. But we've just demonstrated, because like this is the thing, like Mel tries to act as though like Mel doesn't get a chance, all this kind of shit. But we're actually being quite good faith and honest, like explaining our position.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like basically just going in it, and I'm just like, you're not making any ground.
All right, Resla. When do you give up on an alcoholic or a drug addict?
Very early for me.
Like, don't pretend you're coming from a point of
very
no
early for me
to listen.
Actually, we have been listening.
No, I actually come at it from a very impersonal point of view.
And to answer that question, like, it's just me, maybe, but I give up very quickly when it comes to what I consider to be, no disrespect to you, Mel, lost causes. I'm just not going to keep wasting my time.
Fox, you were born a man. You're not going to die as a woman.
Here we go again.
Okay.
The cycle repeats itself.
Okay. You're
crash in,
you're
crash out.
You're not going to die as a woman. You're not a woman.
Moment. You're never going to have that Pinocchio
let me tell you
moment.
something. Let me tell you something. If you were a woman,
thank you for trying, by the way, Resla.
Oh no, it's not even a matter of trying. It's just a matter of like literally beating your fist upside the wall and hoping that the more, like, either you're gonna go somewhere else, or you're gonna try to scale it. But like the idea that you punch in the wall that is just gonna it's not working. Many people have tried.
Guess what? There's an audience that's watching too, and they're being bombarded with this false information.
Likewise,
I hear you, Mel. But here's the thing: everybody's hoping they're going to be David to the Goliath. And when I hear a whole bunch of guys screaming at Mel, you're only solidifying the point for them.
But let me say this:
it's my narcissistic supply.
Hold up for a second, Fox. If you were a woman, you'd be a woman. You would not be a trans woman. You'd just be a woman.
Can the term
you
woman
would fit in with the rest of the women?
Can the term woman not include trans women?
That's the point I'm bringing up is
by your own definition, it's different. Yeah, so it would exclude that. Yeah.
If Fox was a woman,
different how?
Then Fox would be just a woman, not a trans woman.
In their definition, the way in their words, the definition of woman would be changing by simply having the first word trans hyphenated before the word woman. That's the point that they're making.
Once you bring in the word trans, then you're not a woman.
If I call,
which makes it not. It's just like when you put social in front of justice. It changes the meaning of justice.
Exactly, Mayo. Exactly.
If I call women who are assigned female, let me ask a question, please.
Or the word natural in front of talent.
If I call women who are assigned female at birth cisgendered woman, Does that
They're not
change
assigned female
the
at
fact that
birthday
they're a
parties.
woman?
What do you mean assigned?
Wait, I don't wait. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't know really cisgender women.
Cis is the opposite.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. Let me stop everybody. Hold up.
I do not know biologically born women to sit there and start naming themselves, identify themselves as cis.
So where the cis comes from is CIS.
Cis,
it's the opposite of trans.
Cis is the nigga. Cis is the nigga for straight people. Cis is the word that
we don't need to do it. I understand where the terminology comes from. The word I used was identifying as.
Right. And so whether or not they realize it, cisgendered woman identifies cisgender woman and not transgender woman. Transgender woman identify as transgender woman and not cisgender woman. They both identify with. I would love to land my plane. I would just love to land my plane for just real quick, right? Because they both identify. I just want to point something out. I just really need to point this out.
Wait a minute.
I need to point this out.
When you say cis, you calling straight people niggas.
Hey, man.
Okay? That's the N word for straight people. Cis is the N word for straight people.
Hold up.
Just do a quick
cis
cam in the back.
comes from Latin, and it means on the side of, which would separate it from woman.
It can also be like a state of conformity, right? Are you conforming to something, or are you in disconformity with it?
But they're not conforming to their gender.
Right. Trans women do not conform to the
Let Resla do the sound check, and then we get back to it.
Quick put up. There are rules. Quick cam up. 4 panel up. Another thing is that there's no free speech on YouTube. I know people like to lose their mind over that one. Please engage on whatever the topic is that they're currently going through. I always say this as well. Fuck your personal shit. And I don't have a problem perma-banning people. So backstage, just let me know real quick, and then you can be up to freely join everybody else. You got to meet that first threshold for me, buddy. You ain't got to stay on cam, but I just need to know you're a real individual. I need to know if you're a real boy.
I'm a real boy.
All right, I guess until we get some headway on that, guys, just continue your conversation.
Yeah, so let me break this down. One second. Let me break this down really simple for Mel, right? Because we'll apply the laws of logic, okay? What Mel is trying to claim is that A equals A, that women and trans women, they're basically the same. They both use women, right? A is equal to A. But when I actually asked Mel, can a woman then become a trans woman? Mel said no. So by even Mel's own faculties, Mel is saying that women are A is not A. Because can a woman become a woman? Yes, true. A equals A. But when you try to say woman equals trans woman, A does not equal A, but your own definition, motherfucker. You just literally said it in front of everyone. Fucking like not even 10 minutes ago. What the fuck are you talking about?
So reality is inherently nuanced, and the problem is that you demanded a simple yes or no with something that had a complex
Reality
answer.
is rarely nuanced.
So
it's actually
reality,
very simple. It's a simple yes or no.
That transgenderism is an entire umbrella that encompasses.
It's literally a logic circuit.
No, your brain breaks so quickly. It's so funny.
I'm gonna try to meet you where you're at. It's even if you want to say it's like more of a complex thing. Is it so complex that naturally biologically born women have a problem identifying themselves as women?
No, and I want to land that plane in a second as well. But I will point out that the answer, when I said yes to that, you're only getting a W because it's so simplistic it can't apply to the reality, such a reality that transgender women are not only the women who apply to the opposite binary of womanhood, but may also include non-binary women or, gender fluid ones who don't always even feel like women. So when we consider nuance, the answer is actually yes.
This is what's called muddy in the water. Shifting the goalposts, muddy in the water.
Great statement. But I do have a question, and since you're the only person that somehow is representative of it, can you explain to me what womanhood is?
So womanhood is a collective and personal simultaneously experience that is both shared but individual of women of starting off as a girl and growing up as a woman. Now, I wanted to land my plane for
Which
something
you
earlier,
did
right?
not do.
I wanted to land my plane
not
on
do
something
that.
earlier.
How do you even know what that is?
I wanted to land my
You
plane.
didn't
not a
do
woman.
that.
Earlier. I
You're
want
not
to
a
land my
woman. How
plane
can you tell?
something
it's
earlier.
You did not
it's
start off as a
Y'all need
girl.
to calm the fuck down.
It's
and let me
international
explain
Fox,
something
also.
you
earlier.
did not
You're
start
gonna
off as a
describe
girl.
what
You're
a
all
woman
getting
is,
really
but
confused.
you're not a woman.
I'm
You
giving.
didn't
I'm going
start
to,
off as
I'm
a
going to
girl,
explain something
Fox.
very clear for you. I'm going to explain. I'm going to make something very clear and
Excuse me.
simplistic for you.
Excuse me.
You want me to? You want me to
Excuse me.
simplify
Wait.
things, right?
How about the other
Excuse
Sorry,
woman
Mama
that's
hasn't
actually
had a
up
chance to
here?
talk, and I want to give her a chance to talk. But just to be clear, I have
You
something
want to
I
give
really
her a chance. This ain't your
Melanie,
channel.
this isn't your panel.
This is not your channel. You can't give anybody a chance to do anything.
Hey, can you just like put your diapers away?
Lou, there's actually a woman here on the panel that's been very quiet, waiting to speak. The moment I hear her voice, I would like to actually hear it. Mama, what were you about to say? Because I heard your voice finally.
Mel, I'm not going to call you Melanie because you're not the feminine form. You're Mel. You were born a male.
Melvin.
I want you to tell me how I am a woman and how I differ from you and how Alexandria differs from you and how all the other women sitting over here in the chat differ from you. Why are we women? Define me as a woman.
W mama.
So you're cisgender, which means that you're assigned female at birth and you continue to identify as a female throughout your life. You typically will have, like on average, you'll have a shorter stance, wider hips with a different kind of structure to them, more anterior pelvic tilt, larger breasts, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to get too deep into the biology, but overall, you also have much different reproductive capacity and chromosomes. To some degree, you will have different hormones, although because of exogenous hormone replacement therapy, it's totally possible that my hormone levels could, in some ways, could be even higher than yours. One of the key things about what differentiates us is not so much that our biologies are supposed to be the same. Nobody is, by the way, claiming that, aside from hormone replacement therapy definitely feminizes somebody. It's that like you identify as a cisgender woman, which we can just say woman, that's fine too. And I identify as a trans woman. I'm not going to identify as a cisgender woman, and you're not going to identify as a trans woman.
Cis is the nigga word.
I would really like to
straight
explain.
people.
I've tried for 5 times.
When someone calls you cis, they're calling you a
You're all
nigga.
too afraid of this. You're
No,
all
perfect.
We're not afraid of it. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, you just provided a perfect example. A perfect example of why we switched to touch screens and blueberries no longer have buttons.
I'm making this super simple.
Perfect.
Yeah, you asked me to simplify things, but then you get mad when I do. So you should let me finish.
Yeah, so should be a simple thing.
So yes, and I'm making it simple right now. I'm making it simple right now. I'm making it simple right now.
And all of these, myself and all of the sisters, all of my female counterparts in the chat are not cis women.
Thank you.
Okay, so
thank you
cis
for saying that, Mama.
What I was going to say anyways. Cool. You can
Cis
disagree.
means
That's just
that
your
we're
opinion.
on the same side.
Melanie,
as you.
why don't you just
We are
allow
not-
her to
no,
speak?
it is not an opinion.
Okay.
It is not an opinion. It is a fact.
Okay. Cool. So I'm going to say what I was
Really
going to say. though.
interesting that the male feminist is overspeaking the woman.
None of you people have the capacity to listen. Do any of you have a capacity?
Cis, I'm gonna tell you what cis means. Cis
fact
that's
is
the N word for straight people. That's what they call us. That's what they call us. The norm, the normal people.
Cis means you're a bitch. Cis means you're a bitch.
Cis is the nigga word for straight people.
That's
crazy.
Yeah.
That's them calling us niggas.
But it's true. But
Is
it's
he
true.
wrong though, Resla? Is he wrong?
No,
he's not.
He's not.
Yes.
No, cis means you're a bitch. That's fucking retarded. Get the fuck out of here.
Kieran, shut up. So
No, you shut up.
I'm going to try to say this thing for the 6th time now. And let's
Melanie,
see
if you're really trying to convince anybody of your argument, you are doing a terrible job.
You're just too
And
fragile.
the only person
You're
you're
doing a
convincing is yourself.
terrible job. You couldn't even convince the one actual real woman on the panel.
I clearly win because you're all too afraid of me.
You know why? Because you overtalked her. Because you're rude.
Yeah, so Mel, do you still just gonna say rude? Just gonna say no. Hang on, Mel. Do you still have balls?
Oh nope, I don't. But first of all, don't you know that was a crazy comment? I do have a
Want to hear me slap them against the mic?
I do have a question.
Nice one, Mel.
Wait, I do have a question. I'm gonna bring it forth to you, Mel, first, being that you seem to be the point of contention, and then it goes on to the rest of the panel after I ask the question. Because it's gonna fall on the premise of what the stream started on. Do you think, just based on the opinions that have already been and the perceptions have been lobbed at you, right, that part of the community that you are part of is part of the death of the traditional masculinity role?
Sorry, can you repeat that last part? I didn't.
That was a weak question. That's a weak question. Yeah.
It's a what?
It's a weird question. Like, can you make it more simple?
Like, can I just ask?
I'm sorry. You couldn't keep up.
Are you asking, like, did I just never, like, could I never identify as a man growing up?
I'm saying I'll just say for people who are trans, are they, quote, part of the death of traditional masculinity?
So for trans men or trans women?
Yeah, so Mel, he's trying to bring the topic back to the
Eric, I can speak myself. I need.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah,
sorry, bro.
So you're losing me when you say, like, are they part of the depth? Or are they depth?
So there is already a thing that's over here that men are the idea of the traditional masculine male is dying, that we are being killed out here.
Oh, are we the death? Sorry. Yes. Now.
Yes. The death. Yes.
No, because I think you will also have trans men who will adhere more strongly to
trans men can suck my dick, you fucking idiot.
Okay.
Out of here.
So I do have a question about that. So you said there are trans men that will, sorry, what were you saying?
That will uphold traditional masculine values.
More than the actual biological men?
No, just as much.
Just as. Okay.
So
panel?
people will cosplay.
So can I ask a question real quick?
Sure. Please.
So, Melanie, you just had a big contention with the actual woman on the panel, and you were essentially telling the woman, who is actually a woman, that she doesn't know what she's talking about. How can you say, as a transgender woman, that an actual woman has no idea what she's talking about?
I said that question. On particular uses of cisgender and transgender, she doesn't seem to have an opinion, or she only has an opinion on this. None of this is rooted in any fact or basis beyond what she wants, what she seems.
Well, the fact of the matter is that she has a vagina and you don't. So that's the fact.
That is correct.
Oh yeah, another thing, she has a period.
Yeah. See, I've got a question. Her opinion about what a woman is long before I would trust a dude who believes he's a woman.
Well, you sound like a head nodder because I have a feeling if a woman.
No, don't do that, bro. That's so fucking bad.
I have a feeling if a woman were to come in here and say the things I'm saying, you would say she's mentally ill.
I want to hear
Fox. You were born a man.
I also have 4 children, 14 grandchildren, which guarantees that my genetics move on. You don't.
Yeah, that's all good. Will. That's all good. But do you understand what
people aren't fruit flies?
Do you understand what you do? Do you understand what you do?
Man. You will not. You will die a man.
Yeah. Shut up, bro. Hang on. So, do you understand?
You will die a man.
I fucking forgot the question. I don't think I was able to answer it in its entirety, but that's okay.
Yeah, so I actually do. Question that was asked, and it is: is trans the ideology trans? I'm sorry, Mama.
Do you understand?
Let's try this. Apparently, people have a problem working together. So apparently, I gotta put you up. I would like. No, no. Apparently, people have a problem working together because you all keep talking to each other.
Bruh,
So,
use the mute button, Rez.
Thank you, Gemini.
I ain't no nigga. I ain't no fucking Gemini. What the fuck? You know better than that. I don't believe in that shit.
So,
by the way, Kieran, you're clipping. Kieran, you're clipping.
Oh, your sound is horrible. His sound is horrible.
I have a question for
I know you do. I know you do. Mama, go, Brick, go, then Clue.
The answer that you gave me was a hello. The answer you gave me was a perfect medical textbook answer. You did not answer. You did not answer my question. You do not know what it is to be a woman. You think you know, but you do not know.
I really
will
don't, I
never
don't remember
know.
you asking a question. I remember you coming in and saying a bunch of things, but
I was the one who asked the question.
You can,
yeah. Okay.
You can try
No,
to down.
Mama asked you what is womanhood.
You
Oh,
can
someone
try
else
to
asked that.
downplay. No, I ask you.
No, she
I
didn't.
asked
Someone
you-
else asked
I
what is
asked-
womanhood.
Don't try to
I
gaslight.
asked-
Mama literally asked you what is
Are you
womanhood.
like serious
You failed
question?
to
though?
answer.
Serious question. Are you drunk?
Stop.
Are you drunk?
Wait,
Mom, are you
stop,
drunk?
stop. I can tell this right now. Mel, already asked you now.
What?
Now she's asking you the question.
Oh, yeah.
Mel has no respect for women.
She's starting to sound kind of drunk to me. I'm just being honest when I'm
The
asking.
male feminist on the panel literally just tried to gaslight a woman.
No, I'm asking her if she's drunk. That's not gaslighting.
Just like blind from earlier.
Genuinely asking her.
Sorry,
If he's telling her she's drunk, you'd be gaslighting her.
I'm also the only medical professional in the room right now. So yeah, let's get into this. Now you've been sitting here. You've been
Are you
sitting
claiming
here.
to know more than biology than me?
You have been sitting here with your big line of bullshit,
Okay.
trying to convince yourself that you're a woman,
But you guys aren't doing that for yourselves right now.
and
Just to be
you
clear.
are not. You are an
No,
insult.
no, that was very medical. That was textbook. It was textbook medical right there.
You
That was
actually
textbook
insult.
medical.
You actually try to insult the
No, textbook
integrity
medical.
of women.
Melanie, you're absolutely rude.
I'm just waiting for her to say something medical.
Melanie, you're rude.
I'm just waiting for her to say something.
Melanie, you're rude.
I'm waiting for her to say
Shut
something medical.
up, you rude person.
Hold up for a second. Hold up for a second, y'all.
Stop.
Can I say something?
Mama,
Tiny violin
please.
time.
Can I say something?
No, I gave an order, but Mama, is there anything else you to say? Because I said Brick would be next, and then Clue, and then after those
No.
three, I would like Mel to respond, and then we can move on to some other people that may have something to say to Mel. But I like to do as calm as possible because when I let you all go at once.
Hold up, Kieran. One. Okay, I don't need anybody else to chime in when I'm speaking. Please allow me to speak. Kieran, you're clipping. Your sound is terrible. You might need to go out and come back in.
Kieran, you might have to check your mic.
Press.
You're coming in and out. It's crazy.
Want to go ahead and take care of that issue first. Love you, bro.
Want to ask one question?
Well, you're clipping. You will have to go back.
Kieran, we can't even hear what your question is. You're really breaking up bad.
Your mic is clipping. Your microphone is clipping. It's absolutely terrible, and I apologize. I know that you want to ask questions. I know this.
Resla, can I go?
I really do respect him.
You'll be right. Clue, you'll be right after the break.
Okay.
Yeah. So I really don't need anybody to chime in, please. So my view of things is that yes, trans ideology is absolutely destroying masculinity, because what happens is when men who believe they're women come into the conversation, we're no longer talking about doing things. We're talking about stupidity And that is not what masculinity is. Masculinity is doing things, being strong. And so this whole stupid conversation exists because a man believes he's a woman. That is terrible, and it is not masculinity. That's all I got to say.
That's a great point, Brick. Great point. But
Can I go?
So I know that
Wait. I want to hear from Clue. I want a response from Melody. BSR, you could be right after that.
No
Teriyaki, you could be right
no,
after that.
Can I be after that, Resla?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Melanie Cosmic Fox. If you are a woman, then why do we need trans women? If you are a woman, full woman, we don't need trans women. Trans women do not exist if you are a woman, Cosmic Fox. Am I right or wrong?
I can respond here, right? 'Cause it's my turn next.
I'm asking you a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I will do that. I will do that in order, just that way everyone feels like their question's being answered. So, Brick, you said that it's stupid.
No. Answer my question.
Well, no.
Go to the question that was asked of you. I asked you no questions, Melanie. I put my view out.
Well, Rick made a statement. He didn't necessarily answer a question.
I would like a chance to respond. Yeah.
Yeah. But I said, if Clue, that's what your question is, and you're stopping there, I did say after you, Melody can respond to you, Mama, or Brick. Now, after that, we can follow on to the rest of the panel, BSR, Teriyaki, and of course, Mayo.
Right. So, Brick, you said that it's stupid.
I don't need a response.
Cool. So you said it's stupid for people.
I don't need a response.
Okay. Brick, even if you don't need a response, Melanie's choosing to respond.
Well, if that is the case, then I would need a chance to respond after Melanie's response.
Then use your next chance to talk to do it.
Well, how about this? Why don't you let Resla make the rules on his own channel?
Rick, you've just
I
seen
would
Mel
like
stumble
Melanie
like the
to
last
respond to
4
what
main
I
points.
said.
So when your enemy's making a mistake, just like feed them more rope.
Yeah, let me
go
cook.
ahead, Mel. Go ahead, Mel. Yeah. Go cook yourself.
So you said it's stupid for men to identify as women. Just to respond to that, just because you're too stupid to understand why someone
you're a fucking retard
might not identify with their
you're
genitals.
a fucking retard, dude.
Doesn't make
you are a loser and a muppet and a retard.
Hey, Brick.
You want to call me stupid? I didn't call you stupid. I just
Brick,
said that the ideology is stupid.
Brick, you didn't want anyone to interrupt you.
I told you that I don't need somebody to respond to me.
You're acting really fragile right now.
I would
dude.
like Fox to respond
I'm
to what
telling
I
you
said.
right
Yeah, I need
now,
to get
this
the clue.
is the problem with masculinity, the death of masculinity, morons.
So, Clue, the categories matter in things like the health sciences and social justice, but like in your day-to-day interactions, you can treat them the same as like you would any other woman.
Yeah, but you are a full woman, correct? You're a woman, right? Is that correct? Am I correct or am I wrong?
So, again, this is where I have to ask: do you want the simplistic answer, or
I want
do you,
your answer to my question, please?
or do you want the nuanced answer?
No, I want the answer. Please answer me, please.
Okay,
Just
so
please.
he gave you an answer. He gave you an answer. Whether if it's simplistic, it should be rather short. If it's nuanced, that kind of gives to the point that there may be a chance that it's not a full-on woman. Is that the point that you're getting at?
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, if Melanie Cosmic Fox is a woman, then why do we need trans women?
I already pointed out the
There's
reasons.
no need for trans women if
I've already
Melanie
pointed out
is
the
a woman.
Why it would matter,
right?
like the health sciences and like discourse around discourse surrounding social justice. So just to be clear, I have answered that. And with your follow-up thing, just to be clear, do you want me to answer that still, or can you not accept?
So you answer my question is. So your answer to my question is you are a woman, correct?
Well, I think
I can give you no simple answer to that.
Why can't you give me a simple answer to that? Why can't
Because in 2025, society handles gender as not just being biological sex, but also gender identity and expression. And so, in all of those, in considering all of those things, right? If you mean just gender, which some people do when they say woman instead of female, then I can only answer you one way. I'm going to assume you mean all of it, to which I will say no.
So you're not a woman.
But I am in terms of gender identity and expression.
So you're not a woman.
Yes, this contradiction can co-occur because someone's genitals did not necessitate that someone will identify.
I'm not asking about genitals. I'm asking,
we just break the
Cosmic
second law of
Fox, is Cosmic Fox a woman? That's what I'm asking. Are you a woman?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes. Way more than a man.
Okay. So now that we know that you are a woman, why do we need trans women?
In your day-to-day interactions with people, you generally don't. These things matter in things like the health sciences and social justice.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
In
That
health
does not make
sciences-
sense.
Can I go now? Can I go now?
No, it's BSR first. BSR, what do you have to say?
So in health sciences, and I actually want Teriak to follow up with this because I know what Teriak's going to say. So in health sciences, that essentially means that you can literally have a child, which you obviously cannot. So that kind of makes your whole argument there just absolutely mute. It doesn't make any sense. And even going back to what we were talking about before, where Resla was saying, like, does any of our arguments make any difference? Probably not. But essentially for Melanie, it's not going to make any difference. But what we're just trying to say is just that this logic makes absolutely zero sense. You cannot be a woman without woman parts. It's just you physically can't be a woman without woman parts. You can act like a woman, sure, but you're still never going to be a woman. I mean that's just the absolute truth. And the thing is that you brought up biological science, and you're never ever going to be able to have a child on your own. Never. So that just kind of brings up the whole fact that you're not a woman at all. And this kind of brings up of what Clue was saying before, is why do we need transgender women? Because essentially transgender women don't exist. They literally do not exist. It's just it's a matter of mind. And I that's pretty much it. But Teriak, go on.
Yeah, so Rick, this is what I'm saying in terms of like you're a religious man, correct? When you're dealing with a Leviathan, which is what the trans ideology is, it is like the end, like fucking into the void, like the absolute destruction of masculinity. You are correct, but when a demon presents itself, what should you use? The logos, okay? When we look through the logic, Mel literally said, that's what I said, give him the rope, he'll fucking do it himself. He literally just said, you can have that contradiction. You can break the second law of fucking logic here and then say that your position is the most logical. Get the fuck out of here. You just admitted 4K HD on the Resla show, baby. This is gonna go viral. You literally just admitted that a woman cannot become a trans woman, but you're also saying a man can become a trans woman. Ergo, if a woman can become a man, then a man can become a trans woman, but you said no. Your logic is refuted, bitch.
I also think it's fucking absolutely hilarious that Melanie is trying to tell a woman how to be a woman. That's the funniest thing. Sorry. Never mind. I'm out.
I have a biological question.
We're all jumping. Okay.
Mayo.
Okay. Now, when a man has a vagina made into his body, why does he have to enlarge it every day? If not that his body knows that that is a wound and is trying to close it.
I think you're up, Melanie, and then after that, I want to have Marcus in.
So again, I have to go in order just so folks are aware, so that way everyone feels like I'm responding to what they're saying. BSR, no one is claiming that I can have a child. That is not a part of any sort of ideology about transgender people, to coin the Teriak's term. A woman is not merely someone who can bear a child. There's a lot more to it than that, like chromosomes, hormones, and their outward expression. The health science components of being trans is more about talking about like women have this set of needs, trans women have a different set of needs, and also being on hormone replacement therapy has its own risks and that you have to manage. So there's a huge and very relevant health science component of how to properly give people gender affirming therapy. Teriak, you brought up logic in this. I'm not going to lie, I don't remember what the opposite of a particular. Okay, right. So you were using logic and logos, but that I find that hilarious because I was using a particular when I talked about trans women being able to be, or men being able to become trans women, or vice versa with trans men. And the thing is that you tried to make that an exclusive or an inclusive, as if this is supposed to be everything that could be a woman, but it's not. A trans woman is a subset of the things that make up a woman. So before you even tell me about like, oh, you've won with logic, you can't even seem to figure out.
You said you are a woman.
You can't even seem to figure out logical syntax.
If you, by your own definition,
you told me you are a woman.
By your own definition,
you said you are a woman. You're a woman.
You said you're a subset of woman.
You don't need to be a trans woman because you're
trans
a woman.
Woman, a subset woman. You just said that.
Whoa. One person at a time.
I have to respond to Mayo.
Please, one person at a time.
So Mayo, dilation is not done to close wounds, by the way. It's only done after the walls of the neo-vagina have healed. It's done to maintain the shape and form, and there are some women who also dilate to do the same thing. In fact, dilation is a natural process of the vagina. The more you have sex, the more it will stretch out.
Wrong. But it's not. It's not needed
though.
Artificially.
Wrong, go ahead.
It's not needed artificially in women.
Okay, and
it's not a medical necessity because, as you stated earlier,
woman,
the body knows what it is.
Cosmic Fox, you're a woman. You don't need trans women. That's my whole point. If you're a woman,
is this free for
why
all
do
now?
we need trans women if you're a woman?
I haven't even gone yet.
Grown woman, Cosmic Fox.
Marcus,
we don't need trans women.
You said that. Hey, Marcus, have at it. Then it's a free for all.
Not like no disrespect to Mel, right? But I'm not here to attack her personally, but I'm just attacking the points. I think most people have tried, except for a few individuals that already have a contempt for each other on the panel. But yeah, I just think for the majority of the message was what Mayo said earlier about, it's about the rest of the audience. It's about the rest of the people that can be fall trapped to it, that can maybe going through a certain point in their life where they think they have to go through this change, this drastic change, which they may regret later, commit self-deletion or mental issues that they're going through. So I think most of the time it's a coping mechanism, and they want to somehow maybe think it makes them feel better or live in this delusion of a land. But hey, I'm all for the person too, that, hey, if you want to exist, fine. But I personally say just go find your own land, get your own island, build your own utopia. And I have no problem I'm not homophobic, but just find your own metric system, live on your own, see how long it lasts. If you want to live in that society, go for it. But I'm not for pushing a certain agenda either that can affect people's children.
Okay, so the problem with social contagion theory is that trans people do not show a strong ability to be pushed back in the other way. This is, of course, meaning trans-binary people, not necessarily the non-binary or gender fluid types. But what we see is that it's very unlikely that people who do this as a fad will do it consistently, right? We the people who study these sort of things. I haven't done research myself.
Well, I have a request, Resla. I would like to hear from Mama.
But I'm trying to do some scientific communication right now. So if social contagion theory were possible, we would see that something like conversion therapy would also be possible, but it never has its positive outcomes where its predicted effects are realized.
I just want to bring up Clue's main point here, because Clue's like trying to like do it for, like from like a foundational philosophical concept of, if you cede all this ground that Mel's talking about, you basically are supposed to muddy the lines between what a man and a woman is, which what it does is just destroys women. Because to grant Mel's utopian view, because Marcus brought up utopian, right? Let's grant the whole fucking argument that the human race gets to the stage where being a woman is just a phase. You could technically just be a phase. You can become a man and then become a woman again and become a man again, all this kind of shit. There is no distinction between man and woman. It's all like Heraclitus' fucking river. There's no fucking meaning whatsoever.
To be clear, most trans
this is the utopian worldview that men can just become women as a phase, pop out some kids, and then go back to being a man. That's the utopian worldview and all this kind of shit. But in that utopian worldview, man and woman has no distinction. It's just a phase.
To be clear, most trans
people are very consistent in their identity.
You're actually very much on point with what you had said earlier about like that demonic activity thing, because Melanie's actually being very disingenuous. The thing about it is, if she was really a woman, if he was really a woman, what he would do most likely is he would be very upset. You see, because women have a hormone. It's called estrogen, that when they're told something that they are believing is wrong, that estrogen tends to take over, right? And so they become very upset. So he is not displaying a very feminine attitude
and you're not
towards what we're
displaying a
telling him
scientific
or her.
understanding of anything.
So,
Yes,
so really, on its
believing
face,
the
he has
delusion
no idea what
just
she's talking
confirms
about.
the delusion.
You clearly believe your own delusions. You people are super confident in these things.
How much
that you
estrogen runs through
that
your
you
body?
also demonstrate scientific literacy every chance you get. Do you want me to go get my recent blood work? That'll tell
The
you.
fact that you are not upset by us telling you these things tells me enough that I need to know.
Melanie, if you're
usually wrong, and so you
Melanie,
no, because I know that with women, their physiology leads them to be upset over things when they're told that they are wrong.
So
this is a fact.
Let me explain why I'm not mad, right? Because you're constantly wrong.
Because you're a
about
dude.
How these
because
things
you're
work.
a dude. Yes, and you're
wrong
becoming
about them.
angry at it because you have a lot of testosterone running through your body.
Melanie,
this is a fact.
Hold up,
You just said I'm not getting mad. You should be more consistent.
No, upset.
Wait a minute.
I said upset.
Melanie, you are Melanie.
You're gonna say I'm a man again because it's not working.
I'm not saying you're a man. Melanie,
Okay.
You just admitted to me that you are a woman. That's what you said to me. You said you're a woman. So if you are a woman, then why do we need trans women? That's my question that you never answered.
So the
if
fact
you
that I'm
are
trans
a
woman-
full-grown woman, then why do we need trans women?
Are you gonna ask it for a third time, or can I answer?
Simple question.
It's not if I can't answer because you keep re-asking it, right? So when I meet people day to day, they treat me as a woman. The fact that I'm trans doesn't even need to counter that. It comes into play with like my doctor or my psychologist, and it comes into play with like social justice movements that fight for trans rights.
Melanie, why are
Wait,
you
you said you were a woman, not
Melanie, if you had a heart
Question.
attack,
Guys,
if
hold
you had
up,
a heart
hold up.
attack, is that
Hold on for a
doctor going to
second,
treat
guys.
you like a man or a woman?
Guys, hold on for a second.
Both of those sexes are treated the same during a
Let
heart
Clue
attack.
cook.
Hold
No,
on,
they're
hold
not.
on for a second. Hold on
Okay.
for a second. If you're a woman, why would you be concerned with trans? You're a woman. You're a female.
Because
Why
right
do you
now,
care? Why do you care about trans?
because trans rights are human rights, and right now trans rights are under attack.
But you're
you said you're
female.
trans.
No.
Trans
Hold up, everybody.
Said you're
are
woman,
no
and then you
trans
said you're
rights.
trans. Which one are you?
You are a female. Why do you care about trans?
I never said I'm a female. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
No, you said you were a
So
woman.
you're not a
You
female.
said
Wait,
that.
hold up. So
Just
Fox, you're
many
not a
women are
female
female.
anymore.
Many women,
Women
are
are
female.
female.
Not all females are
Yes,
women.
all women are female.
So what are you? What are you, Fox?
Oh, biologically speaking, I'm a male.
She's a
Okay.
sucker fish.
Okay, good. Okay, hold up. Fox said that he's a male. Okay, so where does the
Biologically.
whole female thing come?
Into gender identity and expression.
What does that
So
mean?
delusion.
What
so
does that
affirming
mean?
affirmation of
What
delusion.
does that mean?
So most people, for example, identify with their genitals. And so that's where they fall into the cisgender category, where their gender identity is pretty much does line up with what their genitals are, and you can make that assumption. For transgender people, though, we don't identify with our genitals, right? It doesn't necessarily determine how we identify
So-
internally or how we
And
wish to
how
express
come gender
ourselves.
affirming surgery exists?
Well, because to get rid of gender
If sex is
dysphoria,
different- if biological sex is different than gender, how come it exists?
well, because that difference in between our body and how we internally identify creates something called gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is treatable through gender affirming therapy.
No,
And
gender
truth.
dysphoria is what you suffer from.
Yeah, that's mental illness. That's truth. Truth will set you
Yes.
free, right?
So
Okay,
it
and
is
say,
a mental-
here's another question. Can biological males ever produce an umbilical cord?
No.
No. No.
No. Oh.
No. No.
Oh, so that's something you can't produce?
Sure. Yeah. But
Okay,
I
so
will
then
point
you're
out,
not a biological woman.
humans are not fruit flies.
You're not
right?
a biological woman, right?
The way our brains and
Are
its
you not a
behaviors
biological woman?
do not begin and end
Are
with
you not a
what our
biological woman?
uterus can or can't produce.
Are you a biological woman? Yes or no?
Have you not noticed that my answers, if you took my answers to clue, you could infer this without even having
Well,
to
I'm
ask?
asking you. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think you're wasting my time actually, because I kind of already answered
I'm
this,
sorry.
right?
I didn't realize what
What
I
was
was
my
on
answer
the
to
panel
clue?
with a
Well,
retard.
show me that you can retain information just a little
How about
bit,
this?
right?
Why don't you answer my question? Are you
No,
a
but
biological woman?
Can you at least admit that you cannot
Are you a
retain
biological
information?
woman?
Because I just answered this.
Are you a biological woman?
He's not. He's not.
Okay, so if you're all just going to ask me the same question, I'm just
I
gonna
am not asking you a question that I've asked you before.
No, but Clue
okay?
just asked me essentially the same thing.
I don't
and
give a damn what Clue asked you.
I am a
I'm
biological
asking you
male.
now.
I said
I'm
I
asking you.
said
Are
I'm
you a
male.
biological woman?
Yeah, so you are wasting my time.
So you're an idiot who won't answer the question. You're acting just as disingenuous as
Stupid
Blind was
questions
earlier.
get stupid answers.
You're a retard.
Brick. He said he's not a biological woman. I think
You're not a biological woman.
Yeah,
am I correct?
I said I'm not
So-
a biological
so you
female.
don't have the
Woman
parts
is a gender.
to produce
so-
anything that a woman produces, except for doo-doo, right? Which is
Actually,
coming out of
I'm-
your
I'm
mouth right now.
incredibly
You're an
attractive as a
idiot.
woman when I actually put
You're
effort
an
into
idiot.
it.
You know what an idiot is? You know what the definition of an idiot is? It's the same as stupidity.
And
It's
that coming
expecting
from an
different
idiot is
results
really rich. 'Cause
whenever you do the
you're
exact same thing
scientifically
over and
illiterate,
over
dude.
again.
Dude, you're
That is what an
scientifically
idiot
illiterate,
is.
and all you
You're
want to do is call me an
expecting that
idiot.
We are going to sit here and believe some bullshit.
You be any more triggered right now?
So
You're
real
an
quick.
idiot.
All right. So
You should be mad because you're generally wrong about things.
Cosmic
Bruh, bruh, bruh.
Cosmic Fox.
Oh, wait
Cosmic
one second.
Fox.
1 second. Brick. 1 second. Brick. Melanie, do you take like estrogen?
And testosterone blockers.
Okay.
Why do you
So-
do that?
So wait 1 second. 1 sec. 1 sec. If you're a female, why would you need to take those blockers?
So I'm not a biological female. I am a transgender woman. There's a difference.
Okay.
The reason I take these things is because the effects of testosterone and having a masculinized secondary sex characteristics causes me gender dysphoria. By getting rid of that, it also alleviates my gender dysphoria.
So let me ask you a question, Melanie. Do you think that you are a woman?
In terms of gender or sex, just so we're super clear.
No, gender.
Well,
yes, in
is
terms
the
of
only
gender,
one
yes.
that matters. Sex
I-
matters.
But we're not fruit flies, so sex isn't the only thing that matters.
Sex
Stop.
is the only thing that matters.
Humans are not fruit flies.
Okay, so you think that you're a woman, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if you are a woman, then why would you need to take blockers?
Because again, my biological reality is different than my mental reality. So in this case, the gender dysphoria that
So you're
comes
saying
from
it's mental, right?
yes, this is a behavioral thing for the most part. There isn't really aside from sexual dimorphism of the brain, there isn't really a trans biological reality.
Okay. All right. That's the only question that I had.
So my belief is this, that there are strong men and then there are weak men. And weak men have surrounded you, Melanie, and they will not tell you the truth. The strong men are here now telling you the truth. Get with it, dude.
If strength means that you have to be scientifically illiterate, then I'm happy to.
Look, guy, the men are speaking now. You're a
Poorly.
dude.
Poorly.
You're the only one that seems to be scientifically illiterate.
Okay. How so?
The women will tell you the same.
How am I scientifically illiterate?
Because you ignore biology.
How do I ignore biology?
Do women serve a purpose in society?
So I'm assuming by that you mean biological females. The role of a biological female
Women.
is to
Yes,
carry.
women.
Well, no, women's a gender, right? So that's a bit different.
No.
Gender does not exist. It's
So
sex.
this started
Male,
appearing-
female.
Gender is
It's
a
very
Marxist
simple.
construct.
It's very simple.
Gender
Male,
has been
female,
appearing-
sex.
Gender
has
is a
been-
Marxist construct.
Gender has
Thank
been
you.
appearing
Thank you
in
for that.
scientific literature since the 1940s, and since then has
Yes,
seen
yes,
a lot of
and the
research
rise of
ideology.
Marxist
confirming
con-
that it can
ideology.
occur independently of someone's
It's a
biological
belief,
sex.
right? It's a belief. We know this.
It's a belief,
No, it's an
yes.
identity.
It's not proven.
No.
It's not proven at all.
So I realize that a lot
It's
of your
theory.
identities.
Gender is a theory.
I realize that a
Not
lot of your
reality.
identities come out of your beliefs, but this is an identity before it's a belief.
Not
in
about
this case.
identity.
In fact, our internal gender identity informs a lot of our further identities that we take on later on in life.
You know how
But
I
scientific
identify Melanie?
theories
Here-
are always theories before they are proven.
Melanie.
Yeah, and a
Here's
lot
the
of this
thing.
is proven.
Wait.
So this is the only
know
thing in
what you're
science that
saying.
works opposite.
So
in
one of the
regards
most proven
to
things in
belief
science
is
is that
true.
HRT,
You
gender
are
affirming
right.
care,
Listen, Melanie. You
alleviates
are
gender
right.
dysphoria.
You are right that beliefs are part of identity.
you're putting
This is
words in
one
my
of the
mouth again.
reasons why when people talk about being black, white, American, whatever you want to call it, ideology, I say I am just a man. This is
Why
the
do all your
part that
arguments involve
people-
being wrong
that
about what I said?
people who get stuck in these ideologies really don't understand, right? And as you go down that rabbit hole, you get crazier and crazier people. There are people who literally think that they are dogs, who believe that they are dogs. Are they dogs?
And when you go down into like this anti-trans rabbit hole, you get people
Are
like
they
Britt.
dogs?
You get people like Britt.
Are
who
they
think that-
dogs?
You get people like Britt
Are
who
they
think that they're
dogs?
smart when
Why
they're
are
really
you?
not.
Why are you ever?
It's not
why are you not-
anti-trans. It's pro-truth. It's actually telling you the truth. It's
I don't
actual
think you have the
respect for
ability
you.
to discern these things because every
It's
time I
actual
introduce
showing
nuance,
respect
I can
for
look
you.
at a human being and tell that he's not a dog.
I'm
dude.
not sure
Let me
you
talk to
have
Melanie
the
for a
ability
minute.
to discern truth here because when I try to introduce nuance, and show
Human
how
beings are not
Let me
canines.
things are not as
Let
you
me
seem
talk
to
to Melanie
they
for
are.
a minute.
You go on.
Dressing as something is not nuance.
Melanie.
I can cosplay that I'm a character in a movie all I want. It doesn't make me that character.
But you're cosplaying to be smart when you're really not, right? So
Melanie,
like, why don't you just stop doing that?
Stick to the argument, not the insults.
No,
But you
I'm
can't,
using your logic
because you
against
have
you.
no logical argument.
But you would agree
Melanie.
that you can also pretend to be smart when you're really not, right? So why don't you take your own advice?
Melanie, there's no such thing as gender. Come on. Let me
So
explain.
there is a mountain of literature in the scientific
no
community
such thing as
on
gender.
And it was
and how it
started by
exists.
Marxists in the 1940s.
Hold up, everybody. Let me explain to Melanie.
Are you afraid of Marxism or something?
Let me explain
I
to
bet you
Melanie.
what? I bet
There's
you I
no
know
such
something
thing as
you don't believe
gender.
that was
Gender is
written.
made up.
That's the Bible. Do you believe that the
Everybody
Bible
should
is
be afraid
true?
of
I
Marxism.
bet you don't, right? But that's literature. There's mountains of literature written on that literature.
and
but
being-
you don't believe that's
being-
true,
yeah,
right?
being
So
rooted in biblical
your
studies is only
argument
good for
is
debunking the Bible.
illogical on its face.
But
Yeah,
see,
so
like
Mel,
scientific
one sec,
literature
one sec.
aims to
Let
reflect
me, let me just clarify for the
I know
audience.
you want to
There's a
be
lot
part of the
people
dog
talking.
pile.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
want it so badly, right,
No,
Terry?
I'm just
you need to
simplifying.
put-
I'm just
you need to
simplifying.
dog pile on,
One
but
sec.
like you why
One
don't you
sec.
just wait half
I'm
a
the
second
judge.
while I respond to one of
Resla
these
made me the
people?
judge or the bailiff, one of them,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So I'm just
You're
clarifying
so-
for the audience.
you're
okay?
so unbiased.
Order in the court. Order in the
Yeah,
court.
we
right?
need to hear
All I'm
Terry
saying
Ack
is
right now. I'm so
Mel,
sure.
Mel will make fun of like the religious folk for like believing in God because you can't like like touch it, taste it, like see it, all this kind of shit. It's something that's like immaterial. But then Mel will then try to convince us of all this kind of like gender nonsense bullshit. Where again, gender like Mel saying gender exists, but you can't like touch it, taste it, smell it, all this kind of shit. Do you know
No,
what I
you
mean?
can when you use
So
pronouns.
It's
No such
it's
thing
kind
as
of like
you
gender.
use pronouns. Actually, I
yeah,
literally
no, I'm
said
just
that
saying
right
like that's the
gender's
reason why
made up.
that's
And
why
you decide what
Brick is-
pronouns to use. You
that's why
interact with
Brick. I'm
gender.
actually addressed. That's not a non sequitur. I'm just addressing what Brick was saying, formulated into kind of more constructive argument, where
Thank
he's
you,
bringing up
Terry.
the Bible and all that kind of shit. So like realistically, you make fun of religious people for believing in God, but then you're trying to convince us of your God, which is gender, and this is why this is demonic.
It's a false equivocation. So like this is meant to be empirical because we're in a post-enlightenment era, and the Enlightenment is still winning over religion.
Yeah, but we can still use biblical terms. We have artistic license. We are the press, all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
So I'm actually
It's media.
This too.
scientific
Here's
literacy,
the
which has
thing.
nothing to do with being
Here's the
religious.
thing.
It has to do with being empirical.
No such
When
thing
I
as
was
gender.
when I was very young, I used to work with the mentally
Cosmic
handicapped,
Fox. It's no
right?
such thing
And
as
so
gender.
I got so much tired of it. Like I was so tired of it. I can't deal with the stupidity. I have to
Then
tell the
leave.
truth. Because when I was young, I used to deal with it.
You're just taking up
and
space,
I was
dude.
very patient back then. But now I'm just like, you're an adult, dude. Get over it. You're a retard.
You're an adult. Get over it. Yeah, likewise.
You're a retard. I mean, it's a mental
At least I
handicap.
can actually
And
talk
here's
like
the
an
thing.
adult.
Look, it's not that I don't care about you, Melanie. It's because I care about you that I will tell you the truth.
Yet when I tell you that you're actually just wrong, and it would help a lot if you realize you were wrong and stop.
If you
thinking
could provide to me proof, which would entail showing me your genitalia, which I don't want to see, but when you tell me that you're not a biological woman, right? You already convinced me that you're a dude. That's your proof.
So
your proof
that's
is
your
for
opinion.
You
It
anyway.
literally
It's
means
not for
nothing.
me.
It literally means
their
for
God
your
is
opinion.
Jesus,
for you,
and your
your
God is
opinion.
John Money.
Your opinion means nothing in the face of the mountains of literature, scientific
Exactly.
literature.
So keep it
which
to
confirm
yourself,
that trans
dude.
people-
It's
I'm
your
gonna try to finish.
ideology.
I'm going to try to
You
finish
know,
one more
it's
time.
funny because
I'm going to try to finish one more
Jehovah's
time.
Witnesses go
Nope,
to
you're too
door
scared.
to door
You're literally too scared.
preaching
You're just
and
filibustering
teaching,
now.
and then
That's really
people
cool.
say, "Don't come to my door
You're a
teaching and
woman.
preaching." Yet you're doing the exact same thing, and it's driving people
Oh,
insane.
then
because
go
you're an idiot.
away. Oh, is it making you mad? Are you a little twigger?
No, it's because you're an
Melanie.
idiot. Look,
Melanie. Melanie.
nobody's going to
Hello,
believe
Melanie.
your stupidity.
Tiny baby.
Melanie.
Tiny violin.
This delusional
Melanie.
Can I play my tiny
Listen.
violin for your tiny
You're a
feelings?
retard. And here's the funny thing: you're doing this weird, like I'm
Rick
going to try to
doesn't-
make
Rick
fun of
thinks
you
I'm a
thing.
retard.
Where it's
Oh,
literally everybody on this panel is telling you the same thing, which you are wrong. You're the only one that agrees
And
with
I'm the only one
yourself.
who's scientifically
you
literate.
have circular reasoning,
And I'm the
you're
only one here who's
absolutely
scientifically
a
literate.
retard.
I seem to be the
Melanie,
only person
if
here
you
who's
are
also
a
scientifically
woman,
literate.
if you are a woman, you do not. Trans women do not need to exist if you are a woman.
Do you ever think like
why can't
men-
you understand that? Why can't you grasp that concept? If you
Well,
are a
that's
woman,
the thing,
there's
is, like,
no
you're
need
acting
for
really
trans
confused
women
right now.
There's
You're acting
no
really
need
confused
for
right now.
trans women if you are a woman.
Well, here's what's funny about this. You're acting really confused right now, and it's really
How
not
so?
that confusing because I've already
How so?
explained how in the health industry and how in social justice context it makes sense to talk about trans people. It's called giving them visibility.
We can talk about them, but they do not exist.
Well, the
you are a woman.
That's your opinion again.
Wait.
You're in denial of reality. You literally
You
have
are a
trans women
woman
right now.
Cosmic Fox.
Women
Cosmic
and men
Fox.
serve a purpose in
Cosmic
society.
Fox, you are a woman. Why do we need to keep talking about trans women
Do you ever
when
sit
you
back
are
and think,
a actual woman?
Clue, do you ever sit back and think, wow, I get really triggered over words?
I'm not triggered. I'm asking you. Why do we need to keep talking about trans women when you are an actual
done responding
woman?
to this. Like,
You're a
I'm so done
woman.
with it.
You're a woman.
You're just you're literally on loop. So just keep looping, dude.
If you're a woman, why do we need to talk about trans women?
If
Answer
biological
my
men and women
question.
serve a
Loop. I
Answer
already
my
have.
question.
I already have.
No, you
Resla
haven't.
brought up how that
No, you
whenever
haven't.
we're sitting in
Rogers,
these masculine,
then you literally have the
when
memory of
we're
a
sitting in
goldfish
these
and you don't deserve an
masculine
answer.
places, and then somebody has to bring up women, we can't have a conversation about masculine things because people like Melanie want to bring up women.
You're way too high on your own opinion to not bring.
Bro,
up the fact
that's
that I'm
literally
trans.
what was stated earlier.
You're literally way
That
too
we
high on your
can't have
opinion
a
to not bring it up.
conversation about masculinity because some retard comes up here and starts talking about women.
No, this is you doing it to yourself.
We're
where,
talking about men, and she's like, "What
Yep.
about the women, though?"
narrate over me because you know I'm right. So
Bruh.
this is you doing it to yourself.
Bruh.
Where
No,
every
no,
time
Greg,
the trans woman's on the
it's,
panel,
it's her
you have to bring up the
internal
fact that I'm
drive
trans.
to be a man.
Wait, I just want to take this time. I want to let every transgender woman know that you still are at risk for testicular cancer, and I hope that you you get checked out and all that stuff because you still have balls.
That's why it's important for your doctor to know that you're a trans woman and not a cis woman.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, is that they know.
Whoa! Hold up.
They know that you're still.
Wait a minute. Let me say this. Please, cis. I don't like that word, sis.
Okay, I don't like you,
Melanie.
so
Hold up, Melanie. I do not like. I've never liked that word, sis.
Okay, well, I don't like you, so can you just go away?
Okay.
You're gonna respect
Okay, hold
pronouns,
up. Wait
Mel?
a minute. Wait a minute. Cisgender. That's you calling straight people niggas, right?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's just the opposite of trans.
Yes, it is.
That's what you're doing. Because
I think
we're
you're
the
being-
norm.
I think you're acting like a
Mel,
fragile
Mel,
snowflake.
this is why we don't respect pronouns.
Melanie,
One sec.
Melanie.
Clue just asked you. One sec.
Quiet, please.
One sec, Clue. Let me just explain.
Let me finish. Let me finish for a minute. Let me finish.
Only the most fragile and delicate of snowflakes could melt
Melanie,
this much over a word.
Exactly,
Melanie,
Mel. Exactly.
Melanie.
Only snowflakes would do that shit. So why the fuck
Melanie.
should we respect your pronouns when you
Oh,
didn't
you
respect
don't.
his?
You see me
He was
caring that
asking.
you-
He asked you not to use that word because it was offensive to him, and you said, "Fuck you, I don't give a fuck."
Wait,
So that's
when
the
have I ever
response.
corrected any of you on this shit?
You continue to try.
Exactly.
However,
No, but to the broader point to the
I've
trans
never told
community.
any of you to use my
To the
proper
broader point,
pronouns.
because you just showed you don't even respect it yourself. So this is
Melanie.
just fake virtue.
No, I've never asked
virtue
any
signaling
of you.
Let me say
bullshit.
this. Let
I've
me
never
say
asked
this.
any of you to use my proper
Disingenuous
pronouns.
Mel.
Melanie,
We're gonna
let me
call
say
you
this.
Disingenuous
Really-
Mel from now
really are
on.
just impossible to work with.
Hold up for a second there. Let me say this. Melanie, we are the norm.
Good for you.
So don't give us the word sis.
Do you want me to clap? That's for you being the
I,
norm.
I,
I'm
I,
happy
like
with
that.
it.
I like that you did that, but we are the
and
norm.
I like
You're the one that's
scientific-
fucked up. We're the norm.
I like scientific.
We are the
terms.
norm. Straight people. Hold up. Straight people are the norm. You're the one that's fucked up. So don't
So you
give us
think
the
that
title
anything that's
sis.
considered normal
Whatever this
is
sis
outlier.
shit is, I don't accept this sis
So you're
shit.
just a conformist at the end of the day who thinks that anything that isn't the norm is a freak.
It's not a matter of.
And that's not correct.
No,
So
that's
much for
normal.
freedom of expression.
And that's not correct.
No,
So
no.
much for
That's a
freedom of
scientific
expression.
expression.
That's not
That's a
correct.
scientific- Freak is a scientific term,
No, it's actually not.
and it correctly describes you.
It hasn't been used in the literature
Actually,
for over
it is a
50
scientific.
years. It hasn't been used in literature for over 50 years. To describe
Melanie is
people
trying to
with
stay
malformations.
calm
You know
during
what?
this
You know what?
conversation.
Literature, huh? Let's go
You know
back to
what?
that argument. You don't believe in the
Gender
Bible?
has the same fucking problem.
What? No, it has been used in the last 50 years.
No, it was just created.
But no, freak was existed before we had
Do
proper
freaks still
terminology.
exist?
No,
Just
we
because it's
call
not
them
polite
something-
to use it,
We call them something more intelligent and
So
less.
you say.
intimidating.
but
We
it's
use
still the same
terminology.
thing.
We
But
use
it's still the same
terminology
thing.
that is less offensive
Terminology like
and more
cis,
intelligent.
So you say,
Terminology like
Melanie.
cis, right?
So I think people with disabilities and people with malformations is more intelligent and less insensitive than calling them freaks.
So you say, Melanie.
But all like literally, like are you running out of NPC dialogue tree options or something?
No, I'm really done with it because you
Then
keep
go
going
away.
to the same stupidity.
Get
What are you
lost,
talking
freak.
about? Go away.
Get
We're
lost,
talking
freak.
about masculinity.
Get
You
lost,
come up
low
here
IQ
talking about
loser.
women
Low
and
IQ
being a
losers,
woman.
be gone.
What are you talking about?
Spraying you with water.
We
Water
are up here talking about masculinity. That is what the
You're getting
topic
sprayed with
is.
water bottle.
You
Go
come
away.
up wanting to talk about being a woman.
Go away. You're being sprayed with the water bottle.
We are talking about masculinity and why retards are literally the downfall and the death. And now you're just doing stupid shit to the mic, which is super annoying. You're a retard.
Is that your balls hitting the mic?
Yes.
Melvin?
That was a good callback joke.
Is that what you do whenever people are actually making good points? You just kind of do little stupid shit over them so that they can't be heard?
You don't make good
because you
points.
know good and damn well that you can't make any logical sense because you're a retard. It's
Just cry
cool.
more. Just
Hey,
cry more.
that's what
Cry
we can
more.
deal with up here. Okay.
I
Anyway,
just- only the
back
biggest
to the
conflicts in the world.
topic.
Only
Back
the
to the
biggest-
topic.
You're definitely not-
Masculinity,
that you
not
clearly aren't
femininity.
embodying.
Masculinity.
That you how
Do you guys believe that transes, transiology,
masculinity by being
whatever you
fragile?
want to call it, is
How are you
the
bringing
death,
back traditional
the
masculinity
death
by being fragile?
of masculinity?
Yeah, how are you bringing back traditional masculinity?
Oh,
by
did
being
you want to join in the conversation, Melanie?
How are you bringing back
What
traditional
is the
masculinity?
purpose of a
by being
pronoun? What is
fragile?
the purpose of a pronoun?
To basically acknowledge someone without using their proper nouns.
No, that's not true. It's a word that replaces a noun or noun phrase, acting as a substitute to avoid repetition only.
Proper
That's
noun.
it in writing.
Exactly.
I literally just said that, but okay.
No, you didn't.
You said nothing like that.
Oh no, you're wrong. Oh yeah,
No.
no, you said.
Good job. Good job.
You didn't literally
That
say
was
Very
that.
high
definitely
IQ.
not your feminine voice.
Oh no, yeah, no, it's definitely not.
That was a man's voice right
Mel,
there.
grab your balls.
Do that
Good
more
Grab your balls.
often.
Good ear. I'm
Use
proud
your
of you.
balls
Proud-
to say it.
Yeah, I think you grew up not hearing this enough. I'm
Say
proud
it
of you.
with your balls, guy.
I'm proud of you, son.
There it
I think
is.
you need to hear that more. I think you need to
That's
hear
a
that more.
dude right there. There it is. And maybe
guys
you
must
might
have
get a girl one
loud
day.
circle jerks when you're not live.
I'm sorry, I really did not hear a
Just a
goddamn
gay,
thing you
just a
just
gay
said.
dude. That's all.
Yeah, you're a gay dude. You like sucking cock.
That's why I didn't actually get with any men until I transitioned.
So there's something wrong with gay men. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm just not gay. I'm not heterosexually attracted to men.
You have a penis and you're attracted to penises. You are gay.
No, I'm going to
You're a
get a
dude.
I just haven't been able to afford the surgery yet.
Or maybe it's that you just pretend to not being able to afford the surgery and you
Pretend
just
to be
like
smart.
sucking cock.
Like you pretend to be smart.
You like sucking cock, right?
You pretend to understand anything.
Do you like sucking cock?
What do you know? Is there anything you
Vagina to
actually?
I'm
know
asking
knowledgeable
you.
about?
Do
Is
you
there
need a
anything you're
vagina to
actually
have gay
knowledgeable about,
sex?
Brick? I want to get to know you.
Do you need a vagina to have gay sex?
You got a wide bussy, huh?
Straight sex. So, Brick, have you
Jesus
ever
Christ.
learned anything ever in your life? I want to hear about it.
Oh, did you want to join the conversation, Mel?
So is that a no? You've never
Oh,
learned
we were
anything
talking
ever
about
in your life?
masculinity, right?
Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. Brick, by the way, if you ever do want to learn
Is
something in your life,
facial hair a
I'm always
trait
here for you. I'm always
of
here for you, buddy.
masculinity?
Sure. Yes, in fact, it's even testosterone driven. But Brick, I want to let you know I'm here for you. So if you ever do want to learn something new, feel free.
Oh, you're not here for me.
You're always
Shut the
open
fuck
for you,
up,
buddy.
retard. You're here for yourself and your
Rick, he
own
wants a
volition.
date.
This is what you're here for.
I will tutor you
for
and
your
mentor
own
you.
volition.
I will
You're
tutor
not
you.
used to being
I
told
will
by real
tutor
men
you.
the
I
truth,
will
right?
He wants
I
to
will
mentor you
tutor you
over and
mentor
over
you.
again.
Like you're
You've
my
been
only,
around weak
like you're
men
my
your whole
son I
life.
can never have. I
And
will
that's
mentor you like you're my son I
I
could never
can't do
have.
anything about that. But now you're in a conversation with real men, okay?
He will
And what we're
treat you
talking
like his
about
incestuous son.
Can you accept my offer, please? Please
is
accept my offer.
masculinity, right? And so when
Please
I
accept
asked
my
you the question, is facial hair a trait of masculinity?
please
The
accept
answer for me would be no. That's a trait of being a male, okay?
Rick,
Right?
please accept my
Actually,
offer to mentor
females,
you
some
like
females
you are
actually
the son
do
I could
have
never have.
facial hair, but like a large amount of facial hair, it just indicates being male. That does not mean that you are masculine.
Brick, would you please accept my offer to mentor you like you're the son I could never have?
I want to interject here, Mama. If you're still on the panel, I know that you're.
Okay,
still
no, don't try to
here.
get late. That's so gross.
I know that you're still physically here. What does it mean to be a woman?
The simping has already begun. It's crazy.
Shut the fuck up, Melanie. I'm not fucking simping.
You're right. That was low.
Not here. So I just thought it was very ironic that Melanie was trying to tell the actual woman on the panel how to be a woman. That's the funny thing.
The funny thing is,
hysterical.
I just said that her opinion of me was just an opinion.
Yeah, it's just an opinion. That's exactly what your gender is. It's just an opinion, right?
I'm gonna base. By the way, I'm gonna base on how she sounded drunk earlier and assume that she's passed out now. Just saying.
Okay, but
I'm
okay,
here.
great.
oh, there it is. Oh, here she is.
Clapping. Here, second time I'm clapping tonight. Wow, this is a world record.
Okay.
Male feminist, by the way.
You can't have.
Wait, how is it feminine? How is it not feminism to say that drunk people pass out?
You can't have an adult conversation with a child. They don't understand.
See, hear that, Brick? We're in agreement, Mama.
Well, I was actually pointing that out earlier. Like when I was young, I actually was involved with, dealing with mentally handicapped young people as well. And so as I became older, I just kind of got enough of it. And now, especially when I see an adult mentally handicapped person, it's this thing where it's like, dude, you're an adult now, right? So with the young ones, right, that's a little different, right? So I have to be a little bit more tender and careful with my words. But Melanie, you're an adult and you're a dude.
Brick, if looking in the mirror makes you that upset at yourself, maybe you could talk
No,
to a
Melanie, you're an adult. Okay, we're having adult conversation here.
Dysphoria from looking in the mirror.
You repeating yourself to what I just said instead of actually just standing up for yourself, it kind of made you sound retarded. So, I'm genuinely laughing.
You claimed someone suffered from your delusion.
No, I didn't.
Just saying a thing doesn't make it true, Melanie.
Oh, wow. You would know all about that.
Well, sure, of course. I would hope every human being on the planet knows that.
Yeah, because you did a lot tonight.
Because there's a thing, it's called lying, right? And decent folks don't do that.
I get that you don't think you're lying, but have you ever considered maybe you're wrong?
This is an adult conversation, okay? We're both adults. Are you an adult, Melanie?
I don't think you've acted like an adult.
Are you an
tonight,
adult?
Rick.
Are you an adult?
I don't think.
Are you an adult?
I don't think you deserve.
Are you an adult?
Are
you an adult? See, this is exactly why Mama said exactly what she said.
Remember how we had to split you out of the
argue
room?
with a child.
You're still going, like you can't even learn from your mistakes.
You're a child. You have a child's mind.
Well, I can at least learn new things.
You should be adulting in this type of a conversation.
I'm acting way more mature than you are in this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So how many times have you ad-homed?
How many times have you called me a retard?
As many times as I want.
Yeah.
I'm a dude. I get to do that.
Acting mature.
I'm a grown-ass man. I can do that.
You're not acting like it.
I'm a grown-ass man. I get to say whatever the fuck I want to say. Now, this is Resla's panel, so I try to have a little bit of common courtesy for him.
See, he doesn't have to do
However,
anything to be an
when it
adult.
comes to actually telling another grown-ass man the truth, what the business is, I'm not going to shy away from that, dude.
You know what the most adult understanding of being an adult is? I can do whatever I want.
Look, dude, if we're building an actual structure, okay, I'm going to bring it actually back to masculinity. If we're building an actual structure and I say, hey, I need help putting up this wall, picking it up and setting the wall, and you're standing there going, my
build that wall,
cuticles,
baby,
I need
build
to
that
clean
wall.
my cuticles. Oh, I'm a woman. I need to clean. Dude, get the hell off of my site. Get the hell off of my job site.
So women can always just care about their nails a lot?
Your cuticles are not going to make it on this job site.
You know, that's like only women who like.
We got to get this
stuff
whole house up, and we got to set these walls.
Plenty of women do yard work,
right?
That could interfere with those
and
things.
so that means you cannot just sit there complaining about your cuticles. No, you either do this job or get the hell off of my job site.
That's not all women do. Like for
that
example,
is the way it works. Yes,
that's
that
not
is
all
the
women
man's
do.
world. That is masculinity. We got to build this structure. We got to build this house. We have to
Say
put
that
these
you're right
nails
over and over again,
into
and
the
that's
wood. This is the way it works in the real world,
There are
dude.
plenty of women who do gardening.
Brick, I want to use a window as a door.
I would love to
I want to
respond
use a
to
window as a door.
So, no, you're all just going to keep.
Oh yeah, you
both
could
not
do
for
that. You could do that. Yeah, we could just walk through the window.
Masturbatory
Make much
bullshitting.
sense? You can do it, but would it make much sense?
Can you at least put in the medicine cabinet, Melanie?
Can you at least stop masturbating each other?
In terms of like Brick's kind of like core point here is what I was kind of pointing at. It's like when you look at like the foundational difference between men and women, because like we already explored in Mel's kind of position that like it loses all sort of meaning. Man and woman just gets like blurred, so there's like they don't really exist. Fundamentally in terms of like a man's role, like, he's thinking about like future. He's thinking about like like actually physically like building civilization, like conquering this outward world that we see, reality, all this kind of shit, like the whole kind of like conquest of like the
So does
cosmos,
Hillary Clinton, Tulsi
like we
Gabbard,
see with
Kamala
like we see with like
doesn't make
Elon Musk
women
and all this
less
kind
of
of
a
shit.
woman.
Like you're duty bound on your destiny because you understand that it's like, yeah, you provide the semen, but at the end of the day, to like building the future for your kids and your lineage and all this kind of shit. This is like what Andrew Tate talks about. This whole kind of aspect to it, it's like realistically, like that's a fundamental difference between men and women, because men make the things, women make the people. Do you know what I mean? So this whole kind of like quest of like what is masculinity, that is like the core thing that we start with, and then we get to like obviously like construction, like Burke was saying, it's like what fucking use to me is if you're even like if you're acting like a woman, or if you're trying to do all that kind of shit, you're no use to us on the building site. We
What part of this
need people who have no issue taking order, direct order, because
You're
at the
just
end of the day, you're risking your life out here. Do you know what I mean? Same thing with the military, all this kind of shit. This is why we base these systems on meritocracy. Sure, there might be some women that pass this test, but we need to have a high bar because this shit is serious, because lives are at stake. Do you know what I mean? And the fact that you're trying to come on here and try to hijack the conversation, talk about the whole like
You are talking
the
to me
gay
about
agenda,
concept.
but like what we're talking about here is masculine shit, like what defines a man. Do you know what I mean?
You're
So if you
really
don't have
good at
anything to contribute to the
masturbating yourself.
conversation,
Good
like
job.
read the room. Do you know what I mean? Like I
I'm
said,
really impressed with your
I'm the
ability
bailiff.
to
I've got to
yourself
make
up.
sure that the court runs according to what we're saying. So like to bring it back on roles, like I said, a core belief I think in masculinity is that you're willing to build shit. You're creating the future society. You're creating the future. Like that's your role, as like that's what they call it, father time and mother nature. Do you know what I mean? The Greeks
No.
talk about this. That's why people need to read more fucking ancient Greece. Plato, my boys, Socrates.
No, I
Aristotle
don't know
was a
what you mean,
bit
dude.
slow, but hey, it is what it is.
Because beliefs like
Thank you,
his
Terry.
actually
is
break
proof of anything,
society.
philosophical bloviating
Beliefs
is
like
what makes a
Mel's
man.
break societies.
So Teriak, based on how you
Yeah,
display
it's like the whole thing,
masculinity,
like moral, like
there we go.
subjectivism, like this whole kind of thing of like, it's like if you
Weren't you
take
just-
that
weren't
stance,
you
what
just
it, like the
addressing this
logical
toward me?
conclusion
Now
is that
you're
you just like
avoiding my
lose all
response.
meaning. But
You
this
really
is what
are
Heraclitus talked about with you can't step into the same river twice. Do you know what I mean? If like technically you can't even step into the same river. If you go super rational, you like nothing has meaning. The river like loses all meaning because you can't even step into the same river once because the atoms in your foot is changing and the water's changing, all this kind of shit. You go too far, you get lost in the sauce, as they say. You know what I'm saying? But when we're thinking about society and craft and society, there is a fundamental difference, as I just described, between men and women. This whole thing of like men and women, we don't really need these titles, all this kind of shit. We can just get rid of it because we're all trans or whatever the fuck. We can just like, if we feel like a woman, we can just instantly become a woman, and then that's just the phase of like being human. That it just loses all meaning. That's where you're getting lost in the sauce.
Yep.
So
I
I
agree.
guess according to Teriak, being a man is philosophically bloviating.
It's not philosophically bloviating. Like I said, this is a foundational. I went deep with it. I went deep with it. I
men
brought up
and
the
women
ancient
serve
Greeks.
Philosophically
a
and
purpose in
physically.
society? Do men and women serve purposes in society?
I would say yes.
All right. What do trans people serve in society?
They're
They
just
don't have
trying to pretend.
Distraction.
So, the idea that men and women serve specific roles in society is more of like an agrarian culture type thing. In modern society, men and women can fill much of the same roles.
How about in reality?
Yeah, men and women fulfill much of the same roles in reality too. There are fathers who take care of children and women who have jobs.
Well, just on its face, you're absolutely wrong because only women can actually get impregnated, and then out of the vagina comes the child.
But the father can take care of the child afterwards.
Yeah, but they can't do the same thing.
So if the father takes care of the child afterwards, and
The
mother
vagina has the baby.
that's clear that
The vagina has the baby.
Without
The man does
vagina,
not.
there is no baby to care for.
So you only seem to care about biological roles, which shows that you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how society as a whole
If
operates.
biological roles means
So-
reality,
We have an understanding of
population,
then
logic.
sure.
Population is a
Because I'm
natural
going to live in
function.
reality.
Population is a natural function. Has
I'm
nothing
going
to
to
do
live
with
in
society.
reality, dude. Now,
Population is a natural
at
function.
least
has
put the
nothing to do with-
medicine cabinet in for me.
Okay, so population is a natural function, has nothing to do with society. Therefore, when you say
Bro,
roles in
we're not going to meet
society,
the deadline.
what we're talking is
You're going to sit
occupational
here and talk
roles.
to me about your cuticles?
social
Bro, we got to
roles.
put up the walls. You still need to put the medicine cabinet in. Okay? We're going to have to put the windows in tomorrow.
Why don't you calm down?
And you're
wait
going to
for
talk
the
to me
end?
about your cuticles right now.
Yeah, you're too stupid.
We need
to
men
handle
to
the
fight the
answer.
wars.
When any of you are actually smart enough to let me finish, then you can, ask a question. But for now, you're just all jacking each other off.
The roofers are coming in like 4 days. We have to put this house together.
I guess when females garden,
you can join us.
I guess when
and
females
then next
garden,
week they're going to be putting the lawn in.
I guess when females
we
garden,
have to put these walls up. What are you talking to me about cuticles for?
When
Rick,
females
you're forgetting
do
about
gardening, they become
you're
men
forgetting
who
about
no
the
longer
heated
have
floors.
cuticles on their nails.
That's going to take another 4 days.
I guess when females do gardening, they know.
Well, you know what? That's okay because they can put those in.
And how the fuck is Mel supposed to mix cement with fucking fake nails that are fucking like 9 inches long?
Just admit at this point you have zero arguments. Every time I say something,
the advantage of that?
I got a nail gun. You can use the nail gun.
Philosophical bloviation.
Mel, answer that question. Mel,
you have to interrupt. You have to narrate over
and
it.
I was the bloviating one. Mel, answer that question. How the fuck are you supposed to mix cement with 9-inch nails?
Just admit at this point you can't handle anything I'm going to say.
How the fuck are you supposed to? Yeah, just answer the question.
Convinced by the smell of your own
how the fuck
bullshit.
are you mixing cement?
We're not listening to Madonna while we're doing this.
I
said
about
it's going to be AC/DC blaring.
Yeah.
So
Can we
I
rock and
started
roll?
responding to you, and you started narrating
Ain't
over
none of
me
this Hollywood
instead of
pop
actually listening
bullshit.
with your fucking ears. You don't have
We're
any
mixing
Madonna
cement over here.
You just wait.
We're crafting the future.
You're pathetic. You just wait for your turn to talk. What are you doing?
We
on the
have a
panel?
dream, Mel.
You're just taking up space.
Just a bunch of word salad going on.
Exactly. How will you mix? This is the question. How are you mixing cement with 9-inch nails?
So not all women have 9-inch long nails. Many women do gardening. They don't suddenly become men to do gardening. Even
Yeah, and how are you supposed to mix cement?
What did I just say? What did I just say? Tell me what I actually just said.
We got to build the house first.
Is this not a masculine question, Resla? Is this not a masculine question?
For you.
So respond to what? Can anyone actually respond to what I said, or are y'all just going
All
to
I
keep going
need
off your
you
own
for
bullshit?
today is at least put the medicine cabinet in.
Can any of you respond to what I said about women who do gardening, how they don't suddenly become men to do it, even though their cuticles are at risk?
Even do that.
They don't suddenly become men because they don't take
So then how are they able to do gardening even though their cuticles are at risk?
You can't do gardening until you build the house. You have to build the house first, then the garden comes.
That doesn't answer my
It
question.
requires mixing the
That
cement.
doesn't answer my question. How are they able
Unless
to do
you're-
gardening unless they become men because they seem very unafraid of damaging their cuticles when they do gardening?
Unless you're Jackie
they wear
Joyner,
gloves.
9-inch Nails is only a rock band, so get over it.
Exactly. Like I said, we ain't listening to no pop Hollywood bullshit.
Yeah. We turn to Beyonce now.
Even very few trans women have 9-inch nails.
Brick's the foreman on this site. I'm just telling you the rules, Mel. I don't make the rules, okay? I'm just telling you, Brick is the foreman on this job. The kitchen needs to go in. The heated fucking floor is taking 4 days. We couldn't even get
And
the
we're
fucking
not
bricks.
using a window as a door.
And we need cement. So how the fuck are you mixing it when like you have like these big long nails? How are you supposed to
Not
wear
with your
gloves?
hands. Not with your hands.
You're gonna
obviously.
blister all your fucking hands
use
because you can't wear
sand.
gloves.
You're not
We
mixing
can
cement
use
with your
sand
hands. You
because it
fucking
looks
dumbass.
like cement.
Why are
It's
you
the same
mixing
thing,
cement with
right?
your hands? Why are you mixing cement with
I
your hands?
wasn't the one that was in the negotiations, but somehow Brick managed to get the contract of Donald Trump. We're building this wall, so how the fuck are you building this wall when you can't even wear gloves because you got such long nails?
Oh well, again, not all women actually have that long of nails. It's not that hard. They can cut them.
Yeah.
up and do
So
job.
on a construction site, this whole kind of like female persona that you all play up, like we've all seen the fucking pride parades, we've all seen the drag time story, all this kind of shit. So how the fuck are you mixing cement in that?
Yeah, if you show up in leather, you're fired.
Yeah, how are you? Wait a second.
Here's a good chance for media literacy and some critical.
How are you even like
Yeah,
on the
how about
job
you
like
wait a
with your
second, Derek? How about
stilettos?
you
You
wait
know
a
what I'm
second
saying?
for once in
Like
your
how
life?
the fuck is a
How about you
heel
wait a
any
second?
use on a construction site?
You don't ever wait a second, do you, Teriak? So
That's
you
just
say
not
you've seen-
economical.
you've seen
Because
that
you're
you've
just
seen
fucking
these
yourself in
pride
the long
parades.
run. Like
So let's
think of,
do
like a
some
new pair of
critical
shoes every
thinking.
single day. Like
Yeah,
actually,
you
one
really
pair of shoes
can't
wouldn't
wait
even
for
last
it.
you a day.
It's literally impossible for you. So you said that you've seen LGBT pride parades and stuff like that. My question for you is,
Yeah.
and we're going to try to use some critical
Well,
thinking.
you haven't
media
answered my
literacy.
question.
My question for you is, and we're going to use some
You
media
still have
literacy.
yet to answer my question. So why would I answer your question if you're just dodging?
Literacy and critical thinking skills here.
We got to build balls.
You've seen these pride
And
parades.
drill, baby, drill. Like let's not
Let-
forget about that as well. You know, cheap gas prices. That's why it's going down.
And
By the way,
I've
just
seen
FYI.
drilling. I've
Since
seen
y'all
drilling in
motherfuckers want to
gay
talk about
pride
egg
parades. Just
prices,
saying.
that's going down too.
Oh shit, Melanie, the shingles just arrived. Can you go help the guys unload the
You're afraid
shingles?
of critical thinking.
The shingles, they literally just arrived. Can you go help the guys get the shingles off the truck? Can you get them? Can you help them?
Oh,
Most people use
he's
a
a woman.
forklift now.
He's a woman. He can't do that.
Oh, jeez.
Do you know that there are actually plenty of women who do construction work alongside men?
Bullshit, dude. Oh, there's plenty of
What's
women.
the
It's less than
percentage of
10%.
that? What's the percentage of that?
Why can't a woman operate
You
an
sweep
excavator?
the floor at least.
Why
Can you at
can't a
least-
woman
Look, we
operate
got
an
sawdust
excavator?
everywhere. Throw all the
Why
blocks
can't
into
a
the
woman
Usually because she has no
operate an
interest in doing so.
excavator? Why
We're about
can't
to
a
leave.
woman
The day is almost
operate an
done, Melanie.
excavator?
The day is almost
Why-
done. Can you at least wrap
Why
up
can't
the
a woman
extension
operate
cord
an
and
excavator?
put away the sawhorses and the saw and all the tools? Can you put those tools away? Can you?
Why can't a woman
Do
operate an
anything?
excavator? Why can't a woman operate an excavator? Answer my question.
Can you do any of that?
Yeah, I can operate an excavator.
No, you can't, dude. You've never been an excavator in your life.
Not with
What
those
do you
nails,
mean?
man. Not with those
What do you
fucking nails. I'm
mean?
telling you.
We don't need to operate the excavator. Okay, we already put the foundation in. The foundation is done.
Yeah,
That's convenient. So
Mel,
you're
while
just
you
not
were
gonna
catch
use
up.
any power tools or
We're
anything.
on drill, baby, drill. We're on
You're
drill,
not gonna
baby,
use
drill.
any
We're
power
talking about that
tool.
oil, baby.
You're not going to use cement mixers.
We out here trying to prevent wars.
We already
Just
put
to
up
be
the wall.
clear-
The medicine cabinet
Y'all
already
motherfuckers
done.
clearly
Now
went
I
to
just
Iraq
need
for
you to
that
sweep
oil.
the
Let's be
floor.
real.
Look,
So just to be
homie's already
clear-
over there wrapping up
Ain't
the
no
extension
conspiracy
cords.
theory about that
I
one,
just
boys.
needed you to sweep the floor. Okay.
So just to be clear, you're just an idiot who doesn't use power tools, doesn't use cement
Mm-hmm.
mixers, doesn't use excavators to do all these things that would require those kind of things. And so
Mm-hmm.
you don't belong in construction.
No
You-
building was done before those things
Hey,
existed.
don't you dare talk to the foreman like that.
You're crazy.
That's disrespectful.
You don't think
Melanie,
cement mixing
I'm
was
actually-
done?
Melanie,
with,
you don't
like,
realize it,
tampering
but I'm
and
actually a
people
land developer. Okay, and I know about all of
You
this.
said that people were
This
mixing
is why I
cement by
brought
hand.
these things up.
You said people are
Because
mixing
I
cement
actually
by
know
hand.
about all of these. I
Then
can.
why did you
actually
say
build
if you've
house
seen this, if you've
from
seen
the
how this
ground
works?
up?
Because we're talking
I
about a
don't
kitchen
believe
job.
you. I simply
No,
don't
we're talking
believe
about
you
the
because
kitchen.
you
It
said
couldn't be
cement is
done
mixed
without
by
mixers.
hand. I don't believe you because you said
Because-
cement is mixed
because
by
You
hand.
didn't do anything all day.
I
I'm
don't
not
believe
paying
you because you
I'm
said
not
cement
paying
is
you.
mixed by
And if you
hand.
don't like it, well,
I don't
bye.
believe you
And hey,
because
you
you
know
said
what? If
cement
you
is
want to
mixed
see
by
me in
hand.
court, you're gonna have to
you
put
know
that
what?
paperwork in,
I
and
don't
you're gonna have to
believe you.
file the suit, and it's gonna
Okay.
cost you
Cool.
$167.
Very cool.
At
That's
the
very
end of the
cool. I don't
day,
believe you because
yeah.
you said cement is
Those
mixed by hand.
hours
Cement
that
is
you
never mixed
say
by hand. You fucking
that I owe
dumbass.
you for, guess what? The judge is gonna look at you and be like, "What did you do?" The judge
So
is
I
gonna look
don't
at you and
believe
be
that
like,
you're a land
"There's
developer
no
because you
way
said
that
cement
little
is mixed by
lady is
hand.
on your job site doing anything."
You're
I
an
agree with you.
Mel,
There's a bunch of
It's
Mel,
Brent.
according
I
to
do not
him,
believe
I don't
you
believe
owe
you're
her
a
according to
land
him,
developer because you said cement is mixed by hand.
What's up, Uncle?
All right,
Mel,
one
according
sec, one
to
sec, one sec.
him,
Uncle Fatty wants to
according
play
to
White Knight.
him, and according
You
to
guys,
you, he can be anything he wants, and you have to
You need to
believe
get
it.
out of your
system,
feelings,
buddy.
bro.
Well,
Get out of your feelings, bro.
At the end of the day,
Get out of your feelings, bro.
Most labor
needs to
intensive jobs have been
level
replaced by
of it.
machinery now, anyways. So
Let the bussy lovers talk.
Yeah, one
You
sec.
guys
Uncle
are
Fatty wants to be White
fucking
Knight.
ridiculous.
Guys, just
Uncle
bigots.
Fatty,
You
Uncle
guys
Fatty
just
getting
bigots.
in, man.
Yeah,
You got to say about this.
let's go. Mm-hmm.
When you're offended by something that somebody else is doing,
Mm-hmm.
that's your fucking problem.
Of course, yeah.
Hell yeah.
But will you listen to the whole conversation?
Yeah, I've been listening for an hour. You guys
Yeah.
are
So
fucking ridiculous.
you heard my point. You heard my point where I
Fucking
proved that logically
ridiculous.
speaking, Mel's position is not consistent. When I demonstrate the
Fucking
logic.
ridiculous.
Yeah. So
Get out of
when I
your
was talking
feelings,
logically,
bro. Get out of your feelings. Why are you
I'm not
all
in fairness. I purely broke it down by logic, and we could see that
Why?
it was
No,
illogical.
you're up in your feelings,
Yeah.
bro. When you're
the one
offended
that's in
by
his feelings.
something that somebody else is doing,
I'm not offended. I broke it down impersonally, logically, saying that is an illogical
it's
position.
your problem.
No, it's logic.
It's not their problem them
logos,
to fucking change because you're
filosofia, Forza
fucking offended. Real easy
Ferrari.
concept, bro. It's real easy concept. Like kindergartners get this shit.
See, but like I said, I'm talking purely logical.
Kindergartners know the
Oh, here we
difference between a
go.
man and a
Here we
woman,
go.
right?
Hey, kindergartner. Hey, Terry, a kindergartner.
Maybe you don't.
Yeah. So
That's
Uncle
not
Fai,
your
so let's see if you can deal with it. So Mel said that trans women,
It's the sign of true
women can't.
intelligence,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ability to
Okay.
adapt and
So
overcome.
let's break it down real quick. Or let's do the
Or
exercise
is to
then.
just
Okay.
set your own fucking rails out and just abide by your own guidelines.
So how would you handle Melanie
Fatty,
then?
no, one sec, because he made the claim. He made the claim that we're not being logical, that we're being emotional.
Yeah.
So Fatty,
yeah.
So stop running. Yeah, Fatty, one sec, just real question, simple question.
And the judge would
Yeah.
say, "You pay for that
So let me
amount."
demonstrate it.
OSHA
Yeah,
would
so
say
Fatty,
the
let me.
same thing too, dipshit.
No, Fatty, let me
Because
demonstrate.
Mel signed an arbitration agreement because she's a retard. Mel signed an arbitration agreement. I had her sign it before. Nah, look. I already had her sign the arbitration agreement. She should have taken it to arbitration.
I'm sure the Department of Labor is going to just fucking.
She should have taken it to arbitration. No,
agreement.
I'm in a right to work state. I'm in a right to work.
Answer me this.
State.
One second.
And she should have taken it to arbitration, but she didn't. She chose to take it to a judge.
Yeah. So Fatty, answer me this question, right? Because you
Resla.
made the claim that we're being
So what you do,
emotional.
Resla?
You made the claim that we're being emotional. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm getting at my feelings. I'm doing what you're saying. Can you just
This was a really good conversation before you guys got all up in your feelings.
No,
we were
like
actually
what I'm
talking
saying is that
about
I
building a
proved
house.
logically that Mel's position is not
How is
logically
that talking
consistent
about
because I said, can women become trans women? And Mel said no. But if women can become men and men can become trans women, by Mel's own logic, this makes no sense. It is logically inconsistent. You're saying that A
Because
equals
you're in
not
your
A.
feelings,
You
is why it
have a
doesn't make
logical
any sense.
contradiction. And
It
Mel
doesn't make
even
any
says
sense.
so
You're in
that
your
like
feelings,
in order to accept trans
feelings
ideology,
where
you
you
have
let
to
it
accept the
It's
contradiction.
called denial,
So
bro.
logically
Denial is
speaking,
not a river in fucking
no, I'm
Egypt.
explaining the logic. I'm explaining the
When you
logic.
get poked in the eye, you feel
Yeah.
it, right? And you spurg and you do your
Yeah.
rationalization.
So what's the opposite of
That's all
what's
part
the
of
opposite of
life.
feelings?
Fight or
What's
flight
the opposite
thing,
of
you know?
emotion?
And then you go into your delusions of grandeur and
Yeah.
you make things, like it should
Yeah,
be
yeah,
this
Fatty.
way. Now.
Fatty, calm down.
But
Fatty,
guess what? It's
Fatty,
not
can you
that
answer
way.
my question? Can you
That's
answer my
not how
question?
it ought to be.
Is logic the opposite of emotion?
Are you all up in your feelings?
Yeah, can you answer my question?
Yeah, you are.
It seems like you're in your fifis
If
because you
weren't
won't
in your
engage in the
feelings, you would have
conversation.
remembered what my response to your
You,
logical
sir,
argument was.
Because you can't answer simple
that,
questions.
Sir, and that, sir, as soon as
Yeah.
the word cis was fucking mentioned, how fucking
Mhm.
far did you guys get all up in your feet?
Can you answer my
They all
question?
became
Is
sissies.
logic the
How
opposite of
logical
emotion?
is it to get all up in your
Yeah.
feet because somebody
Yeah.
said a word that you don't fucking understand?
Let me ask
Are
you
you just
something,
ranting?
Uncle Fatty. If somebody on your job site, said the word cis, what would
It seems
you
like
do?
Fatty's in his
If
emotions.
somebody on your job site said cis, what would you do? You'd fire their ass.
Does it make any fucking difference what anybody
They showed up in leather with cuticles all prettied out, and then they said, "You're a cis."
So much
What
for
would you
freedom
do?
of speech.
Well,
Fire
dressing that
their ass on
uniform.
the
If it's not uniform policy, then you gotta go.
You know why? Because you'd realize that they're
we not-
useless
do we not
to
have
you.
men,
They're
actual
not going
men,
to do anything.
who are
You're
barbers for
fired.
speech?
So much for
Barbers,
the
bro,
quickness.
are men.
And the beauty of
Is
it
that not a
in a right to
masculine-
work
is
state
that-
is they can't be like,
not a masculine
well, the
for you?
union
Is that-
said,
you have to be
the
more
union, the
masculine.
labor union
The union said.
Brick, why do you hate free
said.
speech?
If you join the barbers union,
But Brick, why do you
Hey,
hate
the
free speech?
union
you're a
said.
hairdresser, bro. You know there's men that are hairdressers, right?
I'm a private citizen and I don't have to
If I owned a
hire
barber shop and you
anybody
came in the
that
door
you
looking for
say
jobs,
I have to hire.
Say
And
it,
the beauty
say
of
it.
that
No,
is I
sir,
also
only
can
here-
fire anybody who works for me on the spot.
Sure, I'll give you that,
As
but
a
why do you hate
private citizen.
Sure, I'll
Yeah,
give you
right
that.
to
but why
work
do you hate
state.
free speech?
discrimination, dumb fuck. That's
No, it's not. In the
you.
right to work state.
leave
Learn the
yourself
law.
alone for job site
Learn
fucking
the
discrimination.
law. It's called right to work states.
Even in a right to work state, dipshit, when you tell somebody that they're being
It's going to
fired
be
for
a
being
hard
fucking
claim to
different,
produce.
it's called
And you know what? It's
discrimination.
going to cost you more money than me.
Federally
You know,
speaking,
talking to a guy
discrimination
who's
is
had a
not
bunch
allowed.
of fucking OSHA fines and
And why
Department of
would
Labor
you
fines,
pay
doing that exact fucking thing, you dumb
$167 to go to a small claims to try to get $80?
Why would
Hey,
you even think that some
Uncle
fucking
Fatty
judge
wishes
was
that
to hear
he
your
Uncle
bullshit?
Fatty wishes that he was in a union.
It's not me
real
who has to
fucking
make the
easy.
claim. It's you as the plaintiff saying that
You,
I didn't pay you for
sir,
the day.
brought
80
up the
bucks.
fucking
You're going to pay
scenario.
$167 to go
actually.
make $80.
You're
you're not. You're going to walk away from that job because you know good and damn well that the judge is probably going to look at you and be
Run
like,
around the woods with
"Why
the
the
big
hell did
boys
you even
all
come in
day
here?"
fucking long. Make
On
them
the
look like
woods with the big woods. Hey, you're on the woods
you know
with the
there
big woods.
is always an exception to your fucking rule, right? Especially your ought tos.
Yeah, I'm sure Brick is like normally pro free speech until he needs an excuse to be against it.
Oh fuck no. No way. Get
I'm
all up
one
in his feet.
absolute. When it comes to the government, you don't get to say that shit in my house.
But your values are
You don't
inconsistent.
get to say whatever you want in my house. It's
Rules for
my
the-
house. And
rules
then
for-
if you decide that you don't want to leave, guess what? You're going to get a real boot.
I agree, Brick. Rules for thee, but not for me. So I don't care what your
No,
rules are.
you don't get to say whatever you want in my
I don't
house.
care what your rules are. Rules for
One
thee, not for
absolute
me.
when it comes to the government, yes, but that's not my house. That's
We're
the
not in your
people's
house.
house. You can say whatever you want when we go to the people's house, as far as I'm concerned. But when you come to my house, my job site, you don't get to talk and say anything.
Well, no, as a
you want
private
to say.
as a private
You go
entity,
to
you are
work.
regulated by the
Yeah.
government.
Everybody wants his
But
crap.
no,
You
as
go
a
to
private
work,
as a
and
private
I
entity,
pay
you
you
are
at the end of the
regulated
day
by the
for work
government.
that you did. And if you do a really good job, I might even throw a little bonus in there. But
So
if you
here's what you're
come to
missing,
work
Rick,
and
though.
you have these
Yeah.
little up cuticles
Piecework
and
is
you
awesome
show up
because
in
you don't
leather
actually
talking
get to
about
even ride
cis
those
this and cis that, I'm going to fire you on the spot.
But here's
You
what
ain't
you're
gonna
missing,
get a
Rick, is
dime.
that your private home is different
Now
than
you're
your
breaking,
business.
like,
You ain't gonna get a
all kinds of
dime.
laws.
Because your business is still regulated by
You
the
ain't
federal
gonna get a
government,
dime.
and that
Not a
federal
dime.
government.
And you have
if
no
the
free
job
speech
is done,
protections
I don't know
in your
why you're
employment.
still here. And if you don't leave, then I'm going to call the police and they're going to take your ass to jail for trespassing because you are now trespassed. Get the hell out of here.
Doesn't mean they can't do a civil
Yeah,
lawsuit.
that's the way it works. Yes, in a right to work state.
See how his argument doesn't
Yeah.
actually address
And
yours,
guess
Patty?
what?
You're
Here's the
talking
thing.
about
That's
like
the man's
repercussions.
world. That's
He's talking about what the
masculinity.
police would do.
This is what we do as men. We build
When people think they're right,
societies.
it means you can just fire people just whenever you want to.
No, that is
and tell
actually
them
exactly
you're
what
being
it means.
fired for
Yes.
being fucking
I
weird,
can
right?
hire and fire on
Great
the
idea,
spot.
bro.
Yes, this is exactly the way
Yeah.
it works in a right to work state. And maybe you just don't understand that. You haven't learned the law.
I can't wait
But
till
I
I start
have.
hearing the trumpets complain
cool.
about businesses
Sounds
doing
good.
that to them.
And that's the way it works in a masculine state.
Thinking
Rick,
that
are
is
you going to
beautiful.
complain when this starts happening to
That
trumpets?
means I don't have to wait for some labor union to come in to tell me when I can and can't fire you. That's beautiful.
Rick, are you going to complain when this starts happening to trumpets?
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm
Trump
not
fan.
a Trump guy.
Yeah, you have to break that one to me. I'm a little lost on that.
Yeah, I'm not a Trump guy. So
Called a blowhard guy that blows real hard into his trumpet.
Exactly.
You know,
That's
trumpet.
Shut the fuck up, Uncle
Blowhard. Blowhard. Maybe you've heard of a blowhard,
Hey, I tell
right?
you what, though.
Yeah, I know what a
that would
blowhard
be too
is.
much
when
self-awareness
it comes
for
to
Brick.
building the house on time,
You can tell
you're
who got
gonna
mad
call
at Trump
me,
won.
right?
You can
What's
tell.
the
We can
first
tell who
thing
got
that
mad
you
at
do when you
Trump
build a
won.
house? What's the first thing?
Lay the foundation.
Why don't you tell me?
No, tell me. You're Mr. Home Builder. Tell me
You
what's
laid
the
the
first thing you do.
foundation.
Land development. Fine, land development. Right, you clear the land. Number one, first and foremost, you clear the land.
You don't come up with a plan before you
Hey,
clear the
you laid
land.
the foundation. That's the first thing.
Yeah, you don't come up with a plan first, right? You don't get
You clear the
blueprints, you don't
land.
get permits or anything, right? You just
clear
start
the
clearing
land.
the land. Buck sweet,
Yes.
no plan
Yes.
whatsoever. Just start clearing
Yes,
the land.
that
no
is it.
plan.
You start clearing the land.
whole
That is
fucking
exactly
county
it.
tree,
Yes,
fucking whatever.
that's
Hey,
Good
exactly
idea.
right. You start clearing the land.
Uncle Patty,
Right.
He
When you
doesn't.
own
He
a
does
land,
not belong
no
in
plan.
construction.
he's a teamster
You
by
didn't. You
heart.
didn't ask me
You have
anything
no
about
plan,
getting permits.
right?
You said building the house.
No, you have no plan. So
You said building the house, right? You said building. You didn't say what do you do when you first start to
I feel like
plan.
that's the
You're
stepping
gonna
up
build
You said
a
professor.
house.
building. Building.
What's the
I'm a
first thing you're
builder,
gonna do
dude.
when you're gonna
I'm
build
a
a house?
builder. I'm a
Hey,
builder.
hey, I just wanna let everyone
excuse
know,
me. Hold on. Let me
hey,
clarify
Brick
for
is dog
Fatty
walking you
because
guys, by
he
the
wants
way.
What's
these.
the first thing you do
dog
when you
I
walking
look
you
at
guys.
the plans.
butter and jelly
I
sandwich?
look at the plat. I look at the plat. Are you happy? I look at the plat. What?
Does that do anything for you? What are you gonna do?
Oh wait, no, excuse me. I
Oh,
walk
he's
into
dog
the city
walking you
building. That's the first thing. Oh no, excuse me. I wake up in the morning, grab my coffee, and then I grab my
shirt
it have to
and
do
I
with
put
building
it
houses?
on,
Why
and
grabbing
I
your
grab my
nuts?
shorts
What does it have to
and
do
my
with building
underwear and I
houses,
put it
bro?
on, and then I go downtown. I
What does
get
that
my
have to do
keys, I
with
put it in the car, right? I twist, right? Yeah, and I turn the ignition and I turn the car on, and then I get in my car, my little car, and I drive downtown to where the city is, and then I go inside the city.
Are you
Okay.
breathing the whole time?
What do you mean the first thing that I do when I start building? What are you talking about?
Are you
It
breathing?
starts with being
Did you not
born
take
and
a
being
breath the entire
assigned your
time?
male
Just
gender.
decided to wake up one day and drive down and get a.
Oh no, excuse me. I go put in a bid. How about that? How about that? I go put it. Oh, excuse me. Wait, I don't have to do that because I own the property. I don't have to put in the bid. It's my house. So what is the first thing that I do? Oh, I don't know. I clear the land.
I love when I wake up and I
clear the land. I already bought the property. It belongs to me. The first thing I do is I clear the land.
Own property.
Hello, Mama. Hello.
Hello. Thank you. Can we please
Hi.
do one person at a time? It's impossible to follow 15 different people. And
Tasty and Tango.
And can I bring it back to
Shout out
my
to all the Trump
question I
haters.
asked an hour ago? Because it was never answered. Mel, can you please tell me what it is to be a woman?
So
Womp
I've already
womp.
answered this once, by the way.
No, you
and-
didn't. No,
Okay.
no, I'm sorry. You did not. You used all of the men on the panel
So what's
to
more likely, though?
completely divert away from your answer.
You mean
You
they
know what
interrupted
Alice
me?
Daughtry is, right?
You mean they interrupted me? But okay.
You gave
Which is
me
more
a
likely, though, that you
textbook
forgot my answer?
of what it's. You gave me a textbook answer.
Textbook.
Of what
Perfect. Thank you.
Think of what you think a woman is.
Well, no, it's
Of-
you said
of-
is it
of the
textbook or is it what I think?
Of the external parts. of
Is
a
it
woman.
textbook or is it what I think, though?
Oh, don't be a cunt, fucking Mel. Don't be a cunt.
No, I want to
See,
figure
you're
out what
doing
she's
it
trying to
again.
say here. It's very drunk.
You're diverting.
No, I
And
really-
It's
No, you really are.
And
You're
I
being a
also-
fucking cunt.
I also-
I'm sorry. You're being a cunt.
This is textbook stupidity.
I also want to.
With a little bigotry.
I
This is
also want
textbook's
to bring
country.
up the sexual dying that you talk about. I'd like to clarify what that actually means. It's
With
an
a little
idea in
bigotry.
biology. It is not scientific.
A little bit.
Sexual dimorphism
It's
is
an
not
idea
scientific.
in
Fuck up, Uncle
biology.
Patty. Who the
No,
fuck are
it
you,
is
bro?
it is an
Was it just
idea.
a little bit more?
It is an idea which simply means that there is a difference in the male and the female of a species, enough of which you or I could look at a male and a female and tell the difference.
So that
Okay,
sounds empirical.
so-
It sounds like more than an idea.
So you're
Sounds like-
and it's the most common type of polymorphism. So
Yes,
it
that's
you
true.
know
Look in
if
a
you-
machine
if
too
you
and see
wanna-
what chromosomes
wanna-
are.
If you want to get really
No, that's
into
true.
that, which I don't think you do.
But that sounds
because I
more
could
like a
teach you that.
posteriori like observation than rather than
And-
just like an opinion. or
And
an
a
idea.
freak is a term
With a
that
priest, both
that is still
Position,
used.
so it's not really.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Sorry,
A
it wasn't
freak-
making any
uh,
sense.
A freak is something that is extremely
Shout out to
unusual
the
or
Trump haters.
unlikely and is caused by an extraordinary medical condition or body modification. So, yes, you fit the medical definition of a freak, okay? Now,
Okay, then it's fine to be
tell
a
me-
freak.
Sweet.
Who
So,
cares? Then who
tell
cares?
me what it is. So, tell me what it is to be a woman because you do not know.
So I've already
You do
answered
not
this.
know. You are
So I've
gay.
already answered this once. And just to
and
be
you
clear,
simply admire
Just because you don't understand the answer
female
doesn't
body,
mean the
and
answer
that's
isn't
okay.
valid.
But excuse me, Uncle Fatty. This was mine and his discussion. If I need your opinion, I'll ask for it.
It's a real easy
So-
concept to understand.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Fatty.
How about suck my balls, Terry?
such a
Shout out to the
circle
Trump
jerk. It's
haters.
crazy.
Hey, Uncle Fatty's the reason why
you're gonna
there's a
suck
picture
Mel's, that's on
in
you.
our hotel
Answer
room.
Mama's question. Look at the male feminists run from Mom. They're disrespecting the
I
woman on
literally
the panel.
started to, if you talked over
Answer
me.
Mama's question.
By the way, I literally started to, and she talked over me.
Disrespecting the
Maybe we
only
should
woman
keep
on
up
the
with what's
panel,
going
mama.
on. You literally you stop your own answers from happening, and then you pretend
I'm
like I don't
waiting.
answer your questions.
You didn't answer my question.
So I'm going to point out for the third time, hopefully, that I've already answered this. And given that I've already given the answer, I'm going to give an extremely short answer. Gender, or a woman, in my definition, is a gender component of what is overall the female. And to be a woman depends heavily on what culture you're in, the societal expectations for a woman, and whether or not you live up to those. That this both has to do with whether or not you internally think you do and whether or not people who are observing you think you do.
Literally tells us nothing about being a woman.
That's
Okay.
an opinion.
Yeah, it's culturally relative.
I'll accept.
Culturally relative.
I'll accept that is an opinion, but it's
Okay, is there something from the literature you'd like to cite? Because I can also cite things from the literature, and I feel like it would actually somewhat validate what I said.
excuse me, I didn't pull up any literature.
No, I'm asking you if you'd like to first. I can also do that, is what I'm saying.
No, I don't need to.
Okay. Then it's just your
Yeah,
opinion.
just to
as well.
explain what just transpired. Basically, Mama asked you, like, what is a woman? And when you gave the definition, you said, well, it could be many things. It depends on culture. There's just so many things it depends on. I
Yep.
can't actually give you an answer. You actually didn't answer the question because you actually listed no definitive criteria that actually
In
defines
any
a
part
woman.
of that answer did she say
It's like
I
being
can't
able to give birth, having a vagina, having tits, being able to lactate, all this kind of shit.
Again, just because you don't understand the fucking answer doesn't mean it's not valid.
I literally, Fatty, I just explained what happened.
Wasn't
And
an
you
actual
you
answer.
heard it in her answer
Yeah.
that she said, I can't
wasn't
really
an
Yeah.
answer.
Why are you getting
Yes,
emotional, Fatty?
which is
It
disingenuous.
wasn't an
Why are you getting
At best.
emotional?
At best, it's
Why are you
disingenuous.
shouting?
The whole answer is disingenuous. What the fuck are you talking about, Uncle Fatty? What are you talking about, dude? The
Just
entire
because
answer is
you can't
disingenuous.
This
understand
is
the
but
answer
BSR. This is what we're
doesn't mean
talking about
it's not
TikTok
valid.
brain. You know what I mean? Like they'll still be like shouting or they're saying it's like you're not actually understanding the conversation when I literally just described exactly what happened on panel.
Describe the
This is like
entire
mass loading.
conversation, and
Yeah.
then this
To it,
dude,
right?
he
With
just
a huge
he just
disclaimer,
fucking
with a huge
but
asterisk to it,
just
right?
saying a bunch of word salad.
Yeah.
That's all he does. He's just a
because
bunch of
you
word
don't
salad.
understand somebody else's
Yeah, word
hair.
salad, bro.
doesn't mean that
You're
those
still doing
words
word
don't
salad.
fucking ring.
Let's do a
Word
reductio.
salad.
Can we
It's
try to do
real
a
Word salad.
reductio for a
fucking
second?
concept.
But you notice, BSR, that the one thing they can't
Masculine
say
men,
is that I'm
really
wrong.
masculine men, like they
You know what I'm saying?
understand these things, right? What you guys up all up in the soy or something recently, or
Hey,
what?
Teriak, we understand these things, but they're also both very fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Again, right
that's what
and
I'm saying.
wrong
It's like
is what?
we're able to explain. It's like you're wrong, and here's where you're
Right and
wrong. And
wrong
we
is
do the
what?
impersonalized thing. You know what I mean? But then like Fatty comes up, he gets in his fifis, and then he says,
Right and
"There's
wrong is
projecting." Do you know what I
what?
mean? Like the old school projector, like on like straight up on us. You guys are just all emotional. You don't understand, even though like we're logically taking it and we're saying, "No, you said this, which
You're
implies
logically
this," and
going
then
on your
this is how we're
feelers.
going
What's
at it.
going on?
You know what I mean?
It's real easy to fucking see.
Sure,
So
sure thing,
I
Fatty,
I
yeah.
actually am glad that Fatty's up here to defend Melanie because you know we are all in agreement that she's kind of an idiot, but she does need some help. So I'm really glad that he's
Well, I
up
think
here.
we're all in
I
agreement
don't
that
disagree
also
with
Uncle
that at all.
Fatty's an idiot.
At the same time,
Yeah, everyone who you disagree with is an idiot. That's really
it's a
smart.
real fucking easy concept, guys.
No,
if you're fucking
Yeah,
butt
but
hurt
Fatty-
about what somebody
this
else
is the
is
thing.
doing,
That's all he
that's
has.
your
It's just,
fucking
you guys are
problem.
emotional. You guys are
It's your
ignorant.
problem.
It's like the Michael Jackson from South Park.
It's
You
your
guys are
problem.
ignorant.
Change yourself.
Uncle,
If you see
Uncle
somebody
Fatty,
and you're offended,
Uncle
that's
Fatty.
your problem. It's real
out of the
fucking easy.
closet.
Uncle
Real
Fatty,
Fatty.
Mama wanted to talk to you for a second.
real easy concept.
Yes, Uncle Fatty. The only
There's a lot of
thing,
pussy lovers up in
the
here.
only answer that I expected was the truth, and the truth is, if
Subjective
you,
to each
Uncle
person.
Fatty,
No.
if you, Uncle Fatty,
Yeah.
were to ask me what it is to be a man, I would say,
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Good
don't
for you.
walk in your shoes. I don't know what it is to be a man. I know what it is to be a woman. If I
what is it
ask
to be a
you,
trans
if
person?
I If I ask you what it is to be a woman, I would expect for you to say, I don't know, because you have not walked in my shoes.
Sure.
You've watched your mother. You see how women react in society.
It's a valid expectation.
Okay.
So when I ask you, what is it like to be a trans person? You can say,
I can say
I don't suffer that delusion.
I do not suffer that delusion. I do not have that mental. I do not have that mental illness.
Trans person doesn't exist.
So it's funny because,
Okay.
like, my
it's
most
awesome. I
delusional
love how
point.
your answer reveals your inherent bigotry. It's cool that way.
You guys are
Oh
ignorant.
my
You guys are
goodness.
bigots.
Yeah,
Fatty,
the funny
Fatty,
part is,
please.
like-
Wait. Hold on one second. Fatty,
I'll allow
wait.
you to say
Hold
that
on 1 second,
only
Mama.
because you
One
don't
second,
know
Mama.
me.
Let me just. Fatty, please just tell me that you're getting paid by the DNC, dude. Because honestly, if you're being
No, man,
absolutely
this is how bad
realistic
it
right
is.
now,
I'm
it's
not paid Christ
actually
with that. You
embarrassing.
didn't know?
It's
This is how bad
embarrassing.
it is,
You're
though.
Terry,
Like,
before you ramble for
this
2
is why I'm
minutes, I need
glad
to
he's
say
here.
something.
This is why
Terry,
I'm glad Fatty's
I
here. And this is what,
totally
this is
let
when
you
you talk
speak.
about the Bible,
and the bus
loving your
driver.
enemy, okay?
He's
This is
being
when you
this
talk about the
dumb
Bible
for
and love your enemy.
I need to
Because
say
I actually
something.
love, one sec. Well, I actually love the
So,
fact that Fatty's
no,
here. Because he's
you
proven
one
this
sec.
NPC
You one
culture,
sec?
this
No,
TikTok
you
brain.
can't, Ray.
He's not
You
actually
just need to
engaging in
keep
the point.
going.
He's not actually engaging in his rationality. He's just, his only comeback is,
You
you
haven't
guys are
engaged in my
emotional. He's not
point.
actually engaging in the actual point. This
You
is
haven't
like,
engaged in
because
my
all he's
point.
come on here
What point was I making?
is claim that we're being emotional, which is just an ad hom. He's attacking the person and
Point
not
I'm
actually
making.
attacking the
Fatty,
argument.
It's
Fatty, you
not an
see
ad
how
hom.
they
Tell you
never
Yeah,
involve
exactly. You're making
argument.
that point,
Fatty,
Fatty, and I
Fatty,
love the
How
fact
you
you're
never
making that
engage
point
with
because you're
PowerPoint
proving
with
that all you're doing is an ad hom.
comparison.
You're just saying these guys are emotional, but when he actually
telling
confront you with the
someone
logic, you just
that
go
they're
back to,
up
well,
your
you're just in your
feelers
fifis, or you're
is
just a
not an
bigot,
ad
or you're
hom.
just. It's literally the definition of an ad hom, and like I think you like start to
The
realize that you're
argument
committing
is
the
And by the
fallacy
way,
now.
but it's
Melanie,
not a
I
fucking
did
I
ad
don't know
tell
what an
you
ad
that
hom
you had
is.
a
It's
great
not even a
textbook
fucking ad hom.
answer.
Get a fucking
Yes,
thesaurus.
I did tell you that it was.
Maybe
Calling
get a
someone by the name of bigotry is an ad hom.
Thesaurus. You need a
Yes,
fucking
you were
thesaurus.
you were attacking the man. Ad hom literally is Latin for against the
So,
man.
so
Yeah.
telling
So
somebody
what
that
you're
I
doing
really
is you're
want
saying you guys are
shows
bigots,
their
you guys
inherent
are things.
bigotry.
But if
You
you
also
weren't doing
don't
an ad hom, you would
finish.
actually engage in the logic that was presented to you. But you don't want to answer that question. You're
You
not
also
actually
don't
engaging
let
in
him
Mama's
finish,
thing.
which is
You just
probably
called
why
her
it
a
sounds like
bigot
you're
and
not
hand waved her
engaging like
argument.
you do.
I mean, I know how your guys' logic outweighs facts all the time, so I'm really
No,
willing to
logic
engage.
is facts. Like you can't have
Dude,
logic
you're
without
not willing
facts.
to engage at all, man. You're
You
just
need to have
Engage in
truth.
what?
No,
wait.
What have
I'll
you guys
tell
been
you.
doing for the
Fatty,
I'll
past
tell you,
hour and
Fatty.
a half?
Fatty will engage.
You're
What am I
piggybacking
doing
off
here?
fucking
Uncle
Cosby.
Fatty
Why am
will
I
What
here?
engage.
Yeah.
I'm engaging with what you dumb fucking bitches
Just
have
fucking
been doing for the
engage.
past
Oh,
Fatherless
you
behavior.
oh, there's the ad homs. There's the ad homs. He's just
There's an ad
It doesn't
piggybacking off
matter.
of
You're just going to
Project
accuse him either
Fox.
way, so you
That's
might
what
as
he's
well.
Responding to
doing.
somebody's response is not an ad
He's
hom
just
because it's not being
piggybacking.
used in an
You're
argumentative
just
way.
piggybacking.
It's
You're
not an argumentative
piggybacking.
fallacy.
Keep on coping.
It's
Hey,
real
hey,
easy
hey, hey, hey.
concepts, guys.
Keep on coping. That's all right.
You
Keep on
need some more
coping.
fourth
You're
grade
just
literature to
piggybacking.
fucking
Yeah, you're
study.
piggybacking. That's all right. That's all right. You can
That's
cope.
too
We
high.
can cope
You get
together.
printed out on your
Hey, we
fucking
can
sheets
cope
when
together.
you sleep
You're
at night.
I
piggybacking.
kind of have to defend Uncle Fatty right here. Is he will
Don't taste it.
engage?
No.
He will engage. You just actually
Where
have
Shout out
has
to
he
the Trump
engaged?
haters and the
Where
ball
has
busters
he
and the ballers.
engaged?
come to him with some logical arguments, and regardless of whether he agrees with Mel or not, he will engage.
He's
There's nothing you
piggybacking
guys
the
have
whole
been doing
entire
much
time.
up
Here's
here
the
for the
shit.
past hour and a half. That's why I'm here to tell you, get out of your fucking feelings. If you want to have a conversation,
No,
It's just
hey,
get out of
you
your
one
get out
big
of
ad
your
hom.
fucking feelings,
It's
dude.
it, like this is what we're saying, Brick. It's like literally just an ad hom.
and while you're at it,
Like that,
go
that's
outside.
what he's saying. Is like you guys are bigots. You guys are emotional.
I hear what you're saying, Teriyaki.
You know what I'm saying?
On your
But
face.
let him do the ad homs and then present your
Yep.
argument.
And
And
then go
then
back to
yes, I agree that
your
there's
mom
this
will be
back
over
and
there.
forth
Can we
that's
just
gonna
skip to the
happen.
can we just skip to the actual argument fight?
Just
Like,
tell
that's
your
what I
mom I'll
agree.
be there in about about 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
He'll do that. He'll do that
every
too.
time we give him a chance. We give him the olive branch.
Did he rage?
I've seen
He's on
him.
the travel.
Typical.
Yeah, I've seen him actually engage.
Looks like he rage quit.
So I
He
know
says like some bullshit fucking thing like from middle school, and then you just
Right
like, hey,
now-
I'll be there in 30 minutes, and then you fucks off. Yeah, that dude's a fucking
Right.
prick.
Yeah,
He's an absolute
right
prick.
Right now, fatties, he's calling. That's like the pot calling the kettle black. He got all up in his feelings and he split. So
Well, typical, because that's what they do. It's physically impossible for them to actually engage in any question that we ask. It's physically impossible for
You
them.
literally pretend like I haven't made arguments when I have.
I'm not
Yeah, but
talking
it's
about you,
not
Mel.
answering
I'm not talking
questions.
about you, Mel. I'm talking
Making
about
a
him.
counter argument is not answering a question.
Yeah, it actually is.
No, it's not.
That's how debate works. You don't answer literally every single question you get. Sometimes you make a counter argument.
Which is more valuable, an experience or just a regular, like, old-fashioned argument? Which one is more valuable, the experience or the argument?
Like truth finding?
Sure.
Truth finding. Oh, he was in truth finding. Are you fucking
It's a
stupid, dude?
concept, and it all depends on the person, right?
Which is more valuable, the experience or the argument, Mel?
I think because I'm an empiricist, experience.
Okay. So if you're not a biological woman, the experience of being a woman is not there, correct?
Womp womp.
No,
and it's not important. And it's not important.
I'm sorry if I just used logic on you.
But as I've demonstrated, there's more to being a woman than just biology. So
if A, then B.
And you meet the standard for none of it.
That's your opinion. That's very subjective.
Truth
Women
is so.
don't-
Truth is subjective.
Women don't
Oh yeah,
have,
lots
women
of things are
don't have
subjective in
penises.
life. Humans construct a lot of arbitrary goalposts.
Again, just
Is
to
there
notice
any
that flaw
human
there,
alive that could possibly
one sec, Rick.
identify as a blowfish?
Yeah.
Mel.
So male monkey, and this is just for everyone in the chat as well, just dismantle the Furby. What male monkey said there was that, oh yeah, like truth is subjective. And then what Mel says, like, yeah, there are things that are subjective in life, but that's not what male monkey said. This is what we call the straw man, where you're misrepresenting his position, trying to gaslight him. Just feel as though, like, I break this shit down like all fucking night. It's call me Lionel
How do
Richie.
you
I already
seriously
slept during stream. You know what I'm
fallacy?
saying? So like I'm just explaining what's going on here.
Honestly,
The
Sorry,
straw
how do
man
you
of the position.
fundamentally misunderstand every fallacy?
I can tell you folks about something that has gone all night. And that is me spending pretty much half a day with you guys. I am tired. I was tired. I got my nylon nightcap on. It is almost 8 o'clock in the morning. I've spent half a day pretty much with you guys. It is early morning. I need my beauty sleep because apparently I need to sleep when the sun is up now. But before I do that, I want to make sure that I send this off properly with my final thoughts. So why don't we just do that? And I know that this episode has been a big one for you guys. You know what? Let me do this a little bit better for you. Let me give you a little music. Let me make sure we do this. Here, is that good? That should be all right. Let me know what you guys are thinking because this one has been quite a lot. Are we going to be losing this whole idea when it comes to masculinity? And why exactly do we keep running into conversations that supposed to be talking about men, but without fail becomes a conversation about everything else? Hit me up in the conversation. Hit me up in the course comment section. Let me know what you're actually thinking about all this stuff. If you have not, because quite frankly, we've had quite a rowdy tonight. Be sure to actually subscribe to the platform if you have not already. Thank you for those who have actually supported to the platform today. And I want you guys to remember that there is a time and a place for everything. Let's start owning our own spaces as men. And I'll catch you on the next one. Good morning, y'all. Stay opinionated.